Welcome to the PGL Arlington Major. We are in day number 1 of playoffs.
Nothing to say, but the Echo Slam from Q holds the two in place, and Yopaj, well, his arena, it'll hold a couple of them inside. Jackie used up now. A 2-for-1 so far. While their base falls, they've got some thinking to do. Looking forward to game 2, because this one, really now, no contest. LGD far too strong, and Q has the punch on the puck. GG's call.
Tier 3 towers down. Gale Force, Zeb looking for the power shot. There's the buyback coming out. Taiga gets off the nice toss back onto Saberlight, pops that BKB instantly. Focusing on a Taiga to start this out as he is dead right off the bat. Left the buyback as well as Yaraki looking for his 8th death of the game. Amar falls as well. Just too much physical damage from this bristleback. And a nice curse that might just end this game. GG is called. Gets off the illusory orb onto the other side of the trees. And they get the stun on Saber. That is a dieback onto the Doom as OG winning this fight handily. Fishman gets off the cogs, and there's a jump in from Stormer. Trying to take out Amar. He's already at half HP as the buyback onto the Wyvern already comes to fruition. But look at the damage coming from Seb with these impetuses on the side. Double kill for him. He's just cleaning through everybody.
He's in trouble. Collapse is dead. Has the buyback available. Marcy down 2. It's 2 against 5. The glyph is there, but I don't think that they have enough damage. Tries to bring him down. The punch, the damage. They need more. They need more. Can they kill him? The grave was there. Mapochka, the captain, always on point. And now the right there on top of him. Is it enough to survive? The doppelganger trying to run away. They can't find the real target. Eventually, he falls. Rapier on the Razor, though. Collapse. He stole it away. DM jumps forward, tries to find him. Where's the damage? Do they have enough? It's not there. Yadaro turns around. The Satanic is out. It's way too much. Dead on the Beastmaster. GPK just can't find his target. Can't get the angle. Not nearly enough. And GG is called. Team Spirit, they're going to TI again.
Ori with the initiation, and the roll on in, and the kick out thanks to the Earth Spirit Aghanim Scepter, but curse comes out. It's actually going to be reflected back onto Fnatic, so kind of pauses the game as Jabs now looks like he's going to find his way to the grave as Ori finishes him off. 100 seconds of no Wyvern. Bloodstone not going to keep anybody else alive as Ori with the Electric Vortex Ags AoE. GG is called, and 56-minute game. Jenkins, Aster ends up winning. Now the high ground offense is coming from Aster. Fissure, Bryle, no BKB, just dead. Tomato looking for the potential chrono as he's just faking it out now and takes a casual right click from Monet. And this game is getting, well, it's been out of hand for quite a while. Now it's left the hand, and GGs are called.
God.
It is playoffs, day number 2 of the PGL Arlington Major, and I am so excited to see how the matches pan out today. I'm going to be your host, Natty. Joining me on my left-hand side here is Sheep, Gods, and Lizard. How are you guys feeling? It's elimination day for some teams today.
Horrible, horrible, so sad. My 2 favorite teams are about to play against each other and one's going home. So.
Yeah, you're going to have to say goodbye to one of them. How about you guys?
I feel great because because I love watching teams get eliminated. It's the fun part of Dota events. I want to see the pain, the suffering, you know, it's good.
I was not expecting that.
It's a little bit of both, right? Like one of these teams is going to qualify for a TI, the other one is getting eliminated, so I love all of it. Yeah.
These are sadistic, horrible people over
need
here.
a bit of
I'm going to
heartbreak.
start crying on the panel.
We're going to get to the end of this series, and it's just going to be tears everywhere. But let's have a look at the bracket, because like I said, it is day off playoffs, day number 2, which means that we had some action yesterday. It was the upper bracket. We saw LGD taking that first series, OG taking the second, Spirit taking the third, and then Aster taking the 4th series of yesterday. It does mean that we are now moving towards the lower bracket. So like I said, elimination day for these teams on your screen. It's Boom, Liquid for that first series, Entity, EG for the second, Outsiders, RNG for the third. Do you guys want to give your predictions on panel how this day is going to go out, which teams we might say goodbye to?
All right.
Hesitantly.
Who opens up?
Yeah, you don't have to. I'm just saying you can. This is the chance
Okay.
to. You can either look like a Giga Chat or an asshole.
Wow.
All right.
Liz is ready. He's got it.
Okay.
I have one wild prediction at least.
Okay.
I'm predicting Entity to go through in that second series.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the wild one. The other one's RNG and most likely Liquid.
Okay. I want to know why you're so certain about that Entity one, though, just very quickly.
Any Dota.
All right, so realistically, though, EG have had some very strong-looking games, and I actually do believe in their ability to make this, like, bracket run through the lower.
Yeah.
It is rough, it is scary, but they are a team that have gotten second at majors multiple times in a row. Like, when they turn up and are geared on, they are a good team. So hopefully they've just gotten like the mental reset to kind of reach that.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about Entity potentially going through. I want to have a look at the DPC standings at the moment, actually, because Entity is one of those teams that it doesn't really matter if they get through or not for them personally as to if they qualify for TI. There's just not enough points up for grabs here for it to really impact their standings. But compared to how we came into this major, we have a lot more teams having direct qualification to TI. We are adding Spirit to that list, Aster to that list, Beast Coast, and also Tundra now, and the remaining teams still in this tournament that are looking to pick up points are Boom, EG, Fnatic, Liquid, RNG, and Outsiders as well.
Dude, imagine chatting up, coming to the major, coming last place, and then qualifying to TI.
That's
exactly
a Giga Chat.
That's what Tundra did, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
They were literally bottom, and they still got TI.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.
He just had to spell it out.
I was like, didn't that happen?
Yes, it did. Well done. Good boy. 10 points for gods.
Excellent. We're doing point systems for this morning panel. It
Maybe he
feels.
can qualify to TI by the end of the panel.
Holy
How many
heck,
points
that's brutal.
how many points do I need to earn?
For your
Can I just be a terrible panelist and still qualify the same as Tundra? Does that work?
Well, you did a really bad job pre-major, so you're not quite there yet.
I was, you know what, we're just all maybe we're a little bit aggressive on this panel this morning, but the other thing that I want to talk about is versatile heroes. You know, there's been a lot of picks coming out from these teams, but the ones that I feel are really important, and I want you guys to talk to me a little bit more, are Coddle, Snap, Alk, Doom. We've seen each one of them in at least 4 different roles throughout the major itself. Coddle being played 2, 3, 4, 5, whereas Alk is being played in the 1, 2, 3, and 5 position.
But even just as you look at the graphic, you can see a huge disparity between 2 and 2, right? The first 2 win rate 60%, the last 2 41 and 29. So you could argue that some of them are broken, and that's why they're being played anywhere and everywhere. And the other 2, well, Alchemist is actually all right. I take that back. I think Alchemist is pretty strong. The problem with Alchemist is that it needs to be a really good game for him, and sometimes it isn't, so he gets demoted to that position 5 or the offlane, and he brings a completely different thing on that position 5 and on the offlane, right, than he does on the carry.
I want to nerd out about the Snapfire. I hope we have enough panel time for this.
We honestly, you guys can talk about all 4 heroes. We have enough time.
Wonderful.
Go Snap.
I love Snapfire as a hero. The versatility that players bring to this hero is so cool. So like on the mid lane, this tournament so far, we've seen Chris Luck play it on Beast Coast. But like notably for me in the past, Yopaj on Boom has played a fantastic mid Snapfire. Usually he goes like this Boots of Travel build and will just like rotate to his side lanes every time he has ult and like try and get that impact there. And then you get like your Blink, your Shard, and you're able to have all this impact. It's awesome. And then on the off lane, you see players like Sacred from Thunder Awaken playing it. And a player like Sacred is really good at outplaying his opponents in lane just mechanically. So like he makes the hero work so hard. Like Snapfire is such an aggressive mid when paired with other heroes. So usually you do see her more favored to that side lane. And that's why you'll see her on support. You might see her on the core. I think Sacred even buys like the Ags, which is super fun for me because a lot of people have just been going that
Giving
like
up
Blink
on it,
Shard
yeah.
bad. Yeah. So oh my god, I love the versatility of Snap. I think she's one of the most fun heroes in Dota to watch.
Oh god, do you get the choice of either the Coddle or the Doom now that hasn't been talked about?
Sure, I've been having a rough morning, so I'll talk about the hero that's having a rough tournament, Doom. I think coming into this tournament, everyone was kind of fooled by Doom because he'd been doing really well. 2 teams particularly, it was 23 Savage on Talon as well as Pure playing on Entity, had been doing a lot of safe lane Doom and having a lot of success. So I think there was this kind of idea that Doom could kind of maybe be this flex hero. It's not. It doesn't work. I think teams are kind of going back to realizing that, you know, you got to pick Doom in the right games. It needs to, you need to like get some value counter-saying with the Doom, and you have to cover the hero's weaknesses. It takes a while to come online. It needs a bit of farm. Doesn't have any stuns. I don't think you can
That's
just...
a lot of problems I'm hearing.
Yeah, I mean,
That's why it had the win rate it did.
you can play Doom. You just probably can't first face the
Probably
hero.
can't win, yeah.
And if you're going to pick it, you need to make sure you cover those weaknesses because it seems like teams are just picking Doom, just like, oh, we need a carry. Let's Doom carry's good. It's not just, you can't just Doom carry any game.
Yeah, some of these teams like Entity definitely, like Parker said, can pull it off on that carry, but that's because of the whole idea, the whole idea of how their team works, right? Like they have these 3 semi-cores and they help each other out. You can't just always pick that Doom.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it played yesterday, Doom, on Saberlight, but it didn't actually feel like he was playing it as a carry, right? Even though he's in that quote-unquote role, it just wasn't played traditionally.
And he's quote-unquote carry as well, right?
Yeah.
Quote-unquote. There's a lot of quoting going on in this.
And they're the team that's meant to be good with like the carry Doom, and even them, like in the group states, they weren't winning their games with the safe lane Doom. So like if Entity's not winning with it, then it's probably not that good.
All right, because we have a little bit more time, you guys can say your preference for each position you like those 4 heroes. Where you think it excels the most and where the most wins have come from.
The first one is the Kotl.
Yeah.
I suppose mid lane is probably the strongest position. Perhaps the win rate isn't that like higher than the other positions, but that's because he's played the most on the mid lane. When it comes to the Snapfire, I completely agree with Sheep. I love the Snap mid. It can do a lot with the travels, but I'd rather prefer it on the support position. Because at some point you just don't scale as much as some other heroes. What else is there?
There's the Doom and the Alk.
Doom and Alk. That's 4 heroes. Too difficult for
Save some for the rest of us, bro. Like, oh my god.
Aren't we all doing everything?
We'd just be repeating each other at that point. I kind of
go with Alk. Go.
You just agree with everything that's said so far.
I like the Alk on the carry usually. The off lane, I've seen it be played a fair amount, especially by 33. And you just go the same build as the carry, except like in a worse position from the off lane because you have less space. It doesn't seem as good. It definitely seems better on the Dire, obviously, because you can connect those camps together. So like for him, he is like side dependent. He's better or worse too. So
does that bother you that offlane alchemists are going Radiance, BKB, Blink? Wouldn't you rather see like an Aghanims game with, I don't know...
and you give the Ags and you have like 4,000 network in 20 minutes,
You can still start with the Blink Dagger. Into the Chinese region, that's what they're doing. Like they get the first item and then they go for the Ags.
Yeah, I just haven't seen enough of it. I think the times Alex and I saw an offline Alk, it was KP on Talon, and it was a disaster.
Oh yeah, he had
position 11 Alchemist.
I was gonna say he had lower net worth than the +5.
He actually did. It was so sad.
Rough.
It was, and then when you asked him afterwards, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we've used offlane Alk against some of our scrims against China, and it's always worked against the Chinese teams." Comes in, uses it for SEA, and I'm like, he's gonna pick that again.
Yeah, SCA is like, what the hell is this fancy beat bullshit? Like Alchemist offlane, we're gonna run you over. In the China, they're methodical. They're like, okay, they have Alchemist mid. We need to practice. We need to figure out how to play the mid game, where to go, how to farm. You know, how to out farm. And SCA is like, nah, just ape them.
Sometimes brute force is all you need. But let's jump in. Let's talk about this first series. It is time. It is Boom up against Liquid. Very important for both of them. The winner for this is guaranteed a direct invite for TI. Do you guys feel like there's a little bit extra pressure on either side?
Oh no, none at all. Like, this is a so low stakes, honestly. Like
this is
nothing really to it.
like this match is probably more high pressure than if than whoever wins like later in the tournament playing like the finals. It's like maybe the finals would have more pressure, but like the later rounds have less pressure than this match.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you look at competitors. You ever talk to a single player, they'll always tell you that they want to win. They, like it's not really about we have to. I mean, obviously you want to qualify to TI, but you're not satisfied getting knocked out here, even if the TI invite wasn't on the line.
All right. Well, what about when it comes to playstyle, though? You know, these teams, not taking into effect anything external, right? They just want to come in, play the series. Do you think the playstyles are going to be different to what we saw in the group stages? Is there going to be an amount of adaptability from either side?
You could see Boom even yesterday, right? Like they already adapted. They already played a little bit different than what they usually do. One game they went this full early game aggression, which didn't work out for them. The second game they fell back into their full comfort zone. I feel like they actually stepped away quite significantly from what they were doing in the group stages. And it's not a healthy sign for me, at least.
Yeah, it's also with Boom. It's like it's either they're still trying to find their playstyle, or they have many playstyles. But it feels more like the first because like it seems like they're reacting to a loss by like, okay, let's do something new, or let's go out of our comfort zone because they've had a lot of drafts which feel out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, I spoke like a little bit with their manager, and he was saying that like they had spent 2 days preparing for the LGD match.
Maybe they should have prepared less, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, maybe you could spin it like that. I didn't personally enjoy their drafts in how I view their style. I think that the ideas were good. I don't know how much they've scrimmed with it. I think Veno at this point for me is like a failed experiment hero. I just have never seen him be successful. People pick him against like the Auks, the Ursas. It's meant to destroy these lanes. It was picked in that game against the Faceless Void, yeah. And by the end of the laning stage, the carry's like 1 to 2k net worth up on the Venomancer, and he just is feeding throughout the mid game. It feels really bad.
Who do you feel is a notable player on each side of the team? Someone that they might be looking to focus a little bit more either for themselves in the draft or as their opponent to try and shut down?
If you're looking at Boom, there are 2 players that come to my mind instantly. Yopaj and FBZ, right? Like you try and eliminate FBZ's most popular heroes most likely, and the game is instantly easier. Like just imagine FBZ on Mars and then anything else like that. Mars just dominates the games, and it enables them to make some really good combos like Mars Snapfire.
Yeah, I guess I kind of disagree with the FBZ because I feel like he's proven that he can have good games even when he's not healthy.
On anything, yeah.
Yeah, like to me the Boom playstyle in the past where they've had the most success was where they prioritize more like playing around Yopaj and Tims. Like often FBZ will be on some Mars and Tims will just be actively roaming and FBZ is getting kind of sacked and having a bad-ish game until he gets his blink time.
And then he's still active, right?
Yeah. Like they definitely like FBZ is like the big playmaker, but like Tims is the guy who like plays around Yopaj, sets him up for success with all these like mid rotations. In Boom's like their classic playstyle. That's not what they do every game, but that to me is when they look best.
That was like the story of their final match against Talon, right? Like the game 1, the Pango Mars was banned out in round 1, and like they kind of won. Like I think FBZ was on his Razor, it didn't look very good, they kind of won. Then the next game he kind of came out, I think it was a DP maybe, but he showed that I don't only rely on these 2 heroes. Game 3 he got his Mars, clean sweep, what can I say?
That's it, like every time you say his Mars, it's a clean sweep, right? For me that means that when they play these kind of heroes, they're on perhaps a slightly elevated level.
Liquid had their day off yesterday. They didn't play. Boom, we saw go up against LGD. So what are you hoping Liquid has been able to do in that day to try and adjust from group stages?
Scrim, practice, get ready.
Is there anything specific, though, that you saw in group stages that you hope they really focused and worked on?
Honestly, not specifically in terms of gameplay, just through watching Liquid's content, seeing how they like reacted to their loss at Stockholm, a lot seemed to be on the mental side. Like this is a very talented team. They're like, the group A was like incredibly hard, and they are like always one win, like small series win away from going like upper bracket and lower bracket. So really, I just hope that they're coming into this positively and like feel good about themselves, feel confident. Like confidence is the main thing.
I completely agree with this point because I feel that Liquid, they have everything that's necessary to go all the way, even, right? But you need to come in confident. Sometimes resting is better than over preparing, right? For me, resting is always better than preparing. But for them, it might also be the case because from what I've read and from what I've seen in their games, they have a really good read on the current meta.
Yeah, we saw a Boom fall to LGD yesterday. Liquid looked really good against LGD despite not getting a win in that group stages. But I don't want to hold this up any longer. We are going to jump into this series. It's Boom up against Liquid.
This is one hell of an opening game. It's an elimination match and an important match for both teams, with both Liquid and Boom hoping to qualify for TI off the back of this. Now, I'm going to start with you, Skem, and just ask, the games yesterday against LGD, right? Obviously, it's LGD, but how does that kind of a loss affect you guys in mentality?
I think it's a good loss for us because we learn a lot from them. And yeah, hopefully we will perform today.
That's what it's all about, right? Learning from the mistakes and continuing forward. But what do you think of Liquid as a team? Do you think this is a comfortable matchup for you guys?
I think they are a good and strong team. Yeah.
Okay, a strong team, but do you consider yourselves to be the favorites in it?
Not really. I think the matchup is just 50-50.
50-50. But so what's it going to take then for you to get the win?
I think it just depends on who performed good today.
Okay, well, hopefully you do perform well. Now, Insania, you obviously in the group stage, it was a bit of a tough one, right? Only one game that you got away with the win on that. Where would you kind of put your current form right now? Do you think you guys are at your best, or what's lacking? What have you been looking at here?
Soon we will be peaking.
In this game, right?
Hopefully.
And obviously, when we did an interview before, right, earlier in the week, you were talking about how much you wanted to get to TI again, right? How important this is to you. Well, this is the game you can do it. Are you feeling extra pressure now?
I'm just reminding myself not to pick Gyro and make sure I keep track of the bans and picks. And yeah, I think that's it.
That's it. And what do you make of Boom? Do you think it is a 50-50 matchup like Skem was just saying, or do you feel more confident than he does?
I mean, I think when you're at a major, every team is really good. So most matchups are very close to 50-50. I think maybe some teams are slightly better, slightly worse, but if you don't play to your best ability, you're going to lose. So.
Well, let's see if you do play to your best ability. Thank you very much, guys. We'll get ourselves into this game. We'll see how this one's going to go down, and we'll get ourselves back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Banks. You know, there's one thing I enjoy more than good Dota. It's knowing that people learn from their mistakes. A great interview from Insania there. Great point. Not going to pick the gyro there for himself.
Hey, it's not about picking the gyro. It's about randoming it. Thank you.
It was definitely a questionable thing that happened. But speaking of drafts, heroes, whatnot, did you guys really like Boom's drafts, the new things that they brought out yesterday? I think the notable thing being that offlane Veno.
They picked Doom too. That's a hero you don't pick, as we learned from the stats. But no, the offlane Veno I think was the big one that stood out. It's just not a hero that you know, suits FBZ style. It also is just not really a game-winning hero. It feels like you're picking entirely for the lane, which is kind of what Viper is, but it's like a way worse Viper in so many ways.
You're so right. It's actually so sad. He's so he's just as slow as Viper, but like more defenseless.
Less scaling, doesn't have, and then like Viper actually has some stuff like you get the shard in the mid game maybe. You can kind of team fight around a BKB. Like, you don't want to go BKB on Veno. Like, what do you do with a BKB on Veno?
You know what the worst thing is? On paper, that was a really good Venomancer game. So if we couldn't do anything in that kind of a game, like, the hero is probably not that great. I just hope that they don't resort to these last-ditch niche picks that counter the enemy carry or something like that, which they did do yesterday. That Veno was against the Faceless Void. The lane should be much better than it should have went much better than it went. Plus, it's against the Shaker, so you get that nasty snake. You get those nasty snakes everywhere, canceling his blink. On paper, it should have been all right, but you just can't find the right playstyle around that Venomancer on the offlane.
Yeah, we talk about the heroes and that we don't really like. I do know that there is a hero that is very highly contested, very hotly sought after, Sheep, and it is that puck that we saw for the first time on Yopaj in what felt like forever yesterday.
Yeah, so it's obviously we've seen the most picked and banned heroes of this tournament, and Puck is right up there throughout Tour 3 as well. But Yopaj has not been picking it. The last time he played it pre this tournament was during Stockholm Major. He played it once. Before that, it was 5 months ago. Before that, it was 8 months ago. Like, for some reason, despite it being his 4th most played hero in competitive matches, he has not been spamming it. I think these.
I was gonna say, by the way, I think this graphic is swapped. So Yopaj is the 1, and Mickey is actually the 3 with the 66.6% win rate.
Yeah, and so I'm curious. Obviously, they brought it out against the LGD. I don't think it looked bad at all, honestly. I mean, like I said, it's one of his most played, so he is super comfortable on it. I'd love to see it come out again in this matchup because it looks good. He's played well on it. It matches his playstyle. It matches Boom's playstyle, and very strong.
I even feel it's kind of bad that Boom doesn't play, bad for Liquid that Boom doesn't play a lot of puck, because that's probably the team with the most in their arsenal to counter the puck, and that's what they've been showing throughout the group stages, like the lone druid mid lane and whatnot. Like they have a ton of heroes and a ton of ways of dealing with the hero. But yeah, Boom, I don't think that they will be picking it. It didn't look that great. Let's put it that way.
What? You look good. It was fine. Okay, whatever. I think what's more important though for Boom is that they look like they struggle against puck a lot. When they played versus Aster, they had their full. Remember, they had their full comfort lineup: the FBZ, Mars, Yopaj, Ember. Like everyone was on like their best heroes. It felt like, and they still lost that game. And the puck was probably the biggest problem for them on the enemy team. I don't know if they've spoken more about how to deal with this hero, but obviously when it comes to pick and bans and like drafting, if you are not so good against the hero and can play it, it's, you know, being able to just take it is an option to deal with it in the draft rather than just bans.
Yeah, and I guess like now it's one of those things that BIM probably aren't really going to roll that dice and play it again. Probably going to use one of their first phase bans for it. But speaking of other heroes that they... What other heroes might they have hotly contested between the two teams? Things that complement both their playstyles that might look to be taken away from each other or in highly needed to be banned?
I think both teams like some of these pretty active 4 positions. I think Tiny being the big one that overlaps both teams. I mean, everyone's kind of first phase picking, banning Tiny. It's not like this standout hero in terms of game impact, but it's the kind of hero that you can just pick at the first phase, flex it around. To me, that's the kind of hero. I think, if anything, they actually have a slightly different hero pool with the way they, you know, Liquid love their Bristles, their Lone Druid, some of these Juggernauts. Like, I feel like it's kind of a fun draft because they are going to have different hero targets that they want to go for.
Yeah, Jackie does like the Jug, but overall, like, I don't think they've been touching Bristle, like you said, in Lone Druid, so those are going to be big issues for them.
No, for me, the biggest similarity between these two teams is they have Giga Brains on position 5s. On one side, you have Scam, on the other, Insania, and they kind of play the similar style of heroes too. Like, your Wyverns can come in handy, you can see some Kottles even on 5, probably not in this patch, but...
no, they like it, for sure.
It's still doable, right?
Yeah.
So overall, they're your classic captains as well. Like, Scam, for me, in Boom, like, this team, if it didn't have Scam, they wouldn't make it this far. Like, put in any stand in there, and I see them faltering much sooner, much faster.
I love Scam as a player. I agree with you. I think he's fantastic. And what I like a lot about him too is other teams, like Chinese teams, come in, their 5s are playing pretty much like exclusively healing supports. Scam is willing to take on that more of playmaking. He'll take a Snapfire, he'll take a Rubik, and he'll look really good on it.
Yeah, because he doesn't enjoy playing 5. This man has played every single position.
I mean, end of the day though, let's be real. They're most, like Insania and Scam, most played hero this tournament so far, Dazzle.
I know you're a big fan of it. I just want to give a quick update though that the game coordinator right now is having some issues, so we're going to have a little bit of a delay on this first series, but it's fine. It means that we get a little bit more time to talk about these teams. We had a chat about Boom where you guys thought some of their strengths were. We didn't actually get to touch on Liquid though, where you felt their strongest lanes or potential timings in this game have shown so far in the major.
I feel that once you see Liquid and once you see the games that they've played in the group stages, you identify a couple of problems that you need to address momentarily. Lone Druid is one of those, right? Like, you see their game plan and you're like, okay, this hero, we either have to find a way of countering him or we just outright just ban him out in that first stage.
It's the most banned hero for teams playing Liquid. Like, I think they've only played 2 Lone Druid games in the group stage.
Everyone
the
bans it.
The other 12 times it was banned. So it's a hero that I think teams have picked up on that.
Because of that guy.
Yeah, because and you talk about their strength. To me, it really is this guy. He is the player that is most important to this Liquid team and their success. They have some other beasts. Like, I think Zai is like top 3, top 5 offlaner in the world. But I think Matu is the guy that makes this team work and that, basically wins them games because of his hero pool. The fact he's not just playing the Bristles, the Lone Druids, he can play typical carries. He's kind of been put into this, I think, box at times where people are like, oh, when he was on Nigma Galaxy, he's just like the green hero guy, the Venom Viper. He'll, just play some sacrificial hero to set Miracle up for success. And now in Liquid, he's showing again, hey, I can play, the Lone Druids, the Bristles, but he can also play the typical carries. He's got a great Lycan, but he's also got a great anti-mage. So he can play the hard carries. He can play like the crazy cheese heroes as well. He's the player that just wins Liquid games.
Yeah, those are like amazing points. And also, I think like it ties back to this puck problem too. Liquid will Lone Druid a puck without hesitation. If you are taking the puck on the first pick of the draft, they will happily Lone Druid. Yeah, and they love, when they do that, they like to put it mid versus the puck in lane, which makes his life even harder. And knowing that this is a strat just makes the puck issue just even more of a problem. Like Boom probably can't just take this. I think it just...
They just can't take puck, right?
They can't take puck.
Well,
I think it has
if they ban Lone Druid, maybe they can.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it ties all the way back to the beginning of the panel when we were discussing. They just have so many ways of dealing with the puck. And if you have ways of dealing with the most contested hero or top 3 most contested, I haven't checked the stats yesterday.
I'm pretty sure it's actually number 1. I do believe Puck is the most picked and banned hero so far at the major.
You're in a really good spot instantly. Like if you have ways of dealing with that, it just opens up possibilities for your draft.
With that all said, one of the games they did pick Lone Druid and Puck, they lost. I don't know if we take away... It looked good though, but they didn't win the game.
Well, that was the game with the Mickey Monkey King. I remember him trying his hardest to 1v9. That game was really, really hard for Lone Druid, actually. I think the response in draft after first phase was like really good.
Yeah, because I think that's the thing. Lone Druid is less scary when it's picked in the first phase. So if you're first picking Puck and they counter with Lone Druid, suddenly you've got the rest of your draft to answer Lone Druid. So I think there's merit to considering it. I don't know if you want to do it, particularly in a game 1 when you're, you want to get off to a good start, but if you know your opponents are going to pick this in response, being able to build a draft around something you know your opponents are picking can be like a preparation advantage that you can get.
For me, that game is just telling that you truly need a proper playmaker with the Lone Druid, right? Like you can't have these two. The way Mickey played as well, like the way he played Monkey King was kind of playmaking. He was jumping across the map. He was doing a lot.
He was their only stun.
He was their only stun, yeah. Perhaps you need something a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely looked great, and it was a very formidable opponent, by the way, in that game. It was LGD. So, there's a little bit of context with that. They looked great in that laning, so it bodes well, I think, for their mentality that they did play so well in that game despite getting the loss. You talked about, that they might need to bring out some new things. A hero that we have talked about and we've seen do very, very well, it has a great win rate and a lot of picks, is the Chen. But we haven't seen Liquid play that at all this major. Do you think it's in their wheelhouse? Do you think it's something that they might consider pulling out at least some point soon?
I can actually see Insania playing it, but I'm not sure like how versatile it is on them when it comes to position 4/5. But they always were a team that gets into the meta a little bit slower at the major, at the big tournaments, right? And perhaps they can show us some Chen today.
Yeah, it would be cool because I know Boom, they played it once this whole tournament, and I was like perusing the old Dota bus, and like Skem's been pubbing while here. He's been pubbing some Chen. He's got it like prepared and ready, I'd hope, to potentially come out this series. The heroes looked insanely strong. Like a lot of these heroes this patch are like quite bad at dealing with creeps just running at you.
The problem is you've seen Insania right there. He strikes me like an honest man, an honest guy, right? And a Chen isn't an honest 5. Like,
he plays Eng. How is that?
No, it's different. It's different. Listen. Chen, he's like, I'm a 5, but not really. I'm taking map control. I'm taking farm. I'm constantly farming creep camps that were supposed to be farmed by either my carry or my mid laner. Then I'm split pushing or defending. Air quotes.
Well, it's about taking like the dangerous parts of the map, right? Like if the enemy's invaded your jungle, which is like how natural map progression goes, then you as a Chen can just like kind of situate yourself on the more safer camps and farm it with your creeps because that's safe. You're not committing your body to that. And I love that about Chen. I think that's a massive strength to the hero. You can just take dangerous farm.
It definitely is, but it also comes with a price. And that's your position 4 is underfarmed, underleveled, and usually struggling. I don't want to see Boxy struggling.
I think it depends the hero. Like some of the heroes he plays, like his Marcy, you can get away with having less farm. Like all you need is that Blink Dagger, perhaps. So I think what we've seen where Chen's most successful is with like the Shaker. Like the Shaker Chen seems to work really well. As long as you have Shaker enough space and room to maybe farm a Blink Dagger, that's all he needs to really be successful.
And they complement each other, right? Like Chen usually does not bring a lot of stuns. He brings the utility, the heals, the auras. Meanwhile, Shaker brings you that one spell, that one stun, and he's over.
Yeah.
That's it. All you need.
I could just feel good to be like, yeah, that's right. One spell. That's all Earthshaker has. He's so useless.
Speaking of Shakers, and his face just showed up on the screen, it's really cool seeing Jerax coaching Liquid recently. I asked Will about it, and he said, like, with Blitz about it, and he said, sorry, hey. And
That's right, guys. She can call a pro player by his first name because she's
pro player.
ex-pro player. The coach by his first name because she's friends with him.
Whatever, you're so funny, Nat T. God,
Thank
you're
you.
a riot.
Oh my God, stop laughing, please.
He said that it was really nice having him on the team because Blitz doesn't play support. He is like a mid player. He loves his Storm Spirit. That's what everyone knows him for.
Will said that, right?
Of course.
Word for
Will,
word.
that guy, Will.
Yeah, that guy
Our
Will.
good friend William Blitzley. Yeah, and like how it must be nice, right? You have Jerax, TI winner, like he's helping you with your support areas, like filling the gaps in your coaching. Like the team is progressing and getting better, and like it's good to have these resources.
It's good to see some of these faces back, like from being retired into playing, into coaching as well. The fire never dies.
Yeah, it'd be fun to, I hope you get, it's not the end of Jerax's playing career though, Hopefully this coaching is just, just for this season maybe, but...
Midway point.
Yeah.
Midway point, yeah. Just a transition.
It's like dipping your toe back into the water, and then you're like, actually, I kind of want to just go for a swim now.
I will say when it comes to coaches, I think Boom have like the best in the SA region.
Oh, yeah.
Mushi, every single player who plays with and under Mushi just has absolute utmost praise for him and what he brings to the table. Speaking of roles, he's played core, he's played support, he's played it all. He's played, mid. The only thing he hasn't played is offlane, as far as I know. But he's, I think, just that kind of like experienced veteran voice, and he's had many years of coaching experience now. So leading this like newly formed Boom squad to just tremendous success throughout the year.
Yeah, I love like looking into coaches. Like I feel like it's always a really good thing when you read like articles on teams and like the teams talk and do interviews, and they always like refer to their coach. Like when a coach is really involved in how a team talks about their strategies, that makes me feel like a lot of confidence in them.
Do you think Scam is the kind of a guy that listens to the coach and everything he says? Because that man has a lot of ideas.
I think it's collaborative. And when it comes to Mushi, I mean, there's a bit of like the joke going around, like, they'll lose a game and Mushi's going to like bring them out back and, whip into shape, make sure, they get their head on. But
look at him. He doesn't strike me. I don't
He's
care.
like, I know what Mushi told me. We're not going to draft that, though. I'm going to go something completely different. Absolutely. I was going to ask a question about the coaches, but we're going to have a look at this player comparison just quickly between Scam and Insania. And, with these stats and how you see, like, with the camp stack being very similar, even sort of with that vision game, does it paint the picture that these two are really similar in playstyle?
3 camps? These are rookie numbers, bro.
I can't.
Carries.
I honestly cannot believe my eyes. I believe that this is more likely switched because Insania having less average camp stacks. What the hell is happening?
Maybe it's because of the game length or something. Like that's always
it's this major.
Like, I think Boom's having longer games, so there's more time to maybe stack more.
I don't know.
Oh, so you're saying Scam's a worse support? Is that what you're saying, Gods?
Oh God,
No?
that's
ridiculous.
It's not about being a worse support. That's all Insania does. He stacks camps constantly. Like ever since they were Alliance, like this guy would always make sure that they have a ton of those ancients, a ton of the camps stacked in the jungle. He's your look at him. He's the guy that
beautiful.
Right now he's thinking, how do I stack 5 camps with the Shadow Demon at the same time?
Do you know what I actually think it might be with the low camp stacked average? I think it's just that it's easier for 4s to be the ones that go into the like triangle and stack the ancients and the hard camp, and like that's probably where the camp stack come. I'd be very curious to see camp stacked stats for 4 players in this match rather than 5s. Okay. But that being said, yeah, get on it, bro. What are you doing? Like pick some coddle, go blast some camps. This is pathetic, seriously.
As one of those I was gonna say one of those versatile heroes we talked about. Let's put it in there. Let's see stack some more camps. But circling back to our discussion about the coaches, how do you feel their coaching style might differ between Boom and Liquid?
Well, Boom has 1, Liquid has 18 at this point. What's
Look at all.
How do you lose even? Like there's a football squad over there, like full football squad behind the PC.
It's a whole entourage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, like, when people talk about Mushi and his style, it's very much like he has extremely high expectations, and he will push you just to be like the best you can be. Like, I know, like, I talked with Palmlo, and he was saying that he took some coaching under Mushi, and it was very much like he makes sure that you're never like zoning out of a game. Like, you're thinking constantly about everything that's happening and making sure your efficiency is like peaking 100%. And that's very rigorous. Like, I think Team Liquid have 3 different coaches who handle 3 different sorts of things.
I love that you mentioned focus and these layers of focus. I remember some of my teams, I had players that would alt-tab during their dead time.
Really?
Check the Facebook, the DMs a little bit, you know. If any girls are hitting him up, then come back. Oh, I'm alive, let's go.
All right, these guys are even worse at stacking caps.
I was going to say, you got the stat that you wanted, but
no.
1.63 and then 1.69, I mean...
This is just awful.
This patch is not about stacking.
All right, yeah, I was gonna say, I can theorize even more now, guys. Maybe it's Maybe it's just the carry heroes. Lone Druid, he doesn't care about camp stacks. He doesn't want to. He wants to run at buildings. Although I will say, like, Bristleback, he does, yeah. But I'm just gonna ignore that for my storyline.
That one didn't happen.
Yeah, Ancients aren't stacked as much as they used to be. I guess that's also something, right?
Yeah, it used to be there was a lot of hard carries. Medusas were so popular, and 4s would just constantly go back, stack Ancients, go back to lane.
Right now, you stack in a pub, they flame you. Like, why are you stacking? I can't farm this anymore. So the meta has changed a little bit when it comes to those stacks.
I'm running out of points to talk about. I'm not going to lie here, you know.
All right.
It doesn't matter because coordinator is back up.
I was going to say, I got the info in my ear that the coordinator was back up. It might be 2 minutes. That was probably about 5 minutes ago, so...
All right, I can just rehash old points I said in previous series. So...
You didn't have to preface it. You could be like, I have brand new ideas.
I have a brand new idea to say.
Please, Sheep. I'm on the edge of my seat.
So, if you watch the Riyadh Masters, 9 did a lovely panel, and he really talked about how important side lanes are, guys. So, like, let's talk about the side lanes. He said that mid is so easy now with how much regen you get and how hard it is to lose the lane that he thinks it's more important having supports that can rotate to the mid lane. And we see a team like Liquid. Zai has literally been left alone for his entire life. I don't even know if he has a lane partner. I think it's very good for...
That's a sad story.
I don't know. He's so good at coming back from like the worst.
I didn't expect these kind of feelings on the panel.
Like a roller coaster of emotions.
What is Zai?
Poor Zai.
Somebody give him a hug, please.
But I think that's effective, right? You have Boxy, who's really good at these roaming 4s. He'll play the Mossy, the Dawn, Tiny, heroes that can just go to mid. And like, Zai's going to be absolutely fine with that. He's used to it. It's his playstyle. I think they work really well together in that regard. It meshes with this patch. On the side of Boom, I don't know. I feel like FBZ maybe requires a little bit more babysitting sometimes, but he does get left alone sometimes too.
What are some of the heroes that really capitalize on that rotation that you talk about that need to maybe enact that playstyle?
I just said them.
On the mid lane, or on the off lane?
You said Boxy.
Yes, you were talking about force.
For Tim's, I'd love to see like some Mirana. Like that's. I just feel like Mirana's been criminally underpicked and underplayed. Like, where is the Tim's Mirana? He played, I think, 1 game in the group.
I was going to say, how many times we have seen it at least once? Is it only once?
I think it might be twice.
Okay.
Only because I think we had this conversation before the last one, but I could be completely wrong.
I think more important thing is like, who are you playing on the offlane? When you have that position 4 that can roam, it's not on the position 4 that can roam. Is it allowed to roam? Because sometimes you have to stay there. Some heroes cannot be abandoned. Like, you just cannot leave them. Let's say a Viper early on. That's not a hero that you can leave in some lanes. He's just gonna feed or be completely zoned out. But some hero benefits from the experience. If you can just mess up the equilibrium a little bit, you're supposed to leave him so he gets that level 6 faster.
Yeah, that's true. In terms of offlaners for Zai in the past, I've seen like even a hero like Pango. I think Pango is kind of a weak laner, especially alone. But you can find impact, right? Like as soon as Zai has level 6 on any ult hero, he can just walk to mid or go to like TP react and use that ult to get kills, and it doesn't matter. My panel's playing catch. This is disgusting.
It just hit me in the face. I missed it and it hit me in the face.
Speaking of getting hit in the face, how about Pudge?
No, don't bring that up on my panel, please.
All right.
It's a hero
We got
that
a draft.
Liquid
It
play.
is.
We got a draft, everyone.
It is. We do have a draft, though.
Ding,
Finally, we can jump in. You know, I feel like we've given the whole history, the whole rendition of these two teams way past this major. So finally, this draft, Lone Druid, Winter, Wyvern, that's all we got of the draft so far, those two bands.
Makes sense. Lone Druid, big.
There's
Who has
some-
first pick? Boom.
Boom,
So
Liquid have
maybe,
second pick.
maybe we do see that puck.
Maybe we see it banned here as well, right? Like, or picked up by Boom. They ban out the Razor instead. What would be better for Liquid to ban than the puck?
You could ban one of those Marcy heroes.
Marcy Tiny.
Or Dawnbreaker.
Dawnbreaker.
I like that because FBZ plays it and Jackie plays it, so it's very flexible for Boom.
But this is, I love the thought process that perhaps might be behind this. Just leave the puck in and see if they pick it. If they
Okay.
don't pick it, we can actually go for it. Or we don't even have to worry about that puck anymore because we know that they're not first phasing it.
Yeah, I mean, they did take Tiny, which is like a preventative measure. I think a lot of teams are still very comfortable playing Puck into the Tiny, but still, Tiny's a great hero against Puck. You can put it mid, and you get that burst. It's very nice.
Yeah, I think not just that as well, like Liquid have shown quite a lot of favoritism towards it too. They like picking it up in the first phase, so it's one of those things that preventative, but they also really like it too.
This could be our Death Prophet Shaker. Yeah, there we go. Instantly going back to the meta of the major, I would say, right? Like you get that offlaner that benefits a lot from the fissure blocks, an offlaner that actually can be left by the Shaker once the lane equilibrium is in her favor.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing about this is it shows me that Liquid's looking at what's succeeding and not just trying to like force their play style and their picks. Because a lot of teams will like double down, like, no, this is us, we just got to stick to our identity. But Liquid, even throughout the groups, they played like a very big, wide range of hero. There was nothing they picked more than like 5 or 6 times. So they're willing to adjust and try stuff that's working for other teams.
Yeah, is our Shaker above 50% win rate yet? Anyone know? Anyone?
He's climbing.
If you give
what a
me
bot.
3 seconds, I will find out.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ever since Gods proclaimed it the worst hero in the history of Dota
Yeah,
at the moment.
it's been winning.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you need 2 stats. Earthshaker's win rate and Earthshaker's win rate without Jin Q. If you remove Jin Q, and then we're still looking at like 30%, I think.
Okay, it's on 47% right now, so
Yeah.
it hasn't reached 50.
We're close.
But
This
that's
could be the game.
including, that's including LGDs.
Yeah. Get rid of LGD, and I want to hear some numbers.
That's cruel. That's cruel.
One hero that I've seen more banned than picked at the current tournament, but maybe that's just the games that I've been able to follow, is the Chaos Knight, right? Like, he's been banned quite a bit, but I haven't seen way too many picks. However, I have seen every single player that's a position 1 at this tournament practicing it in pubs. Like, they love it. They think that the hero is obviously some flavor of the meta.
Yeah, last Stockholm, he was also super popular too. And like Blitz said that Liquid didn't have that in their arsenal back then. So like going into this major, they wanted to expand their pools. And I like seeing that, like even now, this Shaker, it's not like been massively picked by them before now. I definitely like it a lot. Like if you get this Shaker and you play it in like a tiny way, like this is a big thing, right? In the past, Shaker, you buy the boots and you would do the wave dragging. And whilst that's still a thing, a way you can play, if you buy regen on the Shaker now, you can just go to lane, you do the double Fissure block, the wave is back, and then you, on the first 2 waves, are actually quite strong. And you can trade with the heroes, especially with a DP who's also going to be strong, and just like trade. And that's like a very good timing for you in the lane.
Yeah, I think you need to make sure that like Wave stays in a safe place so you can get those early levels, because I think while Shaker can do that, I still think overall he's not a very strong laner. And that's something that I think for Boom, they're recognizing that. That's why they picked Chaos Knight. This is a hero that can punish the lane, basically be a kill lane against a hero like Death Prophet Shaker, where, you know, these heroes just want to maybe play the lane more passively.
So basically what you do with a Shaker in a lane such as that one, you're kind of in the trees, you're saving your fissure, you're never really using it aggressively.
Yeah.
The moment DP gets gone on, you use that fissure to break apart the fight, she siphons and runs away. So it's, as a save, sort of a safe laner, he's pretty good at the moment, but he doesn't really pressure the lane that much. However, a hero that does pressure the lanes quite a lot very early on that position 5 is Chen. And that's something that we have seen with the Death Prophet, with the Razor Shaker, Death Prophet Shaker, Viper Shaker. You get a lot of sustain from him as well. And sometimes Death Prophet, that's all she needs, right? She needs just a little bit of that save so that she can pop her Yules, BKB, and ulti.
Do you think there is a really good hero that can be paired with Earthshaker when we get to the later game, when it comes more to that team fight? Or does DP also have that covered?
Ooh. I mean, Shaker doesn't necessarily need like a load of damage dumped on the Echo Slam because the Echo Slam itself is loads of damage. I think he is just like a very good utility hero. Like he dissuades the puck, obviously, because he has like, you can stun from Fog very easily. When you see him put here against the Tiny, like Tiny loves to toss people back in our position, right? Fisher is a really long range way to disengage those types of fights. So I really love this in response. Also, CK, I mean, he's got illusions, man. He's kind of setting this Earthshaker up for some success, despite the laning point, right?
Do you think that we need more than the Earthshaker to deal with the CK?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely. I think Echo Slam is, it's not what it quite was like 5 years ago.
Yeah, yeah. It's more of a question mark in the end now when he uses the ulti. Echo Slam? All right.
We're coming near the end.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Coming near the end of this ban phase, and that puck is still in the pool. It's not really being looked at by either team right now. Do you think it is potentially going to go fully ignored?
It might go. Like, I think Mickey only played it 3 times, right? Yeah. So they're not. It's not like they're picking it every single game they can, but there is bans to consider too.
They don't get the Chen, they get the Enchantress. It's not necessarily the same way of playing. Like, Enchantress is way less greedy at this point, even though it was reverse once upon a time. But I feel like she is a little bit of a better laner at the moment, at least.
Yeah. I really love the Ench pick. I love it, A, because it makes it hard for CK to burst her because of that untouchable. It also is a hero that can use creeps and her own body to provide vision on the map for Shaker to get those good initiations. You can bait in with yourself, right?
I could nerd out about this matchup.
10%. I feel like I'm back in
Let's go, please. This is your time to shine, Lizard.
No. Let's not go there. Overall, for Team Liquid, I feel like they just let this Viper plus Tiny go through. Boom got both of them plus the Chen. I feel that this is the meta right now being played by Boom Esports.
Their draft looks super scary. Like this Viper Tiny lane, and they play out. Like I don't hate the Alchemist pick, but it's going to be a tough lane if this is safe lane out.
I've seen a lot of games in which Alchemist is safe lane versus Viper go extremely poorly for him. In a way that he just gets crushed and needs to be relegated to that jungle area very, very early on.
Yeah.
But you do have Enchantress.
Yes, that's the big buy. I know, like from some of the games Jenkins casting, he's like, Enchantress can potentially negate the Viper factor. Like if there's a 5 position you want against to secure an Alch's lane, Enchantress, there's like no better than an Enchantress.
Yeah. You have like the problem where you are on Radiant, so it's harder for Alch to farm camps as effectively as on Dire, but you do have an Ench. So we memed a lot about camp stacking, but if this game Shaker or Ench are able to just stack any camp when they're going and moving around on the map, it would be really good for Liquid's catch-up game post Viper lane.
I'm going to take a stab at the dark here, looking for 2 mid laners. What do you guys feel is going to be best? Do we need some of that backline? Do we need someone a little bit more take? Like, what is each team missing for this mid laner that they have to fill?
I think both teams are missing a puck.
It is still there, right? Like this kind of blows my mind, considering Liquid's one of their favorite pairings right now is that puck and that Enchantress.
For Boom as well, getting a hero that can get across the fissure early on in the game could be nice. So none of these heroes that get just blocked out and killed out by the enemy position 2. But do you need to think that way? You don't, but at the same time, those heroes are also good. Like all these playmakers that you mentioned usually have repositioning tools.
I think the main other option, if Boom don't want to go that direction, is maybe if they want to go for like some of those tanky mids so they can kind of death ball around the Chen. Like they like to play Kunkka, for example. Like these kinds of more frontliney ones, whereas Puck, you kind of like, hit and run, playing, going on the back lines some more.
I wouldn't mind that. The only problem for me would be perhaps if you're tanky, you lack something, right? And usually you lack damage if you do go for those full tanky builds.
Yeah.
It can work. They banned the Kunkka themselves, actually. I feel like getting more damage on Boom perhaps would be a little better.
I have seen Yopaj playing Invoker a fair few times this tournament, and I kind of like the idea of like a Quaswex Vessel Invoker running around just trying to beat out Liquid's timings, because right now I'm scared. BKB gonna come out on DP around like 15 minutes. Alk's gonna hit that Radiance BKB around 15 minutes. Earthshake is gonna try and get his Blink between 15 and 20 minutes, and when they have all these items, Boomer's gonna struggle. They're very immobile as a team.
So are you thinking like Parker is double down on that immobility and go for full snowball effect, or? Because that's one way of dealing with it. Like, I don't necessarily disagree with what Parker called out. It might be a little bit harder to execute, however.
It is quite scary. Boom definitely have like damage mitigation with the Chen heal right now, so maybe if they just have something here that can re-engage really well when Liquid like try and go on them, like they get gone on, they heal up, and then they just catch you back. A hero like that would be...
I was about to say, what if we were going to see a Yopaj Tiny mid and they look for a 4? There we go. It's potential with that Tusk there. And Liquid now, they see most likely what their matchups are going to be. What's the retaliation?
I think first you're scared against this Viper and Tusk, because if Tiny and Viper are difficult to lane against, Tusk and Viper, they're not any easier.
Oh boy.
Oh, last pick Timber.
Yeah.
They can death profit mid if they want this Timber off lane. And we talked about needing more against the CK.
Oh, it's
and
mid Timber.
Oh my
Timber
goodness.
brings it. Like, that's a hero that can make CK's life very miserable.
I love it. And also, like, Nine talked about this mid Timber saw. It is, like, probably one of the only mid heroes that can not only pressure the mid hero alone, but also pressure the tower alone. Like, he does not need these big rotations if they want to focus on their side lanes.
Yeah, the problem, you don't have this opportunity of switching up the lanes and putting Viper against him. I don't think so, at least. Maybe there's a world in which you can even go Jackie offlane with the Tusk, with the Chen, Tiny safe lane, Viper mid, but I think the Viper's point here is to pressure the Alchemist as well, right, with the Tusk. So you don't really have that maneuverability.
How do you feel these lanes, how they're going to go and how it's going to transition into the later game? Where are you putting your favorites?
Ooh, I still think this Viper lane is strong, but I'm slightly leaning towards Liquid. I think the way they set this draft up and got this last pick Timber plus the Ench being enough to secure Matu a good lane, and more importantly, it's Alki's going to catch up in the jungle. I'll give Liquid like 60-40 favorites on the draft.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think like the timing on Liquid is too scary for Boom. I don't know how they're meant to deal with it. They need to crush their lanes so hard and then just like dominate the map space.
I'll be the odd one out. I'll go with Boom game one. I feel that if their lanes do go well, they could crush the game before Alchemist comes online.
Yeah, they could just absolutely run away with it. But for now, we're going to run over to our casters. It is Lyrical and Trent.
Thank you so much, Nat, and the wonderful panel. Trent, we got one of the most hyped games of all time. Winner goes to TI. One of these teams they absolutely have to win if they want to get in for the direct points. How you feeling?
This is what you want with the DPC. Yes, yes. This is what we come to. Come to our lands, right? Get the big points, make it all the way. And so this is the chance. For Liquid, they need to be victorious here. To make it Boom, it'll be out of their hands at that point.
Exactly.
And but if they just win it, just secure it right now, this is your chance. So a humongous series for both teams.
And it's not just these teams either. It's all of those respective regions teams. I saw on there a lot of Southeast Asian teams. They don't want to play against Boom in those qualifiers. They want to get there on their own merits and have a couple more spots. Right now, it's Fnatic and Boom, the only ones. If they're both out, then there's no TI teams that are coming from C through the direct qualification of points. But let's get into this game number 1. As Liquid head out across the map, picking this last pick, Timbersaw, and a little bit of a switch up, but a pretty devastating one against all these strength melee cores.
Yeah, Boom had their options. Obviously, you can only go so far in the drafting phase when you don't have that final pick. And they started out with the Tiny, and in the end, they did decide to give that to Yopaj. And essentially what that says is that they really believed that the Tim's hero was going to be super important here, and they weren't very concerned about getting counterpicked in the mid lane on this Tiny. It was kind of apparent at that point that that was very likely to be the mid hero. And so they just put a lot of value into Tim's Tusk here. And of course, Tusk Chen has been an extremely powerful combination over the past couple of years, and that is something that can help you snowball your way to a victory before someone like this Alchemist can come online.
If they can keep that momentum going, like Lizard said, win those lanes, and that's the recipe for Boom's success. And on the other side, Liquid trying to hold out, get the Alchemist big and strong, and Boom, after standing up on that high ground, none of Liquid are going to rotate in. They are going to head on over and pick up the bounty runes instead. There might still be a bit of a battle here. We'll see. Just outside of vision. Actually, they're going to run down bottom instead, so this could end up being 3. Although also Zai's heading over. Skem going to see if he can outclick there. Liquid managed to find 2. Boom on the other side, only getting the 1, and they'll pick up 2 as well.
Yeah, and Zai, of course, unfortunately unaware that he could have just gone up there and grabbed that one himself there too. But Skem will come around, happily see that it's still there. We go for 2 for 2 for starts.
So there was some questions about if there are going to be any lane swap-ups going on, but it looks like they're just going to try and play this one straight on Boom, and they're going to have to deal with the Timber Saw in the lane. Could be a bit tough for Yopaj, though.
We've been seeing what's been happening with these Timber Saws just in a side lane who get a solo situation where they're able to pull the lanes apart, farm the lane, pull the wave into a jungle camp, and then farm through that as well. And they get off this accelerated start, which really increases their pressure across the entire map. And so that's something that Mickey's also going to be able to do here from the mid lane.
He can get some space open. And then obviously the big thing is this Whirling Death taking away all that HP from Yopaj and also continuing to mitigate his last hitting potential, but starting with a lot of base damage on that Tiny. Other lanes that we should watch for, up on the top side actually, they managed to find a quick little courier snipe. So Boxy moves on in, takes that down, and Skem and Jackie can have to make do with a little bit less regen there. As Zai, couple punches, forced out of the lane. Boxy goes on in to secure the range creep.
Yeah, that was nice. No panic fissure there, just to like prevent any damage on the Zai, instead securing the range creep, and now you've gained some damage onto Skem.
And likewise down bottom, Insania takes some punches. Tim's gonna be fine through it. Skem also backs away, but FBZ, boss man indeed. A couple more punches, and Matumba Man draws first blood on the Alchemist.
Well, you heard the panel saying, there have been situations where, of course, this Viper able to pressure early, but catches him at just level 1. So not enough options to slow down Matu. They don't get the combination as well from the Tusk, of course, as you don't have the tag team yet, so you're not able to punch back and really threaten with this damage there. Doesn't mean the lane's over by any means, but certainly a great start there for Liquid.
Yeah, one of the benefits of spamming out that wave and getting that level 2, really, really nice. As Yopaj heads on over, will pick up a quick little water rune, refill, and head on back to lane. Mickey does not have a bottle, just going in for the bracer and trying to pick up a soul ring next. But you can see that mainly just that bottom lane that's a little bit of a rough one, losing the Viper.
Yeah, meanwhile, you just got like the supports up top just pulling waves apart while you tornado alley down bottom.
Yeah, gotta be careful.
Boxy very happy with the situation though.
Yeah, gets the pull through, and actually Zai gonna pull the wave behind the tower to connect up with the rest of it. They will lose that range creep. Skem comes in, so this is all behind the tower. This is great right now.
I mean, Boxy's got more last hits than Zai at this point.
That's the classic. That's what we've seen. And yeah, indeed, they're going to keep pulling that around. Need to find a way to control that wave on Boom. It's just so hard when you can get those like fast-moving heroes messing with the equilibrium. But again, Mickey in the mid lane, 12 and 5 versus the 15 and 7. So it hasn't really been a super hard counter pick yet. Yopaj still doing very well in the mid lane.
Yeah, we'll have to watch though, as level 2 Whirling Death, he's going to keep pushing, harassing with that, and then when the 4-minute runes come up, you imagine that's when there could be a situation of rotations. So see if any supports decide to come mid for that. Yopaj still has a boundary rune inside his jungle. I don't know if Boxy's going to make a play over for that anytime soon, because obviously his Timber hasn't had the urgency to get there due to the no bottle build.
Right. And again, they're pressuring up top to try and grab another wave, it looks like. At least they're able to zone him back. Skem was doing a good job sending those creeps over that direction. Jackie gets away finally underneath his tower here. But again, a very passive start to this one. Both teams just trying to sort of out maneuver the other ones in terms of getting the more macro around the map. As Boxy runs into Skem, picks up that bounty rune. And Tim's also interrupted.
Yopaj forced to throw out the avalanche here just to get to the water rune first as well inside the river too, but looks like Skem should be all right on the runaway here. And in the bottom lane, what's been happening is they haven't been able to apply this pressure that you want from a Tusk and a Viper because Insania had the pull opened up from the small camp. And so he's been managing that, he's been sending the creeps in, and you're kind of getting everything that you want in this lane as an inch, right? Typically we've run these situations where you're not getting any creeps, it's always being blocked out. But Insania just having a bit of freedom here. Part of that coming from the ability to just like push out the wave because of the Alchemist, but also just that initial creep control in the camps is so important for this hero. And they're the ones who are actually bullying and pressuring and just like constant unstable concoctions being tossed in from Matu, making it a bit wary for them to dive in here from Boom, despite having such an aggressive duo.
I mean, you can tell it's one of those matches where neither side wants to like give up anything easy. They're both playing very conservatively, and 0 deaths to make sure that they are, you know, keeping it even in this pivotal matchup for them. Jackie very low, needs to get some lifesteal off some of those creeps or something.
I feel like being 0-0-0 at 5.5 minutes is probably not good for a 9th pick Tusk.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
It puts a lot of pressure on your mid game, you know.
Yopaj, I mean, this is going to be an interesting point to see what happens when Mickey hits 6. He just gets it now, and it's hard to imagine him staying in this lane with Chakram available, even though he doesn't have the Timber Chain. It's still really dangerous, and you can see Tiny already heading back to base.
Yeah, Tim's, oh, he tries to go with the chase down the tag team. They went so long, and then Insania just captures the creep of the jungle.
Yeah, that'll happen.
Oh, there's the ensnare coming in.
They got level 6
body blocks
on Mickey,
here.
but
what?
They won't go for it. Interesting.
I really thought with the Fissure they would just, is it just too much wasted time, I guess, basically? Like, I feel like, I guess there's always a chance he just gets a snowball up, right? Like, FPZ gives him vision of the camp, he snowballs to the neutrals or something, and so could just be a bad chase.
Opaj eats a Chakram.
Better to pressure the Tiny.
Right. Whirling Death, they're actually glyphing for the catapult and find him here. Opaj doesn't have a target to toss to, not going to connect with that Chakram, but still, Catapult being alive means there's some good damage onto this mid-tier 1. And they try and kill it off. Almost dead. Move on in, and Yopaj takes out the Catapult. So Liquid is slowly winning these like laning stage engagements. They're getting more out of the lanes, it looks like, according to those last hits denies. But you can see that it's not a huge differential. Still less than 1,000 gold separating them. It's an Alchemist at the end of the day.
I think the problem to me is that this constant pressure on Yopaj just means that there's going to be more support attention coming mid, particularly from Tims, and then even just like Schem too, you can see he's kind of floating around this area. So this is where the side lanes are going to suffer. And even if they're not suffering, they're definitely not progressing in an offensive manner. So someone like Matu, like he's just been kind of free farming. I mean,
yeah.
He's having an excellent start considering he's in a lane versus a Tusk and a Viper. I feel like Insania did a very good job of actually showing off the strength of the Enchantress when everything goes right. Like you can see why he has put so much effort into blocking off these creeps and everything, because he's just given so much space for Matu here.
Right. Al could gain everything that he wants. And Zai playing much more for the laning stages. Insania runs into Tims, and this might finally be a bit too far for him. The tag team, a couple punches, but Matumba Man moves in, snowball to dodge the stun, and still FBZ taking a lot of damage with all that minus armor and having the extra creep to good shards block off. Oh, that was a pretty bait. Stun is there. It's not enough to kill the Viper. Well played by Boom.
Yeah, Yopaj needing that desperately, right? Because he doesn't really have that many safe places to go right now. He's not the fastest neutral farmer at this point, and he's got maxed out Avalanche, so he really needs to find a situation where he can find a hero because of this Timbersaw's threat in the mid lane. Ideal situation there, just absolutely huge. That puts him second on net worth. Huge bonus for Yopaj.
Very, very big. And Mickey, of course, wants to make a lot happen at this point in the game. The 3 points up in reactive armor, has the Arcane Boots about to come out now, trying to pressure the tower. A lot of the damage comes via the creeps. Another fissure block off. We've seen this before. Yopaj tries to get away. The Hurricane. Avalanche thrown out. Viper Strike now onto Mickey. FBZ trying to survive through this, and in fact, they're going to be able to. Mickey goes down. Boom, they bring numbers mid and punish that heavy pressure into the mid lane.
Okay, not supposed to be going down at this point. I mean, obviously you are forcing these rotations, so that's still good here for Zai, who's able to pressure under the tower. Does pop the Exorcism as the stun comes out from Jackie.
But a nice fissure block off, and Jackie in trouble. I don't think there's any way out of this one. As Zai takes the kill and is going to move to try and secure the tower. There is a glyph available. And in fact, with Yopaj in the area, we'll find Boxy, Ava toss, couple more punches, they get the kill, glyph the tower. Boom, still protecting objectives.
I feel like there's such small moments for Yopaj that he's been needing to catch this game because of his build, right? He's so reliant on getting these heroes that it's actually kind of ridiculous. He's finding two perfect moments there.
Heads up play by Zai just to back out with Tims nearby and having a lot of lockdown. They even got the Ogre Bruiser, I think. They are not wanting to tempt fate.
It sends Jackie's mid lane now. Going to try and hold this down. It does provide a bit of a threat in terms of rotation. The stun into potential moves from Tims. Tims in behind the tier 1. Now, it's a great ward to spot these TPs, and even catches Boxy a little bit here for some harass, but not going to find anything too serious as now 4 heroes mid. They're going to find the 10-minute rune. Unfortunately, just a regen, though.
Right.
Not what you're hoping for. You're kind of hoping to make a smoke play, I'd imagine, with Yopaj right there.
Well, you talked about the need that they had to get active. So just leaving some trash behind it. We'll pick up the shovel. The sort of pressure that was on this Tusk to make a lot of mid-game movements, you know, keep himself active, get kills. So far, he's been able to do that, kind of mirroring a couple of those movements that we've seen from the Earthshaker. But likewise, I'm looking at this Liquid draft. You've got Timbersaw, you've got Enchantress, you've got Death Prophet, and at 10 minutes, all the Tier 1 tower is relatively healthy. It's a little bit scary. I mean, I guess they've got the Alk in their back pocket, but...
Yeah, you might have a little bit more pressure in it. It seems like Boom just able to put these sort of like stalwart lane holders in place, right? They're just throwing down someone like this CK into the lane whenever necessary.
Sania, have it, toss, couple more punches, very survivable, but in the end, they'll bring down Bambi, and Boom look to take that bottom Tier 1 while FBZ makes the movement to mid, sets up to defend. So Liquid, while they have a lot of sustain, they have not been able to latch onto those objectives yet. Waiting for Matumba Man's Radiance, which is just about completed on the Relic.
Yeah, we kind of have like 5 wall heroes, I guess, in this game, or 6 even, the sense of just like holding the tower and sort of requiring a lot of effort if you want to actually overtake in these situations. Pretty much like all the Tricore on Boom can provide that role where they can just kind of like sit there, camp a little bit, and once the numbers are too big, they manage to find their way out, of course, is Jackie just hitting a stack. Not the best hero for this, obviously. Takes a bit of time.
Oh, yeah. Tumbaman pulling the creep wave over to his camp, and mid lane they're pressuring, while also in the jungle, Liquid is kind of chasing this CK out of there.
He's
forces him back.
like, he does not care, you know? He's like, yeah, this isn't that great for me, but my whole team is rotating mid. They're grabbing that tower. This is Chen coming online right now, farming in towards that mech.
And again, if you do wait and get the Radiance timing, Liquid feel like they're going to be very strong at that point, but how much damage is going to be done around that moment?
As well as who is Yopaj going to catch at the start of these fights, right? Like, has that Blink Dagger. Every fight wants to open with an Ava toss into a follow-up there as well from Tim, so you can kill pretty much anyone at the start if you're in sync there.
Boxy spots Yopaj. Can't stop it, though. Tim's available, the punch, the shards, nothing done. But Zai
is committing.
Goes in, Exorcism, Silence, wants to make a big move. Is it going to be a little bit of a dangerous one? Gets some separation. Zai gets caught by the stump, but Yopaj already dead. FPZ turns with the Viper Strike. Zai is done. Skem backs away from Mickey, but the Timbersaw will clean up. Creeps need to back out at this point, as it's a trade of 2 for 2.
Heavy commit there from Zai, but not able to get the shard block. I feel like they wanted to get the wall in, but weren't able to do it. So Zai, although he was isolated and does end up dying for it, still able to get the kill on Yopaj is really going to help slow down this pacing from Boom. But much like the Radiance being built up and this backup from Matu, there is a similar situation here from Jackie, who's just trying to farm into that secondary item of the Echo Saber and provide a little bit more threat in these team fights when he finally decides to join up.
Well, and the big differential is, of course, like supports on Boom, getting a lot of farm, about 1,000 gold ahead of the Ench and the Earthshaker, but it's also that Alchemist, which now completed the Radiance pretty much top of the net worth and looking to get into the BKB next, but he's still very vulnerable with no BKB. If they can connect, Matumba Man, does he scout out that they're there? No, they have the toss back. Do they have enough damage, though? They definitely will. As he's broken, they get the finish. Skem shows up with the mech for the save. Tim's trying to walk away. They have the snowball. FBZ still trying to chase onto Zai. Chakram just a little bit off the mark, and another round of the Avalanche, the toss back. They pull him in for the Reality Rift. You lose the Tusk, but you take Alk and Death Prophet.
Yeah, Zai getting the Yules delivered mid-engagement there, but not even getting a chance to use it. It gets blown up so quickly there, and that's what we're talking about. Like, you think about this Tiny maybe not able to blow up some of these tankier heroes, but that's one thing that Tusk can provide for you. So even if they felt like maybe Yopaj would have a bit of a rougher time mid and wouldn't get that like super fast experience acceleration where you get the more damage by leveling up all your skills, getting the ulti, by having that extra bit of oomph on the Tusk, they can still get a big target like Matu.
And I mean, it has been a really fabulous showing so far from Boom. They've recognized when Liquid is strong, dodged away from those fights, keeping that mid tower alive for so long. And I mean, Yopaj, right before he stepped into the acid spray, gets the blink off, finds Matumba Man.
Yeah, and I mean, you need that toss back, right? Like, you needed that bonus damage there from Tims. There can't be any delay for that regen to kick in there. And Skem's mech really helping to solidify Liquid committing a bit too hard for this fight.
Very, very clutch stuff.
And another toss back. What a hero.
Yeah.
You know, those low cooldowns.
Apparently Tiny's good. Tiny is very good. Matumba Man not too concerned. Gets a little dance on. Still feeling like they're in a decent position. And I can't argue with that.
And he's just doing Alk Taunt. And yeah, you can see there's a little wall of wards here. That one behind the tier 1 still surviving all the way through there. We got another one in the jungle right there too. So Yopaj, he's hunting.
But Liquid, they're not presenting themselves as a target yet. As everybody on the bottom side of the map, they've given up that Roche area to Boom. Although I don't think that they want to go in and take it anytime soon.
Oh, look at that ward. They just popped on that smoke over the Dire Observer ward too. So I think that it was just running low. I'm curious if Boxy opts for the shard or if he wants to try and hang all the way for the Blink Dagger.
Right.
It's a bit of a tough call this game because I do think the shard's really valuable when you're playing with the Death Prophet as well as the Timber and the Alk, right? These should be long delayed fights. There's a lot of sustain and regen on his team, and so you do get the one-shot jump with the Echo Slam Blink, sure, but the shard, like the multiple spells, the constant stuns, I actually feel like it's worth it if you're not going to be able to farm to that Blink Dagger, and I do think he's going to struggle to get there this game.
This would be the moment when obviously a Blink would be great, but I mean, there's nowhere near it, and like you said, could be a bit of a problem, particularly if Boom can take this Aegis and start translating that into more objectives around the map, shutting down the areas where Liquid can farm. They do manage to take that bottom tier 1 tower on Liquid, so opening up the map a little bit. All the tier 1s now dead in this game. But
I mean, Box is just going to pray for a Philly, honestly. I feel like,
it's so
this next round of neutrals comes in. I don't know where he's going to get a wave to farm this Blink Dagger. He's just going to need a good engagement, some sort of fight where he can hang in there, get these fissures, and hope that he doesn't get caught farming under towers like this, because it's certainly a precarious position for him with a Tiny hunting across the map, but instead they're smoking. They're trying to find a bigger target.
Yeah, that would have been a good kill on Boxy, but instead this could be a bigger one. Finds Zai for the tossback, but a little bit away. Doesn't matter. He's dead.
He has a Yules.
Yeah, that's
he
pretty
can't
rough.
use it.
It's not available. Not ready. Tough.
All right, well, Space. He's halfway. You know, he has about 600 gold to go. He's getting there.
Yeah. He got that wave up top. Mickey, in the meantime, taking the other wave. And we'll see. For now, Boom, they're free to do whatever they want on the map. Wherever they want to go, it feels like Liquid can't fight them.
Yeah, and slowly it becomes this vacuum situation where all the gold gets kind of sucked up by Matu. And you see if you can get him into that next item past this BKB. But I could see a good start to the fight if they manage to get the Blink Dagger done for Boxy. He gets a decent initiation. Matu's in there with the big burn damage, BKB, and there will be some issues of control, of course, as they don't have that much to deal with the BKB at this point. You know, Tims isn't really that scary. He can just sort of like, stun you down a bit, but Yopaj still heavily relying on the magic burst.
Ooh. There's a lot of heroes over there. I don't know if they would have been able to take down Yopaj anyways, to be honest. 200 gold away for Boxy.
It's an outpost now for Boom. Big control 18 minutes into a game.
And they have vision all over this area. They see everything that Matumba Man's doing. Underneath those wards. And Liquid. I mean,
look at this TP up top, too.
That is interesting. Okay.
Everyone's coming. Uh-oh, look at Insania.
Yeah, Insania's in some trouble there. Although, well, from the high ground. Oh, nice. Okay, I like it. The Hurricane.
I was like, he doesn't have a tumbler, so I was like, oh, there it is. The old birds helping out.
Gotta love those birds. They're awesome. And Blink's done. Okay, BKB for the Alk completed. You've got Timbersaw, Sanj, and Kaya. I mean, this is about as good a time as I see to make a fight happen, but I guess the other problem is the Aegis, so they kind of still have to wait it out a bit.
It's just terrifying to think of how do you manage to survive into getting the benefits of your regeneration, right?
Yeah.
It's just a matter of burst. You have 3 cores that rely on that ability of reactive armor or just the siphon plus the exorcism or just chemical rage. Like, they all have a very similar concept here. At the very least, we don't have any sort of like Spirit Vessel or something.
True.
So that's always a bonus.
I mean, the other thing that you could look at is the BKBs for Boom, right? Just completing that now on the CK. Also have it done on the Viper. And Mickey, he just walks into him. Fissure is there, but he's got the BKB if they need it. Tim's ready with the snowball save. FBZ jumped upon. FBZ just gets blown up and dead. Okay. Now turn, look for Yopaj. Mickey right on him. And Yopaj also likely to fall. They just walked in and died.
Yeah, Tim's was like 20 gold away from a blink.
Oh, man.
So not having that save option, and they just kind of slow rolled them a bit, right? They kind of whittle them down. We know how Boom want to play these fights. They want that big burst of damage at the very beginning. And so when you catch the Viper first, and they're able to just kind of slowly crawl their way into that fight, having some vision up on the high ground there too.
Yeah, that was perfect. I mean, again, you had the BKB on the Viper, just didn't want to pop it. And maybe a bit of greed there, but it ends up paying off for Liquid. Suddenly, they find their feet in this match. Still, you can see Dota Plus win probability heavily favoring Boom, but that could have been one of those inflection points. We'll see if it ends up mattering as the game goes on here. It's trying to get towards the BKB.
Yeah, there's certainly a chance we look back at this and say, oh, they lost their map control, you know, and then they had a really hard time getting it back or maybe lose more heroes in the situation because finally Liquid are just out there. You know, they're back. Boom had just kind of sheltered them back in, forced them to the worst parts of the map for farming, but they're able to get back out here now. But yeah, as I said, you know, Mage Slayer, full timing BKB still there for Jackie, so even when he does lose this Aegis, it's not like he's going to be frail by any means.
No. No, and there's, you know, other things that are coming out soon for Boom. They got that BKB. Not sure if that smoke was scouted or not.
Don't think
Boom,
so.
Heading across the map. As the Aegis expires, they're running in towards Insania, but if they keep heading north, they might find some juicier targets.
Ooh, they might find Matu's Hyperstone here if he buys it.
Radiant
Courier.
Tim's punch, yep.
All right, they got the Hyperstone. Ooh! That would have been nice. Can't catch Mickey, though. And he also is trying to get towards his next item. Lotus Orb going to be done in just a trip to the secret shop. Alk still maintaining that pretty substantial lead over the CK, which you would anticipate. And with the BKB done now, no Hyperstone yet. The question is how do they start these fights? Who catches who? Are BKBs going to get off, or are people going to get bursted?
I think Boom are reaching a point now where these fights are hard to initiate.
Yeah.
Like, they can start going into towers and maybe force a bad initiation from Liquid, but if they're at this point where they're trying to catch these heroes, you know, we're going to have a 4-staff save from Insania, which, of course, you know, when you're well-coordinated, they can still make a humongous deal, especially when you're being pushed towards the end. She's got the Nature's Attendance going, and again, we're talking about this idea of the regen. Every save is just amplified when you have a lineup like Liquid, because they have their natural ability to try and regenerate after that. You just need to find and buy them a little bit of space, and that's what this Enchantress and this Earthshaker are going to try and do.
Jackie, Mickey goes into all of them. Oh, he's broken. Reactive armor stacks not where they need to be. He is gone. Snowball afterwards to Insania, and just timber chained into the wrong spot. Zai up on the high ground, gonna pop the BKB Exorcism. Still thinks that this is a decent fight for them as, well, Matumba Man pulled back in. He pops his BKB, tries to run away from Jackie. Yopaj throws out the Avalanche and gets a little bit of distance, and that might be enough to get him away. So the fights break down after the initial volley, but that's Exorcism down.
Yeah, and this is a situation where, like, it just can't happen like that. I'm talking about the difficulties of the initiation where they really still have to find that big toss back. Mickey tossed himself into Boom.
Yeah.
You know, he did Tiny's job for him.
That's right.
Oh, they stuck around, though. They waited and they lurked, and he got punished for being greedy.
That was very well done. Liquid needed that.
It feels like Yopaj was, like, trying to bait something because he had Tim's coming over, and he's like, ah, yeah, I'll find something.
No Yopaj in this fight if they want to take it. And Roche, 35 seconds until it's capable of respawning. This game, again, it straddled that line of, you know, 1,000, 2,000 gold lead the entire time, with pretty big stratifications across the different layers of cores. But we're getting to the point now where it really comes down to how that initiation starts.
Yeah, I mean, we just have so much blink potential, right? We have the Tusk, the CK, and the Tiny looking for that big hop where they just get in there and blow you up. So if there's an Aegis on Liquid, that nullifies a lot of this net worth that they then spent. So America's favorite game in 24 seconds.
30.
Okay, not even close.
Oh my God. 3 minutes.
All right, so it's a big timer for the Roche. And who is that going to benefit this situation? Well, I suppose it's probably Liquid, because time seems to be on their side.
That's true. AC now done on the Alchemist. But it also comes down a lot to who has that vision. Liquid with a really good ward up on that high ground, scouting all of Boom's movement across the map there. On that lower pillar, but Boom also getting down a ward themselves. They didn't actually deward that one, it looks like, so we'll keep it for the moment. And Liquid, do they want... Yeah, they scan. They know what's happening. Immediately head out of that triangle. Gonna leave it and head to their vision instead.
Yeah, and that edge creep just running around as well, trying to find this vision on them and give an idea of what's up as it gets toss avid at Yopaj, so.
Mega dead. Have that sentry ward up there. And it's that weird moment where you, like, this would normally be where you'd want to take that fight and go immediately into the Roche pit. Neither team has gone and checked it yet.
Boxy, yeah. I mean, he has the shard he's holding here. This is a great spot to fight from Boxy.
Walks into everybody, gets silenced, and just gonna die. Another one of those very bizarre moments where you think you could take the fight and just very wrong.
Dire's middle tower.
That was interesting.
That's a bold move. That's what that is. I mean, number one, maybe not expecting them to necessarily all be there, or he's thinking like, I can snowball fast enough, right? That I feel like that was his play. I'm going to snowball, I'll provide the vision. You guys have this sweet jump that you can punish on this, but that's still risky into an Earthshaker. Because if you don't have a stun or at least some sort of damage on the Boxy, and he can just reposition with the Blink, with the Shard, with the Echo, it's not that easy. Then again, you know, maybe they just preemptively pop their BKBs and they do it in a very aggressive manner when they go.
That's true too.
He scam onto that D-ward so bad, he threw the sentry down, huh? Yeah, I'll double sentry that clip, I don't care.
So in spite of that nice pickoff, it doesn't end up mattering that much at all. I mean, you didn't have to use a buyback. Everybody's together again. And the only thing that's really changed is the swap out of position and vision on the map, where now it's Liquid that hold this high ground, and Boom hanging on to the pillar above.
Yeah, we both got creeps in. It's a creep battle in the Roche pit here.
One of them's not putting up too much of a fight. Oh, God. Poor guy. Didn't stand a chance.
He was busy. He was shopping on Skem, you know? Get himself a Vlad's here as he builds in towards that Wraith Pact.
Basher being done would be pretty good, too. Has there been that much more progression, I feel like, out of Yopaj? Doesn't look like it. We did see the AC completed for the Auk, and for now it's still just that BKB and the Echo Saber. CK, Mage Slayer done, trying to get into the heart. Stun, kill off the Ench Creep. But that next round of neutrals. Be down here in a second. That was a good one.
Yeah, you got him.
Roche respawns, neither team confident to go on in. I mean, these matches, when going up one game in a 3-game series to determine who goes to TI, you can see just how careful, calculated, and like nobody wants to be the person that like, you know, goes in and loses everything.
Yeah, it's just every one little bit too, right? You know, like I look at like Boxy's level 11, almost 12. It's like, look, I can really use a couple more points in my skills right now.
Yeah.
Every little bit helps on Shaker, be it the ulti points or be it the points in Aftershock. I mean, with the Shard, I'm sure you can make a case for the Aftershock.
Smoke, they don't get Mikke in it. But Liquid, thinking this is their moment to head in. Insania, waiting for the smoke to break. He gets a ward up on the high ground.
That Tim's left his courier there for so long intentionally for this exact situation so he could spot when the smoke comes in. That courier's been there forever. That's a great play by Tim's. So he knows that they spent their smoke. They know that they're in the pit right now.
But do they know that Roche is being taken? Need to send in some creeps, get some vision there. Yopaj.
He blinks for the D ward, Tim's. Oh, he tries to force stab him down. Insania's getting crazy.
But they do have a snowball over to some creeps. And a little bit of a misplay. They thought that he was going over that direction, and Yopaj pops the BKB, runs through. Things get a little bit wild. TP's out, realizing that was not the fight they thought it was going to be.
Well, he gets a free exit, but the question is, can he get back in for a good spot in this fight now?
The illusion bait was interesting.
All right, we got the mech, we got the hand of God.
They see this. The acid spray down, breaking any blink daggers that could come out. Boom, they need to find another way to get in. The Chakram, it's blocking their path. Dude, the Chakram is right there, ready to go. Jackie, BKB walks in for the stun. A bash now on a Matumba Man. The shorts keeping him inside. They need to finish this off. Do they have a way in? Yopaj with the combo, but Boxy says no, and Matumba Man snatches the Aegis. Yopaj in trouble. He goes down. Liquid, they managed to win that fight, getting the Aegis on the Alk. What a stop from Boxy.
And that was the cost of spending that BKB early. Didn't have it when he really needed it, jumping in to try and grab that Aegis. Yes, you're able to get the kill on the Roche, but obviously look at the higher prize there on Team Liquid. And all of that coming back to the way they played around this pillar, that vision. Even just that initial play by Insania to attempt the cheeky 4-staff offensively to push him to the low ground. All of that coming back, breaking apart this idea of Boom. The block on the staircase from the chakra, just beautiful stuff.
And imagine if that Nether Toxin was just placed a little bit to the left inside the pit or something, then that stun's not there. Maybe you find a way. Oh, Boxy, he was right ready for it. When they needed him most, came in for it. But 11, or rather 10 to 13. The thing that's interesting is that because that fight was still kind of a wash, the main victory is that you've got this Alk Aegis now, but I don't know if that's going to make him feel confident pushing across the map either. We'll see.
To me, it just comes down to the question of like, how confident are Boom now? Like,
yeah.
Do they feel like they can actually approach more of these tier 2s or even a tier 3 at that point now that they're up to this Wraith Pact? It comes down to Yopaj having to put himself in this role of the support. Like in this situation, that's where you want the Fortnite because you want to be a bit riskier, much like he had to like BKB TP out. That's the cost of doing these tossbacks.
Yeah, it gets really hard to make those fights be perfect.
And if you don't preemptively BKB, you get Yules. Like, look at this vision on the high ground. You're going to get a pre-Yules from Zai if you go in on here. So, great D-ward there. Very important right now. And Tim's like, that's his courier, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is why a lot of support players love playing these heroes that can actually get that vision with their skills on the high ground. But sometimes you just got to throw down sentries and bring your courier along for the ride.
I feel like there's like a Pavlovian response where people just have to hit a courier if they see it running by. You know, so he's going to bait that out at some point. But AC done on FBZ. They've got triple BKB for Liquid as Timbersaw picked one up. It's interesting because you mentioned like Yopaj kind of falling back almost into a supporting type role, and we're seeing for FBZ, he feels that pressure to be that other right clicker, that other hero that can, you know, make the difference with Jackie.
It's certainly the best thing he could do in a game like this versus a DP, a Timber, and an Alchemist like the Scotties. We know what their heroes do, right? You're trying to beat out this regen. Meanwhile, Jackie's like, what if I just regen? You know, what if I buy a heart? How about that? Is that going to work out for us?
He's a strong boy.
All right, well, Yopaj not as risky potentially by using the Shadow Blade here. Radiant Vision, they actually don't have any sentries here.
This is a big reveal.
But
finds one. Mickey toss back onto FBZ. The BKB response. Don't know if he spotted that when they tossed him back. FBZ will have the Viper strike. Jackie blows up Insania. Did not stand a chance. Turns for another 2-second stun. Can they bring down Mickey? Instead, they focus down onto Zai. Has to back out. FBZ in some trouble. The bash is there, but Matumbaman not trying to go for the full commit. Trying to run away is Scam. He gets stunned. He gets controlled. Chen getting a lot of regen in, but does not have the help of his team. Matumbaman, BKB wearing out. Tim's thinking about turning to him. With the tier 2 tower already dead, I don't know if Boom can take this fight anymore.
Oh, they want to chase. They got Blink on CK. They got Blink on Tusk. Viper has these range damage. They want to go in.
5-second stun. Avatos from Yopaj. Couple more punches is gone. No Aegis. Turned on to Zai now. Snowball. Jackie beating into him, but Boxy moves on in. Is it not enough, though? They turn. FBZ still surviving. So much survivability on this Viper. Matumbaman gets his ulti off, and Tims runs on in silence. FBZ down low, and he's in trouble as they bring him down for the finish. Tims now turns. Mickey back in. Alk dies. Jackie in this long extended fight. The heart regen doing so much for him. He's got a couple more punches. Tims wants to walk back through this.
He's out of mana.
2v3, but Insania is far away and not really going to provide that much help. Jackie low, the chakram, it's out. He's trying to regen off of creeps.
They're still playing
Snowball. The rest of the team is ready to come in. They do have the Chen nearby. Scam gets there for the mech. It's enough for the save. Both of the creep heroes are back. They have the flat sword. The turn Insania just dies again. Was hoping something else would go on, but Tim's there with the BKB cancel. Mickey falls in the extended fight. CK Chen, they still win.
Tim's just lurking through the tree line throughout all of this, that vision, helping them out through so much of this engagement, allowing him to play nice and safe. He started out the fight by also kiting Matu up at the top near the tier 2 tower while the rest of his allies were focusing down some of these other important targets. And great prioritization throughout so much of this from Jackie, too. Just Insania, I think, played about 2 seconds of that fight between 2 lives.
It was rough. Help is the call from him, and he needs it. Oh, geez. 34 minutes in, and Very little separating the two teams, but you find these pickoffs. Down bottom, Boxy goes down, Yopaj connects. Timbersaw's dead for 40.
That is a pricey death here, and yeah, part of that replay. I mean, you can just see, honestly, the story of this fight is just total chaos, right? It's so broken out there in the bottom lane. That's where you're up at the, in the bottom picture. That's where you saw that Tim's like, he secured so much of Matu's time, and he spent so much of that fight in 20% HP or less, and he did so much for the team because of that.
Gotta potentially get back into the real game here, as they do have buybacks on two heroes, but you don't want to have to use it. Matumba Man pops that BKB, backs away. Rax going down. 3K gold, but I mean, they're not willing to buy back for this one yet. It's so close. How much damage can Boom get while they're waiting? They've already taken one melee. Do they stick around for another, or do they back out? Gotta watch out for that big Echo Slam. He's got it ready. Boxy TPing in, wants to find his target, but will he be able to? They already have the breakdown. He won't have a stun if he goes in. FBZ turned upon. They have the BKB there waiting for the breakdown. Boxy still hunting, waiting in the backside. Zai tries to burn down a little bit more on these heroes, but they can't find a target. FBZ low, Fissure connects onto two, pretty good, and they're gonna find at least those two.
And they're backing out of there. TP out from the Tiny. Jackie just trying to run, and they couldn't get the sync there. They're trying to get like the Penitence plus the tag team and just blow up somebody if they could at this point, but the BKBs are all up there from Liquid. They do defend their high ground.
This game, very back and forth, but Boom strike the first big economic damage, the big creep wave damage, getting that mid melee Rax down. They still have a ward up on that high ground because the tower was taken, which is inside the base, but it seems unlikely to just go for another, like, run down another lane with all of Liquid alive.
Yeah, much like losing Boxy last time with a couple heroes dead. We'll see if they lose someone on Boom.
Zai, broken, toss back, stun. Oh, but the Yules, he gets away. Zai was wondering if they were going to go for the full chain stun, but doesn't get it.
And where was I?
Right.
Back to taking this outpost here. Okay, thank you very much. Neutral's about to come up again as well here. Look at that next round, but Heroes respawning with Tusk in the big range of initiation. They could engage now if they wanted to. Overwhelming Blink completed now for Matu. They are struggling with the damage, obviously. That's one issue that we saw from Jack with the heart. They're trying to like chew through this guy, so maybe that extra bit of burst at the beginning can help out on some of these side heroes. You know, maybe it's not going to do that much versus the CK necessarily, but trying to catch Schem at the beginning.
Ooh, Timeless Relic is nice. That's some extra damage for him.
And look at this wrap here. Hand of God not there, so missing a pretty key part of their fight. They're going to find Zai again.
Runs right into him. Stun, BKB. Zai, Yule Scepter, tries to get out. Can he escape? But Tumbleman shows up. Good stun onto the Tusk. Boxy joking together with the rest of the team. A good burst down as Zai will fall. Mickey, BKB, his is wearing down lower.
Boxy
FBZ right on top of him. Where do they go next? Couple more bits of control. The break is there. This Viper is doing so much work, standing tall in front of all of them.
He's left alone,
the
though.
wrap through, yeah, he's eventually going to fall. FBZ goes down, but they got the buyback out of Zai.
It was almost an instant roast, too. It's back up.
That is huge. Liquid, do they check? Oh, they might not check. They don't realize that it's up. Ah, this would have been the moment. It could have been.
No, Zai gets in there.
Zai's going for it.
He's got the brain.
He checks. The pings are there. A self-stun going to come onto Matumba. And Boom, are they going to recognize? It was such a quick roast respawn. This is such a gift for Liquid. Zai heading on into the pit to check it, and Boom, they're just going to have no idea.
If you're not sure, you can't really afford these buybacks, especially on FBZ.
Oh, what a big win that is.
That's an Aghanim Scepter as well here.
Oh my god. What a turn of fate. Liquid get gifted by Gavin. Just a huge win. Off the back of that kill on FBZ and a second Chakram. Suddenly they have significantly less damage issues. Mickey is huge.
They must have given him the shard too, huh?
I think so.
Unless it was Jack who got the other one. I'm not even sure at this point, but it's a bit chaotic on that first roast. So not many shards this game. A little unusual. Only 3 across the board.
True. Yeah, only a couple of them there. And how much does this change things? I mean, Boom, okay, they have this ward. They want to take advantage of it. They find Boxy right at the start. Stun, interrupted. Matumba Man ready for the punish. The bash is there. They got him controlled. Skip trying to keep him alive. And Hand of God, everything for Jackie. But eventually, Snowball save keeps him alive. Oh, the regen is going to come out. But will it be enough to make him survive through the second salvo? It won't. They went for it all, and it did not work. FBZ also in trouble as they find another pick. And boom, they felt their moment. They thought they could do it. But man, I'll say Blastrig is really freaking good against CK.
Yeah, I definitely understand the idea though. Like he feels the need to go for these plays because of the itemization that they have here with this Bloodthorn. Like he's gone. They have to find the solitary confinement to just kill any of these heroes on Liquid. You know, there's just too much assistance.
I think he dies if he doesn't have Blastrig.
Yeah,
like it was so close.
Yeah,
unreal. 5,000 gold lead already after that fight, and now even further ahead. And boom, it wasn't going to work.
Yeah, I mean, they took the mid racks at least, right? So they've gotten that.
That's true.
But not able to get any further pressure after that. And now coming down to the tier 2 in the mid lane.
Might get a racks of their own if they're not careful. Still 30 seconds without CK. Tumba Man walks high ground. They got Greaves on Chen. Buyback status. He is 1,400 gold away on the CK. They will use the glyph, Liquid glyph themselves. Oh no, they still hold theirs.
Tims is slowly approaching from the back here. Of course, these fights, they've been picking him off at the start. It's made the fights a little bit more difficult to execute from Boom, but Tim's gonna be in a good spot this time.
Yopaj, Abba, toss back into the base. Pops the BKB. Matumba Man wants to get away. Boom's still going to try and chase this. Tims has the control. Where's the snowball afterwards? The BKB is there. Brought down low, but Tims, he has his own BKB. Going to survive through at least the first salvo of this.
Snowball.
Jackie pulls him back in, but surviving not long enough. They take down Matumba Man. Boxy, it's not there. They don't have nearly enough damage. Liquid, they're in pretty deep. Tims walking away. Zai gets the finish. Chases. They buy back. Mickey hoping to escape. And Zai will TP away.
Oh, the buyback from Tims.
He was ready for it. They knew. Yopaj still trying to chase Boxy, keeping him under control. Mickey hoping to get out of here, but do they have the avalanche? The tree toss? The chakram? The break hit.
How can you blink versus 2 chakrams?
It's impossible. But they'll have him here. Oh, Yopaj not quite in range. Throws out the avalanche. Mickey is TPing behind the tower. Tim spots him, but no. They don't quite actually see him.
Snowball's not quite fast enough even now. And boom, they find their moment. They find the way they need to play these fights with that Tusk. So important that save is going to be there to try and delay things. And just the BKB piercing control as well.
But this is where it really matters. That earlier buyback from Zai, he doesn't have it.
That's why they gave him the Aegis.
Another 3 minutes, and that is a heavy punish. They only have 4 heroes here. How much can Boom get? They know that this is their time. Although, Kenji Tims over to the side. Yopaj tries to toss him away. That keeps him alive. Pretty big commitment. Jackie, BKB turn, he's dead. The game didn't stand a chance, and he has to buy back. This is Danger Town. Liquid could lose the game right here if they're not careful, and Boom want to get as much objectives as they can.
FBZ's right up front, still has the BKB. Nice stalwart tower here as Yopaj is hunting as well, looking, has Silver Edge, has Blink. One more toss back.
That's all they need. Matumba Man goes down, this game is over.
There's still BKBs though.
This game's over. And Liquid, they're not going to tempt fate. Or are they? Whoa. Tumba Man, BKB, they might have to give up racks here. Still 19 seconds. They turn, they find Mickey. If he goes down, that could be it. Noxy tries to interrupt this, and Mickey, he gets out. He survives, but Tumba Man low, broken. Couple more punches down low, and going to fall. 2 minutes dead. Boom, they survive through the madness. Gonna set their sights now on the tier 4 towers. They actually don't have a creep wave. Wait, the buyback from Edge. They gotta get this back in here. It's still 2 minutes without Matumba Man, but Zai is back up with Mickey. No Boxy either.
It feels like they could just guide this creep wave in here though, right?
It's true.
I mean, the couriers are flying out.
They toss. Insania gets the 4 staff out. Boom. Bouncing between, do we go for tier 4s or do we go for the racks? They're going to set their sights now onto the tier 4s, try and finish this off here. Mickey slowing down what they can. The silence is out. The chakram already thrown. Zai pops the exorcism, trying to delay. This would be a miraculous hold if Liquid could manage it. Zai, BKB runs in. Tim's right on top of him. They're throwing out the impetus shots. I don't know if it's going to be enough though. Zai down low and eventually falls. 90 seconds gone. And I think Boom have locked this one away as everybody's dead. GG. Boom strike first blood.
Oh, Liquid holding on for so long there, and even taking the lead at a certain point there. When that Aegis comes up, they managed to grab that, to get the Agnums. It felt like maybe this was their chance to finally be in full control of this game, but boom, answer back with an excellent base defense. Again, sort of just talking about how we need to play this fight and executing. I don't think that could have gone much better for them.
They did everything that they needed. Again, in one of the most high-stakes matches that you can get, Boom show up on the big stage, making it happen. I feel like the Viper a lot of times was like that difference maker, getting the AC, having all that like big physical damage. They needed that extra bit when they didn't have it. And of course, so many times able to lay down that Nether Toxin, break those heroes. It was really tough for Liquid to play into those.
Yeah, truly on both sides, it came down to a lot of just like damage issues across the board in terms of like how much do you need to actually chew through this whole team.
How much regen is there?
Yeah, there's just so many tanky heroes across both sides. And so getting the Wraith Pact, especially helping out in the later game, of course, and then combining that with the AC that was there, the Bloodthorn buildup as well, trying to like finally nail down this target as much as they can. And then it boils down to a matter of BKBs, which are obviously very important now with the long cooldown in this patch. It feels very hard to fight without them, and so you're seeing people maybe holding them a bit too long. But Tim's, my guy, coming in there, big stuns, big saves with the snowballs, incredibly impressive, and worthy of a 9th pick Tusk performance.
Absolutely. Well, an impressive display, and Liquid going to need to go back to the drawing board. We'll see what happens game number 2, but now back to the panel.
That's right. It was an absolutely crazy game here in game 1, and Boom coming away with that victory. Before we jumped into this game, though, my lovely panel, you guys talked about how it was going to be very decided based on these lanes, how these teams could transition out of it. And so obviously, how did these lanes go? Did the matchups happen how you expected?
Well, bot was much better than I thought for Liquid's side. Like, this was a lane they were meant to lose pretty hard, and I think Matumba Man actually got first blood onto the Viper, which shouldn't happen. Meanwhile, top side, Liquid did this really nice 2 sentries play. They blocked the small camp and the medium camp on the high ground jungle area, which meant that like this Chen was just really struggling to access early creeps.
Yep. Don't underestimate the power of Alchemist, like right now in the laning stage. I feel that the hero without Grievous Greed is quite potent, right? Like you go Acid Spray, you get a level or 2 in the stun and it can work. Plus the Enchantress is there, so it kind of ties up into what you just said, Sheep, right? Like it can get kind of nasty for the Viper early on. But for me, later is where the Viper truly did shine. It didn't matter, like you can feed a couple of kills, but that break was always coming into play. And he is a natural born tank breaker, right? And they had a ton of tanks on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, tank breaker while being like the tank himself. He was always positioning himself in the far forward of these fights. He dished out the most damage on his side. I know Sheep and I have had criticism at time for him where it's like, you know, FBC hasn't looked great when he's playing these Razors, when he's playing these Vipers. This game, he carried. Like, he carried so hard. He looked amazing.
Yeah, like, I really loved how he played on the map early game. Like, because we criticized, like, oh, when Collapse plays it, it's like, oh, he's so slow, like, he's not able to get involved. They got involved really well. Like, Yopaj got Blink on Tiny, and then, like, Viper's playing super aggressively in Liquid's jungle, so when Yopaj starts that fight, Viper's there. Then they smoke him into the triangle, get that kill on Matu. Like, he was so involved.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because if you look at their whole draft, it's meant to be involved. Every single one of them is meant to be constantly fighting, the way they itemized as well. This isn't your CK with a Midas and I don't know, like into another farming item and then sometimes in the future I'm gonna fight. No, they realized we are playing into an Alchemist. The only way we will win this game is if we're all farmed, evenly distributed across the game, and if we're all fighting together, like they're supporting each other. And they had a lot of sustain as well coming from the Chen, support from the teams that rescues someone like a CK so many times so that he can heal up a little bit with the hard pop that Harmlet.
Yeah.
Overall, I really think that Boom Esports executed their draft very well.
You talked about that, they hit their timings, they itemized well, but there was that 30-minute Roche fight that really didn't go in the way of Boom. That was probably one of the turning points, or the moments that they looked shaky. And why was it that Liquid was able to take advantage of that and actually win that team fight compared to others?
Liquid really set up and positioned well, and I think also there were some misplays on the Boom side. Like we had started with Yopaj blinking in, popping popping his BKB, realizing, oh shit, I screwed up. I just got a BKB TP out of here. He comes back, but then this Roche fight's happening without a BKB. Tims tries to overplay the Roche Aegis steal, like he's positioning above the Roshan pit to try to get a steal on the Aegis, but Liquid's ready for it. They're like basically zoning him away. They actually jump him while they secure the Aegis for themselves. So I think Liquid just played the Roche fight better, and Boom just screwed up a bit.
Yeah, that Roche was bad, but the next one was even worse. But
True.
As they got it for free, right?
Yeah.
Like Liquid went in there, they got the Aegis Cheese and the Aghanim Scepter for Timber, which seemingly brought them back into the game. But I think it's a good testament of what the difference between these two drafts are and how Boom played, because even with that gift from God Gaben himself, Liquid were unable to actually break the side of Boom's.
Yeah, well, it looks like Tims is going to be the MVP for that task. How important do you guys think it was, especially being the last pick for Boom? Had a little bit of a lane swap up as well.
Oh, I really liked its ability to disable Alk during, you know, these BKBs are shorter and shorter, the longer cooldowns. If you're able to disable a core for any amount of time during that, it's so good. And the punches were like showing off late game, I think, very effectively. These snowball saves were out of control this game. Like the cores were living for so much longer than they should. You're able to extend to a point where Skem has mech back off cooldown or the Chen ult healed and just save everyone.
Yeah. Do you think that's also why it was a little bit difficult for Liquid to push that high ground per se when they had that advantage, when they had Aegis?
I feel like they have the advantage, but the advantage is mostly on the Alchemist and a little bit on the Timber. And everyone else is kind of there. Meanwhile, on the side of Boom, you have multiple heroes that are evenly farmed, that are able to run around your backlines, kill off your supports, and then deal with the Alchemist later on. Perhaps that was their biggest issue when it came to actually utilizing the advantage that Josh usually gives.
Yeah, and with an Aegis, they don't have like the heroes that actually go high ground. Like you're pushing into a Tiny who can toss people back, and it also just isn't like a, you know, you've got Timbersaw, you have got Deathrock, but by that point, every single fight felt like Zai was just getting blown up from full to zero. So they just didn't really have the heroes that felt like that could break the base in the late game once Boom had all this farm on 3 cores.
Well, that is the conclusion of Game 1. We're going to jump to a break, and Game 2 between Liquid and Boom will happen shortly soon.
it's time for us to grab ourselves another talent member. It is Lizard, and I am going to be looking at him to draw an amazing Dota 2 hero, completely of your own invention. Lizard, are you ready for the challenge?
I don't know. I've prepared. I've prepared a little bit.
You pump up enough for it?
I'm pumped up.
Okay,
I'm pumped up. But
shirt is tight.
I'll try. I'll give my best.
Start your drawing. How is it going to look? Where are we beginning with this?
All right. We'll start with the nose.
He's looking at some picture for reference.
Yeah, I have a very wide chin.
The nose looks like something else. I will be honest. I will be.
That's the head. It's very bad though, huh? Did I tell you that I'm really good at drawing?
No, you didn't tell me you're really good at drawing, but just like, oh my god.
That's the hair. This triangle is gonna be the hair.
Triangle is the hair.
Yeah,
okay, perfect.
Do you like it?
I would. Very similar to my style, so sure.
The name is gonna be Giga Chad.
Giga Chad, the hero.
Yeah.
Is in full. So, is this his legs so far?
Yeah. Those are the legs.
Where's his feet? He needs to walk. You know, walking is.
Why do you have to keep it complicated, man? Keep it simple. There.
There we go. Nice.
Yeah,
okay.
Good.
So this arm's a little bit bigger than this arm, but we're there. Oh, now we're getting okay.
But this one, you have to imagine it. It goes
really long.
Yeah, it goes across the screen.
Powerful hand.
He's gonna have 3 spells.
What's his ultimate?
He doesn't need it. It's just 3 spells.
Okay.
There are some heroes.
First one then.
First spell is gonna be. It's gonna be a pump.
A pump. All right.
Pump.
I like this.
Yeah.
He's getting pumped up and ready for the day. This is what you do. You do push-ups before every broadcast.
No. He pumps up his allies. Actually, it's an aura.
Oh,
it's not
nice.
even.
So this is really you on the desk. You're like, just get me in a good mood before
Exactly. I hope.
So
So he just walks around, and you don't know, but there's Omni Knight. He has this Degen aura. This is against it. Like it's the opposite. It's the inverse Omni Knight aura.
Making a counter already. I like it.
Everyone is faster. Everyone is more chill. You know, with and around him.
They get some extra strength.
No negative energy around. Extra strength, of course.
I like
plus 10% extra strength. Percentage based. Percentage
That's
based.
a huge increase.
Of course.
Late game, he's gonna be hella good.
Second one is gonna be Scold. Scold, yeah.
Okay.
This one, whenever there's flame going in the chat, someone is trash talking.
Someone's being naughty, yes.
Yeah, he scolds them. Ultimate of Giga Chat should be. Come on, help me out here. Give me some idea.
Okay.
I'm
so you don't want him to be aggressive.
No.
He's very strong.
No. Yeah, very strong.
Think of Rocky when he's made it to the top of the stairs and he's cheering out something big like that, and if you push everyone back, maybe. You know, it's like just a roar, just a roar and cheer.
Roars so hard everyone runs away.
Yeah, there we go.
Giga Chad roar.
Giga Chad roar.
Giga roar.
Giga roar.
Giga roar. All right.
Pump, Scold, and Giga roar. Are you happy with your Giga Chad?
I'm satisfied. It's enough. It's enough. Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's take a look at it. Let's show everyone how Giga Chad is looking. The head is massive, the hair is pointy, the arms are okay, one's off the screen, and the legs are non-existent. Lizards.
This is terrible.
What has happened? Congratulations.
Thank you very much
for taking part.
Thank you for accepting my idea.
I will accept any idea at this point, because the Dota world can get wild, especially if Lizard is drawing it.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Hey, buddy! I said good day, sir!
I hope you all enjoyed that content piece during the break as much as I did, because before we jump into talking about Game 2, round of applause. Lizard, amazing artwork.
My man, can I come in? Oh, wait.
You were about to steal my line.
I didn't steal it, though. I didn't say it. It's fine.
No, you say it.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, can I commission a piece of art from you after this?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
I'm available. Hit me up.
All right, I'll let you know what my my hero idea
I don't know why I accepted to do that.
It was great. I did really like it. But I do want to talk about Liquid Boom game number 2. It is an elimination series, so one of these guys will be knocked out of the major after this one. In game 1, we did have a post-game breakdown of it already, but something else that I realized is Liquid kind of missed a lot of their timings, a lot of their power spikes, and I want to know how that's going to affect them coming into game 2 and how are they going to refocus to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, there was like a lot of small problems. For example, they're playing with a Shaker, but they're not giving him space. You look at Xinq's Shaker, he always gets a lane. He always gets farm. I think Boxy focused a lot on making like smoke ganks and rotating mid and trying to help there, and it meant that like when Yopaj hit his blink timing, he didn't even have level 5. So if you're going to draft that again, I think they just need to be more aware of it, because with having that slow of a start, they're not able to defend their like mid tower, then they lose the first Roche, and this really set them back.
Do you think that that's maybe a problem with having something like an Alchemist on your team, your Shaker? Usually your position 4 or 5 should be somewhere breaking the smokes incoming in his direction, right? But they can't because they're farming. They're getting that item. Maybe that's something that they can switch up if they go for an Alchemist once again.
Yeah, potentially. We'll see if they go for the Alchemist again, because Game 2 draft on our screens. Winter Wyvern, Dawn. Nothing changing up there too much in bans with the Lone Druid and actually Bristleback now.
Yeah, Razor is left in the pool this time around. And Marcy as well.
Of course. So Liquid pick her up, open with it.
Yeah, there's a Rockman too, right?
Yeah, I think Liquid's thinking they can get the either Marcy Razor, or they feel like they have an answer for Razor if Boom snag it away. Boom, in general, haven't looked good with Razor. FBZ's Razor's just not been one of his comfort picks or one of the heroes they've excelled with. So I think smart of Liquid not to just feel like, oh, we're first pick, we got to take Razor. This is, you know, what the hero everyone's first picking.
Yeah, Marcy is actually their most played hero here at the major, has a 50% win rate at the moment. So you can see why they would favor that one a little bit more.
Yeah, they could also do like a Dazzle in response on Boom. I don't want to see the Razor on Boom. I much prefer the Viper. The Tiny works for me as well. I just didn't want to see Razor from them.
Is it more likely to be a Yopaj Tiny, or we do have that potential for it to be flexed to 4, right? Because that's what we saw in game 1.
Totally flex. It's I think coming into this series, it was Tim's most played hero, so it's very much that's a lot of the strength of Tiny being picked in the first phase, is that you can wait and see what your opponents pick and then decide where Tiny is going to go best.
For me, these 4 picks go a little bit deeper as well, as they do show us that neither one of these teams truly wants a puck.
Yeah.
Hero, if you have an opportunity to pick Tiny and puck in the first phase, most of the teams would jump on that, right? Like they would instantly get it. But not Boom and not Team Liquid, it seems like.
Yeah, last game it was the very final ban of the last ban phase. It was finally Liquid was like, I guess they need a mid, we should ban puck.
The other thing is the DP being picked up here means when we saw the opening last game, it was DP Earthshaker. Now it's DP Marcy. How does that differ from that Earthshaker? How is it a better opener, do you feel? A little bit stronger, a little bit more comfort for Liquid?
It's definitely not as greedy. You can rotate on mid with a lot more speed than Shaker. Shaker has to do a lot of positioning where he like wraps around, gets that Fisher block. Marcy, she can just be hiding in the trees behind mid and then rebound off them. It's much easier to execute, and she's not relying on... I mean, her Blink Dagger timing obviously is good, but it's not like... It doesn't limit her ability to have impact without it.
Yeah, she can always use the rebound to initiate for the disposers. It does feel like at a certain point, like your Marcy needs a blink dagger and will need to...
Aether lens at least, right? Yeah. Like she needs the lens and the blink dagger, but one of those needs to be quite fast. It needs to come quite soon in the game.
Another hero from last game, potentially Chen. Did you guys feel that it was that impact?
It gave them a lot of early. It was just the tower taking. Like as she mentioned, they took that mid-tier 1 tower for free. They got a lot of map control out of it. I don't think they play it again because of the Dazzle pick. Tim's is not a Chen player. It's almost always. I feel like it's only Schem. At least almost always Schem.
All right. Some of these bans coming out. The Alk is actually going to be banned by Boom, which means Liquid aren't going to be able to pick it up.
We see a lot of bans from that game 1. The Alchemist, the Ench on one side, the Viper and the Chaos Knight on the other. Team Liquid is like, okay, we just lost you guys with a very specific draft. If we just get rid of most of those heroes, it might go a bit better for us.
But does that give you confidence? It almost feels like, you know, it's like...
It can go both ways, right? Like, it can be... At first, you can think like, oh, they're so scared of these heroes and they don't want to play against them. Or you can think like, yeah, we believe that that's the only thing they can beat us with, so let's ban it out, and everything else that they pick out we're comfortable against.
Yeah, I think this next pick phase will say a lot about Boom's current mental state for me in terms of their confidence, because their comfort is in the pool. Maz in, Ember in, heroes that they've successfully won against like the hardest teams with, these are here and available for them if they want to take it. And if they, like, it's nice to see their growth as a team. Like last game they don't have these heroes and they still beat a team like Liquid. It's amazing. It's like Boom is improving in this tournament so quickly. Obviously, like we talked a lot about like Mushi's help. He helps with the drafts. Like this is great. I'm super hyped. I'm super hyped to see what Boom come with.
I was going to say they're thinking about that last ban, but it is going to be bad. If Boom wanted the Ember, do you snag it up now, even with the potential to be... Doesn't matter, it's going to be Razor. Can't get my thought out fast enough.
I've seen this matchup quite a bit. Let's just see the next pick. They get with the Chen, right? Like we've seen that Prophet Chen so many times, and the TB, which makes sense as Zeus has been banned out, right? Like they were going to get one of the Illusion heroes, most likely. I'm not the greatest fan of Razor versus that Prophet. I've seen actually a DP as a response to him in the Chinese region. Like you get it very early on, he can't just link you up and follow you around as the spirits are destroying, and he can't link up anyone that's next to you as the ghosts will eat him alive, so...
Oh,
they get the Timber.
Swapping heroes, like Liquid's like, we'll take the Chen, and Boom's like, okay, well, we'll take the Timber this time around.
It's actually the first time we're seeing Liquid picking up Chen this major as well, so we're going to see what they've learned from it being played so much by other teams.
Yeah, this is hype though. We talked about how we didn't want to see FBZ on the Razor. It's going to be Jackie. This will be an FBZ Timber Saw. Last time they played it didn't go too hot, but it's still a hero that he's incredibly comfortable on, and I really like it into the Terrorblade and the Chen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a reason it was picked last game too by Liquid. Like I don't think Timber was a bad pick. They're playing into the Chen CK, which similar idea to the Chen TB. It's like this illusion carrier that wants to, you know, take objectives. Chen, same thing, lots of summons. You got to defend these towers.
Yeah, and Timber poses this problem where he's going to take the top tower and take the map space of Liquid, force TB into that triangle area. And I've seen teams struggle with this where they've had a DP and she's had to have a lot on her shoulders, where she's the one that solely has to deal with the Timber. So not only does she want to sit in her off lane and take that tower there, but she also wants to go top and rotate and make sure Timber's not getting too much. So teams can feel a bit spread out.
Yeah, so that Prophet, you'd rather be taking on that tier 1 tower on your off lane than slowly transitioning towards the mid or the tier 2 down bottom, farming up, right? You don't necessarily want to always be on the defense. And right now, they don't really have a lot against the Timbersaw, right? Yeah. Like out of all these 4 heroes, it feels like a pretty decent Timbersaw game.
Yeah, before Timber was picked, I was thinking maybe if they were going to pick Ember, that may be where they consider because it gets banned now. The other option is, you know, I think Puck still looks pretty good for Boom if they want to do 4-position Tiny. I guess the big question is, where's Tiny go?
That's literally what I was leading up to. Now that we have, you stole my point. No, but it is, now that we see Ember being banned, do you like the Tiny being 4, or are Liquid going to have to split their bans here, ban a good mid and also ban a good 4?
Well, the they can ban whatever they feel like is just a threat to their draft, but the Tiny, I think, looks good as a support and a core. Like, if Yopaj gets it again, we saw he instantly got his blink and started making moves on the map. Like, you want to threaten TP before he hits any timings. Like, Skadi poses a massive problem for Boom. If they do a tri-core of Tiny, Razor, Timber, it's like super hard to deal with post-Skadi TB, yeah. So, getting that blink early, you can just burst down TB super easily. Yeah. They can't just invade the map with the Timber.
Boom's going to have overall last pick, right? So Liquid are going to have to try and assume here, see where that Tiny is going to go, what's going to complete their draft that can sort of cover a lot of bases no matter where they end up flexing this Tiny.
Feels like they need a team fighting mid. Like, they have almost no team fight, like they have the Marcy to initiate with, but that's kind of item dependent, at least later on in the game. So I think getting a mid laner that brings a bit of team fight, like that's why I think Pengo's getting banned by Boom. Puck looks okay on Liquid, although I think if you pick Puck, it's Boom will probably just do mid Tiny against you, which, you know, is playable.
Yeah, that's the problem for Liquid, because there's 3 heroes that you might face against on that mid lane. It could be the Tiny, it could be the Razor, it could even be the Timber, right?
And it could be the last pick.
And it could be the last pick.
There's
exactly.
3 and a mystery.
So you need a playmaker, you need something that will help you against the Timber Saw, something that can take him down in that mid game, but at the same time you have to worry about, if I'm melee, Razor might just completely dominate me. Same goes for Timber. If I'm something like a Puck, perhaps Tiny will have too much of a good time on that mid lane.
Yeah, but that's where, because of that problem, Puck's the hero that stands to me, because yeah, maybe the Tiny matchup is slightly disadvantageous. It's not honestly that bad. Puck just is, as proven by this tournament, like good almost any game.
Yeah.
Like any other mid
not
pick can maybe be counted more.
Between these 2 teams though, right?
Yeah,
especially
absolutely.
for Boom. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Conquer alludes to a Puck. Other than that, it seems like they could just go the standard voice.
I mean for Liquid?
Sorry, yeah, for Liquid.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pick it up. It wasn't banned at all, and they get it last phase. It feels like Boom at least thought that was like in their pool, like you guys said, with that Tiny there. So now Boom gets to answer it.
Yeah, I think they can do Tiny mid and then pick a 4 with some added disables, like Tim's likes to play Shadow Shaman type heroes, for example. That's an option. Otherwise, I just don't think there's like any obvious mid that, like, the DK is a playable mid, but it's not really what you want Yopaj on in such a big series, even though it can maybe work.
Yeah, there's maybe like a Rubik. You get a lot of magic burst from him. You get that instant lift disable. Could be nice. It is a bit of a greedy 4, but it does give them some like lane push.
Snapfire still.
So you 2 are mainly focusing on countering and catching out this Puck, right? Like, as that's something that they are lacking a little bit on the side of Boom. They go with the Void Spirit instead.
That ain't it. This hero has been suffering so hard this tournament against Puck. I don't like this matchup, but.
So apart from that mid matchup, though, having all of the draft completed, seeing both sides 100% now, do you think Liquid are going to be able to have the chance to bring it back?
I'm swaying Liquid's way, actually. Like, I completely agree with Sheep. I don't think that Void Spirit without any combination like Void plus Sky is that amazing against Puck. And I also like that Matu is on the ultimate win condition this time around.
Yeah.
They should be able to hold on long enough for him to get the Skadi +1 item and dominate the game.
All right, so you feel like Liquid have timings that they can hit a little bit more accurately in game 2?
Pretty much.
Gods?
I like Liquid's draft. I just think Boom's play in game 1 kind of sold me a bit. I think they're at least a slightly better team, and I'm going to lean towards them because I think they've set up FBZ's Timbers will have a good game, and Jackie excels on some of these slightly less greedy carries at times. So Razor for him is a hero I feel like can do well this game.
Yeah. And your final thoughts, Sheep?
I really like Liquid's support duo. I think Boxy's going to have a much easier game on this Marcy, and with the damage between like a Marcy, a DP, and a Puck, they can just kill like all these heroes if they just take the right fights. I would like Liquids a lot more this game.
All right, well, all the Liquid fans out there are siding probably with our panel as well, because this match isn't just for Liquid to continue their run in the major, but it is also the potential direct invite to TI as well on the line. As we jump into game 2 of this best of 3 series, it is Trent and Lyrical.
Thank you so much, Nat. And yes, Trent, that is the stakes that we're dealing with here. You got to win or you got to go through those brutal European qualifiers that they tried to go through last time also. Ended up coming a bit short. It's a tough road ahead, but also could be a bit of a tough game. The thing I found interesting about that was the panel like they were all like, yeah, we like all the other heroes, and usually it's last pick that's supposed to be that big one.
Yeah.
This, it was like the FPZ Timber. That's like the really good one, I feel like.
Yeah, Timber obviously set up for a pretty decent game, I'd say, at this point. And, I mean, Boomer trying to defy the meta. They just left that puck in there. They said, like, we took the tiny. Oftentimes, teams would still leave the puck in, and then eventually either would be banned by the team that perhaps, like, saw the tiny. It was like, okay, we don't want them to get, like, puck tiny. But then sometimes even the team that takes tiny in that second phase, they just ban puck anyway. So, like, I still don't want to deal with this hero. It's so frustrating. It's very annoying. You can't catch it. It pushes waves. It seems unkillable. And then... they pick Void Spirit, who has been struggling versus Puck. Sure, the lane might go okay, but you just get coiled once and coiled twice. It's like you're a little rattlesnake with coils all over, and then you die.
Yeah, that's right. Lot. Rattlesnakes do die a lot.
It's Texas.
Unbelievable. It all comes back around to that. It truly does. No, it's true, though. I think that, the Puck has proven to be the better hero throughout a lot of this. But for me, I'm wondering if this Yopaj Void Spirit might just be enough, if that's enough to get them over the hump. They now have this tiny, so they can sort of play the dual forms of initiations with tossbacks or Yopaj going in, and then you've got those other big heroes to sort of bring the sauce at the end. You got the Razor, you got the Timber Saw, and Matumba Man. It's going to be a tough game for him. This has traditionally been the counter. Timber Saw facing off against Terrorblade for a really long time, and you've got one of the best Timber players in the world playing it on FBZ. This is the original hero that he became known for.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to go into that second phase, like the hardest part of the draft to me for the first pick team, and they go Terrorblade Chen, and they just get instantly timbered, and it's like, oof.
Yeah.
I feel like that's, as either of those heroes, it's kind of the last hero you want to see.
Well, this is a good start. Liquid managed to find the 3 bounty runes. The other thing that we should mention about the Liquid side, though, is you talked about how good that Puck is against the Void Spirit. Also, you mentioned this during the draft, a way to hunt the Dazzle, something that we've seen be imperative. Dazzle has looked so good. Maposhka's plays on it the other day were really good.
Maposhka and Picho both really showing off yesterday, right? It kind of felt like the last couple series yesterday got decided by Dazzle. It was just so insane with the Grave. And in this game, combined up again here with a little bit of regen there on the Timber Saw, where even if you get down to that low HP, you get that little boost from the Grave that gets you back up there.
Dazzle.
Just like that.
Voice.
Yep.
I wish I knew more of his voice lines. That's the only one that I know. It's like a Pokemon.
All right, well, you have homework when you get back. Just some more Dazzle games.
Exactly. Dazzle. All right, I'm done. Matumba Man gonna chase down Tim's a little bit, and that was a Penitence, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, Penitence with the Terrorblade meta. Kind of scary.
Get some good deeps in. And now you need to get a lot of value out of this. The early lane is the part of this matchup where it feels like you have the most potential for the Terrorblade, and FBZ already starting with that armor. Has to get it built up, hides away before Matumba Man heads on back to last hitting here. So some interesting things to watch for is Tim's trading hits with Insania, but Matumba Man moves in. A couple more punches, the pendants, but the Metamorphosis wears out.
Good timing.
Let's get away.
Yeah, keeping an eye on that duration being left there. That gave a lot of space to FBZ. Like, you see how he plays the lane, right? Because like he only has tree, so they know that they're not going to get tossed over or something like that, but instead he's splitting their attention like that, and that lets FBZ get up to the wave before he's level 3, because typically you have to wait for 2 points reactive.
Skem turns onto Zai, who's going to go down first. Boxy draws first blood. Zai will fall, and maybe Boxy can't quite catch up to Jackie and find the touch there. So 1 for 1, but first blood going over to Liquid.
Yeah, Boxy, that's a great start for Mercy, though. Getting to level 2 and getting that first blood. Still getting clipped by Jackies. They play the wave in the jungle right now, though, as he hits him with that big plasma field.
As you can see up top here, Tim still trying to play intercept on the Matumba Man, and Insania will keep throwing those penances out as Yopaj makes the rotation over, finds the bottle, refill, and Mickey gives him a couple of punches along the way.
This is where we're going to start to looking towards particularly the next bounty runes, and then the 4-minute water runes is like, what kind of assistance are you going to get in these situations? Because FBZ is level almost level 3, so he can get a little bit more isolation time. Up here, you can kind of like leave him alone as Tim's. You can make these rotations because there's not that much a Chen and a Terrorblade should be able to do, right? You should be able to Timber Chain away from most situations once he's level 4, and even then with just the regen, you can kind of walk a lot of this off. So I'm expecting some plays towards that mid lane because we know how much both of these heroes rely on these bottles.
Right. Yeah, if you can stop one of those bottle refills, it makes all the difference in the world. And you can, of course, set up for the level 6s to come out earlier. And if you get level 6 before on either Puck or Void Spirit, it makes a pretty big difference. Tim's holds on to that one. Skem makes the move over, so both bounty runes this time going to Boom.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about right now. Mickey left out. Nothing to refill that bottle.
And they're trying to secure this 4-minute one, too. Yeah, like you said, FBZ, he's comfortable being left alone up top there.
Yeah, but keep in mind, Insania will get something out of this. He's being a bit greedy in the jungle right now. So he's just farming up a little bit, keeping an eye on things. And eventually, yeah, Tims does come in.
Yeah, good play there to catch onto Boxy. So that stops the jump onto Tims. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, the toss back.
Good play. Still, Tims jaunting forward. And with Mickey nearby, it's going to be enough.
Unfortunately, he's not a wolf.
No.
He does need armor. So it's a bit rough when it's the early levels on Tiny.
Makes the move. Yopaj, 4-minute bottle refill. Mickey makes the run over across. Insania is there to help him out. And won't have to worry about any extra chase or a second remnant coming from the Void Spirit. So they do manage to get that refill. That was much needed, though.
It's a lot of time, just like running around in circles, it feels like, for Mickey as well, right? But gets back for the next range creep, so hits it with the orb, gets the level, and meanwhile up top here, you can see that even during the meta time here, like Tim's only level 2, does get the pull off, so very important to try and help out this lane for FBZ, draw it away from the tower, prevent some of the safety from Matu, but at the same time, like meta's still up, so he can rotate a little bit over there. Jackie getting low down bottom.
Yeah, has to be careful. Zai's putting some punish on him with Boxy as soon as they come back to the lane.
Yeah, and this next rebound dispose could be a play here if he's still low HP.
Toss onto Matumba Man, level 4, and will be forced to TP away.
Yeah, I think
here too.
That was kind of scary because you'd think there might have been close to level 3 on Tim's, but yeah, as expected. When the cooldowns came back for Boxy, they just go right again. And even Jackie doesn't have any more regen down there, so only has the wand to rely on. Has to be very careful because of that range of initiation from the Marcy. And so he actually hasn't gotten a spot on her yet with any vision either, I don't believe, as he wasn't in range of that ward when he went to that high ground, so he still has to be very cautious.
Yeah, and they're going to pull the wave all the way back. So Jackie kind of in no man's land for a little bit, but this is, again, the sort of price you pay as they're bringing 3 heroes top. Jumps onto Mickey, not going to be able to connect on the Remnant. That could have been a kill.
Yeah, that's the level 6 play, right? Getting that first here from Yopaj, not able to get a finish.
But top lane, they're going to pressure this. Boom. Take a good amount of damage onto the tower as FBZ 3 points in the reactive armor. When he gets level 6, I mean, even when he's close to it, you can see that Matumba Man's just out. Does not want to be here at all. Off to farm the jungle.
Kind of interesting that Skem's up here too. What is Skem doing up here? He's coming to get some pressure in here alongside Tims. They want to really like hunt through this jungle, you know? I mean, you can just say like, you know, Jackie obviously can be on his own, but it feels like maybe Skem's almost like, what do I do? You know, my Timber's fine. He was matched versus the Terrorblade. I can't really help that much mid in a lot of situations. Kind of just hanging out.
Yopaj there gets a little bit unlucky. It's an arcane rune for Puck. So some coil plays could come in the next few minutes here, and that top tower does go down. So it frees up Boom's supports to make moves. And in fact, Yopaj is going to continue his movement all the way bottom, hoping to spot Zai down here. But Zai, does he actually show himself on the lane? It's coming a little bit late, and yeah, Yopaj, he's already TPing back home. So as soon as he shows there, Zai should feel comfortable coming out from the tree line. Some good plays. Easy peasy. At least at this early going, you can see that very little separating the two teams, but it is the Timbersaw that's sitting top of the net worth right now, as the Terrorblade had to head out and go off to the jungle.
Yeah, tower taken out, the classic play of Timbersaw versus Terrorblade, always zoning him right back to the jungle. Again, Terrorblade not the most concerned with the situation, will start accelerating and farm, given that little bit of space. And now, full commitment in the bottom lane, they're going to pop that Exorcism. Zai reprising his role here on the Death Prophet. Didn't have a great game last match, I would say.
They're bringing in heroes to defend against this. They bring FBZ all the way bottom. Mickey's there with Boxy, but boom, they've got numbers. 4 on 4 as Tims runs into all of them.
Yopaj waiting.
Goes for the jump. Yopaj ready to go round 2. The Grave is already out, trying to keep him alive. Tiny in trouble, does fall. The leash onto Yopaj, though, this is dangerous, and Mickey can't quite get him with the silence, but FBZ still in trouble. Heal comes out, lots of regen. Dodging, trying to survive, but it won't be enough. Liquid, they had the stronger fight right now.
And Mickey, too, the patience on that coil, right? Where they're constantly harassing and zoning him these heroes. He's waiting for Yopaj to show before he goes for it. Like, the silence gets burned, and that's kind of what baits in Yopaj. He's like, okay, no silence. I'm finally going to go at this point. Because he tried to wait even longer, hoping Mickey would coil. Then he gets coiled right away. Not able to really exert that much damage. Not able to help his teammates. And so, despite this attempt to try and hold it, he is TPing back to the mid lane.
Yeah, goes out of there.
Oh, he's getting the regen bottom at least.
Jackie.
Oh, I say that. Mickey TP too.
A couple punches, and Jackie down low. Matumba Man almost getting him on the low ground. Salva barely surviving. Hides off into the pit. Does he get out of there in time? No. Matumba Man cleans it up.
Oh, bad times for Boom. Jackie gets caught up top. Yopaj forced to TP mid, tries to grab the regen rune, but the observer ward that's near the Dire Ancients spotted the regen rune, so Mickey actually TP'd mid at the same time and orbed to the rune first. I mean, I guess it didn't matter that much because it's not like a DD a haste or something like that, but Yopaj needs that, right? Like, he's trying to get back into this game. He's the lowest of the cores right now, and he also has this pressure to try and enable his teammates.
This is why this hero has so often been sort of thought of as a bit of a tough one to pull off. And teams were playing with it a lot and recently and have kind of started to veer away from it, but
you know.
But I mean, it still has its moments.
Yeah.
The Aghanim Scepter's solid.
The Yules as well, right? Versus the Puck, you want to get the Yules on them, you want to get the Aether Remnant down, try and get this guy as much as you can, see if you can try and slow down Mickey's plan. But Puck, it's a tough hero to catch.
True enough.
We've learned that, it turns out, during this major. I don't know if you guys have watched any of it.
It's fair enough. 2-6. And Matumba Man getting this free time. The fact that he hasn't just been completely shut down by the Timber, it's what needs to happen. But it's still going to be a ways. You got to get into some survivability items. Needs to dodge when FBZ goes in for the kills. And the other thing that they've got on their side eventually is going to be this Dazzle Shard that we've seen be really effective against Terrorblade time and again.
Yeah, I think Skem had a bit of a weak early game on the Dazzle. Didn't really get much opportunity to actually pressure with the poison like he'd like to on this hero. And then he's in a situation as well where there's two supports that struggle to make good smoke ganks and plays right now. He's playing the Dazzle, and they have Tim's on the Tiny rather, but he needs a little bit of time. Like, he was very low leveled. He just got to level 5, hoping to get the Tome out there. It's going to be a while before you see a Blink Dagger.
Yeah, a very different type of initiation hero and things that you can get done on the Tusk compared to this Tiny.
Well, it's funny because you imagine Tiny is like all these toss-back plays, like how can it be bad? But if you just don't have the mobility and you're against these slippery and very speedy heroes, you might not get those tosses.
That coil, they pull him in. Oh, but he doesn't get to dispose. Good Remnant laid down by Yopaj for the save. 4 heroes get caught by that avalanche. Dispose afterwards, connects for the double stun. Yopaj pops that illusion rune, and that keeps him alive. Mickey backs out. Thinks about going back in again. Skem. Oh, that was a big courier kill.
Zai had just killed Tim's courier as well. But luckily for Tim's, he got his Tome delivered first, so Zai going to be hurting a bit there.
So they don't manage to take the mid tower off that.
That was a sick Aether Remnant, as you said right at the start there, to ensure the dispose wasn't there, because he went for the immediate coil snap, which I think was the right play from FBZ. Because like, you're going to get that distance afterward. They don't have that much chain stun if you can prevent that dispose from being there. So very solid play then. Of course, with the Hood, can still tank up quite a bit of this current damage here from Liquid, as in the earlier parts of this game, it's almost all magical.
Bottom tower
Unless you get caught in Exorcism or something.
Exactly. That's going to be the main differential. But likewise, it's going to be a while before Matumba Man really comes online. Trying to build into the Yasha next. Already has the Bassi, that mana regen, treads, all the good stuff.
I'd say last game was kind of similar for Liquid, where things started out fairly good. Like, game was kind of even. They had a gold lead more so because there was an Alchemist on their team, but there was a similar state where Jackie was very on his own, and he was just spending a lot of time farming up, getting these first couple items. And in this game, it's going to be that BKB on the Razor. And if you look over on the side of Liquid, there's not a whole lot that threatens him there.
No.
The downside will be, of course, that like it's hard to pressure fully into a TB because they might not be able to stop him from getting off the meta until they get into something like the Blink Dagger on the Tiny or the Aghanim Scepter onto Yopaj. So that's probably going to be a while. And so it can be difficult when you have this sort of sustained and consistent damage to the fight that Razor provides versus someone like the TB who's going to have that save button of just Sundering. Plus in combination with the Hand of God and a mech that's done.
They need to have that like full lockdown type of scenario, and that requires you finding those remnants on these, you know, not the illusions, not the rest of them. There's not that like Hex yet or something else to get the full burst. And seeing Jackie there, they know they could go, but it'd be a hard fight to take. And instead, Liquid gets set up to push this mid tower and finally claim it. Send in the little creeps, send in the illusions, and with no glyph, this will be the tier 1 tower dead.
And Mickey with a DD and a Witchblade. Puck's best item these days.
Yeah, it's really good. I think that was, he took the Stormcrafter, so none of the little flying harpies yet. Might see some of those in a bit.
Just zapping for now. And, well, Zai's courier did revive. Will now deliver out to the remains of the Spirit Vessel. So no charges currently, but something we were missing last game.
That's right. Didn't see almost any of them. Bottom lane, some more pressure. Pop the Exorcism.
13 minutes here too.
If they could get this,
Exorcism
this
into meta.
FBZ, they're right on top of an illusion. They see him immediately.
Well, he pops meta. They're committing.
This is a big commitment, but a tier 2 tower. This
Jackie!
is huge.
Jackie, you want to come play some Dota? Or no, you're just going to farm BKB?
All right, sounds
then
good.
we're taking this.
See you later.
Now, this is a Chen game right
this is
here.
a good one. Coil afterwards, they find themselves a quick little jump now onto Yopaj. Oh, gets away though. Barely able to escape. The Dazzle, not so lucky. Liquid, they retreat. But they got what they came for. Tier 2 tower down. Costs Exo and Metamorphosis, but you'll take that.
Yeah, it's expensive, but it's well worth it at this point. And you just want to go back and return to farming for Matu, try and hold the rest of this map. And they're struggling to get that same pressure here from Boom. But again, I mean, they're waiting on this BKB from Jackie. That will present its own list of issues here for Liquid, as well as that Yule Scepter for Yopaj. So still a bit away, but 500 gold he needs to farm right now before he's going to get there. So Mickey continues to be safe and will hopefully be into a Blink Dagger at that point, I imagine, is his goal. Well, the smoke up here now. If he was paying attention, his creep did just run through that smoke, but obviously you'd have to be like looking at the creep at the same time, and looks like he might not have been.
And Sania in some trouble as they get the quick jump. And having used everything.
Coil in a couple seconds here.
Wait a minute. Maybe a chance. Dazzle.
Oh, look at that orb. Beautiful orb. What an angle.
Chase
How does he get
continues.
two?
The coil. Can they kill him? Yes, they do. They find him. There's no Exo, but the damage might be enough.
Yo, Mickey?
Dude, he keeps running. Apparently, Puck is a good hero. I don't know if we knew about this. They're all falling just one by one. Jackie tries to get away. Tries to escape, but the BKB isn't there. You know, Chakram slow. Ooh,
he bought the
HP.
recipe.
Now he's done.
Sometimes you wait 15 minutes for a BKB and you fight about 3 seconds too soon. And that's just Dota, you know? What happened? I mean, it looked like a good chase. They see themselves going for the Chen. Insania, I think he might have actually known by the way he was standing, or at the very least he suspected a smoke, because like the way he was positioned, he had the ward on the high ground, and being able to delay, like not even needing the hand of God there too, to be able to offer up this great situation for the coil. Just the timings were the worst possible scenario for Boom. Everything was coming right back up at this moment, right? You can see the coil's not there at the moment, but eventually comes up. He gets the mech to delay, forces so many spells used, and even though you get Aether Remnant there from Mickey, he just this orb is so sick.
It's really
so it's like,
good.
oh, what an angle. Like, come on. Catches on Yopaj too with that additional damage. The Witchblade helping out so much, then into silence, oh, it's so nice.
These Puck players, man. They're really good. They make this hero just look insane.
And if it wasn't good enough already, then it tossed back the Razor trying to TP home too. Just 11-3 now for Liquid as they come back with a vengeance here in game 2.
It's the death gaze coming from Mickey there.
Yeah, he was just like, I have killed them.
Job done. Liquid blow open this lead, a 4K gold advantage for them, as they'll send out the illusions bottom, catch the next wave, and up top, Liquid set to try and pressure the top tier 1 tower, or if they want, maybe take a little walk into Roche. We'll see what they decide to do.
Yeah, it's a Chen lineup. They have Exorcism and Meta. There's certainly no reason they couldn't do it. I'm sure they'd like to go for a play first. You can also see that they're sending the Chen creeps around with Boxy, right? And so in my genius, I attempted Helm Mercy. It wasn't as good. But if you have a Chen, you can just jump off the Chen creeps, and that's a lot better.
It's so strong.
But the best part is that when you buy the Helm, right, then you get the Shard on Mercy, which I know everyone loves. It might be the best Shard in the entire game, and then you can send in the Centaur and stomp with it, guys.
Toss in those creeps. So strong. So strong.
Maybe a new Shard. I mean, it's probably this one's actually a little bit too broken, I think. So we should probably get a new Shard for Mercy.
Yeah, that's what happens.
That's my thought right now.
I'm with that. Man, this pack leader's aura on the top of man.
Even Mickey, right? Like,
yeah. I mean, it's just so much damage. And I mean, this is all known. Boom see that Roche is being taken underneath a ward. They actually are going to go for a fight here. Can they get there in time, though? Tims, the one that's up front.
All right, there's the BKB.
Roche
They're just a bit too late.
They're not going to get there, but they do find one.
Oh, the silence.
Okay, under control. Oh, the dispose. Boxy keeping his buddy alive, and they get the Aegis on the Terrorblade.
And they force the BKB.
Yeah, Jackie's done. That BKB, all for this.
All just because of the silence that was there to save Mickey. The chase down.
And they got another.
Oh, it's not the Dazzle of yesterday.
Pull him in. Knock him down.
Something tells me this this won't be the last one of his graves that we see.
This is Mickey's game. He is completely taken it over. The early rotations, 6-0-3. Just rocking it.
Their own hubris of like in the ninth pick puck.
Right?
Sure, they won't be that good.
I mean, there's a problem. He's not here as they go high ground, though. Yopaj looks for a jump, but doesn't connect the Remnant onto Matumba Man. And we see sort of the problem that you get with this hero. If you can't find those connections in those pivotal moments, it just does not manage to do quite as much.
Well, Boom will look with envy as they see the Philosopher's Stone, and oh, don't worry, they're going themselves. Okay, we're good.
Right.
Both teams Philosopher's Stone. It's fine. And that'll be on Scam, so he's going to try and get to that shard. Try and get that key item.
I mean, that's the thing.
Speaking of jealousy, I'm sure Tims is like, you know I need a blink, right?
It's true. I gotta get there, buddy. And it is the sort of thing that they're waiting for on the side of Boom. If you can get that shard, if you can get that blink, the game starts to feel better. A lot of the moment here has sort of depended upon Yopaj finding these huge plays. And for Boom to win this, they need a little bit more out of these other heroes.
Yeah, he needs help. Like I feel like Tims and Scam have not been able to play this game. I feel like they have not really had a chance to contribute very much at all.
It's just tough with the heroes they got. And they've got to find a way to do that for too long if they want to.
I mean, yeah, they have Tiny and Dazzle, which have been just such bad heroes this tournament, and not top tier #1 at all. No, it's just it just comes down to like the map movements that Liquid have had and the ideas that Boom need to execute. The way that they're playing with like, oh, we're gonna wait for our raids, we're not gonna play with them, and then your Dazzle's kind of like, well, if my Temper's farming, my Razor's farming, and I can't keep with a Void Spirit, what do I do?
Well, what are you doing to knock it on your high grounds? Still, what is that? 700 gold away from finishing the shard.
Yeah, but look, there's the blink for Tims. That's a big item. And he's smoked, no reveal.
This is the moment. Tims looks for a toss back. Who's he going to find? Zai is the easy one. Matumba Man a little bit tougher.
They're trying to stand in the Aether Remnant for the toss back.
Moves in, the toss is there, and they get him. Well played, just blows up Zai. That was executed perfectly. Boxy runs in, Matumba Man still far forward. Tims gets punished for his jump, and Jackie, God, he just can't do anything against that Scotty. Matumba Man controlled. They have the leash, bringing him low. Sunder is ready if things get dicey. And they hand it on over. Dispose after. Boxy still chasing for FBZ. As a couple more punches from Matumba Man, but Dire looking good in this series so far as Liquid take the first racks of the game. 21 minutes.
Yeah, Zai, I feel like 2 games in a row seems to have the same role, but this time it's working out a little bit better, being that front line and being tossed to death and not really caring too much as he takes his second fall of the game. Responsible for 50% of Boom's kills. Definitely feeding right now. Relieving the burden of Insania and Boxy of all being tied at 1 death each.
That's true. It's the way. They got a blink done on Marcy now, too.
Couple fluffy hats and a blink there. Now that's a Marcy player right there.
You love to see it.
Yeah, that feels a lot better, I think, than being on the Shaker last game.
6-0-4 for the puck, 5-0-3 on the Terrorblade. The heroes that have mattered have not died, as Liquid have gotten everything that they wanted in this game. Dispose, the reaction. That might stop Boxy from dropping. No, they'll toss him back. Avalanche.
Yeah, there's a coil in 1 second here. This is tempting.
Oh, coil. Tempting fate. Zai runs in with the silence. They find and kill Tims. Yopaj hoping to get out of there as FBZ. He doesn't really have anywhere left to go. They've got the Yule Scepter lift up. FBZ tries to turn to fight to TP to get away. Will it happen? No. Zai shuts the door closed. And this game, it has completely gone off the rails for Boom. If I'm honest with you, I want to see this go to Game 3. This is going to be an exciting one. we'll see if it ends up happening, or if Boom can pull it back.
Well, it's definitely looking that way at this point. You can't give much of a chance to Boom right now to try and get back to this one as they start marching up the high ground. 20 seconds away from a meta. About the same timing that this Aegis will be expiring on Matu.
Tier 3 tower already down. They need FBZ back up and do not want to buy back with only 15 seconds remaining. But your entire buildings, everything's going to be gone. And, I mean, Liquid might be gone too. They could just walk away.
Yeah, do they want to try and set up another play with a Remnant here with the toss back? Not going to be given an opportunity. Let's Liquid head on back and they'll start grabbing stuff. So we got the Shard on Insania as well here. So he's got himself an Ancient Black Dragon to go along with the rest of his crew. I love his creeps.
Well,
great set of units.
The Shard is done. The Blink is done. Boom, they've got all those items that they were kind of hoping for the first big fight. Unfortunately, they've taken a couple other ones, and it is really fallen apart. A smoke now from Boom. They've got to connect here onto something.
Yeah, and Matu, at this point, he doesn't have a BKB. He doesn't have an Aegis, but unfortunately for them, he is a Scotty, a Dragon Lance, a Wand, you know, some treads. He's a very tanky hero. And well,
now he got his BKB. All right, there it is. It's tier 1
so,
tower.
Trying to kill Matu might be ambitious. They might have to try someone else. Insania is a pretty good target if you can get in there. Try and blow him up before you can pop the mech, as well as the Hand of God. But then at that point, it feels like they're limited on burst right now.
It's true. They need to sort of cycle through those abilities a couple of times while the Razor's just draining mana. And it's so hard for him to stand.
Good ward here from Boom, though. They have a general idea of where they're moving.
Tims. It's found. Zai.
Space.
Hanging onto that Yule Scepter. Tries to get out.
A lot of space.
There is nowhere to go.
Whole expanding universe that surrounds us.
Tims, the space is made. Tims, the blink. Blink, Tims. Oh, Tims.
He has won.
Dude, that is, all right. That's the emotional boost they needed. Boom, it's time to pull it all back now.
You had no faith.
No, I didn't.
No.
I was sure he was dead. Nicely done, though. Tims makes it happen. Now,
everyone got like one more neutral camp. Yeah, all right, thanks, Tims. Let's go. And they'll lose in tier 2, of course, but will Liquid push or will they wait? It could respawn in a minute, but of course, that could be a full 4 minutes from right now until Roche is actually there. So, if I'm Liquid, I'm feeling fairly confident at this point. All right, we got the setup again, though. The 8th Remnant's there. Tibbs is looking for the blink. Who wants to come stand there?
There is a question. How many times have we seen teams throw a lead like this?
All right, here it comes. There's the toss into the Remnant.
They got him. Controlled. Can they burst? But dispose. The answer came out. Matumbo Man, BKB, turns to fight. Control onto Yopaj. Will he get away? They have the Grave already there. Controlling Boxy. Tries to assimilate out. Skem dead. Does not have buyback. And Mickey, he hunts. He finds. He kills Yopaj. No buyback on any of these heroes. And with the tier 3 tower glyph wearing off, it is going to be mega creeps at least, if not more. They tick into the gold right now for Yopaj, and it looks like Liquid might have enough in this series to even this one up. As they pull him back in, Tiny buys back. They buy back on Yopaj, hoping to make something happen, but everybody is dying. Everybody buys back, and Liquid will actually smoke and run away now. Insania the only one in vision. Tims looks for the toss back.
Another dispose, nice.
Boxy there for the save. They're out of meta. Maybe chasing a bit too far here. We will see. But boom, they're making him work for it. Mickey gets the silence now onto FBZ. Matumbo Man right on top of the Terrorblade, or rather the Timber Saw, and gets the kill. GG is called. That one was all Liquid.
You know why Kaya and Sanj is purple?
Why is that?
Because it's stained with the blood of Dazzle and Void Spirit.
Okay.
Mickey just hunting the entire game. He had one mission, completely completed it, and I mean, what more can you ask from a puck?
True. He handled business. That one orb that you were talking about by that dire radiant, or the dire triangle, was just so clutch. And this is what they needed. You know, backs up against the wall. This game determining whether or not they're going to be able to go directly off of the points for the TI. It was a huge moment for them. So one final game, a lot on the line. You love to see a game 3 like this.
Yeah, I feel like the draft there as well from Boom, maybe something where it kind of got away from them a bit in terms of the confidence levels there, like laying the puck through. Obviously, they did it on purpose, and they felt like they would have an idea to counter, but they weren't able to sync up their timings between their cores, and again, enabling the support duo. I really feel like Scam and Tim's struggled a lot in this game. So coming to the next draft, I imagine they're going to be putting some more priority on there. What happened to the Scam and the Tim's Rubik?
They need to make it happen, man.
Maybe.
Maybe next game. We'll find out, but now back to the panel.
Yeah, Liquid keep those dreams alive here in Game 2. They take it up against Boom. And Lizard, you're looking really sharp. You're looking like you paid very close attention to that game.
Well, yes, I did. Thank you very much.
Then please, tell me all about it.
It was a very interesting game, a battle of wits on both sides. In the end, I feel like Team Liquid. Yeah,
I actually can't take
I feel like your voice is too low. You gotta raise it a pitch, like really nerdy.
Yes, Team Liquid. Drafted for a win.
See, the thing is, Lizard was saying, don't pick Void Spirit in the puck, and no one listened. So he puts the glasses on, hoping they'll listen.
Yeah. Please reiterate it. Reiterate it.
Now that you have the glasses, they'll
they might listen. They might pay attention.
By my stats that have been provided by Nahaz himself.
No way.
Void Spirit does not do that great against the puck, but yeah, the Aghanim's build and everything that Void brings to the table for a team that picks it is good. However, in this particular matchup, so far we see Puck coming out on top. Is it maybe the problem of Puck just being too strong for anything to actually counter him? Perhaps. Like in Eastern Europe, we see Void Spirit plus Skyrat, Void Spirit plus Shadow Shaman actually dealing with the puck. But that's already 2 heroes that you're committing just to defeat that mid laner on the other side.
And even when you say that, like yesterday when we saw Outsiders vs Spirit, Puck became first pick, first ban.
Yeah.
So it's like even those teams at some point were finally like, well, I guess our counters don't even work. We're going to just ban Puck.
Yeah, I mean, this Puck got all the way to the last phase. The mid lane matchup was actually last pick for both teams, the Void and the Puck. And it's crazy to think that Boom had that much faith in that Void, considering it just doesn't really pair up that well.
Yeah, I think it shows a little bit of like non-flexibility in Boom because they already have like 2 Puck counters. Nisha plays the Timber mid against the Puck as his answer. The Tiny mid against the Puck has been a long standard thing. A lot of teams, are a little shy to pick Puck into the Tiny. And yet you're still last picking this Void Spirit to try and deal with it, and it's just not going well. He's like 1 to 2k down net worth. The Tiny ganks aren't working out. He's feeding on Tims. Meanwhile, Boxy's ganks are going really well and just completely ensuring the lane.
I feel like these first 4 heroes on the side of Team Liquid, Dead Prophet, Chen, Puck, and Marcy, you can fit any sort of a hard carry with them. They will make you enough space. They will create that space for you to eventually carry the game.
Yeah, and the thing is that hard carry is a TB who I don't feel was addressed either. And if anything, I think Boom's fall maybe with that last pick is, I think their last pick needs to address the TB more than it needs to address...
More than the Puck, right?
Yeah, like, make sure you have a good mid matchup, but your hero needs to address the Terrorblade because the rest of your draft hasn't really. I think Timbersaw was just not enough and a bit of an underwhelming pick against TB in general. It's not enough by itself to deal with a TB, so not the response I think Boom needed with their last pick.
We see the scoreboard as well, and like it was an insane game for practically everyone on the side of Liquid. I mean, the Puck and the TB, the 2 heroes that you guys were just talking about, didn't even die once. That's just so clear how many problems Boom had in that draft that they just couldn't address these things. But on top of that, the matchups and the team fights that occurred throughout these games were almost always in favor of Liquid.
Yeah, because they're also forced a little bit, don't you think, She? Because you're on the back foot, you don't really have that late game potential.
Yeah, in my mind, I clearly see that smoke that Boom made into Liquid's triangle where they tried to kill that Chen. There was actually a massive misplay there as well. So first, the gank takes a little bit longer because the Chen has his mech. He's able to stall for that extra couple seconds of time for the Puck to come in. And 2, poor Yopaj, he used his second jump on Void, like his ult, on a dead Chen. It's a complete misclick. It has to have been. And then he couldn't get out and died as a result. Like, it's so easy for Liquid to play this chase game where they just respond and kill them and run them down. Like, Mickey played out of his mind.
We said an issue that Liquid had a little bit from game 1 was that timing, those failed rotations, just not really able to hit those power spikes. It was clearly resolved by them getting this win in game 2, but do you think that that was down to it being a little bit of an outdraft, or they just looked so much cleaner in their gameplay?
I think it was definitely cleaner gameplay, but I think they also had like a clear identity with their draft. Like they're the ones who took the Chen with a Death Prophet, so it gives you these clear kind of timings to play around. Like whenever you have Exorcism up, you just, and when your Chen hits his like mech timing with a couple of creeps, you go take those objectives. And something I think we've seen the best TB players and teams do is they get the TB involved early, bring him to some of these early pushes. Don't just have him AFK farming while the rest of the team, gets the job done. They brought Matu to make sure they guaranteed those early objectives.
Like the objective taking, insane. I think Liquid have played really nicely around Roche in this game. Like Zai in both games on his DP uses his hero as like a body so well. As soon as they're doing Roche, he just runs out in the direction that he thinks he knows the enemy is and just completely breaks their smoke apart.
What I'm hearing from both of you is predictions. What Boom will pick, on what Boom has to do in this game to win it. And if you know exactly what their win condition and how they have to perform is, then it's kind of easy to set yourself up for success and do exactly everything that's necessary to break that game plan down. It doesn't hurt that you had good laning stage.
Yeah, it's hard to look at Boom's draft and say, okay, this is how they're going to win the game. Like, who's going to carry the game, or which player needs to like pop off or snowball. Like, maybe it's just Yopaj like winning his lane and going around making all these plays, but like you can't expect that to happen when you're playing into a puck and there's all this save from the Chen side. I just don't feel like Boom drafted themselves something that can really just win this game.
Yeah, I mean, this mid matchup again, like, look at it. It's not necessarily like a skill difference between Yopaj and Mickey. It is that puck versus Void, and the kills, the experience, the last hits, it just never went in favor of poor Yopaj.
Yeah, he was just totally shut down. I think the support rotations just mattered the most. Tim's was not very effective, and Boxy was very effective, and that's kind of most of what there is to it.
Yeah, and we talked even when we saw that we were happier seeing Boxy playing the Marcy compared to the Shaker. Shaker has looked bad this tournament, other than LGD.
Oh, yes. No. This is actually valid. This is actually valid.
Everyone keeps defending Shaker. Teams, non-LGD teams have a 27% win rate on Shaker. Only LGD are preserving a 45% win rate for Shaker. And that's a sub, I mean, that's okay. That's like acceptable, but that includes LGD, who are 5-0 in the hero. So other teams are just not succeeding on the Shaker. I think OG's like the closest to making it work, but it's just not being a good hero for majority of teams in this tournament.
Now, better play from Liquid this game, but the better draft with that Marcy as well on their support. It means this series is going to a game number 3. It's happening after this break.
Y'all, it is me, Sir Action Slacks, here with James Banks, local British, and Team Liquid. How you guys doing? Introduce yourself. Who are you?
Hi, I'm
Insania. And who are you?
And I'm Jabs.
That's Jabs. Fantastic. Guys, we have a game here today called Beat the Brit. I'm going to say some twang over here, some Texas sayings. You guys have to say who I'm describing. For example, I will say something and you'll say, oh, you're describing someone that is blank. Now, James is our resident Texas twang expert. They have to try to guess correctly. How much do you know about Texas sayings?
You just said I'm an expert.
Yeah.
Yeah, Texas sayings, I know about as much as you've said.
Fantastic, young man, and let the game begin. Number 1. Now, I will say this without an accent. You can request an accent You only got 3 accents here.
Choose which accent?
Yeah, absolutely. He'd charge hell with a bucket of ice water. What does that mean?
That was the least British thing I've ever heard.
I wasn't doing one.
I requested one.
I can't do it on command. I have performance anxiety. Sorry, wife. All right. He'd charge hell with a bucket of ice water.
Ass chaps.
Someone who...
Someone who is an idiot.
An idiot. Go ahead.
He put out a fire.
What?
That's not a describing word of someone. That's an action word. It means someone is brave. Brave was the correct answer. He'd charge through hell with a bucket of ice water.
I just imagined him putting the ice water over a fire.
What did you say?
He's an idiot.
Idiot. No,
it's the same thing.
No, it's not. There is a difference between
thing.
bravery and stupidity. Next up, he may not be a chicken, but he has hen house ways.
Yeah. Next.
Maybe he's popular with the ladies.
Okay.
Confident?
No, quite the opposite. Timid. Timid was the correct answer, so no points on that one. That's okay. All right, I got a different one. This one should be easy.
Okay.
This one is like a one-legged man in an ass-kicking competition.
What? I'm genuinely trying. I mean, when you read these out, I feel like I'm stupid. So maybe it's that.
Okay.
I think he's useless.
Useless, okay? Think about it.
You're the expert.
Think about
I'm
it.
no expert at this.
All right.
If it was Cockney rhyming slang, would be good. This is very hard. One-legged man.
Come on now.
Broken.
All right, no, the correct answer was busy. Very busy.
How does that work?
Very busy,
No
my
way.
friend. All right, so this will be our last one. I feel lower than a gopher hole.
You're depressed.
Lower than a gopher hole.
I don't even know what you said.
Okay, great.
Sad.
Sad. Oh, okay, that is true. It is sad. Congratulations. That's a tie, which means we'll have to go to a tiebreaker.
Tiebreaker, dude.
Tiebreaker.
Why is there a tie?
All right, here we go.
Why is there a tie?
That boy, like a...
How did you get a point?
I just said depressed.
Depressed is not sad.
It's the same, essentially the same.
Depressed is like
James.
really bad.
James.
I'm not saying they're the same in like a medical sense, but in the game sense, I feel like it's the same.
Oh, okay. I'll let you have that one. You know, you have to cheat your way to victory.
Thank
It's
you.
fine.
All right, now, what am I trying to say when I say, now we've howdied, but we ain't never shook?
I feel like that's inappropriate.
Okay?
What?
We never shook. It's something inappropriate.
You,
I think so too.
okay.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Could you say it? Looking at the camera?
What do you think, Jobs?
Yeah, me too, actually. I'm a virgin. I don't know.
Okay, great. That's unnecessary information. The local Brit.
And only non-virgin. Help us out.
Excuse, I have
How
a
do you
son.
know this?
Go ahead.
Horny?
No, it is not that. It is simply a greeting. You know, when you say howdy, like, hey, I've howdied at you, but I've never actually met you. You know?
It sounded very sexual.
Okay, that's
be
not
honest.
necessary
We all went
to
with the
bring up.
sexual
All
way.
right,
Yeah,
I don't want to
definitely.
end on that one. So last
So the
one.
tiebreaker's still going.
Tiebreaker part 2.
I like
Which one? That one?
Yeah.
He got a hitch in his get along.
It is what?
He got a hitch in his get along.
He got a hitch in his get along.
Is that English? It is. Yeah.
That is the Queen's English.
It means he's nervous.
Okay. Hitch in his get along.
He's confident.
Confident. All right, and the Brit.
Broken.
Well, the correct answer was sick. He's not feeling well. He's got a hitch in the
Broken
get
sick
along.
if you get depressed.
How about we settle this with an arm wrestling match between Banks and Mike?
Fantastic. All right, put it on right there, Banks. Beat the Brit arm wrestling match. Here we go.
Have you seen this guy's arms?
Get in there. Do it right
Poor
now.
Jabs. I'll put him into it. Let's go.
All right. Arm wrestling competition. That's a real Texas in here. All right, here we go. Move the cameras.
And Banks, if you win, I'll never forgive you.
And we can jeer with
only here for one event.
the microphone by reading off Texas idioms at the end.
Is there any cheerful ones?
There are cheerful ones for sure. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh man, that boy's brave as the first man who ate an oyster.
He's double backboned.
Holy moly, going on! That boy's doing a land office business.
He's yellow as mustard, but without the bite.
Please win already, please, just spin it.
Get him, Jobs.
Hey, fantastic. That content piece went exactly how we thought it would. Thanks for watching. Well done.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back. We are in game number 3 between Liquid and Boom. It is still our first series, but one of these teams is going to be eliminated at the end of this game when it comes to the PGL Arlington Major. But guys, I do know there is a draft, so we'll quickly talk about this. Puck. It's always getting through to the last phase, whether it be a ban or a pick. Why do you feel that neither of these teams are placing importance on it that every other team feels that they are?
Yeah, I feel that Liquid, they're just not placing that much importance on it because Boom is not drafting it. They're not picking the hero, and because of that, it allows them to pick something else, perhaps something that they find just as important, and leave the puck, if necessary, for later stages of the draft.
Yeah, there's also that, like, Tiny has come out both games in a row, and we've talked about how pros consider it to be like that counter that's meant to dissuade the puck, so maybe it is working, and that's why we don't see it coming out.
Very true.
They got over that fear last game, and they showed that really Tiny's not that great, especially when he's on support.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to say, the big hero of this series is going to be the Chen again.
Yeah, we brought it up in the pre-game. It's now been in every single game. Liquid going straight for that Chen TB. It worked for them in game 2, and they're like, why mess with that recipe? But Boom's opening on the other side is the Death Prophet Tusk, so we're going to be seeing Zai on something else this time. He's not going to get the TP himself.
But look at this, Zeus instantly banned out by Team Liquid. They open up with the TB, but now all the bans should be into protecting him, right? Like the Zeus, now perhaps an Ember in that next ban.
Bat Rider as well, yeah.
Bat, yep.
Are there any others, or those are the main 3?
Maybe Wyvern you consider?
No,
The support
Wyvern's already banned.
Oh, JK. I was about to say, Wyvern looks really good for Boom.
No, actually a PGL instead.
Our hero's hit and miss. Real miss.
Real miss lately.
Real miss, and I saw 1 win, and that was it.
That one hit that happened.
Don't worry about it. Oh, they banned anyway. Oh my god, what a fool I look.
The DP Tusk, though, let's talk about that on the side of Boom, because like I said, Zai's not going to be able to get his hands on it now. It is on Boom, and the Tusk was really effective the last time they picked it in this series.
Yeah, I think they're trying to set FBZ up to have a better game. DP is very comfort for him, and also it's just taken away from out of Liquid's hands because they played it 2 games in a row. They've shown it's the go-to for Zai if they can get it. It pairs very well with the Chen. It gives you, you know, this very fast early game push, objective taking, and that's something that Liquid used to overwhelming success in game 2.
Yeah. Ember does go out in the end by Team Liquid. They don't want to play against that as they do have the TB. Meanwhile, Boom, they banned out 2 of the Zoo ones that you just mentioned. Marcy is still in the pool.
I was about to say that if Marcy's still in the pool at the end of this, do you reckon Liquid will just back it up again? Go for that Marcy?
I like it quite a bit with Chen as well, as you can send the creeps up forward as Chen, and then Marcy can rebound off of those, initiate for you very easily, so I wouldn't mind seeing it once more.
Does the Schem Rubik at all feel possible for Boom? Not like, you know, I guess in this lineup, but just in this game in general without seeing many more.
In the game of Dota, it's possible.
He's got me. He's got me with that one. You know what? I fell into it.
It's magic damage, but I still don't love it against the Chen. It just feels like you still get overrun a bit.
Yeah.
But it's definitely playable.
I'd be much more keen for a Snapfire.
Still on board with that.
Yeah, that's the only thing they lack with the Snap is they don't have that like AoE control that they usually pair it with, like the FBZ Mars. I could see. Oh no, Puck's gone. Puck's actually gone. I'm so happy.
Snapfire Void?
Yeah, Snapfire. I know. No.
No.
I mean, there's no Puck matchup, so it is definitely looking better. Yopaj, he also plays the Mars sometimes.
No, I mean
like
Void.
Oh, Void. Oh, Faceless Void.
Faceless Void, yeah.
Not Void Spirit, just Void.
There's too many Voids in the game. What do you want from me?
Oh, Yopaj Kotal instead.
Or Scam Kotal.
I like this pick.
Or Scam, yeah, but it brings a ton of magic damage early on versus the TB. I do like it overall versus the Chen as well. So
yes,
I would love to see it on that mid lane position.
Yeah, it seems like a better answer than the Timber. Like last game they responded with that. This game they've likely picked their offlaner, so I think Coddle just makes sense here, and it's something Yopaj has played, and while it's not like his, you know, quintessential playstyle where he's flashy playmaking, he does play Coddle well.
I mean, you say that. It was his first ever professional Coddle game the last time it was played in this group stage, and it was shaky. I'll be real, like he seemed not comfortable on Coddle the way he is with other heroes. His net worth was far lower than someone like 9, and it was only later on that he really started to shine on the hero.
That's a quick 1-2 Tiny and Snap right there.
Do you feel like the Snap Tiny, whilst obviously very versatile and good in Liquid's lineup, it is a little bit of a we can't let Boom have these?
It could be a little bit, right? It could be stealing the Snap away from them. A lot of magic damage versus TB always comes in handy in those earlier stages of the game. Plus, you can kill him off from distance. He doesn't even get the chance to use his Sunder. But I'm wondering, which one of these two do you think is the core? Is it the Tiny?
I thought it'd be Tiny.
Yeah.
Just if this is like a core Coddle, your blink timing on Tiny is what's gonna give you that gap close. And it also means that if Snap were to come mid, it's very easy to just like avalanche into a cookie and like have that a little bit of kill threat there on the Coddle.
The Jug on the side of Boom. We see them pick up their carry as well. And how do you feel like it goes, well, not only with their lineup, but as it goes into later game, that scaling against the TB, how are the timings and comparisons in the matchup?
It's definitely not a TB counter. If anything, in the past, TB was like considered the counter pick to Jug because, you know, Omni Slash versus all these illusions. Jug builds have kind of evolved, and like there's a lot more damage output coming from Blade Fury with the Talons plus the Mjolnir build that you often see. But I think more than anything, it fits Boom and their kind of tempo that they want to play at. It gives them like this ability to play around the Death Prophet ultimate, take a lot of early objectives, secure Roshan, and try and beat the TB's item timings. And I think Jug's gotten better against the TB in recent patches.
I would say that the function is kind of a curve. Like both of them have different power spikes according to what items they get at what times. Like Jug can definitely be pretty good against the TB, but so can TB.
Yeah.
I also really love Jug's playstyle, like the way Boom, I've seen them play it. You have this like Maelstrom, you get your Shard, and you're just kind of face tanking like the fog, because you can just spin into it and you have like a blink and you're able to be really mobile and doing loads of damage, and like Boom would do a lot of like pokes and prods with their blink spin.
One thing that I thought Team Liquid might do, and something that Boom Esports is also kinda expecting, is to have Tiny plus Snap on the offlane. the two of them. And then you last pick a mid laner that can actually jump on top of Kotl easier. And you can see Puck and Storm Spirit both banned out by Boom Esports. For me, Tiny, like you guys mentioned this blink against the Kotl that you get on Tiny. It's good, but for me, Kotl moves like 600 movement speed. Like, it travels, windlays. You can blink, but that doesn't even mean that you will be on top of him. By the time, if he just catches a glance of you, he's already gone.
I mean, there's a lot of catch, though, in the pool as well. Like, a Kunkka with long-range X marks could be a really big issue for Kotl. I don't know if they can ban every single thing out.
Yeah. The conundrum is, like, which one of these heroes is good against Kotl in that catching way, but also doesn't get destroyed by him on the mid lane with constant spams.
Yeah.
And I guess I think the good news for Boom is even if they feel like Kotl's being addressed, they can put it back on the support. If you look at Liquid's bans, they don't know where some of these heroes are going. Death Prophet can go mid or off lane, Kotl can go mid or support.
Very good point, yeah.
And because Boom have this final pick of the draft, they get to kind of, you know, get a full read of Liquid's draft, then decide how they want to play Kotl and Death Prophet.
Anything standing out for Liquid as well? There's this final pick now that all the bans are done? You don't have to wait.
This is my favorite, yeah.
There you go.
100.
Yeah, you guys predicted that one. Woo!
Ha ha ha, yeah. I mean, that's really good because it's going to get a Wraith Pact. It's going to really like help nullify a lot of the magic damage coming out from Boom in team fights.
I want to think about how Boom are going to do their lane matchups now. Do you think that Kotl is going to have to go back to support? Could they keep it as a core? What is this last pick going to be?
Looks like a good core game to me, in my opinion.
Yep.
It's still pretty solid. One Illuminate Blast isn't that great versus Visage, but overall you amplify the magic damage on him and you spam him constantly, so it's all right.
You could pop the Vessel to maybe break his cloak.
Exactly. You could decide to go full mad mode with something like a Viper into the Visage as well, but I don't think it's that necessary.
Yeah. It does feel weird, like last picking a support here, but at least that's what looks like could fit their draft. Like just get some kind of AoE magic damage, like Jakiro type hero. Enchantress. Okay. All right. They're looking to win the lane. I think, or at least contest the lane, because Visage is a very strong laner. Level 1 Soul Assumption, hard to play into, so Scam going for the comfort pick.
Yeah, he's both, right? Like he can nuke you down and it's really hard to deal with because Jug's like spin is on way too long of a cooldown, but what he is weak at laning is he has no disengage. He has no way to get out. It's so scary.
I was going to say, they're taking their time with where this Snap and this Tiny are going to go, but Mickey picks it up. So now we know where that Tiny is. It's the Tiny up against Kotl. Are you liking this mid matchup a little bit more? How's it going to play out into the late game?
It's pretty solid. The mid lane, like many mid laners have said, it's not that difficult for either one of these two to find enough farm. There's a ton of region. Where this game is made or broken for Team Liquid is on the offlane for me. Zai needs to have a really good game, but not only him, his teammates need to go and help him as soon as the laning stage is kind of about to be over, because Visage is that type of a hero. You need to buff him up as soon as possible.
Yeah, like if they do want to do a lot of mid rotations like we've seen them in the past, like that leaves Zai very vulnerable.
Alrighty, well, let's just jump straight into Game 3. Liquid up against Boom. We are going to be saying goodbye to one of these teams, but we're going to go say hi to Lyrical and Trent.
Hello. How's it going, everybody? Game number 3. Did you like that?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah. She said hi, you said hello. That's how usual human conversations go.
I'm not very good at it.
Great job. Yeah.
Thank you. All right, we're just going to step away from that. In game number 3, Liquid facing off against Boom. I feel like there's been the change that's really made a big impact in that, and that's Matumba Man's hero. Game number 1, the Alk, Terrorblade presented this like really unique set of problems. They didn't have the answer, even with the Timber Saw. Do you think they've addressed it here on the side of Boom?
I think Boom, they've seen it, obviously, and then they've kind of looked at their own lineup, and I do think they have an option to win this game. I think they got their nice little plan here, and I like the confidence of coming to that last pick. There's so much flexibility we talk about in the drafting stage now. Like, this hero can go forward, this can go mid, this can be off lane, and in the end, they just say, wait, our heroes are good. Everything looks good. Like, even in their more casual, more normal roles at the moment right now, let's just grab the edge, secure our lanes, and try and run this game in our strategy, in our way. And so, Boom, it will be a high-flying, high-octane game for them, whereas Liquid, they definitely have some of the earlier timings that you're going to be looking for. Like, Mickey's going to be on the Tiny, so he's a very kill-hungry mid-hero. And then Zai on this Visage looking to get into that level 6, and then probably heading towards that Wraith Pact.
Once you get that, you open up so much more around the whole rest of the map. That ward placed down, kind of interesting to spot some movements there by Boom. Curious what that's going to be towards. Maybe they want to try and find the Chen if he's hanging out up on that side, or just see if any camps are blocked or what have you. But regardless, the thing that we can also watch for in this is a Juggernaut. I feel like I haven't seen too many of these heroes recently, although they're all over the place in pubs. Pro matches, they sometimes will slide away from them a bit more, and this could be an interesting pickup. Still pretty decent win rate, and one of the heroes with 71% win rate on Dire. Wow.
Yeah, I feel like near the end of the DPC, there was sort of this idea of like, oh, Jug, he's kind of losing some games, doesn't feel that good. But then the group stage, I feel like I saw a lot of good Jug games. He was getting bandoed a lot in that second phase, but now coming into it when it all matters, and they have their own fate in their own hands. This is what Jackie wants.
And they do it. Shards block Mickey.
He didn't even think about the stairs.
No, he's like, I'm not getting up there. If you hold that a second longer, maybe he heads off to the right. You can maybe get a nice little strap around there, but does not happen. And again, if Liquid win, they are qualified to TI directly off of points. Boom still have an avenue to go, even if they manage to lose this one. And on the other side, if Boom win, then they're qualified, and Liquid are just out of contention.
And off to the qualifiers. So not where you want to be is down bottom here. They're trying to get a little bit of early wrap around here, potential. Conjure Image, but into the lane we go, and of course, first point Divine Favor, first point Conjure Image, not a very scary lane. And again here, we're going to have Tims on the Tusk. So the confidence here in that hero was obviously pretty amazing in game number 1. Had some great saves, but the lane with the Viper didn't go that well. They weren't able to really shut down Matu on the Alchemist. But this time with the Death Prophet, another ranged hero combination that you tend to do very well with, they're going to be hoping to send him to the jungle nice and early here once more.
If they can make that work, and that's going to be the big thing. They're already pulling the wave back behind the tower. Tims will connect this up with the creep wave, and nobody over to, as of yet, interrupt that, as they did do a nice little job connecting the wave and messing around with it there. Zai already forced Skem to use 1 round of the Nature's Attendance, while Boxy is contesting for this 1 range creep, or just a regular melee creep actually. Jackie pulling the wave back too.
I feel like Boxing's Eye always managed to split up these waves, right? We've seen the share of the earlier last suits as well. It's both of them close to hitting level 2. Definitely some damage potential once they get there, right? You're going to have Cookie as well as the Scatter Blast, but Soul Assumption, Grave Chill, whatever they want to do for that big nuke potential. Something that Skem does have to be at least a little bit concerned about. But currently Skem has 1 mission, and that is to get this camp unblocked. And look at Jackie in combination there, ensuring that there won't be a body block there. So they're definitely going to get the spawn on the small camp. And potentially even a stack as well. Yes, indeed. Lots of creeps to work with here for Boom.
Yeah, you like to see that. And the double healing spells that are being used in this lane too. Nature's Attendance, the healing ward drop down. A lot of sustain. The wave going to push into Liquid and then have an opportunity there to get a pull off. We'll see if that actually works out for them or not. In the mid lane, very much a farm fest. So far, though, more denies go in the way of Tiny, as you might expect with all that high base damage. Able to sidestep the blast there, but Yopaj very much going to be all about the farm in this one, and maybe heading off to the jungle to get some stacks up.
Yeah, interesting, because I feel like this is one of the matches we don't see that often for the Coddle. I haven't seen much of the Tiny, but I mean, it's just, you know, Coddle's going to blast the waves, do his thing. Will probably be a nuisance as well for Mickey trying to get these runes, because Coddle's just so fast, and then especially at like level 6 or something, if they're still hanging around blasting waves, he's going to be bouncing you around too. And now he's double stacking the jungle up top.
Yeah, no, it's annoying. Super annoying. And Skem chasing around with that chain lightning creep. Very frustrating to deal with. But you can see the head over to the jungle, picks up the bounty rune. Boxy gets what he needs. And a toss back in the mid lane, only to the creep wave. Yopaj takes a nice little chunk of damage there, but won't amount to that much more. Actually glyphs the wave a second late to get the range creep, but the other one is still full HP. But yeah, Farm Fest mid. Yopaj just needs to stay away from the avalanche combos.
Yeah, he's got to wait out for this 4-minute run. Ooh, got a little bit greedy there.
Oh, Mickey needs a couple hits, but won't get it. Instead, it's somehow in the toss play, Mickey that ends up being under the tower, drops down. Boxy just in the neighborhood to play interrupt and maybe finds a kill. It's actually Tims that gets first blood. Yopaj lives. Boxy tries to TP out. That could not have gone that much worse for Liquid.
How does Tims get first blood after all that? That's pretty unfortunate. Obviously, tanking tower hits, not a great feeling when you're playing the Tiny in that mid lane. And before level 6, you have 0 armor. You are not gaining any agi on this hero. You're not getting any base armor, and so it's really bad when you're tanking the tower. I think he thought that the creeps were close enough that they were going to be tanking some of the shots for him when he did that dive.
FBZ gets a little bit under fire. Obviously did not have his partner here for the last couple of minutes, and they try and punish to the best of their abilities.
Well, meanwhile, he was busy, though. Tim's managing to hunt down the courier of Insania, so no Bassi at the very least. But
dude, he's
clearly
so farmed already. Tim's has boots. He's got a full wand done. I mean, that first blood was really nice for this Dusk.
Yeah, it was a late one, but it's still worth the cash there for him. FBZ, though, being constantly harassed from Insania. Great Chen play across these matches.
Oh, and the creep dies? Double Mud Boulder? Is it enough? Not quite.
Yeah, it's still going to send him back. I mean, well, he has a salve and a tango. Actually, never mind. He's going to go for it. Going to try and stay in the lane. Has up top, Boxy and Scam still dueling it out there over that camp. Manages to get the block in there just from the body, as there was an attempt to D-ward once more from Scam. So no creeps work with. Has to go over to the other part of the jungle to grab a Centaur, but then it's a little bit more difficult to apply that pressure to Zai, and Zai doing pretty well considering. You know, he's staying in the lane. His last hits are only 11, but I mean, what can you do versus a Juggernaut who's just in your face and you can't really harass him, so he's just going to have the better last hit angles than you.
Right, he's not dying. Well, okay,
He's not dying. He's totally not going to die.
They take it away, the spin, and Zai is there for the stomp. Will he manage to escape? It looks like it. So, I mean, that's about the best that you can hope for in this lane, but it is tough pickings when Jug is just denying everything in your face.
Yeah, you know, the lore is that they're actually oatmeal raisins.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. It took me a second to figure out. I was like, what, Ench? And then Matumba Man dies down bottom. Dude, Tim.
Oh, you mean a crucial and really important kill. Okay,
yeah, that's
okay, got
the one.
you. Oatmeal raisin cookies.
Zai, oh man. Okay, Liquid really starting to suffer now. I mean, that top lane, it's these two supports. You know, you talked about it. They felt like they liked their draft. They just picked this Ench, which is a bully in the lane. Messes with that bird, trying to get him extra little bits of farm and take off the Grave Chill.
Well, I'm seeing the key to Game 3. Yeah, it's the problem of Game 2, and that's just Scam and Tim's not being able to play any Dota. And they are here, and they're making it loud that they have arrived this time in the game. Getting back in the jungle. I mean, look at these stacks that are ready here, too. Now, in terms of heroes that come to steal stacks inside Liquid, it's not crazy powerful. Like, they don't have, like, the group of heroes necessarily.
Nava, toss. Nikkei caught. Oh, Cookie's the other side. Well done by Boxy.
I mean, they can escape, but can they actually contest is the question. You know, I think of like the Razors, the Kunkas, you know, they get in here, they try and take these stacks themselves. Can he stack again? Ah, he's going to be too late. But that's a lot of gold banked up here.
So much gold. Yeah, I mean, if you just get this free form all the way to the Coddle, this is going to be a really tough game for him, for sure.
Zai just doesn't have options, right? The hero isn't really doing anything until level 6. Snap, sort of similar in terms of playing in that area, and then Mickey, you know, has to get some farm for himself, sure, but he just doesn't really have the options here. So Yopaj getting the double blasts off here, nuking through these two camps. And with the help of the Fairies Trinket, makes it even faster.
Yep, cleared through all of them. So all of the stacks taken now as Yopaj cleans up that one. There might be one more medium camp up a little bit higher.
The crazy thing, though, is you just see how valuable lane creeps are, because guess who's still on top? It's Jackie on this Juggernaut. He is just sitting in the wave. He has 23 denies. He is complete free farm, zero cares hero this game.
Nikkei chased down, but he's just going to be pushed back a bit. There isn't really any attempt for a kill onto this Tiny, but they don't need to. It's been a 3,000 gold lead with only 3 kills. This has all been by Boom just pressuring, denying, taking down area away, stacking up the jungle. They're out-efficiencying them.
Question is, how are you going to turn this around for Team Liquid as well? Obviously, you know, Matu, he's going to be absorbing a lot of the safer space on the map right now inside the jungle. And now the pressure comes on that bottom tower. Exorcism immediately popped by FBZ. He wants to knock this down as fast as possible, truly open up this area while Tim's chases down Insania. They're going to try and go for the kill right now. And able to just TP on out of here. Oh, okay. A little closer than I expected. I'll give him that.
Yeah, that was a little scary.
Yeah, right back to the tower they'll go.
Boom.
Oh, look, he's dragging the creeps off the tower.
This is what they need to do. Anything that you can possibly do to slow this game down. Liquid just cannot allow it to get out of control like this. You start losing objectives around the map, Terrorblade not going to have anywhere left to go to farm. And of course, we are getting close to that level 6 for Zai. He does manage to hang on to
the mid wave for a little bit here as that bottom tier 1 tower is going to go down.
Oh, buddy, this is looking rough. That tower's gone. That ward by the outpost has just been there so long, scanning these movements of Matu. They knew there was no threat of rotation down bottom. And then the whole time, your Juggernaut feels completely confident sitting in lane up top. He's up to 54 and 28 right now.
No fear. He's not going for the Battle Fury build either. He's going in for the Maelstrom. Wants to stay active. Wants to get the stuff done.
Now, there is a level 6 here for Zai, though, so potential for some smoke plays, some tossbacks into stone forms. So it feels like Boxy's the one who needs that level 6 next, so desperately waiting for that tome, because no matter how far behind you are, with a Snapfire on your team, you can pretty much kill anyone with the kisses if you have the stun.
That's true. And Zai's there with the stuns with the birds. That's going to be their avenue to make this happen, but need a little bit longer before he's already got it queued up. He's ready. He knows what's coming.
I need that tome, you know.
Real bad.
He's fighting for Insania. They're both mashing their buy key, you know. Even in a pro match, it's just how it goes.
There's no way. He's trying to get into that mechanism on Insania. They know that there was always going to be this like big lead that Boom built up. I just don't think that it was supposed to be this big. Exactly. That is the big differential. Yopaj finds Insania, Solar Bind, Shards, but the Blinding Light pushes him out. All right, Yopaj, a rare mistake there. Keeps Insania alive.
No, see, he was just looking to counter the Hurricane that he thought there was a hidden bird, and he's like, he's going to try and blow this way, and I'll try and blow this way.
I see.
And so Yopaj just over next level.
Oh. That is always a little bit scary when you see your Terrorblade down to about a quarter HP.
Who wants to get sundered?
Yeah. Might just need to keep fighting here, because, I mean, they can't afford to lose mid. They have a catapult, but if Liquid lose this tower, this really starts to feel like impossible to fight into.
Yeah, Jackie's Maelstrom's on the way out. Exorcism still being held. Does he want to join in the fray? There's also still a tome coming for Tims to give him the punch as well.
Bringing numbers. They do have level 6 now on Snapfire with that tome picked up. It's a hard fight to get, but they're smoked up with 2.
Oh, there it is. The kiss is leveled up.
Ready if they have an opening. And Boom, respecting this, are actually stepping back a little bit. They place down a ward, spot out a couple heroes. I mean, Scam and Tims at this point, these kills would be pretty valuable. Like, Ench is almost, it's getting closer to that Visage.
Oh, they see the real value. They're going way past. Those are the supports trying to play the Vanguard up front, giving that vision. Now they're going to hop on the Yopaj.
Couple punches. This is a huge kill. If they can get him, the dodge tries to get away, but Boxy cleans up.
Oh, he's hit the range, you know. He's here in Texas.
Exactly. And doesn't have a cookie to get away, so we'll pay the price, but that kill onto Kato is exactly what they needed.
What a fantastic maneuver. I mean, the positioning there from Scam and Tims is very intentional. Sitting upon that ramp, knowing where Yopaj is farming, they're trying to prevent that by forming like a physical wall to block smokes, right? You see that all the time in pro matches, and sometimes supports end up feeding, and that's okay, because it's all for the greater good. But in this case, they just slip right on past because they had that vision from the help of Insania's creeps, and they find Yopaj way in the back.
12 minutes in, it's still a 4,000 gold lead as Boom have very much taken over the early part of this game. Can Liquid hold off the pressure and try and mount a bit of a comeback when they don't have their ultis, man? Insania, it's the Hurricane Bird to get them away from the army of the dead, which is chasing.
They're rallying.
God, they are really hitting them quite hard. Creeps on birds, on trolls, on skeletons. Got a freaking D&D campaign just right in the mid lane here. And eventually, these are going to take down this tower. Boom are not backing out.
These heals on all the summons.
They just keep staying alive, but the punches onto the buildings, eventually it will go down. Will it be denied, though? Yeah. They manage it.
It's such frustrating sustained pressure that you have from this Keeper of the Light and all these creeps from the Enchantress.
It's really hard to deal with. See their Scam takes back over the creep, so manages to steal one away from Chen, and a 5,000 gold lead as Boom continue to farm, and there has just not been an answer. There hasn't been a way that this fight and this game has looked good for Liquid. They just need to wait for Matumba Man to come online, and only has a Dragon Lance. Still most farmed hero in the game for them. See also there, the level's pretty substantial. Visage does finish off now. The Vlad's. will actually eye up the drums next. So more of these like big, I don't know, amplification of damage items as Mickey able to get cookied over the top. Tosses away. Tim's TP's out, but the Walrus Punch from the low ground.
They're just feeling that strength as a unit, as you said, going for those items and staying together, pushing through, denying space here for Liquid as they hunt down the angle Zai wants to escape out of.
His birds head on back home. Does get brought down low, but they can't connect with the hero itself.
He got one.
Okay.
Tims will take that. Immediately onto the tower, so they have to find the counter pressure somewhere else on the map here from Team Liquid. Time is running out. It's a 6K lead at 15 minutes right now for Boom. And those big objectives are going to fall very easily for them now.
Yeah, this is really hard. I mean, any moment that they want to go across the map, Boom are going to be able to take down buildings. And you can see, even with just one hero showing in the bottom lane, you don't feel confident going there with the Terrorblade. You need all your illusions to be hitting creeps at every moment. If they even just die, a couple of them, it hurts your farm so much. Game is just really tough.
I don't even know how you certify right now from Liquid at this point. And Mickey he went in for the Echo Saber first, just feeling like there wasn't going to be that many options for initiation. He needed something where he could try and hold back these pushes and also like stay farming alongside his Terrorblade. But without him going Blink, they just have no initiation.
They got the Tumbler's toy and the cookie.
All right, there you go. Yeah, that's true. That's true. He got Tumblers, so he's like, I don't need Blink.
It all has to be absolutely perfect, and if it's not, then the initiation falls away so quickly. And to be honest, you're still playing against Jug. Like if he's in the fight, you definitely can't take it. Maybe FBZ getting caught out of position or something, but God, the game just looks so rough.
Well, especially because they don't even have like oh, and look at this, Mickey. I mean, they know Mickey's up here because of that ward that they left at the top of that ramp there. And they also know that the support is pretty far behind, but yeah, they see them coming now, right? They see Vincere, they see Chen, everything on that vision. And he pings it out.
And Boom, actually giving some respect. And again, the strength that you've got is when they're all together. And when you have this type of move that happens from Liquid where they bring numbers, the worst thing that Boom could do here would be give away a couple of kills.
Yeah, Liquid can't force the fight.
No.
That is something that you can do on your own terms right now for Boom, and they're itemizing towards a few different things right now. Force Staff is finished up here for Yopaj, so it's going to help out with his general survivability and try and ensure that they can't get the blow-up that they want. Maybe he can get a save onto someone. At the same time, though, Boxy also finishing Force Staff first.
You know, there have been a couple of these games where a lead like this has grown, and then the team that's behind has been able to keep it somewhat even with like really good map positioning and movement and like dodging fights constantly, and then suddenly maybe you get to like 30 minutes and that 6K gold lead, it doesn't feel as bad. But when you've got like these sort of objective takers and you know that Boom are eventually going to go in for the Roche, it feels kind of tough. We'll see if they can do it though on Liquid.
Well, if there's any hero that can do it, it's certainly Terrorblade. It would be nice if he had a little bit of help, though. His help, oh man, that pushback with the Solar Bind is so much damage. Zai just not looking like a core at all.
He didn't stand a chance. Yeah, if you get caught, it's over. There's no way out, and might even lose a bird here. Moves in with the tag team, the Walrus Punch, both birds dead. Gank the hero, kill his friends. Just making life rough for Liquid in game number 3.
Mickey is farming fairly fast, though, considering the situation and considering how much space is being taken up by his Terrorblade. I mean, he's moving to some dangerous areas, but he knows he has to. He's got to find this Blink Dagger so they have any hope of just getting pickoffs and trying to put Boom a little bit off their plan, you know, stop them from grouping up if you can get that first grab.
They've been able to keep their tier 2 towers alive, 6-1. Low kill score is definitely favoring Liquid right now. You do not want the kills to start racking up because it's not going to be Liquid that are killing people. But the question is, how much of the map can Boom take over before this stuff happens? As they will head into the pit. FBZ has Exorcism available, but they're going to try and take it without.
Yeah, he thought about it, but it's like how do they actually start this fight on us? And it looks good, you know what I mean? And this will give the gold over to Tims as well for the Blink Dagger, so have a save potential to counter versus the eventual initiation that'll come out from Mickey as he's about to finish his Blink as well. It's just a fraction too late, so great timing here from Boom. And
Kisses.
The Kisses come through, but
that's some good damage. They get the kill on the Roche, they won't. So Jackie picks up the Aegis, and Boxy not able to get the snipe.
And they do get a trade on that bottom tower, sort of a bit of a class. He denies it with the Jug Illusion. Okay, nice, nice. Well done.
Dang. Nicely played down bottom there by Jackie. Blink Dagger coming out for the Tusk, and we now have, at the 19-minute mark, Aegis on Jackie. Getting towards and finishing that Manta. It's been a really free game for him. Not a whole lot needed.
1-0-0.
That's a
Hitting
really
great,
good.
You know?
A nice carry score. Liquid, do they want to fight now? They're smoked up. They have the blink done. They feel like they need to make something happen.
There's no kisses though, remember?
This is a tough kill.
I don't know
It's
if
a really
this is their
tough kill. They're smoked up though. They feel like they have to do something. There is no coddle here. This could be the one big window, but the scan is going to connect again, and boom, they're just so clean with their movements. Not taking chances. This match just as important for them as it is for Liquid. Don't want to lose your chance at the TI Direct qualification, and Skem, Mickey tries to find him.
That's a great grab.
That's a good kill. That's what they needed.
Every single kill matters right now for Liquid, and most importantly, they're about to get the Wraith packs as well for Zai. So this is where Visage really starts to feel like this force that you look for, and the reason why the hero wins so many games. Because, like, let's look over the numbers and the damage here from Boom. If the fight, gets, like one hero gets picked off, their damage isn't that great necessarily. They don't really have the best frontliners, because Juggernaut is sort of a frontliner, but at the same time, he kind of dances around a little bit.
True.
You have this big damage coming from the TV. There will be eventually the big damage from the Tiny and the Visage to match as well. And I feel like the late game scaling, that this could be something that Liquid could delay for.
Right. For Boom, the plan is pretty simple as far as what they're looking for. Find a target, blow them up at the start, or just allow Coddle heals to rain down and you eventually outscale them if they can particularly kill that Terrorblade. The tower goes down bottom, tier 2, Boxy, spotted. It's the 4-staff away. Zai says, why are you bringing him over to me? Tim's Walrus Punch connects, but
Liquid are running.
It's going to be fine. And yeah, just look at that. Tim's gets ran down.
Hand of God is still here.
They could look for more. Skem tries to back away, kisses round 2. Catches up with the Ench, slowly whittling him down. The silence is out. They have Metamorphosis if they want to turn for this fight. Skem down to such low HP, but will survive through it. Mickey takes a big Illuminate Blast through the side of him.
They're still Hand of God.
BKB, a couple more punches. FPC in trouble. Can they finish him off, though? Not quite. So 2 heroes incredibly low right now for Boom, as Liquid win this fight, but I mean, it does get a little bit sketchy. You could have gotten so much more there.
Yeah, but I mean, that's got to make Boom a little bit nervous.
Oh, yeah.
Don't you think?
It's true.
You have this big lead. You can feel how much the map you're controlling, but you miss out on this initial grab onto one of these 2 heroes between the Snapfire and the Visage, and then more heroes start rotating across the map. And you're like, why aren't we getting kills? And like, we barely survived on an Ench and a Death Prophet.
No meta, no exorcism, but there is no kisses and nothing else.
Wow. I really thought he was going to die from a Blink 4-staff, or a Blink Walrus Punch, but not able to get the vision up there in time.
8K gold lead. They're keeping it somewhat steady, at least. The lead is not accelerating, which is the big thing that you would be worried about for Liquid. Boom. After taking that bottom tier 2 tower, they should be able to clean up these outposts on the bottom side of the map if they want. While Jackie continues to accelerate and farm, Tim's there to back him up, and they're just going to try and keep closing in the map onto Liquid.
Yeah, getting around and securing the space around these tier 2s is fairly simple, but heading towards the high ground can still be a bit scary versus a Tiny, as I'm sure we all know. This will force back the TPs. How much do they want to stay around here? And I'd be careful getting close as Ench with the Tiny being in the game. They have a 4-staff on Boxy, so like the Tiny could potentially blink in, toss someone in, and be 4-staff to safety.
Hey, you have to be really careful there, but I mean, this is kind of a freebie. If they can get this much tower on the tier 3 tower before people come back, such damage on the tier 3 tower, that's a big win. So a bit risky, but the risk pays off. Walrus Punch on the Boxy. 4-staff to the other side of the shards, and the birds go down again.
And the lack of Manta as well there from Natus, like Solar Bind just sort of ruins him unless he wants to pop BKB. It's a full-on commitment to the fight at that point.
I don't think they have Familiars for 90. That is a little bit frustrating for Liquid, I'm sure.
Part's a bit rough, yeah. I'll give you that one.
So Aegis going to be reclaimed, and we've got 3 minutes till it's capable of respawning. Still the 8K gold lead. Will there be any other big items that get picked up in between now and that next fight? Scotty, maybe for Terrorblade if we get a decent spawn on it.
Yeah, I think the Scotty for Jug, the Scythe for Yopaj, and the Shivas for DP are like that trio of items that they're going to look for to really try and shut down. Like it's an amazing Shiva's game. Between the fact that there's going to be a lot of side lane play here, so the vision coming out from that's going to be very helpful, but catching these Blink Daggers as well from the Tiny potentially, Chen and all the creeps, Visage, and the Terrorblade, like it's a fantastic item this game. And FPZ just needs that little bit of tankability in the middle too, so you're just happy to grab the plate mail nice and early too.
Will they find anybody?
Oh, some courier's going to get spotted here by Tim, so he's got an idea where they're at. He's just going to follow it.
Follow the courier.
A couple of homing pigeons.
Oh, Insania, he knows you're there. How you doing, buddy? Oh, hello? There it is. There he goes. Walrus Punch comes out. So the courier eventually makes its way over to Snap, and will Tim's find round 2? Doesn't look like he can get there. So more pressure, and the areas where Matumbo Man can farm increasingly decreasing.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Honestly, I'm still impressed by Mickey.
Yeah.
I feel like I've seen so many Tinies fall so far behind this exact situation where they're like 0-2 and 2, and getting the Echo Saber first, he's really finding every single camp that Matu doesn't take. I mean, maybe it's partially because we often see like these Terrorblades and Alchemists like really take every single thing. Perhaps it's a bit of a conscious decision to give him some space here for the items. And so they're going to smoke up. They know right now that there's no Aegis to fight into, but BKB on the Death Prophet going to be pretty huge. Scythe is there for Yopaj as well.
And who do they find?
He would be a great catch first. Otherwise, you might get counter-initiated by a Scythe.
Kill some couriers. That's an illusion, so they spot Boxy at the very least. Zai playing with only one bird for the next little bit here. 60 seconds on cooldown.
They're sending Scam.
Yeah.
Go take an image.
Again, they just don't feel comfy with heading out and finding a fight. They need to get a pick off. Game is so hard unless Mickey can get that toss back. And even if they find the toss back, you need Matumbo Man there to really get the kill. Or the kisses, one of the two. He is close to this Scotty. Will buy 2 components, 1,000 gold away from finishing it. And Jackie right there with him. So you can see the strength that Matumbo Man's been able to keep up his farm. He's right there with the Juggernaut, but Yopaj is the big difference maker here. Has that Hex done?
Yeah, Hex there. Scotty almost done. Shiva's almost done. Everything coming together with the timing of the Roche. America's favorite game, 35 seconds. It's 57 seconds.
Minute.
That's pretty perfect for Boom. They just need those items, and they want to head to the pit, secure that for themselves. And Liquid, what tools will be available for them? The Blink on the Tiny, the Hand of God, the Mech, Hez as well, that Shard once more, so the Granite Golem. I mean, when you're behind, 15% bonus HP, you will take that for sure. And the Wraith Pact as well. So if they can get all their spells out on Liquid, they are sort of this like amorphous blob of just like sustain and difficulty to deal with from Boom. Like, they don't have the most damage necessarily, but that's why we're talking about things like the Shiva's Guard being there to help combat some of that HP issue.
Well, and even if they do jump Matumbo Man, you know, this extra survivability he's going to have with the Scotty completed. Oh, he's so close. Oh, they take his illusion. God, that was his gold. He picks it up now, the point booster, and we'll have it delivered. It's going to pass right by that ward, so they'll know that this is here. And they'll realize that Scotty done. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, setting up for a fight. Second Roche respawns. They spot it immediately on Boom. And heading into the pit while Liquid head down south. They might miss out on this one.
Now, do they exorcism this time? I mean, Jug, you know?
Yeah,
he's got the Blade Fury talents, so he's not like mega hiding, but
Smoke up.
It's pretty fast.
I know, they're coming this direction. Already in the area, Mickey. Jackie, Skem, they're the ones that are blocking this off.
Oh, back
Interrupting, good avalanche onto all. FBZ walks forward, they toss back in. Jackie Matumbo Man trying to kill Skem, the BKB's there. It's only the Ench to start. FBZ and his BKB, this is looking pretty good for Liquid. FBZ down low, but the snowball save. The Hex is there, but he's gonna have his damage coming out of it. Tim's trying to control, but there's no follow-up on him. Matumbo Man, he gets it off, the Sunder, the turn. They're already dead on a couple. No DP in this fight. Matumbo Man lower and lower. Jackie trying to finish it, and he does. Jackie carry, but will he get out after? Liquid kiting that fight, and they finish him off, but one last blast from Yopaj takes down that Snapfire. 3 for 2, and I don't know if there's enough left to finish Roche.
Yeah, Mickey's still hunting a bit there, see if he can find Skem at the end, but not going to be there. There was a buyback as well from Skem, so that's actually a 4 for 2 trade. in favor of Team Liquid. And look at the XP and gold change there. Getting these heroes back after having to turtle together for so long, they're finally going to get a bit of a breath of fresh air and fresh levels.
This is what we talked about, right? You get to this like 30-minute mark and you're able to Liquid play this about as well as you could, not losing that net worth lead, not letting it expand, and suddenly it starts to matter less. But they need their ultis. They can't go for another round right now. Matumba Man still dead for 5 seconds. Zai gets caught, tries to play a little bit of interrupt, but Yopaj just spamming out this damage from the backline. The mech, it's there for the heal, but it's not enough.
That's an incredible pickoff. They need that so bad right now.
Mickey, they try and move in. Matumba Man, he's just got a punch. He does not have Metamorphosis. Can they chase down the rest of these heroes? Oh, the cookie, but the snowball save again. And Matumba Man down to a quarter HP, pops the BKB, waiting for FBZs to wear out. He wants to sunder this, gets it for the kill. Matumba Man, he hits his mark. Oh my goodness, that is what they needed. Mickey, though, gets found and killed by Skem, but Matumba Man just going in with his bare hands.
And now Jackie's
trying
back.
to make it work.
Jump in, Jackie!
The snowball forward, the spin down, and boom, they take down the carry
There's
of
a
Liquid.
Scythe. It's going to be here as well. There's no Force Staff in time. They can keep this chase onto Boxy.
Boxy tries to hide, tries to get away, but Tim's, Yopaj, they're on the case. The Hex is there, the snowball in. 4 go down, and boom, Roche is open.
Back to the Roche, back to the Shard. Pass that off here, and well, Tim's, he's finally get his courier back, and I've been wondering, can I get an Aghanim? Because I feel like that's sort of a fight where it starts, where Zai goes down. That's what they need right on Boom.
God, this extended fight after the fact, and Liquid just sticking around a little bit too long and getting punished.
Yeah.
Matumba was so close to respawning.
Part of the issue there is Insania has no save at this point, right? Like, he gets the mech off, but there's no hand of God at this point, so there's not as much that they can sort of like bait out and put them in a compromising position from Boom. And then at this point, though, when the rundown's here and Matsu's there and you're running out of this sustained damage, like they needed Jackie the first time to bring him down. Great cookie, and even with the snowball, though, not able to turn that BKB. Look at the fearlessness. He's like, you guys have nothing right now when I'm BKB'd. That's a core coddle. I don't care.
Unreal. And Tim's did this fight about as well as you could. Like you said, that snowball there making a huge difference. And, well, Mickey finds him. This fight not over. This game not over by any stretch of the imagination. But Zai will get found. But Matumba Man pops it, chases. The Hex was there from Yopaj. That long-range control, so hard to deal with. And now he's got an E-Blade. This BKB, it's everything for Matumba Man. It's all of the 12% that the Dota Plus is giving him right now.
Yeah. And Tim's still holding the Shard as well. He didn't decide to consume it himself, just sitting in his backpack, so I'm not sure who wants that, but we'll see who they decide to pass it off to. Yeah, I would really like to see the Aghanims, though, from the Tusk. I feel like they're at that point now where they just need to break this up a little bit. There is some concerns, though, because, like, what if you make this save with the, or, like, what if you try and pull them out, but the Hand of God is too much?
Right.
And then maybe you can't get that initial kill, but I do feel like they kind of need to pick apart this Liquid roster because they're just so strong as a unit at this point in the game, surrounded by this Wraith Pact.
It's true. I mean, again, you're winning right now on Boom, but we saw that when the fight is sort of on even terms, all the heroes there, it's still relatively close. They do go for the shards there onto Tusk. At 13,000 gold lead, and Liquid going to have to hang on to their high ground. And the problem is that now you're actually getting into that next set of items. And when Boom take that next tier, next step up, it's going to be really hard for Liquid to compete against them. Jackie moves on in. They won't quite find the Tiny, who has finished off the Silver Edge. Hard game for Liquid.
Yeah, the potential is certainly still there, though. I mean, they have the Aghanim's Tusk, you know, they have the Tiny.
Right, that's true.
Yeah, they have the potential to isolate in this game, so out of that Silver Edge could find something. Ob Sentry combo in the bottom lane there from Boom in case someone tries to make their way out there with that Invis. Keep an eye on someone trying to solo push out that lane as well, perhaps. And they're just staying locked in the base right now from Liquid.
Yeah, it's too scary into that Aegis on the Juggernaut. And this is probably going to be the state of the game. They had to do it earlier, waiting out and hoping to find a moment to get out on the map. This time it's a smoke just outside of vision. This might just be a farming one. I don't know if they'll find anybody to go for a quick jump onto.
Yeah, just some D-words there from Boxy, clearing up the pillar, give them an idea what's up. Check the other ones as well. They don't even go for the opens right now. Jackie just TPs in confidently. Says, if you want to start a fight on my Aegis, I am in.
He is super ready for that one.
Spinning for the wave with the movement speed.
Sends out the illusions. And the wave will be caught here by Mickey. Does the old avalanche toss, then TP outplay, cutting waves where they can while they try and buy time for Matumba Man to get another item.
Oh, Sam, it's big upgrades for Zai. He's gotten the shard now on the Visage. There's also going to be a shard finish for Boxy here now as well, so that's stun coming out. They have a lot more control now to try and get this damage out from Matu, because he's really the one they need to enable at this point, right? We're just trying to ensure that he can get as much right clicks out as possible. And Mickey, in a similar vein, of course, just wants to get that first big jump.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you need to find one of those targets, get somebody caught. The other thing is potentially a refresher at some point, because it's meta and it's BKB for Liquid. It makes all the difference in the world, but Terrorblade still need to get more gold, more damage before then, so he can blow up that Juggernaut, because so far, Jackie, again, yet to really be touched that much in this game. 2-1-2.
Oh, and as Liquid, you see them, they're piling up these observer wards. The next smoke out, right? You got to ensure that you can see everything in the fight. So you might just see them drop them down everywhere. I don't know what kind of sustained vision you can get out there right now. Not a lot of gems, by the way, in this series, but we do have one this time on Scam, so going to be there to help control that vision. That just makes it a little bit more valuable, I would say, when you're dropping them in the fight, because if you leave them out on the map with you being herded back into your base so often, it's very likely they're just going to get spotted by somebody with the gem.
Oh, yeah.
So you kind of just drop them down in the fights and hope that that's enough for you to win, especially when you have someone like a Terrorblade who has this big long range of the right clicks. You just don't want to lose someone.
No. Got to keep that vision on him, not get fogged out. They do place one ward down now on Boom to try and control this area. If the fight breaks out, they're going to be in a good spot.
It's a minute and a half from tier 4s, and they haven't even finished their tier 3 neutrals yet either from Liquid. So
I mean, they got to get out on the map and cut those.
Yeah, it would not hurt to get out there now. And of course, with the Aegis being down, this is the time to do that.
There is also double Aeon discs picked up for the Coddle and the Tusk. So if things start getting a little bit dicey, they're going to be able to survive that initial burst.
Kind of interesting that neither of them tried the disassemble, huh? Because neither of them have been popped yet.
Yeah, it's true.
Or reassemble, I suppose.
Smoke out, Liquid. Seeing if they can catch anybody that's just heading out on the map. Mickey will run into some Juggernaut illusions. They get down a ward in the mid lane, and Liquid trying to, as you said, get that farm on, get this next round of creeps. Oh, the illusions get taken, the bounty rune away too.
Yeah, and Insania just looking to pop smokes, standing there in the tree line by this double observer. So this is where they want to fight, or at least they're willing to fight right now.
But look at home. Boom, pressuring the tower. Tier 3 falls unassisted. There's nothing else there besides those illusions.
That's the first one to go as well.
So a good play by Boom. They see, all right, you take back over your jungle, we'll take your towers. Get it taken care of. 15k gold. But the other thing is this next round, the Aegis coming out, third one. We'll see who it is that ends up claiming the prize as Jackie building into the butterfly next.
It feels like Yopaj just needs his allies to be as survivable and annoying as he is, because he wants these slightly longer and extended fights so he can just keep spamming out all his items, his E-Blade, his constant healing onto the team. And that was the one thing that I think they were sort of struggling in that fight, that Liquid was able to go toe-to-toe with them. And that they are kind of feeling like they're at that point, right? Especially with one more item. Even just like some evasion or something on FBZ would be huge for them.
Smoke. FBZ, as you said, has a couple of survivability items, but they are going to head out front and center. Liquid.
Boxy's going for a real risky ward.
Evacuating
it actually got pinged
here
by Skem, he knew.
Yeah, Skem's realizes it, and Boxy gonna jump away. So this should tip off the rest of Liquid that there's trouble in the area. Mickey likely to TP out, although Yopaj, just smoke breaks. Goes invis. Do they have any detection? Doesn't look like it. So Mickey able to get out of there. Does he go for another play here? Gonna cut another wave maybe? It might be. No, he's just gonna TP. Plays it safe. Dude, this game's, it's like you catch the tiny there and like that could be it. That could be their qualification.
Yeah, he actually had no buyback too, so slightly worrisome there. And 10 seconds. America's favorite game, Gabe. When will Roche respawn?
If it's very quick, maybe.
Give me a number.
Liquid. 2 seconds.
22 seconds.
Oh my goodness. We're always so early.
It's 2's all the down. All the down. 2's all the way down. 47. All right. Okay. A little bit early here.
Gem picked up for the Chen. I know they got to deward this area. This next Roche, it's everything. It's pivotal.
Ooh, they have no obs on them right now? That is rough. I mean, they're planting it on their high ground. They're going to try and hold this territory, but I think that's their last ward at the moment, too. So that is frightening. You do not want to lose sight of them in this engagement.
Tim's Skem ready to face check this with a creep. The Glimmer after, the toss back, they get their Tusk. But there's the Aeon Disc proc, the Hex already out onto Terrorblade. This could be okay for them. Snowball onto one.
He plants a ward too.
The pushback, they have good vision onto all. Jackie goes for the spin. FBZ, they turn onto this DP, trying to kill him off in time. Can they do it though? The Ava toss combo, it's enough. FBZ will fall, and the kisses coming in the backline. Yopaj takes care of that. But it is only 1-for-1. It was the DP kill.
It was, but there's also no BKB on Matu, so getting back into this fight can be very troublesome for Team Liquid. But they're going to find that this Roche is up now for Boom.
And that's hard. I feel like, again, no DP. Maybe there's a little bit of worry there, but there's going to be this window where Exorcism's down and DP has respawned.
Oh, there's also not going to be a meta, too, so there's perhaps an idea here from Boom. Instead, though, they're kind of examining the mid lane here, pushing this out. Don't want to give anything for free to Liquid in terms of vision and knowledge of the map. And now they steal a Conjure Image. They head in towards the pit with the illusions.
Yeah, they see it's
not
ready.
opt for it yet.
Wait for DP to be back up, and then they can go if they want. Liquid. The story remains the same. Push outside lanes, try and buy time. It just, they're waiting for that perfect fight, and a couple of times they found it, but they can't extend that fight and take down the rest of those heroes. But this is going to be an Aghanim Scepter done. Jackie,
is it time?
Tims, they're all there.
I mean, Jackie's probably the best one, but I'm down for Tims.
Oh, there you go. We'll see if he takes it.
I mean, he's kind of owned the series. Game 1 Tusk, you know.
It's a carry. They're going to take the Axe. You know what's going to happen.
Come on, Tims. Move that slot.
Not quick enough.
Yeah, they're just faster clickers. That's all it is.
Well, a lead that has been growing more and more is further now into the favor of Boom. And see fans rejoicing at this so far. The question is, can they close it out?
They've been hurt too many times before. Their hope's not up yet. They know.
There's a danger. Always a danger. Things could turn around. Zai losing birds in this bottom lane. Has to go for the resummon back on home.
I mean, the best sign is that it's the major and it's not versus another C team. So they know that they're not necessarily going to lose because C teams have to knock each other out of the lower bracket every major, and that is the rule.
Every single time.
They know that. So, you know, they will fight until they find the C team.
Right. That's right. Another big pickup here, though. Zai finishing the AC. Again, you have this huge lead now for Boom. And it has continued to stay that way throughout most of this game. But there's always that inkling in the back of your head. If Boom take one bad fight, suddenly could be going under.
It's also, like, particularly for Matu, right? He just has zero concerns about this Coddle as long as he's BKB'd for the most part, right? He can just kind of ignore him. And there is the potential for the save. And by the way, I love this. The Aghanims. I feel like we're seeing the Aghanims a little bit, particularly from the Roche when it gets given to the Coddle, but it looks so strong every time I see it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we kind of moved away from it a little bit, and it has its own issues versus Terrorblade, but I think even the last time we saw it was versus a TB, and it still feels very difficult to play versus.
They're getting all the items right now. I mean, there's that Aghanims you're talking about, but FBZ just finishes the Halberd, so now has evasion. We think about those last couple of fights where he's just gotten focused by Matumba Man. Much less likely that's going to happen.
Although he will be able to sell out pretty soon and get that. Well, I say soon for the MKB. No, not that soon. So yeah, that evasion's going to be kicking for a while. Buyback situation here. Not so good for Liquid.
No.
Only the supports.
You got to go all in for this one.
Yeah, you got a TB, so you don't really want to buy back with no meta. And he was eyeing up the Aghanims before as well on Matu, but changing his mind.
Blinding Light stun, 1.25 seconds. That's an S, not a 5. 1.2 seconds. 43 minutes in, and Boom still playing about as safe as you can be. The Death Prophet has been the focus that they've had over and over again in these fights. And this time, with the Halberd, with everything else, it might not be as good. They toss back a creep. That is not good enough. Force staff 2 times to try and get out. As Zai will drop his familiars down. Jackie still very, very tanky in all of this. Take over the illusion of the Terrorblade. try and do what damage they can. The Force Staff in, actually, and Zai has to back away. Jackie, after the spin, will retreat. That melee racks down substantially, and Terrorblade Illusions now hitting their own racks. As Jackie runs in with the spin, tries to bring it down, gets it, and then the walk away.
The protection of the shard wall and then bouncing the units over is very crafty. Forms like a big U in between the two racks that they can't really get past.
And the melee racks down. Boom. They're taking this sort of slow, steady approach, which is just going to be spin forward, take the building, back away. And it's hard not to agree with them. It's a pretty safe way to push.
And both Aeon Discs still up right now. That's probably the key item at the moment for the beginning of these engagements. So they want to try and find Yopaj, trying to annihilate him in the back, because he is squishy, of course. I mean, he's got 3k HP, but you can get through that.
Gets the spin off. No chance for a toss back. The Hex was there. Meanwhile, the break, it connects. Good chunk of damage. Jackie brought down a little bit lower, but the heals, there's so many heals. Yeah. Whether it's Skem, whether it's anybody, it doesn't matter, it feels like.
There's Healing Ward, there's Wraithpact Aura as well here for the side of Boom, so.
Has a Lotus Orb on him. Zai drops the birds again. And 45 seconds left on this Aegis.
These constant solar binds on Matu. Feels like he just can't move. He doesn't want to pop his BKB to dispel them, but they don't have any other soft dispel.
Another spin, hit the tier 3 tower, back away. I mean, can you feel how bad Boom want to win this? They pop Exorcism, they pop all that stuff, still only putting the jug forward with the Aegis, and as soon as it gets close, they're going to back away. Take your small little victories, and no throwing today.
Nope, 24k lead, and just under 20 seconds now left on that Aegis, so we might be going for another one.
There might be another one indeed. I mean, there might be another one after that if the game keeps going like this. The worry that I do kind of have is, you know, you think about late game, the difference that you get with these items. A refresher on TB does change a lot. Whereas, like, the next item on Jug, for instance, how much extra value do you get out of that? The marginal benefit, right?
Yeah, he already hit so fast.
That's right.
Yeah, there you go. No, he is still scaling, though. Pretty
true.
Frightening pace here, as he, of course, does have that Aghanim with the Swift Slash, so being able to just Swift Link in there, that's a lot of damage. So is the Mjolnir to go to next as well if he wants to. Obviously, very strong versus the TB.
Swift Link done. 46 minutes. And Boom, playing on their own side of the map while Liquid are going to venture forward, maybe try and get some vision down. Still just 11 to 14. It has been, it's such a different, like, sort of feeling in the game right here in these elimination matches for, you know, wanting to go through. I mean, this is, both of these teams' entire year has been building up to going to this tournament, and it all comes down to one best of 3, and game 3.
They're looking, how do we win this fight? You can see Boxy just saying, like, I just got a Scythe. Like, I think I just need, like, Blink Stun, get a Scythe on someone else. Zai thinking similarly, eyeing towards a Scythe. That's obviously very far away. But one thing that is getting pretty close is Insania's Aghanim Scepter. And this is something that could, you know, it's not big AoE disable in this situation, right? It's not like you're going to be stopping like an RP or something, everyone's like suddenly dispelled, but, you know, we talk about things like Matu, with these like nuisances and everything, something that can at least help out a little bit, perhaps in between BKBs if he gets that refresher, or even after the BKB to help him out, because between, I mean, he has the Satanic as well, I guess, for the Solar Bind, so he does have that at the very least, but yeah, that's not really the soft dispel you want to be popping randomly.
No, it feels bad. But they will wait around this side of the map, eventually need to deal with the creep wave that's brought into their buildings. And Dire scan, try and find if they're wrapping around behind, but no, Liquid just playing in their own jungle as Tiny tries to get towards that Moonshard next. Still hanging on to a Windlace of all things, but sort of a testament to how rough this game has been for them. The Jug and the Coddle just so unbelievably farmed. Yopaj has had such a free game. 6-1-4 on this Coddle.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. That's crazy. 2 heroes keeping it pretty close with a Terrorblade at this point is very hard to do, and, you know, not without its consequences, of course. Like, sometimes the other heroes, I mean, think about the fact that you're the 3rd core and these other heroes. Oh, nice.
Catch one. Tim's and Disc there, but they won't find anything else after. MKB done for the Terrorblade. I think I saw a Scythe. They have the Will-O-Wisp instantly dead. Yopaj tries to throw out some Illuminate spam.
Not too meta.
Can they find anything here, though? It doesn't look like it.
Yeah, now he didn't beat KB at the very least, but still. Obviously, you need that that meta to really fight, and he gets a Wraith Pact out of it.
Yeah, not what he would have hoped for.
Oh, it's a quick Roche, too. While we were busy with that engagement, the timer popped up. It's going to be short, and it's going to be without meta now for Team Liquid.
God, that hurts. That really hurts for Liquid.
I mean, I don't know if they can contest it anyway necessarily, but of course, that might be the battleground where they choose to fight instead. There's a lot of benefits, though, being near their base at the moment because they have this toss, of course, and the Tier 4 towers certainly don't hurt in a fight, as well as the fact that you're going to have those buybacks there, so.
They leave the side of the map, though. Boom going to head out. And Matsu's going to catch this wave here. He's almost at the refresher.
Imagine he sends the birds in right now from Zai, too.
Zai found the Roche that got them in a really good position in one of the previous games. Could be another way to make it work. Ench is going to send the courier in. That does not work anymore.
Just hanging out.
Oh,
you know, maybe they
chilling.
kill the courier.
That's true. Fair enough. Dagon bought now by the Goddle. So the zap is there. Trying to have that as well as buyback for Yopaj.
Only a 400 gold surplus at 4,000 gold, by the way.
That's so crazy. I'm just keeping my eyes on this refresher. That's going to be the big thing for him. Boom, they spot it. Into the pit they go. And Liquid, are they going to be able to get here? Do they even want to?
The Radiant scan the high ground, just saying, like, are they coming up the ramp? Well, they're not coming up the ramp right now. The birds go by. Zai's going to send the bird into the pit. He's going to see this going down.
Yeah, they spot him with Schem. Can't quite connect in time. And Roche, another one, will be claimed by Boom. Refresher.
Oh, yes.
The Aghanim Scepter for the kick.
It's time.
It's dangerous. And there's a DD bottom. It doesn't get better than this for Boom.
No, much needed. And, of course, Tim's also once again towards that Aether Lens as well to help extend the usefulness of it, too.
Nicely done by Matumba Man.
Oh, yeah, it was a good play.
I mean, one Omni Slash with a DD from Jug, and that could be the end of the game just right there. It might be without the DD, to be honest.
Yeah, between that and the Swift Slash as well, just a tough guy to lock down here. And they're going to move higher very confidently. There's that sight, though, now revealed from Boxy. Stun, force that in.
Do they have anything after? Doesn't look like it. Jackie still can't do it.
Doesn't care.
Not concerned. Tim's with the kick out. They found him. Matumba Man. Oh, the Sunder. Where is it? He needs it now. He's trying to survive with just the Satanic, and it's actually good enough. Tim's turned upon Jackie, trying to focus. Can they kill him off in time? Hex, the control, the right clicks, the forward, the cookie. They missed, though. They missed the cookie. Now turns, has to force step out, but it's not going to be enough. Yopaj comes through with the damage in the end. But the buyback is there from Terrorblade. The kick onto Mickey. Tim's just keeps on finding targets. This Aghanim Scepter was exactly what they needed. He does have buyback. And they're going to need it from this Tiny if they want to stop this pressure coming from Boom.
Oh, the smoke up as well from the other heroes in the back. Remember, though, this is a Terrorblade now who doesn't have meta.
Doesn't have
He
enough.
can't afford a refresher with that buyback as well. Tough to really do much in these fights.
And Boom, they can sense blood in the water. They're not even worried anymore. Jackie no longer going for the spin hit. He's just hitting right away. Will back away as everybody rejoins him, but this is the last racks remaining. Mega Creeps soon on the menu.
And you can see the hesitation of Tim's with the Ags too, right? Like with the big save initially on the Terrorblade with the Hand of God, it was a little bit rough at first, but obviously they just have so much sustain and the Aegis on the Juggernaut that they feel comfortable with a support buyback in that situation. So Tim's again ready to hunt here with another kick if someone presents themselves.
Liquid, they're staying in this one till the bitter end.
One last building.
Can Boom close this out cleanly?
Mickey caught by a shards. He's
and
lost
there it is. He's the Hex. They kick him. Mickey in trouble. There's no save. Tries to push away the cookie, everything. They do actually get him out. Meanwhile, the Walrus Punch, the Dagon. Matumba Man is dead for 2 minutes with no buyback. Boom. They sense it's their time. They want to go to TI. And sense a collective sigh of relief from all the Southeast Asia fans as at least one team is going through direct. If they can finish this one off, it's a lot of damage from Mickey, but Jackie is strong. 2 more dead. Zai gets caught by the fear. Yopaj is godlike. The buyback from the Visage. Everything thrown out in the line. As Liquid do not want to give this up, but FBZ is too strong. Ava, toss, combo, the Jug, he's still got an Aegis. It's not going to matter. As Boom are going to close this one out, finish off the game, finish unless Jackie dives Fountain. That's the Aegis at least.
Just need to refresh, you know?
But Liquid, there's not enough left in the tank. And Boom are going to take this series 2-1. They're going to TI.
Yeah, Jackie gets in there, throws a penny in the well for some good luck with the fountain feed.
Oh, FBZ's loving it.
And there it is. Absolute jubilation now for the C region, for the C fans. They have a team guaranteed to go to TI, and it is Boom. They started strong this year, and they're going to finish it here at the Arlington Major. At the very least, we'll be seeing them in Singapore.
That's right. Impressive display from them. Still Fnatic to play through the bottom for Liquid. It's going to be qualifiers again. A tough situation, a tough season in a tough region. And still a lot of answers need to be made. But Boom, they're the ones that are going to qualify, head on through. It was always going to be one of these two.
Yeah.
Still a little bit of love being spared between the two teams.
Yeah, certainly lots of love between these guys. And I mean, obviously both teams, I'm sure, just feeling that sense of like, oh man, I feel bad at whoever has to go to these qualifiers at this point, as it means so much throughout the year. So Team Liquid going to perhaps one of the most contested ones across the planet. It feels like every single year all of the regions become more and more competitive, and to have to head there, and I'd be feeling the same way.
Well, a tough series indeed, and both of these teams looking really, really good throughout many different games, but in the end, there could only be one victor, and it's going to be Boom this time, and still a lot more to be played all throughout the rest of this. These teams, they put their heart and their soul into it. A tough situation.
And we're just getting started for today.
That's right.
We've got more series with more stakes on the line here and more trips to Singapore.
That's right. So many more games to come. And as we get ready to head on back one last time, I can't help but wonder, like, who's going to be next? You know, there's still so many games that need to be played. The lower bracket's so brutal. But we'll head on back to the panel now, let them break down all the action.
That is the heartbreaks of the lower bracket. Unfortunately, with this series going 2-1 in favor of Boom, it means Liquid is out of the Arlington Major, and also, unfortunately, for a direct invite for TI. But let's look at the lighter side. Boom, they make it through. Big congratulations to them. You know, you're going to feel a little sigh of relief. If you're an SEA, you don't have to come up against them now in TI qualifiers. It's nice to know we are going to get an SEA team directly invited, but it's hard, both sides of the coin here.
Dude, I'm devastated for Liquid, but like it cannot be overstated how good Boom played that last game.
Yeah.
Like in a region like C where everything's known for being so chaotic, they were disciplined to the absolute max.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel it was disciplined because they knew how much this game meant, or maybe they've just cleaned up a little bit in their playstyle?
I would say they were disciplined not only in this game, but throughout the last 2 years. All of these players, there's a reason why Boom pretty much decided and picked all of them up. They were the flavor of the region, and they're just proving it here. I think discipline plus a ton of talent actually coming from SCA region at the moment, and then you add in another really good coach, an experienced coach, and you get yourself an SCA team qualified to TI.
Mm-hmm. Before I let you guys break down the game 3, we are going to jump to this stage because we do have a very nice winners interview with Banks.
Oh yes, that's right. I've managed to grab Scam once again, and you've made it to TI. You've eliminated Liquid here, but I got to ask you on this game 3, were you feeling the pressure a bit there, mate?
Yeah, I think we feel a bit pressure, but yeah, we still did it.
You still did it, and you did it in style as well. But you've now qualified for TI. I want to see if that kind of feeling, right, that you've qualified for TI, that pressure's gone away. Do you think you'll play better throughout the rest of the major?
Not really, because we are still not so stable. But if we stabilize our performance, I think we can still play better than this one.
And that's certainly what it's all about. Now, I do want to ask, when it comes to this major, what kind of roadblocks, what struggles have you guys had, and how have you been overcoming them?
It's really different here compared to the regional only, because the team is really good here.
Very good teams for sure. And is there something you've had to do to make sure you're adapting, or are you just learning as you go?
Yeah, we are trying to adapt and learn also from them.
That's what it's all about. But do you feel like you'll be more confident now you've survived this elimination match?
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Confidence is key. Confidence is the way we want to see it go down. Congratulations on not only qualifying for TI, but getting another win here. We'll get ourselves back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Banks. And also, Scam, he said there that the team has a little bit of way to go when it comes to being stable, to being that sort of consistent. But in this game 3, it felt like they were quite stable. The team was always progressing, always getting that gold lead, and honestly, making really great plays when it came to a lot of those rotations and map control and the map pressure. For you guys, let's start with the laning phase and have a little bit of a breakdown about how you felt it went for either team.
I think the biggest thing with the lane stage is they really shut down Zai's lane. Not so much because it's Zai, obviously he's a great player, but the Visage being kind of the key hero for so many of their timings. Like, the Chen didn't really have a hero to play around or push objectives with, and so much of that came down to, like, the Visage was playing catch-up. Only the TB was really having, like, maybe a great time, as well as, like, a bit of a farm trade in the mid lane. But the Jug and the Ench answer to the Visage was just so smart coming out from Boom.
Yeah, the Jug and the Ench. Like, Visage is considered one of the strongest laners at the moment because he can spam you with those nasty nukes constantly. Meanwhile, Jug has always been the hero. If he gets close enough and he spins, he's going to kill you before you do anything, right? Before that spin is even over, which mattered quite a bit against Visage and his armor layers.
Yeah, also, like, another huge thing is the base attack time of both heroes. Like, Visage isn't that great at
It's terrible.
bossing. Yeah, it's really bad.
Yeah.
And Jug has one of the fastest. It's so easy for him to last it in lane. Like, even when he had Boxy in lane with him, you could see the difference in CS.
So we saw that Visage really struggle. You see now that it falls back onto the TB, and I want to know a little bit more about how they weren't really hitting those timings for the TB, where that sort of disconnect was going for it to transition into an advantage.
I feel like the timings for TB were more or less there. The problem is we discussed Tiny and his position 1 preference, if he is, sorry, position 2 preference, if he will be mid or not, and we even discussed that he needs to be the one that catches Kotl. He was never the one that caught Kotl. That's the problem. Like, Terrorblade actually has enough farm, he dishes out a ton of damage, but he can't sustain himself versus Yopaj. Look at him, he's just constantly on the outskirts.
There's been, like, I've already seen 4 Illuminates, there's a 5th. It's just, every single fight it felt like Yopaj wasn't being addressed, and the TP was, getting his BKB off. He was getting Sunder off in most of these fights, but the problem was after getting Sunder off, he kept getting blasted, he kept getting brought low, and then suddenly Sunder is no longer up, and he doesn't maybe finish off some of these key heroes, or quite a few fights where he would get someone down really low, but they would get snowball saved, or they'd just manage to get out of range, and like they weren't being locked in place. So it just felt like Boom just were able to out-execute them to a large extent in these team fights, and a big part of that was Yopaj, his Kotl just being ignored.
Well, the other thing that stands out to me while we're watching this little highlight reel here is the Tusk. Tim's Tusk was insane. It looked good in game 1. They pick it up here in game 3, and it was just so fantastic with how much he was enabling this team.
Yeah, huge playmaker, getting a lot of saves off in these fights, always kind of being the one to kind of set things up. And, you know, they played it very slow and safe. It was his Axe timing that actually kind of broke the game open. Like, they were kind of struggling to find that way to break high ground. I think partly that was because of just their, you know, they wanted to play it safe. There's so much pressure on the line with it, you know, being TI at stake, but they found once they got that Scepter, it suddenly gave them a way to really, you know, basically break open, like find the kill opportunity.
Right? Like, you jump in, you kick someone out, it's always fun to watch.
Yeah, Yopaj team is just looking absolutely fantastic, especially when we look at this scoreboard here. But it wasn't always fast-paced, go for Boom. They definitely slowed down the game. I know more notably when they tried to push that high ground, they got top racks, but then there was just this lull in the game despite having Aegis, and there wasn't a lot going on.
Yeah, this is the discipline that I mentioned. Like, you can throw a game by pushing high ground and throwing and dying, and it's very easy to do. They were just for 20 minutes straight holding this triangle and controlling Roche over and over again, getting Aegis, playing this like death by 1,000 needles, like push high ground with spin, back off, relaxing, like taking it completely slowly, because like God's mentioned, really amazing point, the more your net worth lead increases, the more heroes you have with actual items. A Tusk support that might be only having like a blink now has an Axe, and you have like multiple win conditions to let you close out the game.
Yeah, even the Enchantress that has absolutely no impetus leveled up gets some items, you know, like benefits from those levels, if nothing else, levels that you eventually put into stats, obviously. Who needs spells?
And everybody could itemize for TB, because late game I felt like TB is the only threat, so you have like Death Prophet with a Shiv's Guard, Heart of Terras to make her even tankier, all these luxury items that you just don't expect to buy in a typical Dota game.
Despite Tim's being the obvious MVP here, just absolutely playing out of his mind. One of the areas that we haven't really talked about is this FBZ Death Prophet and just how impactful he was on her.
Oh, love the Southeast Asian Death Prophet, honestly. It has just been, throughout all these tours, they just keep picking it, even when it falls out of the meta. He's so good in lane. Like, he's, I would say, like, just as good as Zai's gameplay in the first 2 games on the Death Prophet, like just being able to be in the middle of everything, tanking spells, like taking a lot of attention from like TB. TB wants to have his BKB and stand in the fight, and when he's using like BKB and Sunder to just to chase FBZ down, just to Sunder and kill him, now Jackie's here.
Yeah, Jackie and even the Keeper of the Light, right? Like he takes so much on that offlane. He takes so much control. He just taunts them. There's a built-in skill into everything that FBZ plays. That's the taunt. He just jumps in there. You have to deal with him. If you don't, he will just dish out way too much damage or bring way too much control to the team fight.
As we look forward for Boom, now that they are continuing on in this major, what are you hoping they take away from this series, or what has been standing out for you as absolute cherry on top for their gameplay?
I think overall, I think Sheep made a really good point, which is just this disciplined play is where it feels like they've really grown and they need to stick with that.
Well, Boom, they absolutely stepped up when they needed to. They will be advancing, and their opponent is going to be the winner of our next series between Entity and Evil Geniuses.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Coming up next, Entity versus Evil Geniuses.
I I got the craziest, loudest man joining me to draw his Dota hero.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm so good, James. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I got a lot of ideas for the game, how to improve it.
This is the thing, right? You love Dota, you play Dota crazily.
Yep.
I feel like you deserve a chance to make your own hero.
Thank you.
And I expect it to be very wild.
Yeah?
So, what do you got for me? What are we doing?
Crab.
You have your own mic, but yes,
That's right, crab.
Crab, okay.
Why
What
does
colour we starting
Dota
with?
not have crab? Okay, many games have crab. Crab is a very special creature. It's
And it's tasty.
It is tasty, James. Let's talk about the skills.
Yes.
All right, it's Q. I'm gonna design this just like the normal Dota designers now. He's gonna have a nuke, a mobility, and an ultimate, and then that's it. That's welcome to designing Dota heroes for the last 4 years. It is very complicated, but his first ability here is Bubbles.
Bubbles, like that.
Now, yeah, that's right, Bubbles.
Yep.
That's his Q. Not much to say. Bubbles come out, they hit people.
Can I be the sound effect?
That's right.
Yeah.
Crab. He
Crab.
shoots bubble from his mouth.
Okay.
They slow, all right? And the longer that you get hit with the slow bubbles, the more bubbles accumulate on you, and then the longer they last. So it's like a vector-targeted bubble shot, and you have to follow people, but he stands completely still. But the E, the passive ability, that's called Scuttle.
They go across the floor.
That's right. Now, his passive ability is he cannot walk forward.
Oh.
He is a crab. So you have to walk to the side, and diagonal. You can't just walk at a target. You have to figure out the best way to go left and right. All right, but he does move 2x, 3x, 4x faster than normal heroes.
Ooh,
so he is
speedy.
scuttling.
So he's going.
Yeah. He's a quick crab.
Really fast.
He's a
Okay,
quick
I'm with
crab.
it.
All right. I have thought about the W.
Nice. What's the W?
All right, the W is his nuke. This is a slow. All right, the W is the nuke. It's called water cannon. All right. Now, if you're anywhere near the river, he can go into the river and pop out like a crab. He goes under the river. He burrows underward.
Can they see him?
No.
Oh, he's hidden.
He's invisible, and he pops out of the river, but it's instant. Now, the point of this hero, James Banks, is to keep games as long and miserable as possible. Approaching the river at any time, you don't know if it's safe. You don't know if crab's in
You
there.
want to just avoid it.
Yeah, so I don't want anyone to ever cross the river again. If you do, he pops out of the river in a water explosion, he lands, and then he's able to get a bonus on Bubble.
Okay.
Every kill that you get, the river grows, and if Crab starts owning, the entire map is river.
GG.
You're in a rough spot.
Okay.
Now, we haven't talked about the ult yet. The ultimate now is the most important part of Crab. I'm a firm believer that someone should be an expert in all facets of Dota.
Yes,
and
that's
nobody
you.
punishes this. Like, there's so many different ways to play Dota, so many different heroes, which can help you become a good player, but you're never punished for not doing that.
Okay.
Until Crab.
Until Crab.
That's right. Crab's ultimate is called Snip. All right? Here's what it does. You take a hero, you cut him in half.
Did he die?
No, they don't die. You see, it's a magical, he's got magical claws.
Yeah. Ooh.
And what happens is after you get snipped, your hero separates into two. Your Q and your W are on one, and your E and your R are on another, and you have to micro them. You see, too many players in Dota don't know how to micro.
Okay.
So you force players to learn how to micro by getting snipped by Crab.
So one person has to control two heroes.
That's right, that's
with
right.
The different, oh my.
You see,
Lord.
Meepo, you can control 5 different heroes as Meepo. Nobody plays that hero. This is how we get Meepo back in the meta, is that we have a hero that forces the drooling Phantom Assassin player. This guy sits down, he plays PA, keyboard drool coming out, you know, this is all he does. Now he has to learn how to micro, you see?
Okay, so the noise for Snip.
Go ahead. Yeah. You know,
I want very impactful.
Just like That's it. That, my friends, is Crab. After they took away techies, no hero makes games miserable anymore. I want players to never cross the river, have to learn how to do the worst thing in Dota, and have a hero that has a stun and a slow.
Well,
that will be fun.
The Dota community love you, Slacks. Valve definitely loves Slacks. So this character should be put into the game. And this one is getting my seal of approval. I want Crab.
Crab, thank you. None of those people like me, but thanks for watching.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Splendid!
Welcome back, everyone. We are still in the lower brackets games for today, but joining me on the panel, I have two special guests. We are going to be joined by Snaking and Netta. In between us, Liz and I are actually just here. He's going to be host now as well.
Yep.
So it's just double host. We're wearing the same colors. And then Snaking and Netta here. How are you guys feeling?
I feel pretty good.
Yeah.
Like we kind of got over the loss of the major already. So a few days have passed. So now I get to just enjoy watching the major.
Yeah. What were you guys doing on those days that you had spare?
Definitely a lot of coping, and then afterwards we became the biggest LGD fans because we knew what was on the line if LGD won the series, and they did end up winning. So we were very happy, and obviously it sucks to lose, but we'll just have to be better for next time.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things. It happens. You guys are here, though. You're going to help us look over this series. We do have EG up against Entity, and now I know both of you guys would be quite familiar with Entity. So the obvious question is, how do you guys feel that they're going to do in this game against EG?
I think it's a pretty even matchup. Honestly, I think both teams can, if they play their good games, like both teams can easily win this.
Okay.
I think like both of them are really confident coming into the game, and a lot of it will come down to draft. And I think a lot of it will also come to the first game. I think like both of these teams, their momentum is really important for them.
Okay, so you think that a lot more pressure rides on game one because of that mental space that they're going to be in?
I think so.
Do you think there's any specific play style that Entity can abuse against EG, or specific heroes, or is it just like they're 50-50?
I think Entity is just going to do the usual things.
The Entity things, yeah.
Yeah, like they seem to always play really similar lineups, right? And it always works really well for them. So I think they should have a lot of confidence in the strats. Like they have like the Chen, and they have like some other Zoo strats, and Stormstormer plays on the... He plays like, what, 2 or 3 heroes mid, but he's...
Something else, but Invoker, he plays something else as well, yeah.
But he's super confident on them. Yeah. So I think they will just look to pick his hero and, you know, just have a stable draft around it. And
so far it's been working out well, right?
Yeah.
What about you, Snaking? How do you feel?
I think a lot of it will depend on how EG kind of deals with the double off lane that Entity is going to be playing. Pretty much Saberlight is just another position 3 on on the team because they've been picking Doom, Ice Soccer, just a bunch of offlane heroes for Saberlight. So they've been flexing it between Toby and him. And I think EG is definitely caught on. They have just a lot of games the Entity has been doing these strats. And I think the offlane pool will be very heavily contested because there's actually like 3 offlaners in the game. And then Arteezy's, he'll get to pick whatever hero he wants. And then I think the Chen and Ench will probably the storyline, and Dazzle, I guess. It's like these are like some of the Fly's best heroes. And also Fishman really likes these heroes too. So I think they'll probably be first picked or first banned. And I expect like some variation of Chen, Ench, Wireman, Dazzle first picks in this series.
All right, there's a lot of heroes that we have to keep an eye out for, but we are going to jump into Entity versus EG.
It's a rematch from the group stage here on the big stage. It's EG taking on Entity, and I'm going to start here with you, Fly, and the fact that obviously you've come back to EG. You've had a few months now on the team, and I just want to see how you view the development you've been able to add into this.
It's definitely been an interesting few months for us. I think me coming back, there's been a lot of like renewed motivation for everyone involved. So I think we're on the right track, and hopefully we get to show that today.
And that's what it's all about for sure. But group stage, right, how would you look at that performance you guys put in there? Obviously, you're not going to be directly happy with it, right? But was there a lot you could learn from it?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to learn. Of course, we weren't happy with our group stage performance. I think we could have done better. But I do think, like I said, we are on the right track. We are learning from our losses. And we've been in this situation before, especially in the Kiev major back then. And we were able to make a comeback, so I'm hoping for that today.
And obviously you played Entity already in the group stage, right? It didn't go your way, but is that something you've been able to learn from this, something you've noticed, or do you think like it's going to be a completely different game?
It will be a new game for sure. I mean, Entity is a good team. Like they beat us, fair and square. And in the end, you win or you learn. So hopefully that's what's going to happen today.
Hopefully the learning points of what you've managed to get to find some success with this one. Now, Stormer, your first major, man. How are you finding it?
Man, it's been a blast. Honestly, this major is going way better than I expected for us. We were just going here, having no expectations with us standing, and yeah, pretty damn good.
And you got this far, right, even with a standing. That's impressive. Now, Lizard over there on the desk, he told me you can only play Invoker, but surely you've been okay with grabbing a few more under your belt?
I mean, he's right, I can only play Invoker. I used to at least, thank you, Lizard. But yeah, I guess my hero pool got a little bit better in the last couple of years, so it's still not the biggest, but yeah, as long as you're confident going into the game, everything is good, and maybe some Invoker today, who knows?
Oh, who knows? Well, I think we'd love to see it. Liz would definitely be appreciating it for sure. Now, obviously, you took down EG when it came to the group stage, right? You're going to be very confident going into this game. But how do you guys feel overall right now? Do you feel like you're playing better than you expected, considering you have a stand-in?
For sure. I mean, honestly, we went pretty confidently into this tournament with Saberlight because they're a very good player. And obviously, we're not going with any bad feelings into it. But, of course, it's going better than expected, way better. Of course, the loss yesterday was a bit sad, but honestly, OG is a very fantastic team. And for us, it's been the very first match on playing on a stage like that. So, honestly, just looking forward to this match and just giving the best.
That's what it's all about. Now, it is your first major, so I think I should give you a special chance. You said it's some special person's birthday right now.
Yeah, today is kind of a special day because my mother's turning 60. So, happy birthday, Mom. Alles Gute, Mama.
Happy birthday out towards your mom.
Yeah.
Woo! Brilliant. There we go. There's no crowd, but we'll make some noise for Stormer. Thank you very much for your time. Fly, good luck. Let's get ourselves into this next game.
Well, I definitely know a nice little birthday present for Stormer's mum would then be getting the win here. But before we talk about the matchup a little bit more, Lizard, do you have any remorse about adding Stormer like that?
No, not at all. I remember playing with him. He would play a very sick Invoker. His hero pool, I wanted to set him up so that he can say that his hero pool has expanded. Also, happy birthday to Stormer's mom from all of us as well. You've raised a wonderful guy.
Do you guys feel, obviously here, Snaking Netta, you guys went up against Entity as well. You guys were able to take a game off of them in that group stage. Do you feel that you could abuse a little bit of Stormer's small hero pool, or there were some other things that you felt you could exploit?
I think Storm's hero pool is obviously not the biggest, and people are aware of that. So I think Entity themselves have been playing around very well. They have kind of just first phase his hero to make sure just get his hero in, because they are aware of his hero pool is small, so they don't want to get banned out in the second phase. And I think from more than half of the games, he's just been first two'd, but you don't really necessarily know it's his hero, unless it's Puck. Like, for example, when they pick Tiny, they could have this hero's position 4. You don't really know until later on. So I think the only heroes that he's pretty much guaranteed to play are Batrider and Puck, if you see it early phase.
Okay, and then again, same thing, you guys went up against EG, so Netta, what do you feel like was a weakness you guys were able to capitalize on that you think Entity could as well?
I think if EG struggle in the lanes, it's generally really hard for them to come back. I think both Arteezy and Nightfall, they really enjoy winning the lanes. They are both very good laners. And they're kind of used to winning their lanes. I think if they're not winning, they're pretty much out of their elements, and the game can get a bit chaotic for EG. But I would like to see EG focus heavily on their lanes. I think that's what they will do, and from then the game kind of plays itself out.
And you talked about the first game and the importance of the draft in the first game. Who wins, who takes it, right? Look at EG. They banned out literally Chen and Tiny the way Entity won in that game 1 versus them in the group stage. So eliminating perhaps one Stormer flex hero is the way to go.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you feel that Entity will draft heavily to win lanes as well, or are you hoping that maybe they focus a little bit more on that later game?
I think Entity right now, they have very set strategies for the mid-game timing, so they don't mind the lane as much. They just want to be able to break even. And here's the first phase Batrider, as we were just talking about a second ago.
Also, the Dazzle and the Winter Wyvern, they were in that pool of supports that you thought were going to be highly contested. I want to know some of your thoughts, Snaking, as to why you think they are so hotly sought after.
I think it just, this patch kind of became a hard carry patch, and these healers really amplify how your hard carry can play. Having these saves, make sure that your hard carry doesn't get bursted, and if he survives the fight, he'll just end up snowballing even harder.
Okay, guys, we have Bat on one side, we have EG on the other, and the Storm Spirit picked up. Is this the solution?
I actually love the Storm Spirit pick. I think actually in one of our games against Aster, we had a Batrider and they picked the Storm Spirit, and I felt like, oh shit, we kind of forgot about it. In my opinion, it's a really good counter. I saw that Entity, they've been picking this early Batrider in a lot of their games, and I was really surprised when I saw it, because in my mind, always this hero, like, unless it's really OP, you can't just pick it that early. You're gonna get counter-picked by like a Queen of Pain, Storm Spirit, you know, these kind of heroes on mid, and they just get a free lane, and they get to snowball the game so hard.
Yeah. Do you think that he's good versus Wyvern as well? Like, in general, he should be, right? Like, you get to jump on either one of these two.
Yeah, it's amazing against Wyvern. So I really like the Storm pick, and they just need to make sure they protect it properly with the bans now. I think they'll probably ban the Nightstalker and the Doom.
Storm has been picked up 10 times in this major so far. It has a 90% win rate, so it's very up there. Why do you feel people aren't putting a little bit more focus on it or picking it up more?
It's kind of a forgotten hero, like Netta said. It was so popular in the last major, and then after the nerfs, everyone just decided this hero is just not that good anymore, and they just kind of left it alone. But I think this hero is still definitely very pickable in the right scenarios. It just takes a couple teams to start picking it, and people will start realizing, oh, this hero is actually completely fine. We can actually play this hero still.
Who do you think has the stronger opening here, and how does it allow them to go through the rest of the draft?
I definitely think EG has the better opener here. I think they have a really Abed hero, and he has a good matchup mid lane. And I think EG excels most, like Natus said, when they're doing well in lanes, and then Abed is kind of controlling the tempo of the game. And this Wyvern, he's a really good backliner, but EG already has a way of for sure catching him if he's ever under vision, which is an important element of playing against Wyvern.
So in one of the games, Entity versus EG, Entity also went for Batrider. EG answered with the Queen of Pain that you mentioned. Do you think that Storm is perhaps a better counter than the Queen of Pain at the moment? To the bet, I mean.
Yeah, I think that's the adjustment they made. Because I also thought that Cop was like, most mid players will tell you, if you see Batrider,
pick up, right?
Just pick up. Yeah. Instantly, don't even think about it. And then I've seen in this tournament, Entity played against they also played against Na'Vi, when no one played the Cop. He's a very good Cop player. And Stormstormer was perfectly fine on mid lane. So I think they tried to make the adjustment. It looks like the Stormstormer guy understands this matchup, and he knows how to play the Batrider against the Cop. This is obviously like his strength as a player. Like he has a very small hero pool.
But he practiced it a million times.
Yeah, exactly. He knows like all the little things. He knows how to make the matchups work.
So something you pointed out, Snaking, was that there's essentially going to be 3 off-laners in this game here. So do you think EG should try and grab Nightfall's hero in this second phase, or maybe leave it for a last pick to really kind of have that impact and be that win condition?
I think the EG is pretty much always going to 16-17 Nightfall plus crits here because they really enjoy just picking their combo together and just being able to pressure the lane. And I think Entity realizes that, and they're kind of banning this Nightfall here, the Razor, and setting up for that.
What are your thoughts on where Crit Heroes pool is sitting at the moment, and some standout ones that you guys think would work very well with this EG lineup and opening?
I actually think one of his crit signature is the Tuskar, but Tuskar is not particularly good versus Wyvern or Batrider, but I think Earth Spirit could work very well. He's a master tier Earth Spirit player, as everyone knows, and I think it can actually be quite good. I think we saw Boboka play Earth Spirit versus Wyvern yesterday, and it looked really good. The Earth Spirit was able to constantly kind of threaten the Wyvern and make him out of position.
The Marcy is also still in the pool. Does Kit play the Marcy?
Yes, he does. It's one of his specialty heroes, actually.
Does that surprise you? Because Marcy so far has been either picked or banned in the first stage in most of our games.
Yeah, the hero, it looked really broken coming into the major. I think people are kind of trying to play against it more and counter it, so it lost value a bit. But I wouldn't be surprised to see them just pick it up.
What are we feeling that Entity might be picking up on their side, the positions?
This is a position 5 because the Katomi almost always plays the Wyvern. So when Entity opens his first 2 hero, you know this Katomi is going to be playing the Wyvern, and then this Batrider can go off lane and safe lane, but mid lane, excuse me. But most of the time, I think it's just going to be Stormstormer playing at mid. And with this Crystal Maiden picked up, they've locked in both of their supports.
Yeah, I think Toby doesn't really play the Batrider. Saberlight could play it, but I do think they're just going to default it to mid.
Do you feel like that's going to be its strong suit, or do you like the fact that they might be able to flex it a little bit?
I think the strong suit is honestly just being able to play the Batrider mid against the counters no matter what, and like be confident that no matter what, the guy's going to have a lot of impact, and he's gonna do good.
Yeah, do you even think that right now, everyone, whoever mid laner I ask, they're always like, yeah, mid lane is now easy. It doesn't matter. Like, you can counter me, I still have so many runes, so much region, small camp to farm. Maybe the counter picking isn't perhaps as valid as it used to be, or do you still think that it's pretty strong?
It depends on what kind of counter picks. There are counter picks that the lane is just very hard. For example, if you pick this Corp against Bat, the lane is just very hard for Bat. If he manages to get out of the lane, if the first 5 minutes are fine for him,
he's still good, right?
He's going to be perfectly fine. But I think the Storm Spirit, it can be a bit different because it's a lot easier to actually aggress on the Batrider. Like, this Batrider hero, he's strong when he gets his travel, and then by the time, like until he gets his BKB, he doesn't really have another big power spike. And the Storm, if he has a free game, he can get the runes from Bat, and he can kind of just jump him and kill him. It's very easy to jump and kill the Bat.
Well, Night Stalker coming out for Nightfall on the side of EG. What's a very good lane pairing that you'd like to see here?
I think Crit and Nightfall almost exclusively plays the ranged melee duel. So if they pick a melee offlaner, they'll always pick a range 4. So seeing what's left in the pool, there could be possibly a Rubik. Crit kind of likes his Rubik. Do you see anything, Netta?
There's still a Zeus there as well. in the pool.
Yeah, but Crit is not that big of a fan of the Zeus, I think. There's the Marcy, actually. They're going to play double melee, it looks like.
That is a bit dangerous, I feel like. I feel like picking this double melee lane, it's almost... it's like disrespecting Entity a bit. Like, obviously not disrespecting the players, but like kind of saying, okay, we know you have 2 offlane players. We think you're not going to punish us. You're not going to pick like a Monkey King or a Blood.
What about this guy?
I think it can give NS a good lane at the start, but it is going to be really good against him later on. But NS should have a good time in this lane.
Is there anything else that's standing out in terms of what the lineups are missing? Do you feel that they have the team fight, the pushing, the objective taking, focus on Roche, or is there a really big hole missing in either lineup that you can see?
I don't really like this Crystal Maiden pick. The more I look at it, do you like it, Snay?
I think this Crystal Maiden pick is just one of Fishman's comfort heroes, and he's pretty much exclusively played his comfort heroes this tournament. It's been the Chen, it's been the Clock, and other than that, he hasn't played much, so I guess Crystal Maiden is his next default hero. It's just kind of a hero pool thing, I would say, for him. But I think for Entity, they have a lot of damage in their lineup. Batrider, Wyvern, Bristleback all can do a crap ton of damage. And I think for EG, they're a bit low on damage. They actually only have Storm and Ice Stalker to do a lot of damage. The Marcy and Dazzle are kind of a low damage support. So I think EG either needs to pick a super hard carry that will do a lot of damage, or they pick a new offlaner and maybe something to pair with this Marcy and the range hero, perhaps.
I don't think Arteezy plays the Night Stalker though, so they are for sure going to need a lot of damage from the last pick, because this Bristleback, if he gets some items, I think he might just become unkillable.
Is there anything that comes to your mind for that position 1 that's good versus Bristle?
TB is good, but the problem is there's both Bat and Wyvern, so it's kind of hard to pick those heroes.
Yeah, Tia as well. It's kind of hard against those. What is Arteezy going to play?
I mean, while we're waiting for a few more of these bans to come through, Neta, I want to know a little bit more why you're not really enjoying that CM.
I don't know, I just feel like...
It feels a bit off, right?
Yeah, just like the CM plus the Wyvern, like, I don't feel like there's that much synergy.
Okay.
And the combo they picked for the lane is like, Bristol CM, I guess it's okay, but I don't feel like it's especially like an inspiring lane. I feel like the Clock is still in the pool. I'm honestly surprised they didn't go for the Clock. It makes a lot of sense to have the Clock to go in for the Batrider and the Wyvern and kind of space for them.
Don't you have like 2 supports that are constantly on the outskirts of fights as well, right? Like you have the Wyvern and the Crystal Maiden.
Yeah.
None of them can give any sort of info.
Yeah,
Bristol
exactly.
and Bat are kind of left alone in that department.
I mean, the Bristol pick is kind of enabling that, right? Because when the guy gets farmed, he's always going to be in the middle. He's always going to be frontlining, giving info. And the Crystal Maiden, like, his job might just be to sit behind with Max Frostbite and try to click it on the Storm when he jumps in. And if he succeeds with that, it might be very impactful. But, you know, we'll see.
You've had a little bit of time to think now, Snaking. Is there anything that's jumping out for EG as the Arteezy hero?
It's actually kind of hard. I'm actually not seeing too many carries. I think that you're going to have to pick a carry that's just not going to be too good against Wyvern and Batrider, even like an Ursa Warrior, like, because you're playing into a blind matchup, right, on EG side, and you have to make sure you bring in that hero that brings enough damage against Bristleback and be good against Wyvern and Batrider. It's just a very tough position to be in.
I think they might end up going for the Lone Druid.
Lone Druid, you think?
Yeah, it's not that amazing against Bat and Wyvern.
Oh, Luna. Okay, this is something that I've seen in the Chinese region actually as an answer to the Bristle as well. You get a ton of armor, right, as a natural Luna hero gets a ton of armor, and then you can perhaps push the tempo a little bit earlier, take that rush and close up the game before Bristle even gets the Axe BKB.
Yeah, I really like this pick. I think it also gives them a lot of flexibility in the lanes, because they could lane the Luna Marcy on the top lane, depending on what the entity end up picking.
Oh, the Toby Venomancer last pick. It's a specialty.
That is a classic.
So do you have a little bit of faith in it? Because we haven't really seen the Veno offlane do too well before.
I think I like the EG draft a lot more after this Luna into Veno. I don't think Venomancer plus Wyvern is a good lane.
Do you see the point of the Venomancer besides the full comfort pick?
It gives a lot of vision against Night Stalker and Luna, because these Plague Wards will always be, like you said, the double range supports, they don't give you a lot of information and positioning on the EG side, but these Plague Wards will make up for that, and he'll be able to kind of stand in front and give vision to his team, which will enable them to initiate.
Yeah. They might also have a lot more confidence in the lane than I do, because obviously Toby is one of his specialty heroes, so maybe he knows something that I don't, I think.
Yep.
How are you expecting these lanes to go out? Who are you favoring a little bit more?
I think EG should win the lanes pretty easily. I would think.
And yourself, Snaking?
I favor EG as well. I think it's going to come down a lot to this offlane duo of EGs, because if they get a strong start and as soon as nighttime hits, like I think that this Bristleback can actually get pressured a lot. And if Bristleback kind of falls apart this game, they're not going to have anyone to frontline until much later on.
All right. And Lizard?
I've been an analyst for way too long. We have these two big brains to explain the lanes. For me, Evil Genius is all blue, EG blue. Going with them.
That's it. That's your in-depth analysis. I love it, Lizard. But this is it. It is series number 2 of the lower bracket. We're going to jump in. It's Gareth and Lacoste.
Thank you so much. Yes, we continue this story of 2 tournaments almost intertwined with each other. Entity playing the major for experience, their first major together, and EG looking towards TI and those points to secure themselves a slot. Coming into game 1, Lacoste, are you leaning one way or the other?
I was a little bit surprised with how many options the EG had left for their last pick. They decided to go with Luna. I really like it because it gives them like early tempo, exactly. It gives them a lot of damage early on coming on from the hero that can group around compared to like, I don't know, like a Terrorblade or Medusa that can get ran over by a Bristleback lineup. Right. And it should be a good lane against this last pick Venomancer. I think they needed to match the vision that EG had. We're talking about Luna during the nighttime and also Night Stalker. Like they're going to be taking the fights during the nighttime. And there's also a little bit of an extra synergy during daytime because Luna's Eclipse turns it into nighttime. Of course. And suddenly Night Stalker gets hasted movement.
Give him the buffs. Nice natural synergy there for them. Venomancer, the last pick. We've seen this a couple of times, more recently against the Arme Faceless Void to try and deal with these safe laners, apply pressure. Is that something that Toby's going to be able to accomplish in this game against that Luna? You're saying that she's just going to have a good laning stage regardless.
Panel also mentioned it because it is Toby's like one of the better heroes, and it was the last pick, so he probably asked for it. Looking at the matchup, it's going to be Luna and the Dazzle, so maybe a bit too difficult to sustain because Luna is also a range hero, like half range, half melee hero, but she can also dish out damage with the Lucent Beam. And throughout the mid game, there's going to be a lot of sustain from Dazzle's heal, the Grave, and we also do have a sidekick, so some extra damage, extra lifesteal coming up from that.
Absolutely. As we see in that mid lane, Stormstormer on his Batrider, one of the standout performers, and it's nice to see some redhead representation out on stage. There's not many of us in Dota 2, like me, Koikfa, and Stormstormer now.
Yeah, that's three out of 3.
Yeah, one of his greatest heroes as well, Batrider, along with that puck, of course.
Looking at the mid matchup, Stormstormer playing against the real Stormstormer. Abed, known for his storm plays, and they decide to bang it out when it matters.
First phase it.
Yeah, also EG, EG is going with the memes. They're going with the lore. Nightfall playing Night Stalker. Night falls, he gets extra move speed, attack speed. I like it.
Why is Fly not playing a Phoenix or something then, if they're going by those rules? Maybe next game. I'll give everyone a chance to play a hero to fit their name. So far, Luna only one last hit, but does have a kind of a wave and a half coming in towards her, keeping that lane equilibrium right in front of the tier 1 tower. As down at bottom, Fishman taking a bit of a beating from Crit and Nightfall. Double melee against Bristleback and Maiden. How's this going to go for EG?
Night Stalker does really well because he did start. I love his starting on a build, going for Magic Wand and extra branch that brought extra tangos. Night Stalker does have a lot of base region. If level 1, 4.7, and he's sitting at 5 armor, so it's a decent matchup against the Bristleback.
Yeah, very difficult to zone him out of lane, especially with those 1 charges. Toby sitting around half HP, which is dangerous territory when Fly and Arteezy can put the poison touch on him and just get first blood. Easy as that. Kataomi also dropping pretty low, but no straight follow through from EG to get the secondary kill.
This is why panel didn't like the Venomancer so much, because this, like, you're playing into 2 range heroes, and there's going to be a decent amount of damage. Dazzle, one of the better heroes that can zone out the hero with his Poison Touch, and also gets extra benefits from Lunar Blessing.
But it's 2 minutes in, he just got his first last hit, now up to 3. But Toby having a few struggles, he needs to get everything out of this wave in front of his tower. Having a go at Fly there, but look at how quickly he just heals back up with the Shadow Wave. Under no pressure whatsoever. Running maybe a little low on the mana pool there for the EG side, but they can ferry out mangoes and keep that.
Does have a mango going. And 7 magic stick charges. Arteezy also have a couple of magic sticks. Once they hit level 3, that's going to be even more damage. We're talking about extra 10 damage from Lunar Blessing, and here they go again.
Straight towards the Veno. Slow, sluggish hero. Down to a crawl with that Poison Touch on him, but Kataomi doing a very good job there. Holding back EG and zoning Fly away. The regen trade, early days. Going very well for the Evil Geniuses. And this is where Fly can start considering his options of dewarding his camp, stacking, pulling.
Crit making a rotation, going for that bounty rune, so that means that Batrider won't be able to refill his bottle, and I also expect Crit to go for 4-minute water rune, secure it, because Marcy, one of the better heroes to just move around the map and get stuff done. Right now, planting himself as an observer ward, hiding, using the Radiance, using a scan. Stormstormer knows something fishy is going on, because lane is in a very good spot for the Nightfall. As we see, farming underneath the tower, and Crits has been missing for a very long time.
Yeah, it's perfection. Something we see Jinq do a lot on LGD. Like you mentioned, get the bounty rune, move around towards the water rune at 4 minutes, and secure it up. But Radiant do have vision down in their bottom jungle, so they're going to see Crit maneuver back in towards that bottom lane. Fisherman's Crystal Maiden. What's she up to? Is she jungling? Stacking camps? Chase Crit around? Slow
Stacking
it down?
for now, not going to be able to do it. Crit should be okay. Does have rebound if necessary. Bristleback also very low on mana.
Yeah, not enough to finish her off. Ring of Health and stick there for Saberlight, so he's never going to be kicked out of lane. At Nightfall. At level 4 and closing in on nighttime. It could become a bit of a menace in the next 30 seconds, especially for a very slow Crystal Maiden who doesn't have Windlace or boots.
Crit is doing a very good job moving outside the XP range, leaving that XP to Nightfall. He understands that once the Night managed to be able to get the... Oh, TP rotation, never mind.
Yeah, Fly very far forward. Heals himself up, but the dispose on Toby. They don't mind if Fly dies here as long as they kill the Veno. Keep Arteezy farming and move to the secondary target. Catch out Kataomi with a few more glaives. The Fairy Fire is there. Does he have another Lucent Beam? 3 seconds.
Dispose is
still
available.
On cooldown, you're right. He's got Dispose, so Kataomi trying to position himself as Crit under tower. Rebounds across the Luna for not another kill in that top lane for EG. But look at this. Batrider's in. He's desperate for the Luna. He just ignores Crit completely. Into the tree line, aim for Arteezy, kill the Luna off, and Entity gets something back.
And this is a rotation without even using a TP, without even using a lasso, so next time they kind of do the same thing. Stormstormer could be able to TP and rotate. But overall, I think this is well worth it. Nightfall, again, getting some XP on the bottom lane, about to hit level 5, did bring a lot of these small items. He got the chainmail, understanding where the real threat is coming from the Bristleback, and also infused Raindrop to be able to spam things out.
With Marcy here, Fly onto Stormstormer, they go. Trying to heal up Crit, but Stormstormer pretty tanky with a wand and the Windlace to maneuver himself back over the crystals, but still falls. Abed using every single point of mana to perfection to get that kill. And again, Fly, he's fodder. Don't mind if he dies. He drops a couple of oopses, but position 5 Dazzle for the Batrider.
Oh,
well
Arcane Rune from Abed.
Oh,
he also got that Soul Ring, so we'll be able to speed up his farm. Before Fly died, he did place a Deep Observer ward that's going to scout out TP rotations. So this is pretty big. You don't expect this ward to be planted early on. Let's see if Fishman has any sentries. He does. He does have 2.
He might be able to deward it. Look at him. He's on the mark with that. Gets the deward. And the kill on the Batrider also quite important for EG. I was just looking at the difference between CS and the net worth. And even though Abed had like a 15 to 20 CS lead over the Bat at that point, the net worth was only 200 or 300 between the two of them. And now that gap has increased to about 800. So Abed way out in front. As we see Stormstormer
with some aggressive moves, invading enemy jungle, stealing some stacks.
Speaking of aggression though, Abed with his 2 supports, roaming and ganking into the bottom lane. Saberlight, he's a tanky Bristle with a Cold Embrace. They'll keep him alive for a second longer, but that magic burst that EG has,
they're not done
and
yet.
the maneuverability from Abed lets him get on top of the Crystal Maiden. Fishman down and out, well, Nightfall.
And here come Nightfall.
His turn to dive. Wants to get under the tier 1.
This is going to be an extra easy kill for them. Abed might even pick up a triple.
Give it to Abed. Let the Storm get in there.
Never mind.
He's TPing away.
Does not want to risk anything.
Nightfall will find it. Through the Cold Embrace with the Void, and 7-3 EG leading.
These rotations from both supports and Abed early on, getting EG to really big lead, and this is what you need to do. Also, Saberlight deciding to go for a full Soul Ring and a Boots of Speed on his Bristleback before finishing the Vanguard.
Oh.
So not as tanky as you would expect him to be 7-8 minutes into the game.
What does that mean? He wants to go in jungle and take stacks earlier, or?
Not sure why Boots of Speed. Like, usually we do see Bristles. Like, Soul Ring is fine if you don't have anyone that gives you mana, but Crystal Maiden... Oh, Abed's already trying to make an initiation on Storm.
Yeah, this 1v1 is not one that Storm is going to win, especially when RTZ makes it a little unfair. And the rest of EG, oh, they're all there. 5
It was
heroes.
double damage on Storm, plus extra 25 from Lunar Blessing.
Yeah, he's got some hefty hits.
And sidekick on top of that. That's 2 points in sidekick.
No
so extra
joke.
35.
And the dive again. Nightfall, he's found the angle to come in onto the Wyvern. EG's aggression, seemingly unstoppable at this point. Fly is being left to die, though, as Fishman and Toby.
He can't DP out because of the Frostbite. We'll try to maybe prolong, but gets nuked down immediately. And it's really good that they are taking some pressure off RTZ, because he still needs to get back into the game. He did found a really good neutral item, the Possessed Mask, going into Mask of Madness for himself. There was a lot of fighting. Both supports for EG were moving around the map constantly, so no stacks in the triangle being made, and the Stormstormer did steal some of the stacks.
Oh, he did indeed, yeah, we see there. A couple of stacks made by the Luna and the Storm themselves, and they were stolen by the Bat Rider.
Dire using a scan, they know something is up. RTZ immediately TPs into triangle to be able to get a bit more farm. They need to set up some vision for him. Vision during the nighttime from Luna and Nightstalker is going to be pretty nuts.
Oh, yeah, it's insane. I mean, especially against heroes like Wyvern, Bats, even the Crystal Maiden, having the Dark Ascension, having this nighttime extra vision, seeing the heroes who are so good at counteracting and counter-initiating these aggressive moves will help EG greatly. Abed trying a bit of chip damage on the mid-tier 1. 3 entity heroes all there around it. And no catapult wave for another 10 seconds. Well, they can likely wait for that to come through. As we do finally get the Vanguard up on the Bristleback. The tips from Fly, the warding battle between Fishman and Fly. A meta game. Or puzzle that Fishman has to try and solve.
I mean, Fishman did kill his Observer Ward immediately as he placed it, and now Fly makes the same thing happen. Bottom is being pinged out by EG. There is Dark Ascension available, and I love what Nightfall is going for. Straight up BKB. Not messing around this time, not going for anything greedy.
No Echo Saber, no nothing, yeah. No Armlet, which we've seen a little bit as well from these offlane Nightstalkers.
He knows that his job is to go in, tank some damage, potentially get lassoed or cursed, and then Storm Spirit can have a better entrance into the team fight. And also provide vision for Storm. If they're the ones getting the jump, potentially if you get a silence, if you get the good initiation on Viver, there's really no counterplay to that.
We will trade out towers. Catapult being kept alive by EG. As we saw Bristleback take the top tier 1 already. They've also got Abed very forward with a couple of illusion runes, so they're scouting for any possible movement by entity. No access points back into their own jungle. And Stormstormer comes in here, he's like, oh, my neutrals, they've all been farmed up. Got one large camp here. Very efficient from EG as now they signal up into that top jungle. The one big safe place for entity to sit and farm in.
Abed and Crit are smoked. They're looking for something.
Bristleback,
they need an extra hero.
Oh, the smoke breaks next to an Ops Ward. They're going for Saberlight. Right, straight onto this Bristleback. 3v1, the Maiden tries to help out. Does have the freezing field, but the Dispo's back.
Well,
and
get
Fly's
silenced.
arrival. He starts up, so cancelled out, and Saberlight dead with no saves. Entity not here, ready to respond, and they'll lose 2 heroes.
A little too aggressive. I think this type of a play is okay if you have Wyvern behind you instead of a Crystal Maiden, where you can try to split up the fight to maybe get a 1 kill with the Curse. But right now, a lot of Entity's heroes would love to be in Triangle and get some farm. This is Venomancer, Bristleback, like even Batrider wants to get some farm there. Does have a Boots of Travel now and a Haste Rune, so I want to see Stormer going for some kind of a kill. It also goes down to 2 supports from Entity. Crystal Maiden, very slow as a hero, and so is Wyvern. Like, this is... Kataomi is one of the better heroes, but it does take a lot of time for hero to build up from position 4.
It's like they're not really action heroes, they're reaction heroes, aren't they?
Same goes for Venomancer. Like, either he's planting himself in front of the tower and defending, or if they're grouping around, he's being very annoying. Abed will scout out where Venomancer is. He did finish off Kaya next, going into Kaya Sanj to have a bit more status resistance against Lasso, and more tankiness, of course, and also Winter's Curse. Like, he does not want those 2 abilities to last long enough.
And it's a nice scaling build as well, going Kaya Sanj, then maybe into the Lincoln Sphere, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Lincolns. Like, BKB also feels good, because he's playing against the Crystal Maiden, but yeah, knowing Abed, he just might get a second item Lincolns.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. Entity trying with a smoke into mid. Looking for crit with the flame break and the lasso there. Drag him through the Firefly. Burn the Marcy alive. Trying to get a shove on this mid-tier 1. Plague Ward's only at level 2. So not a massive amount of push here until the Bristleback comes in with his hefty hits out of the mace.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Glyph from EG and maybe
Is under attack.
try and mount a defense. A TP towards mid from the Wyvern. He's coming in from the back while EG just going to ditch the tower.
Bit of a problem with their lineup. They can't really make aggressive rotations. They're very good at grouping around, going together, potentially using a lasso to get a pick off, but they already did that. They did kill Crit, so Arteezy should feel relatively safe in the next minute and a half to be able to farm things up.
Yeah, it's honestly kind of insane though that Storm is the one top of the net worth. Usually we see Luna accelerate so very quickly, but at 5-0-2, Abed has been finding huge kills all across the map, putting himself in an exceptional spot.
I've been impressed by Fly. He's been involved in 10 out of 11 kills. He's been all over the place.
Look at Abed. No fear whatsoever. Spends half his mana pool ball lightning onto the Toby Venomancer. I'd agree, Fly. Yeah, he's been there with Crit and Abed every step of the way. Smoke from EG now, and it's that trio again, isn't it? Storm, Dazzle, Marcy. Night Stalker can join if he wants to. Leave the Luna in the triangle. She'll farm herself towards victory. Give that Night Stalker the lane, show him on a wave, so he's a little bit of a bait, but also the ability to join in and connect with
Radiant,
the team.
they know something is up. Stormer will be able to get out. Ooh, that was close.
Good scan though, wasn't it?
Was a good scan, and also immediately after smoke breaks, Abed zips on top of Crit, trying to find the target.
Yeah, very nearly had it. Dire Observer Ward out of sentry range.
Big timing for Entity will be Bristleback finishing off his Aghanim Scepter. Didn't go for Hood, just went for straight up, as we mentioned, Vanguard. And yeah, that's going to be like 17 minutes, Aghanim Scepter plus Vanguard. So this is the time where they're going to try to strike. Position themselves around the Roche pit, try to take one fight. Oh, this is a big kill.
Easy Eclipse for Arteezy. Huge kill for them, and Toby, he's preemptively popped his Hood, but Nightfall, even with a Gale on him, just gives chase onto the Venomancer. Poison Over's thrown out, he'll still die, and no kill threat.
Crit needs to be denied.
He's going to lifesteal.
He's going to try.
Pops his stick. He's going to be fine, isn't he?
He's okay. Yeah, Dazzle's here as well.
Really well done. It's those little plays that all make the difference.
No,
he's even going to grave him as well.
Just in case there's a Zeus ulti suddenly out of nowhere.
Or a Plague Ward, if there's a Plague Ward hit hiding somewhere in the trees. You can never be too careful. We're looking at 16 minutes, 20 seconds. The BKB from Night Stalker comes up.
Arteezy is very close to his BKB. Will be able to disassemble his Dragonlance, so double BKB timing for EG in the next 3.5 minutes, where there's going to be nighttime, so they will feel relatively okay to take a fight against entities try to take Roshan.
Yeah, and their third core, Kaya-san's now done on the Storm, so they've got this trio of very nicely synchronized items. Trying to take control of Radiant Triangle. Entity amassing their forces all around there.
Well,
making sure there's no
rid of that Observer Ward, but EG still holding hands together while Arteezy is farming.
Yeah, he's up in the top jungle. Just farming away. Now he's top of the net worth at 10k or so. And the gap between him and the Bristleback becoming very apparent right now. As BKB's done, and he's gonna be told by his team it's time to come and play some Dota 2, time to get involved and have some fights.
It's still very difficult for them to go in and siege the towers. First, they need to take a fight because you're playing against the Venomancer, Wyvern, and here they come. Now they smoke, looking for something. Inside the triangle, they're gonna go.
Yeah, Fishman
will tank the gank.
He'll be the sacrifice by Entity for the greater good.
Crystal Maiden, one of the best, if not the best hero to die like this.
Why is that?
Because she's useless. Like so far, we haven't really seen much out of Crystal Maiden. In the laning stage, used a couple of Crystal Novas, and that's about it.
Would you say the same thing about like an Ogre match?
Oh, definitely not. No, Ogre is completely different.
He's very useful. Bloodlust, Bloodlust. And Roshan time now. I mean, Maiden is going to respawn soon, but it looks like EG are trying to speed run their way.
Two big items on Entity. Kataomi did pick up a Blink Dagger, and Saberlight does have Aghanim Scepter plus Invis. I'm not sure if they're aware of this Aegis, because Abed's scouting things out with his Illusion. This is free Roche for EG. They do have more than enough damage and sustain. Mask of Madness, Lunar Blessing, Dazzle's Heals, and also Sidekick.
Yeah, giving it to the Storm. One of the best heroes in the game to have that second life. And Abed. Lincoln Sphere and the Shard queued up like we expected.
Radiant's top tower is under
Great
attack.
tool up against the Lasso and the Winter's Curse. And EG, top towers still readily available for them. Should be pretty simple objectives just to clear through and bulldoze towards tier 2s. That's what this Aegis is going to be all about. Tier 2 towers, outpost, complete map control for EG as they build this 4k lead into something bigger. I wouldn't be surprised in the next 5 minutes or so to see that reach 8, 9, maybe even 10k and the way this game's going.
Seems like entities groping around. They might want to try to backstab, waiting for Stormstormer to get close, and they will use smoke.
5 heroes altogether. Who are they going to crash into? There's Luna and Marcy just nearby, but EG slipping away from that Radiant Triangle. Oh, Saberlight, 0-2-0 on his Bristleback. He's got his Aghanim Scepter now, but he desperately wants to get some kills under his belt. It will be difficult against Crippling Fear, against
smoke
Dispose,
broken.
And Abed, he's up there on the high ground. Sees Saberlight, Stormer lassos Luna. Can they save Arteezy here with the freezing field out? Abed there with the BKB out of Arteezy, turns to fight. Winner's Curse.
4-man silence.
Catch him, but Nightfall's in the back, you're right. He's got the Crippling Fear silencing them up, and Arteezy's perfectly fine. EG will TP out with a Grave out with Fly. He's in the fountain, safe and sound. And that's just a death on the Maiden with a buyback from Entity. Spending all their ultis, though.
It did cost EG 2 BKBs, but Nightfall controlling the whole backlines of Entity, not allowing anyone to get close. Also forcing Crystal Maiden to use her buyback. Not the most important one, but, you know, it tends to add up. And seems like EG still might want to poke a little bit.
Storm, he's straight in. Abed trying to surprise them here, but the Frostbite's on him. Has plenty of mana to zip and TP away, though. They were trying to catch Stormstormer there unawares. Nearly works out for them.
EG are teasing them. Storm going in, trying to bait something. Still 2.5 minutes left in that Aegis.
Oh, got him. Hang on. Just have a bit of a giggle. Mute my microphone. You do tickle me sometimes, Lacoste.
I think
Where are we?
it was punny. Yeah, it was definitely
incredibly punny. EG down to bottom. Yeah, it's just tier 2 tower time, isn't it? Nice to get that bottom lane one so they can grab the outpost straight afterwards. Winter's Curse coming back up in 5 seconds, but Kataomi is up at top lane. He's TPing bot. Looks like they want to react. Entity responding by sending the Bristleback forward into the two supports. A Dispose, a Grave, and a TP, and yet again, Sableye having no stuns at his disposal. Can't catch, can't kill. He will find a courier, though, for his troubles, but...
It's something.
EG yet again dragging Entity from one side of the map to the other without actually giving them any of the rewards or prizes that they kind of deserve.
It's daytime. I think that's one of the reasons why EG does not want to heavily commit to a fight. There was also no Dark Ascension. If there was, I still think EG would potentially go and try to make use of this Aegis. Minute and a half left. Another active rune for Abed. Does have haste in the bottle right now. And let's see, they're drawing on a mini-map. So with this Blink Dagger pickup on Night Stalker, yeah, they want to use Aegis. Dark Ascension is available.
Yeah, they know they're ahead. Try and compound Entity's issues. As this game gets later and later, how do you feel about Entity's ability to make it into late game?
Very difficult. This is Batrider, Bristleback, like Venomancer. We still haven't seen the potential of Venomancer. I don't think we have seen a single curse in this game.
It's been a really rough one. And it is one of the struggles that, like the panel were mentioning, having basically two offlaners in your positions 1 and 3. And Storm are playing this Batrider, who can try and scale, but crit straight in.
Oh no, BKB.
BKB. And look at Nightfall. He's there with the crippling fear, focusing down the maiden. Cold Embrace and the lasso will drag the Night Stalker away, but Arteezy comes in. He's got some hefty damage, but he's stunned. He's rooted, chain disabled. They dispose one back, but crit. He's burning in the fire and the poison, while Arturi's got to turn and fight. Abed does still have this Aegis of the Immortal as they bring down Saberlight. One more hit will do the job. And
Abed wants to die. He's giving them high five. Grave already used. Everyone is low HP, but the Entity, they don't have anything to strike back with.
I don't know. They've spent Curse, they've spent Poison Over, there's no lasso. And again, it's Nightfall. The ability to jump in and stop these counter initiations just with a blink crippling fear is beautiful to watch.
They don't have any items to protect themselves with. Finally, Toby picks up a Force Staff to be able to push either himself out of the trouble or someone else. Like, we were wondering, like, where's the BKB? Stormstormer already at half HP, but using your biggest ulti on Night Stalker during the BKB, like, your damage is pretty limited. Unless there's a Bristleback connecting on you and attacking, it's just not going to be enough. Like Veno, Wyvern, and Crystal Maiden, even Batrider, like, they don't deal damage through BKBs.
And they're all, like, hard countered by Storm and Night Stalker as well. You've talked about their vision. We've seen the ability to jump and assassinate these backline or fog-playing heroes like the Wyvern who want to stay in the tree lines. They get scouted, they get jumped, and they die. No recourse for Entity. Now 7,000 behind. 8K now for EG.
And like, I really like the item that I see on Arteezy right now, going for that Silver Edge to be able to break Bristleback. And also that's like another layer of potentially save, because if they don't have a Dust, if they don't have a Sentry Ward, they're not going to be able to see him.
Yeah, and she's doing over 300 damage a hit with the sidekick from Crit. Sidekick paired up with these.
Yeah, you do have sidekick,
heroes.
you do have Shard from Storm Spirit as well.
Oh, the Overload. Yeah, giving that all across. EG just chilling. They know they can farm out Triangle. Again, the way this game goes later and later, Arteezy will feel even more comfortable with his position in the match.
They gave double damage to Nightfall. They want them to jump on one target and instantly kill it, whether we're talking about Crystal Maiden or Winter Wyvern, and especially Wyvern. If Wyvern dies, I think the fight for Entity is over.
Yeah, you can buy as many fluffy hats or Wraith Bands as you want on these supports. But if Nightfall's Night Stalker's on top of you, there is no escape. And EG hunting. 4 minutes until daytime. This is Nightfall's natural habitat. Moving up the staircase into
it's time
Radiant
to fight.
Triangle.
During the nighttime, extra level 20 talent. He takes Night Vision and Lunar Blessing Global. Not usually the talent we see, but they want to be able to see Wyvern and kill him. They also want to see Batrider potentially getting the first initiation. Toby in a lot of trouble.
They get the lasso on Arteezy. Can they focus him down? Oh, he's so tanky. He BKBs up, Eclipses out, Saberlight. He's just dying to these Lucent Beams landing on his head. Nightfall's already picked up another kill, and Arbet, he sliced Fishman in half. 3 heroes gone.
I think Entity has one more fight in them. They are not able to kill a single hero. Nightfall causing way too many troubles, and he also did pick up a shard, so even more sustain, especially if they're fighting near the triangle. So he gets in there, heals up. Very, very difficult game for Entity.
A simple tier 2. Grabbed up by EG.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
They're not going to go outpost. Oh, there he is. Arbet is... What's he done there? He's zipped away. That's pretty cool. So he's taking outpost and zipped at the same time. So he was actually taking the outpost from like 1,000 range away.
Oh man, these e-gamers, they really know all the tricks.
I don't think I've ever seen that before, honestly. It's all these little nuanced plays. Oh, it's great stuff. EG prep themselves for another go. Bottom tier 2, you know, at half HP could be taken, but they're just going to plant themselves in Radiant Triangle. Under a bit of vision, though.
Saberlight being pinged out. Nightfall ready to go.
Oh, he showed himself. Broken. Oh, he dies so quickly. Nightfall's in. Chase him down and kill him, even though he's up to his tier 3. Winter's Curse is decent.
Grave is available.
Catches the Night Stalker, but you are perfectly correct, Lacoste. Nightfall will get graved, BKB, and run to safety yet again.
He'll probably stick around, eat a creep with Hunter in the night, almost go back to full HP. Yeah, there we go. And the sidekick on top of that, so... Another active rune for EG. This is where Storm really shines, when the enemy can't leave their base, and Desperation Smoke from Entity.
Arcane rune top, Roshan alive in 10. Entity, one last chance.
Crit.
They do get in onto crit, lasso and freezing field. They hit him with pretty much everything
He knew it was coming, just wasn't quick enough to use the Blink Dagger. He did manage to break the smoke immediately. He knew angle where Entity is going to come from. Roshan did respawn. This is Aegis plus a shard. Luna doesn't have a shard yet, so she's going to be picking it up if they get Roshan, and it looks like they will. Toby being pinged out by Arteezy. They saw him.
Yeah, Venomancer blasted even through the cold embrace, and Crystal Maiden found and picked off in the back lines too. A couple of buybacks from Entity here. Still wanting to try and contest this Roshan take. Fly can grave himself and a TP out again. He knows there's no more stuns. He's away and free.
Crystal Maiden is their best stun. That says a lot about the game.
That's difficult for them. Roshan, Saberlight, thinking about going in there himself, but it looks like he's being reeled back. Leashed up by his team, told to hold the high ground for now, while EG, Silver Edge Luna. Radiant do have 2 Observer Wards watching the entry points here to Roshan and the Triangle.
Night Stalker. Who was it? Oh no, it was Storm who did have a gem.
Yeah,
Fly did pick it up, gave it to Storm Spirit for now. Entity holding the high ground. They do have a little bit of vision with that ward in the river and also a couple of Plague Wards. But this is do or die for them.
Last chance saloon. One more chance. Entity, show Saberlight mid. At this point, it's pretty telegraphed where you're sitting, though. You have to contest Roshan, so as the Radiant, you've spent a lot of your smokes, so very likely you're going to be sitting mid and in the triangle. EG not entertaining any of this, again, just delaying things out, knowing that Entity are going to be forced into a corner, backs against the wall very shortly. Adira even scanning, expecting another move up to high ground.
Aegis vision this game has been on point. I mean, it does help a lot that they do have Night Stalker plus Luna and the fighting mostly during the nighttime, but also being able to get rid of a lot of vision. And look at Entity's vision. There's 3 Observer Wards in a triangle.
Well, that's it, right? If you have one chance, you put everything on the line for it. Every ounce of vision could give them that little opportunity.
Well, if you don't want to come, we'll force you to come and come take a fight on our terms.
Yeah, get into the pit. Show us what you're made of. I see what you've got, Entity. Not reacting, though. They're not responding to this. Allowing EG to take the second Roche. Oh, it's gonna be
2 uncontested Roshans from EG. Arteezy will pick up Aegis this time around, so they will have something to siege with, and will get a free shard from Roche.
By nightfall, he even blinks up to the high ground, looking for anybody lurking. There are no stragglers here, though. As Entity, all they can do now is wait for EG to break their base. Try and fight around tier 3s.
Entity, in a 31-minute game, did manage to kill 1 core once so far.
Is that it?
That's it. That's very sad to look at. Just 1 death on Arteezy, because both Storm Spirit and Night Stalker did not die at all.
Well, that's insane for EG, keeping those two alive for so long. A testament to how good this draft was. Arteezy closing in on Skadi now. Backpacks his Mask of Madness. Kataomi waiting by the tier 2 top. They take back the outpost. And Wyvern with a Shadow Amulet. Yeah, he blinks away.
Oh, okay, I thought it was just Shadow Amulet. You got me there scared for a second, Gary. He does have a Blink Dagger still.
He's not sold his items to pick up the amulet. No, he's got that to hide himself away.
Radiant's top tower.
And Storm still has the gem, doesn't he?
He does. So these Shadow Amulets not going to be as strong. I also saw Night Stalker going for Nullifier. Does have a Basher on top of that, and it's going to take a while until he farms the Nullifier, but still.
Feels like the game might just end before then.
It's time to siege the high ground.
Lincoln's on Arteezy, so they can't lasso and drag him back. He's holding Aegis, has BKB, and an impregnable push here by EG. The catch on crit. Storm's in. BKB's up, but they can't kill him. Fishman loses his life.
Saberlight already low HP.
While Kataomi's picked off, both supports gone. GG is called, and Evil Geniuses quite straightforward here in game 1.
Like, no real mistakes made by EG in game number 1. A masterclass performance from the draft. This last pick, Venomancer, I've seen it a couple of times. It just doesn't seem it's working out. And EG did a lot of prep for this series. You can tell, picking up Storm Spirit, picking up Night Stalker, knowing that there's going to be Winter Wyvern coming out in the first phase for Kataomi. 1 or 2 curses only used so far in the game. Crystal Maiden, like these 2 supports, didn't manage to do much. On the other side, EG very active. Dazzle, as I mentioned once during the cast, involved in 10 out of 11 kills at one point of the game.
Yeah, and Bulba sticking to his guns. First phasing Storm, showing the haters there's nothing wrong with that. Beautiful stuff, as that draft was really executed as well to perfection by EG. As we can head over to the panel to hear what they thought about game number 1.
Thank you guys so much. That was a fantastic game 1. EG looking unstoppable there. And Gareth Lacoste, they brought it up, this Storm Spirit. We've got to talk about it, guys. A lot of people have mixed feelings about EG and Storm Spirit, so I want to hear from you, starting with you, Snaking, about how you thought that Storm Spirit went in that game.
I think Boba actually set up for the perfect Storm pick, because they first banned the Tiny and then the Chen. They knew that Entity would probably pick the Wyvern Batrider, and they just wanted the Storm counterpick so badly. And they kind of just instant picked it the moment they saw it. And I think Entity, I guess they just kind of, they didn't think of it was going to happen. And I think Boba just one-upped Entity on this one.
Is that what you feel as well, Nata?
Yeah, I agree. I was really happy for EG when I saw the Storm pick. I felt like it's perfect hero against both Wyvern and Bat. Like I said before, we were even talking about it, that Storm is like such a good counter to Batrider.
Yeah.
So I was really confident that EG is going to take this game.
Well, the other thing that you were kind of made you confident for EG was that support duo for Entity. You really didn't like the CM, the look of it when she came out in the draft. So now that you've seen the game play out, can you explain a little bit more why the CM and the Winter Wyvern just weren't the support duo to give them an advantage?
It's just like both of them like to play kind of in the backlines. Like they don't help each other in any way. If they pick like a Clock, then the Clock would make the game easier for the Wyvern to play. Right? He's gonna go in for him. He's gonna make space. He's gonna give a lot of vision. But the CM and the Wyvern, they both kind of want someone else to go in for them, so they can stay in the back and like wait to cast the spells properly.
And there's a ton of heroes that can abuse that, right? Like Storm was already picked. He was one of those.
Yeah.
Do you think that perhaps this NS should have been banned, because he's another one, right?
I mean, something I think happened this game is I think Entity they wanted NS themselves, and I think they kind of tunnel visioned on it, and they thought they're gonna get it on 18 pick. If they got to pick it on 18, I think it would have been like a perfect NS game. But they kind of forgot that EG might steal it from them. And I think that EG also forgot the same thing for Entity. I think if Entity were the first ones to pick the NS on 15, because I think they wanted it, like EG would have been caught off guard, because they also had Dazzle and Storm, two heroes that get heavily punished by the NS.
Instead, Entity ended up with that Veno for their off lane, few snaking that Veno. Do you just think there could have been something so much better out there? Like, what did this Veno really even offer during the game?
I mean, it offered a little bit of vision, which is what they lack, but the problem is, like, the laning is just too sus. It ended up absolutely getting crushed, and when you're 24th pick and you're losing your lane, you're just putting your team at such a disadvantage, because this is like the best counter pick your team is going to get, and then you don't even end up using it. It just puts your team at a huge disadvantage.
If you guys had to give an MVP for this game, who are you looking towards?
I think it would be Abed. I think it would be fair. Yeah. The Storm kind of took over the game. As soon as the laning phase ended, he controlled the whole tempo from start to finish. And I think it just made the game so easy for EG to win.
Oh no, here it goes again. Storm Spirit every single game for EG from now on.
The ego for the Storm is definitely all the way up there. Something that you guys pointed out that I didn't really realize as well is, you know, how important those laning phases were for EG specifically for their playstyle and their game plan. And so coming out of laning phase, did you feel like they had that advantage and they just never let up? They were just always in control of this game?
Yeah, I think so. I think, like we said, the bottom lane, like the NS has a really good time at the start of that lane, and then he kind of, like, once you give NS the first 5 minutes of the lane for free, like obviously night comes, and he kind of gets to run in the jungle, gets to do whatever he wants. Especially if the mid lane is snowballing, it just makes it like they can just meet up together, and it's almost unstoppable. Like the NS at night, the Storm is snowballing, the NS is going to run mid, he'll help him take the runes, he'll help him pressure the tower if he needs it. And I think it was just super hard for Entity to play as soon as the first night hit.
Yeah, do you think that there was ever a way for Entity to come back in? Or like you said, from that first night, it was just all over?
For me, I thought it was really hard. They needed like some miracle curse. I mean, it's always possible. You have this Bristleback, you get the Axe, maybe, you know, one thing goes right in the fight, suddenly the Crystal Maiden, you know, the W connects on the Storm, does a good curse. I think it was possible. They really needed to push the Bristleback Axe timing. That was the only chance, I thought. But EG did a good job, and they never really let out the pressure, and they didn't really make any positional mistakes in the team fight.
Yeah.
So I think it's a really clean game for them.
And very quickly, Snaking, do you think after this game one, potentially Entity has been figured out?
I think Entity needs to be a little bit careful, like especially with their openers, because they kind of walk right into EG's trap, and I think EG knows the specific heroes they want to early face, and maybe they need to reprioritize exactly what they want to early pick and open with.
Well, there is going to be time for Entity to hit that reset button as we head to a break. We'll come back with game number 2.
Dima, I've been waiting for this. you're gonna die.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play, with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone. We just saw EG take game number 1 against Entity, so game number 2 will be coming very, very soon. But something more exciting than game number 2 in this best of 3 is our newest panel member who's joined us all the way down there. It is AUI replacing Lizard. How are you feeling? Hello.
Good.
Just so far away now. You were watching game number 1. I want to hear some of your thoughts about it, though, because I've had enough from Netter and Snaking now.
I sort of felt like EG got 3 counter picks on cores, which isn't really supposed to happen for first pick. So I'm actually a bit worried about game 2, where I think EG will have choice how the lanes are going to go for Entity. I feel like usually you have like some compensation on second pick, and that you're getting all these counter matchups, but they pick like some Veno into Luna, they pick some like Bristleback that doesn't pressure NS early, and I think their draft is really hard.
How do you think the drafting phase then is going to change up for, I guess, Entity because they lost, but also EG knowing that there might be some differences?
I mean, I was talking to Netta earlier, and we were saying like we sort of want them to pick Toby's hero a bit earlier, because if he wants to pick a hero that's sort of better for the game, but not as good in lane, sometimes it's good you pick it up early in the draft. But I think Snay was actually mentioning like they haven't done this pattern at all, so we're not entirely sure what they're going to do.
How would it feel for you guys if you were to change up your drafting pattern like that?
I think one thing they can do is they can look to pick a hero that both Toby and Saberlight can play. Mm-hmm. And that way they can keep flexing it later in the draft, and they decide if they want it on the offlane or the safe lane.
Mm-hmm. Are there any heroes that come to mind that both of them can play?
I think there's like there's some of the Zoo heroes, for example, Lycan and Beastmaster. There's also the Brewmaster, which Toby really likes, and Saberlight as well. Mm-hmm. There's the Night Stalker, which was kind of the hero of the last game.
Yeah.
Like at least in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they could look at all of these heroes, and if they're able to flex a hero, it will give them a big advantage later on in the draft.
Awesome. I feel like you had something you wanted to say there, AUI.
Oh no, I was trying to stifle a sneeze.
I'm so sorry, I just added you for wanting to sneeze.
I like what Netta said, because he's saying earlier, like, EG, they sort of stole the Night Stalker for Entity. Like, he thought they should have taken Night Stalker on 15, and then it made it so that the Night Stalker looked really good in this draft. Like everywhere he went, Entity couldn't fight at all, and the lane was good for him. So.
Outside of draft, do you think there's going to be many differences to playstyle, maybe going for something that can be either stronger in lane, earlier rotations, something that's more on the skirmish side for either team?
I definitely think this time around, I think they should pick the Clockwork for Fishman if it's in the pool. I think his best support heroes this major has been both the Chen and the Clock. He's been able to make a lot of plays and pressure. Whereas last game, I think for his Crystal Maiden, he kind of just wasn't able to make any moves, wasn't able to apply any pressure, and just kind of reacted to the enemy. And it turns out that he was just in a losing battle every time he was reacting to the enemy. So I think they should look to definitely get one of the Fishman pressure heroes in as soon as they can.
I think even just like a bit more synergy on the first three, right? Like you have 3 backline heroes. Like you have some Wyvern and Crystalman who can't really stand behind a Batrider. It feels really weird. I feel like even if you can make up for it later in your draft, it feels harder and you restrict your later picks, which are just supposed to be like more free, more powerful picks. Instead, you sort of have to pick this Bristleback because you need someone to stand in front, and it ended up not being that good at Bristleback game.
We just saw on the lower third that Abed's most played hero this major is that Puck. We talk about it a lot on this panel, but I actually want to hear from you guys exactly where you sit with Puck, how you feel it is in this patch, and just like how important it is in a draft. Anyone.
I personally think the reason why this Puck hero is so good is because Witchblade is such a strong item, and he's a hero that utilizes Witchblade perfectly. You can rush it with naked and just have no treads, no magic wand, and just a bottle and Witchblade, and you'll be extremely strong. And I think the biggest reason why this hero is so strong is just he uses this item so well.
EG's first pick again, and Dire. So they must have taken Dire over taking second pick.
They have.
I mean, honestly, if they end up 24ing a Venom against my Luna, I might say, like, guys, I think we're really confident from first pick. Like, they're not going to get the actual matchups.
Yeah, I think this time Entity will focus a lot more on lanes. I think when you lose the first game, especially when the lanes went so poorly, it's very easy to just, in the post-game, just say, okay, guys, don't even worry about it. We just fucked up the lanes. We'll have better lanes next game, and we'll play a new game.
How would you guys be feeling mentally, like when you lose that game 1? What does have to happen through your mind as you jump into draft for game 2?
And I hope they will not lose faith in their strats.
Yeah.
I think they kind of made the mistake of, you know, they obviously didn't consider the Storm Spirit a good enough counter to the Bat. I think they will adjust it this time, and they have like still a big pool of strategies they can choose from. So I wouldn't be too worried for Entity, especially. Like, as we said, like the lanes were kind of a big problem last game. So it's very easy to brush that game off and say, let's go next. So I don't think they'll get too tilted.
Is there anything too shocking about these bans or that Puck being the first pick, AUI?
I don't think there's anything too shocking. I think these are heroes that you might not really want if the Puck's not empty. I think Nightfall and Viper is sort of scary. I sort of like the fact that they're giving the Puck away, to be honest. They lost a game, but if you give EG Puck, you sort of know they're going to first pick it. So you can pick 2 heroes that they think are really good versus it. Honestly, I'm not too sure Visage and Wyvern are that good versus Puck, though. So, I mean, they know the heroes better than us, I think. Like, there's a strat that they've picked a lot. Like, I think before this turn, they picked this Visage +1, like, in maybe, like, 4 games in a row.
Oh, well, a TB as EG's last pick for this first phase. Give me some insight as to why the TB, but also why in the first phase?
I don't really like it, to be honest.
They did this versus in Stockholm, right? Like TB against Visage? Like they thought TB countered Visage really hard in lane.
Maybe, but they have to know that Entity also played a Visage on mid. So I guess they think that Puck mid is really good against Visage. I feel like that lane should be pretty decent for Visage though.
Even Visage versus TB, I don't think it's the end of the world for Visage, to be honest. Like, if you get a kill partner, like, TB can die.
I think the lane will be hard. The lane will be hard if they decide to play this Visage on the offlane, but they might even, like, they might play it on Toby and put it on the safe lane, which they've done in the games against OG.
Snaking, is there a support that could enable Visage to be a little bit stronger in lane if it does go offlane?
I think the Marcy and Stone Pool and the Doombringer, which are both of Katomi's hero, but the problem is, I think for Entity, overall, I think only Katomi plays as Wyvern. So unless, I think the Fishman can substitute by going Clockwork and going offlane with the Visage and putting the Wyvern safe lane. I think that's something they might do.
I would like them to pick the Doom for Saberlight this game, if it looks good on the 18 pick. I think it's gonna it's obviously very good at catching the puck, and it's going to give them a way to potentially scale against the Terrorblade. Like if the Doom gets really fat, which we've kind of seen in the games that Saberlight played it in the group stages. He had like something like 20k net worth at like minute 25 or something ridiculous like that, and then if you get to that stage, like the TB doesn't really scare you at all. You're always confident that just Doom him, lol.
Just Doom him, lol. Do you feel that Doom has an expiration time in a game? Like, is there a point in which he just sort of plateaus and just stagnates?
I think it can happen. It depends on what heroes they're going to ban for it. Like if there's like some BKB control, then it can get hard for Doom. But if he's kind of left unchecked to just go in the fight, press Doom, refresh, BKB again, Doom again, I think you can have an absolutely free game right now against the puck and the TB.
Would that be something that you would consider banning AUI, or are there some other things that stand out that are nicer bans?
No, I think Doom sounds good to me as well. They sort of need someone to, like Doom, he doesn't stand in front the same way some other offlaners do, or carries in this case, but he sort of does, and he does start fights for them. Right now with the Visage and Wyvern, you don't really have any of that. Even this game, like, how Doom can start fights, like he can just sort of go in and get saved by the Wyvern, and then he'll have enough like HP and be able to get his Doom off with BKB after. I think it would be pretty good.
EG are also going to be...
That's the clockwork.
Okay. There's the 15 Nice Soccer.
So they thought they were going to steal on EG, right? That's the only reason you pick on 15.
They were having flashbacks from the last game.
I think it's good though, right? Like if EG took the Night Stalker, I think you're very comfortable picking 3 cores in your first 4 picks from first pick. And it's a pretty good Night Stalker game, I'd say.
Yeah. On the last pick now, they can pretty much decide what they want to do with the Visage and the Night Stalker. Because they can play the Night Stalker as a carry, and the Visage either mid or offlane. Or they can play the Night Stalker offlane, the Visage mid, pick a new carry. They're going to have a lot of freedom.
I like their approach a lot more than Game 1, because Game 1 they're really restricted, right? Like you pick this Bat Rider, you sort of know exactly where it's going, and then this game they're, as Natus said, like they have a lot of freedom, and it's looking a lot better.
What I would like them to pick on 18 is a hero that's going to give them even more freedom, like a support. Because the last game, for example, they had the Wyvern and the CM. So they are kind of limiting the cores in what they can pick. Because no matter which support goes with you, you're kind of going to have a range support, which they are very similar, Wyvern and CM. Where if they pick the kind of a melee hero or something that's different from the Wyvern, they'll be able to choose on the last pick which support wants to go with which core. And they will have a lot of freedom in their pick.
Snay, do you know what 5 you would want here from Entity side? Because like I was thinking Clockwork on the 15, they decided to take Night Stalker, but now they picked Undying. I think it looks a little bit worse, right?
It definitely looks a lot worse. I think can this Night Stalker go mid? I don't think he Stormstormer plays it, right?
I think they should keep the Night Stalker on the carry or the offlane. I don't think they'll play it on mid.
Because I think the Marcy 5 should be really good against both Razor and TB. I think it helps your team to kind of start the fights.
Do you know if Fishman plays it?
No, he doesn't, but that's kind of the problem.
What Fishman hero do we have for us then?
I feel like it's Clockwork.
It's Clockwork, but it's really not that enticing.
It got a bit better, right? Like they have a Razor now. Like at least you have, I think, a bit more purpose. Like you're okay against...
You're just very low damage on your lineup. Like only NS. All right, there's the Enigma, Toby Enigma.
I mean,
wait, so they picked all the cores?
It's a mid Visage, I guess.
I mean, we could talk about the side of EG a little bit as well. We can see what EG ban, where they think some of Entity's heroes are going. But Undying, this is actually the first time we're seeing it at the major. No one's really been able to tell us some of their thoughts about it. So for you guys, Undying in this lineup, but also just how it's fitting into this patch and this meta.
I think EG is lacking a little bit of team fight, and I think there's not that many position 5 that gives you a lot of team fight. I think Phoenix was one of Fly's best heroes that gives a lot of team fight and goes back to his OG days, but it's banned out. So I think Undying is a good substitute to that, because all of EG's heroes right now are pretty selfish. So, like they're kind of 3 solo carry cores, and I think Crit might even place another team fighter or something like Snapfire. I guess Snapfire is banned, but something along those lines, just to give EG some more solid team fight capabilities against entities. But Deathball, kind of, there's Enigma Visage. They're just kind of run at towers. They're gonna buy Wraith Pack on this Enigma and just go from tower to tower.
Yeah, I think the entity lanes should be kind of easier now, especially with this Enigma pick. Like they just need to pick some, I mean, Fishman, maybe like a Clock. The Clock is going to work really well now because he can lane with the Enigma. And I think Wyvern plus NS, they're not going to do that good against the offlane Razor, but I think they should should be good enough. Like I think they will get some from the lane, and once the NS hits Knight, obviously he'll be really fast. So the Razor might not be too big of an issue.
What would...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I am not important in this. Please go, Ali.
No, I feel like all Fishman's melee heroes are going to get banned out now, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, Hawk's going to get banned. I'm not sure what else. I was considering like some Ogre or something, but honestly, it doesn't look like that good a game for it. Like, I'm just not sure what type of hero he'll play.
Ogre could be okay.
I mean, it's not that good. It's a single target against like TV Puck, and it's so hard to cast.
I just feel like this game, like when the coil gets dropped and Tombstone is down, it's not very easy for Entity to fight. I mean, they have like a lot of vision with some Night Stalker and like some Enigma ghost pushing, but
how's like Rasta?
Radiant team.
And Rasta is purpose, right? Like you can drop the wards on the Tombstone. It's not the
and it
worst.
should be good against Puck and can clear the illusions as well.
Yeah.
It is. How is it against the engine lane, the Rasta?
Not good.
I don't think it's that good.
Not good. Wait, so is this crit playing Ench, or you think crit's playing Undying?
The crit might actually play +4 and dying. It kind of makes sense, right?
Does he like that though?
I have no idea, but I don't think I ever see crit play Ench.
I've never seen crit play Ench.
To be honest, I thought the last pick was going to be some Tuskar, but they banned it. Like they banned both Marcy and Tuskar,
so many melee carry, the melee fours are out. Right?
Yeah, I mean they could have picked like a Earthshaker, I guess, but not that easy versus Night Stalker, I guess. What were you saying, Snay?
I actually think the Earthshaker is good for Entity. I just think like.
Oh, I can see it actually.
The problem is like who's gonna play it is kind of the issue. I don't think Fishman's gonna play it.
The 5 Earthshaker is not that hard to play. Like you'll take W in lane, you'll get some denies, and you just max Fissure, and you just press it. You buy a shard.
You don't have a choice when all the heroes you want to play are banned out.
Yeah.
Alright, they picked the Bane 24.
I mean, this is a Fishman hero, but I just feel like, again, like Entity, don't you feel like they've wasted second pick? Like they end up with this 24 hero. I'm not too sure like how much impact is this Bane gonna have.
Yeah.
Like,
I think the Visage is gonna have to kind of pop off this game.
Yeah, I think so too. It's not an easy lane versus Puck, from what I know.
No, that's why I kind of wish they picked. I know the lanes might have been hard, but like the Rasta or even a Lion. Like I feel like the Visage needs someone to stand the Puck for him.
Yeah, I like the idea of the Rasta a lot. I think it would have been a good pick.
Like if the Visage gets 6, he actually can pressure the Puck a lot if he just has any added stun, but he kind of doesn't. So I think it might be hard for them.
The pressure's going to go the other way this game, right? Like they're going to bring the support, some Enchantress and Undying rotating on some Coil and Visage. I feel like Visage can't stand there. His birds might even die, honestly. It's not easy.
Yeah, when the Tombstones drop, like if you don't have anyone killing it during the Coil, you're just going to get 100 to 0'd.
Yeah, the Tombstone cancels the passive from the Visage, right?
Probably. I think you need to take like 50 damage with Visage, no armor. It might be lower than 50. I'm honestly not
I just remember that every time I play it and there's a Tombstone on the ground, like if you don't kill it, like the builds eventually die to it.
They get super slowed.
Yeah, it's really annoying.
All right, I want to quickly jump in and ask you guys, let's try and summarize these thoughts quickly, team-wise. Which team do you think is taking game 2? You can only say the team name.
I'll go with EG.
Yeah, same.
EG for me as well.
Oh, these guys think it's going to be a nice 2-0 clean sweep for EG, but let's jump over to Gareth and Lacoste as they jump into it.
I'm super excited. Undying, first pick of the tournament. Finally seeing some of these ignored heroes come out in the playoffs. And you saw that Bane coming a mile away.
I mean, Fishman's hero pool is a bit limited. A couple of those did get banned out, and made some sense. This is usually not the last pick material, but it's gonna give them even more control against Puck, and also being able to pierce through BKB. Whether we're talking about Terrorblade or Razor to hold them in place. But yeah, very excited to see this Undying being played, and this is gonna be position 5 Undying. I heckin' love position 4 Undying.
Gets a little bit more farm, get some items going, but it's those levels into the Tombstone.
You might end up with having 2 5s instead of 1 position 4. That's my thoughts about position 4 Undying. If you don't get much stuff done in the early stages of the game, like your farming potential is not as good.
Yeah.
If you drop a Tombstone, it dies in a bad spot. Crit. Think about. I mean, they still see them with this Observer Ward on the high ground.
Yeah, they see Stormstormer, but you're right. With basically 2 pos 5s, it's kind of like the panel we're talking about. All 3 of EG's cores, they're very selfish, and very greedy in some regards.
It is a greedy lineup from EG. Because Razor wants to farm his BKB, Terrorblade wants to hit some creeps, and I'm a little worried that the Puck might not be able to have hero to play with. This is not your traditional position 4 that can easily rotate. There's not much synergy. I mean, I dropped a tombstone with the coil.
It's not that bad, but you're right. It's no Snapfire.
It's
no
more
Tusk.
about the laning stage. I think EG wanted to stabilize the lane, picking Enchantress for Fly, and also getting this Undying that is one of the most annoying heroes to play into. Like, Enchantress is also up there, definitely.
So what's going on here with the Undying and the Enchantress right now? Because it looks like EG going for some lane swaps. What are they looking for?
Because Entity is going for the lane swap.
Oh, so they are.
They want to have Undying against Night Stalker matchup.
Already. RTZ with that reflection. Putting some good harassment along with a decay onto this Night Stalker. That's the matchup you just said they wanted. Try and zone Saberlight out of that lane early on.
The crit will have a really good time in this lane because Wyvern doesn't really do much, especially if Arctic Burn is on cooldown. We'll drop a sentry ward to block that camp.
Yeah, right on time. Just hit the minute mark as he placed it. Keeps giving him the decay. Reflection on 2 heroes. It's been so nice to see the shift of the Terrorblade away from level 1 Metamorphosis into the Reflection. You get so much more utilization out of your mana pool.
Uses Void, doesn't get CS.
That's unfortunate. They're all laughing in their team comms. How about the bottom lane? Because it looks like Fishman and Toby are taking some serious damage from this Ench and Razor.
Bane doesn't deal well with the Enchantress, not even against Razor. It gets even more difficult as you get to levels, so a bit of a weak lane here. It's all about getting Toby farm, and Toby has more denies than he has CS.
Yeah, he's now caught up 3 and 3. I guess, yeah, Fishman, he can try and Nightmare up the Razor when he does link someone. Try and delay that out. Nightmare
Fishman already used most of his mana on this bottom lane. Does have enough for 1 Brain Sap, but that's about it. Needs to bring some extra mangoes.
Yeah, needs to sustain in this lane. And just look at that, Nightfall and Fly. Straight on him, chip away at the Bane, steal one of the Eidolons, and kill another one of them off. Nice deny from Toby. But it is EG really dictating how this bottom lane is going
Gets
so
the
far.
deny. Some time wasted. Couple of right clicks. Fishman, no mana whatsoever. Does have a couple of Magic Stick charges, but I don't think there's too much pressure being put on Razor, and this is exactly what EG wants from this lane.
Yeah, it's like a free lane for Nightfall, 9 and 5. Keep that harassment going. In the mid, though, looking very good for Entity. 15-5 for your Visage, 10 and 2 for the Puck. Is this what we expect out of the mid lane 1v1? Oh, Saberlight has to TP. There are no stuns here. So create an Arteezy, they turn on to Kataomi instead.
He's still chasing. If he gets the Orb of Venom hit, might be forcing out another rotation.
Yeah, he slows him down, has mangoes to play with. 2 man
Arctic Bird is available, crit. Now he's in trouble.
The hunter becomes the hunted. Saberlight and Kataomi don't want to go up that staircase. With the creep wave arriving at their tower, they'd much rather that. While Fishman, well, he's done very little in the first 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
You don't need mana to kill couriers.
You don't. Gets a couple of courier snipes on the way back. Great positioning from the Bane. And gets his own to deliver some more regen to himself.
That's
all
the
the
first
damage on Toby. Nightfall with that plasma field. Up to level 2. Maxing that out over the static
as
leg.
well.
He's going for Fishman now as well. The impetus hits, but Fishman
Oh, turns around. Great play by Fishman.
keeps himself alive, ever so barely. While Crit is going to deny himself to the tower, I believe. Dire killing off the Undying back at the tier 2. A Nightmare there on Nightfall. They've got the Malefice and a few hits coming in, but Fly, he's going to try and body block and zone them away. Plasma Field, again, some good damage onto Fishman. And
Great turnaround play from EG. And also keeping Toby very low. Toby does have Urn of Shadows, but no charges. It's very important that you potentially get like a trade kill from this lane whenever someone has an Urn, and then you get back to full HP. Fly does have extra Tango for Nightfall. They need to bring some extra regen down this lane. It's going to be full power treads. Nightfall off to a really good start.
yeah, what, 4.5 minutes in, he's basically got treads done. Fishman and Toby, the Nightmare transfer. The Eidolon comes in clutch. High five out, Nightfall pops his stick. Plasma Field there, but he's dead. Even through the trees.
A little too greedy. Lane was already pushing in. No need for Nightfall to be there. He could have sit underneath the tower, get some extra regen, bring something with the courier, and he would be fine. Now it's nighttime. Night Stalker does have 3 branches, Magic Wand, and a Boots of Speed, so there's going to be more pressure put on Arteezy. Arteezy is getting the levels, level 4.5 on Terrorblade with the Casual Bracer. I love that on Terrorblade, to have a bit more tankiness.
Yeah.
And a bit more regen, exactly what the hero needs compared to Raid Band.
Yeah, because you've got tons of armor
You don't need
already.
armor.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to be playing under the tower as well for the most part. That's a great little adaptation there. Tank himself up, especially against the bit of burst damage that Saberlight and Kataomi can offer. Another Nightmare down bottom though, Nightfall. Getting blocked up a little bit. Eidolon's advancing forward, and the earned charge that did get gained by Toby utilized to get another kill on this Razor. So the tide has turned for them, while Fly has left that bottom lane, aiming in towards mid with Catapult Wave here. They want to do some good damage on this tier 1, it looks like.
Keeping the Catapult alive, do have Centaur Conqueror. I don't think they can get a kill on Visage, a bit too difficult. Trying to kill the birds, Stormstormer,
nearly.
well microed.
Well,
got me worried for a second.
Yeah, it was close. A little Waning Rift forward nearly had them. And Kataomi even going to join in that mid lane to defend the tower. So now EG will know Saberlight is all alone. Starts to play more defensively, backs up to his own tower as well. Dead even in net worth. We just saw the net worth lead bounce. And from Entity to EG back again. Very close between the two of them.
A wyvern's breath.
TB is up at the top of the net worth though. They need to apply pressure to Arteezy. Go in with the Arctic Burn, Splinter Blast. He's half health, so next time around he's within that kill threshold.
Oh, second point in DK on Undying. Not having a point in Soul Rip. I guess you need to, whenever you're playing this for Undying, you want to be able to spam it out on lower cooldown, and like eventually you also want to be able to clear out the waves.
Yeah, more likely to be punching people as well with Windlace and Orb of Venom. So he wants those decays stacked up as often as possible. A bit of calm now though. When do we expect this puck to start moving around? Kind of difficult when a Visage is offering the damage towards your tower, right? Oh, Fishman caught out with a static link from Nightfall, but they've got Malefice and tools to keep him at bay. As Crit, it does get found out by Kataomi. He gives as good as he gets though with a couple of punches and these decays. Very difficult to bring any of these heroes in the side lanes down.
It's mostly about absorbing some of the pressure that was meant to put on Arteezy. Arteezy's getting levels. He's level 6, 8 minutes in, does have 3 points in Conjure Image. So he's more than fine going to jungle right now. If he's not going to feel too safe in this lane, he can always bail.
And we do still see Abed kind of stuck in the mid lane, but his tier 1's about to fall. And that's one of the reasons why Puck kind of unable to rotate and move into the side lanes, because Visage offers you a lot of that tower damage, even when the hero is still there. I'll Crit up top, slowed down, and found out by Saberlight. Final Void will kill off the Undying. But again, like you said, it is all about soaking up that damage. The 2 position 5s, trying to tank things up for their cause to keep on farming.
Stormstormer Visage, I remember, because he had Witchblade queued up during one of these DPC games, and he ended up going for it. And I asked him in the interview, like, why did you go for it? And I don't remember who he mentioned, but it's like someone mentioned it, that it's really good, and he decided to try it out. But this time around, he was thinking about it. He did win, yeah, and now going for the drums. I guess he wants to be able to put a bit more pressure on the side lanes, have attack speed against the Tombstone, not just for himself, but also his teammates.
Yeah, focus that tomb down. Such a vital part of EG's team fight, which isn't that great. They've got Coil and they've got Tombstone. That's pretty much it. The rest of them very much about counter-carrying with this Razor and building up some big old stats and right-click damage with the TB.
Completely different game from what the EG had in the previous, because they had Storm, Night Stalker, Marcy. They could move around the map and force these fights, but now they need to bring numbers. Kataomi keeping himself alive.
The tomb is down though, and TB arrives. Saberlight focusing it down. The Coil going to snap in there. Fishman nightmares himself as Nightfall is deep under this tier 1. Toby hunted by Arbed with another waning rift, but the Raze is about to die. Fishman, with the help of the familiars, finds him while Toby dead under his tower. EG, a 2-for-3 trade, which they come out in an advantageous position as long as they escape without any more losses.
They're more than fine with this because Arteezy did join. He got a couple of assists. He got one last hit. You don't expect this move from Terrorblade players. You definitely don't. I think it's pretty similar to what Ame was doing when he was playing Ursa the other day. Even though he was going for Battle Furies, he still decided to go and join the team fights on the mid lane pretty early on. Like we're talking about 12, 13 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's all about understanding, when you're strong, when you're able to group up as a team, when your enemies are potentially weak. Even if you don't have those item timings or specific levels or skills available, you can still keep on fighting using your HP, your body, and your abilities as resources. Tier 1 bottom still standing though. That's what Entity were looking for, is that defense of the objective, making sure EG didn't get it for free. But with the catapult wave coming now, it's going to be a little more difficult for Entity to match Evil Geniuses down south. Clear out the wave. Defend the catapult. Kataomi is level 6. Looking for a curse. Won't be handed it, and crit comes in. Level 3 tombstone. They're going to zone them all away. The courier is just standing there while the Winter's Curse does come in on the Undying.
Bro, please stop attacking me.
Oh.
And gonna burst him with the Soul Assumption. They caught Fishman though.
And they did under tower. Again, the trade, 1 for 1. There's Tier 1 tower glyphed up. Catapult still going, whacking away at the building. As Entity have to break the tombstone to allow them to advance forward. Stormstormer leading the charge, goes straight on Nightfall, but his bird's falling quickly. While this tower's still alive, Arbed, he just comes out from the trees, pokes his head into the fight, jumps away with a jaunt to the orb, and a deny on the tower from Stormstormer. Very nicely done.
Taking some extra gold from EG and also getting the gold for his own team. I think in this situation, because you have Undying as your position 4, I think Fly will be taking over that position 4 role. Going for Power Treads, Dragonlance, Spike type of a build, because you want to have another scaling core just if things go really late.
Yeah, offer you a bit more damage.
Ooh, look at that win probability, 74% for Entity.
Yeah, well, they just took that top tier 1. They denied the one down bottom, so things definitely going their way in the past 3 or 4 minutes. And Aghanim Scepter queued up there for the Stormstormer Visager, looks like. So drums into Ags. Gonna get himself that Silent as the Grave upgrade. Very good at hunting down heroes, like the Puck, the Enchantress can sneak in.
I got a question for you, Gary. What do you call Visage when he gets Aghanim Scepter?
I don't know. What do you call Visage when he gets Aghanim Scepter?
Envisage.
All right, there we go.
Production just told me that I'm fired. It was nice talking to you, Gary. Good luck solo casting.
I think you've got half of people with, heads and hands, face palming, and the other ones, stomachs jiggling as they chuckle away at.
Boomers will appreciate it.
You are puntastic sometimes. Kataomi holding out on the mid lane.
From EG, they're looking for some. They need coil. Every single time they will need a coil to be able to hold people in place. Saberlight this time around going for more of a carry-oriented build. I've seen this work out going for that Aghanim Scepter, so you have AoE against Terrorblade and his illusions. Yeah. I guess that's the reasoning.
That's pretty cool. Well, Entity tried to scan, they missed it, but it's still a good read here. I think Kataomi was the one to draw on the map where EG were heading. And they do come from the triangle in towards the mid-tier 1. Arteezy with a maxed out Metamorphosis. Brings out some of his illusions to play. Break this objective down.
They are keeping the distance. Look at EG's positioning, not allowing a good curse nor a black hole. Kataomi doesn't even have enough mana for a curse. Does have a clarity running, so that's going to help out.
And Fishman's also looking for a potential grip here to set things up.
Stormstormer, can he get another one? He cannot.
They tried. Fishman and Stormstormer aiming for that deny, but unable to do it. So EG take yet another objective, opening up that map, allowing entrance into the Radiant Triangle, where they've already got an observer ward placed up there. So very nice that they're able to maybe maneuver themselves into that triangle and find some kills in the coming minutes.
I don't know if Entity is aware of that. We've seen some observer ward battle between 2 5s in the previous game. Some tips also coming out.
Oh, he sentries. Is that in range? I'm not sure he's going to be able to find it.
There is a courier, and he's got getting deawarded immediately. Fishman is onto something.
Perfectly placed. Fishman against Fly. A battle of the warders. Just a casual branch up in that top lane. Don't know who that belongs to. As Nightfall backs up into the jungle. They've got that defensive ward covering the access point, so they know if anyone's coming in to gank them. Entity very comfortable the way things are going. They've got Blink Enigma working on his BKB. And once he's got that, there's nothing to stop him, is there? Until like Puck gets 25, there is nothing to cancel out this BKB black hole.
That's going to be a huge issue for EG, because I think he's going to be going... Oh, okay. He goes for Blink BKB build. No shenanigans this time around, not going for Vlad's. Maybe, I mean, it would still be a very good Vlad's right back game. A Stormstormer might still pick it up after finishing that Aghanim Scepter.
There's no one else going to go for it, though, right now. Your Wyvern wants Blink, Night Stalker.
But then again, if you're playing Invis, you don't want them to see your aura around you on the creep wave. You might be playing far away from a creep wave and then they don't see you, but yeah, these pro players, well, we'll see. Stormstormer, he is an experienced Visage player after finishing Ags. They're going to hit the really good timing with the double Ags, one on Visage, one on Night Stalker, and I think it's time to strike. Potentially take a fight, transition then into Roche, because you have a lot of sustain.
Yeah, sustain, the ability to give you vision. Some great heroes for hunting down slippery devils like the Puck. So we TP top, Toby, Fishman and Saberlight grouping up together. And time to get the band into action. Kataomi joins with the smoke, and away they go. There's no vision to play into, so this is, you know, a warding mission as well as a ganking one. Fly, the one to break the smoke, gonna get jumped on immediately. It's not an easy kill. Enchantress turns into a piggy and has that untouchable with a Nature's Attendants going. They'll slow it down, Nightmare her up, and try and push that magic damage back into Fly to finish off the Bambi. A slow one, but a kill nonetheless. As Roshan, ooh, Entity with the attempt into the pit.
They definitely do have damage with these Eidolons, with the birds. Question is, will EG take this fight? Tombstone is available. Abed has his Witchblade for quite some time, and now picking up Blink Dagger. Stormstormer looking for an opening.
The high ground ward, Stormstormer plays into it to get onto Nightfall, but the Razor far too quick to get away. Is that another ward placed? It was de-warded and re-warded. Fishman keeps the vision going. Fly back in again to get rid of it. It's the crippling fear. Silences the Undying. The Tombstone can still come, though, as he gets away from Saberlight. The Cold Embrace, it keeps him in place.
Toby looking for an angle.
Comes in with a high ground. The Winter's Curse on 3. Catches the Razor. They'll kill off Nightfall. Beautifully done by Kataomi. And
but
they
a lot
are
of zombies. They need to fall back from this, because Tombstone is not getting addressed.
But they're still holding Black Hole. Toby has an opportunity. Fly, crit. Spreading away from Arteezy. They don't want to give them that chance for a big 3-man hole. And Roshan still alive as Arteezy delay Entity's maneuver into the pit. Abed regenning up. Metamorphosis going to end in about 10 seconds. And Stormstormer, oh, he's invis. He's lurking mid. He finds Abed, the phase shift. The crippling fears here, though. The silence right on top of the Puck, and a great kill. And that's the assassination power that we know and love from Entity with these heroes.
This is why he decided to go for Aghanim Scepter to scout things out. Like, their pick-off game is good if you think about, like, Night Stalker, but he doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet, so still a bit difficult to execute. And this Aghanim Scepter coming in clutch. Inside the Roche pit they go, attempt number 2. EG's definitely not going to try to go for this one.
With no Puck. No chance.
BKB on Razor. It should be up relatively soon, but Puck dead, and also just respecting that there is no meta for 60 seconds. Like, they know that Arteezy will not be able to kill his teammates in the next 60 seconds. It was a great curse from Kato.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's beautiful. Even with that Tombstone down, it still shows Entity are able to fight around these congested areas with so much nonsense and noise, Ench creeps and zombies, TP illusions everywhere. They've got ways to contend with Evil Genius's nonsense. A Holy Locket coming up for the Enchantress. Eon Disc queued by Abed's Puck. So they're aiming for some of these more defensive items to sustain and delay these team fights past those big ultimates. As that's key for EG. Try and bait black holes, wait out the Winter's Curses, and buy time for you to have maybe a second wave of initiation coming in from the puck.
It's very difficult to itemize for puck in this game. I've seen pucks who are playing against Night Stalker picking up like a Force Staff or a Yule Scepter to be able to deal with that.
Even like a BKB.
It's just very difficult in this one because you're playing against a Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, and there is no real save on side of EG. There's no one that can help you out once they initiate on you.
Yeah, damned if he does, damned if he doesn't.
Fly's Force Staff will come in clutch. He is getting very close to it, and he is overtaking in terms of farm compared to Crit.
Yeah, Crit. Going for that locket. Heal people up. Smoke out from both teams, though. And with the ulti from Saberlight, forced the tombstone from Crit. No tomb for a minute now. Entity can still look for this fight away from the tomb. EG have all retreated. Free money for Saberlight. Actually goes the way of Stormstormer. Bonus gold into his pockets as he works his way towards the Scythe of Vice. The net worth lead, though, still, mildly favoring Evil Geniuses. Even though Entity have a firm grip on this game, the way they're playing, it is now daytime for about 4 minutes.
EG would definitely like to have next set of items available. This is Scotty on Terrorblade, potentially a refresher on Razor, but that's gonna take quite some time. For people tuning in who didn't play Dota in a couple of years and clicking on Visage, they're like, what the hell is this, man? I can click all of his abilities. There's like 1, 2, 3, 6 of them. He did pick up the shard, so does have that stone form for himself.
Oh, the curse. Catching out Crit here. 2 heroes, 3 in fact, zapping into him. Kataomi just finds the immediate solo kill in a 1v4 scenario. And Stormstormer with Saberlight at the top of the net worth. A little bit surprising when they're opposing a Terrorblade. Usually Arteezy with his TB, he's right at the top, racing away with farm. 480 GPM there, but almost 500 on the Visage.
That's a bit surprising, and he's going for the Hex next. That extra damage from Aghanim Scepter, it should be respected. The EG will fall back.
Yeah, afraid of what Entity has to offer in terms of team fight. Just keep waiting this one out. Get Terrorblade as massive as they can. Is there a point at which we start to look for like Lincoln Sphere against this Winter's Curse and the Fiend's Grip? Or is it a case of no one can really buy it on EG?
I think it could be Razor's next item. It's still far away from it. He'll see how the next fights are gonna go. And Entity having a gold lead right now.
Yeah. Ping pong back into their court.
BKB done on Enigma. Toby will have freest of the time. He knows that he does not have to care about the single ability that goes through magic immunity, so we'll be able to get the good black hole. He also does have a lot of confusion in the front line caused by Night Stalker and Visage.
Yeah.
Like, even Curse can be a great setup.
There's so many great ways for Entity to play. And he's also not afraid of like an Abyssal Blade or anything like that from the opponents. There really is very little they can do to stop it outside of the puck talent.
You need still to snap the coil, so he'll be okay.
That is true. Arteezy hunted in this Stormstormer. And Saberlight over the top of the trees. Quick and free onto Arteezy. While Crit, the Undying being found here. Saberlight just chases him down. Entity, they're up and running now. A catch onto the Razor as well. Just one by one, they're toppling dominoes over. EG, they'll BKB up on the Razor, but the grip comes from Fishman, holds him in place, and Saberlight whacks him down into the ground.
Multiple BKB piercing abilities. We still have not seen Enigma use the black hole, but sometimes threat of a black hole is stronger than actually using it, putting it on cooldown.
He's not needed it. He scared EG with it as they try and disengage from these very quick, snappy moves from Entity. It looks like Arbed has changed his mind as well. Not going for the Eon Disc anymore. E-Blade is the option for him. So that's a save against the Curse.
It's a save against Visage Birds as well, but mostly against Curse. He sees that this Curse is causing a lot of issues, deleting one EG hero during the fight. And they need to be standing close to each other to deal damage, especially these two supports. Smoke from EG. They know Aegis is down.
They need to get something. This game is slipping away from them. Trying to move down south. Oh, look at where they're signaling to go. It's been read by Saberlight. He knows they want the triangle. That is the natural place for Dire to play into. Get some wards up there. Play for that next Roshan. Entity not going to entertain it, though. They've come back to their mid-tier 2, and maybe they could actually come across to that pillar in their bottom jungle, place a ward there, and play around their vision.
Fighting against Night Stalker during nighttime might be a bit too difficult, and there's also a Blink Dagger on Night Stalker, so he could potentially run away. 15 seconds until Curse is available, but Toby is there to counter-initiate if EG finds an opening.
Well, EG are the ones to come to this spire and ward it up first. Stormstormer, coiled and dusted. Stoneform, though, and the catch on crit in the back. He's trying to heal himself with the Holy Locket, but Saberlight has his number while the Curse. It's on Arbet. Entity blow them up, and Toby, he's got the black hole they've been waiting for. Solos Arteezy, and a Nightmare catches. The TP cancelled. Down you go, Fly. The Enchantress getting picked off as the last casualty of war.
They see Stormstormer, but he was already invis. He also does have a Gem of True Sight and gets coiled, uses Stone Form. So you're not going to be trying to focus him down. And another good curse from Kataomi. I think Kataomi forced Arteezy to deal more damage to his teammates in this game than he did to the enemy heroes. It's a very difficult Terrorblade game.
I mean, look at this, right? You go on the Visage, and he's now invulnerable for a good 5-6 seconds. Curse to turn around. Saberlight's already backstabbed and picked off supports. And the patience on Toby, knowing that all he has to do is wait for that Terrorblade to be about half HP, don't allow him to sunder or turn around play, and get the kills they need. Dominating this game now, Entity. And cruising towards victory. It feels like it's unplayable for EG at this point.
It really does feel pretty similar to Game 1, where EG was the one in control of pretty much everything, in charge of vision, and this gem will get rid of a lot of EG's vision.
And Stormstormer solo killing people. Poor crit Undying. Taken down by this Visage once more.
There is no counterplay. Like, their only way to start a fight is coil, and we've seen in the previous one that there's just gonna be enough time for Entity to reset with either Cold Embrace, Curse, Nightmare Save, or even Stone Form.
It feels like at this point, well, Fishman are trying to take the outpost. He is slowed down, but in comes Saberlight. Oh, he's found Arbet's puck. Is he just going to kill off the puck?
No, Force Staff, still in it.
The Curse comes in, and now Arteezy will rip apart his teammate. Kataomi claims the kill while Saberlight finishes off Nightfall's courier. EG on the run. They can't continue fighting. There's no meta for 30 seconds. And Stormstormer, Saberlight, they combo up to go back in. This Night Stalker, he is a nightmare for EG.
Not just him, also Bane causing these nightmares as well. And they're still not done. Night Stalker chasing.
He's poking. He's prodding.
His initiations were really on point.
Yeah,
Tombstone on the high ground, time to fall back for Entity. Do not take this fight. If they try to get a little bit out of the area, go for it.
They just go straight on Arteezy.
Toby, no black hole.
He's gone in with a Midnight Pulse. Malefice on the Terrorblade. Silence will end, though. Saberlight, he's not going to get sundered, though, forcing Artura away. Fly trying to save the TB. Gets himself to high ground. Stormstormer, Kataomi, Saberlight, do you go for this? You know Arteezy's so very low. They get a couple of kills on supports, and they're pushing high ground 28 minutes in.
They will poke, see what happens, get some chip damage. Saberlight will TP out, but yeah, they found puck.
They don't have
Nightmare. Oh, Silence not there on time. Or is there?
They're going to catch him here. He gets the Ghost Scepter off, has an Arcane Rune to pop, jumps away. Another orb. He's back to safety while Stormstormer and Toby kill the Razor up at top.
EG can't catch a break in this one. Entity is all over the place. There's going to be next set of items, especially the one on Visage. 6, 0, and 11. Stormstormer completely dominating the game. This is going to be Hex 30 minutes in.
Is Arbet being soloed by Kataomi? The picture there of the Winter Wyvern flapping towards the puck. And now Saberlight, he's come into play. Quick little Ghost Scepter out, jumping around. Arbet getting some sick outplays. Still low on HP and resources, though, as the Winter Wyvern will get blown up.
They
but
found him with the grip.
Finding Arbet's puck, dead for 50 seconds, and with Roshan alive, well, Entity don't even back up towards it. They want to go high ground.
They definitely do. Black Hole is available. They know that there is no counterplay to BKB Black Hole. That's why Toby is getting Refresher as his next item.
Why not? Yeah.
You can't even itemize. Like, none of these heroes can get a Basher that's going to be reliable against Enigma.
TP going to buy a Basher? No, absolutely not. Barracks wide open now with a tier 3 falling quickly. Familiars from Stormer. Trying to aim towards Nightfall, but another very disciplined retreat.
Roshan is
Entity. A Force Staff coming in from Arteezy as well. A rare pickup on the Terrorblade. Needs it. Up against this crippling fear to get away from potential. Now Black Holes, if he sees the Enigma jump in. And both teams smoking. It's desperation from EG and domineering from Entity. They catch out Crit. Tombstone's down. Can't do too much about Saberlight now. They found Arbet's puck as he's blown up. No buyback. And Arteezy will try to stand his ground and fight, but it's Nightmare. Saberlight's killed off the Tombstone.
Another layer of silence.
Another BKB up, but they're silencing this Arteezy. TB. Left to right, he drifts away with his Force Staff. Stormer healed up by the Cold Embrace. And Saberlight, he's being sundered up, but Toby's in. He'll black hole the TB, solo him down, no cares in the world, and GG called. Entity tie things up 1-1. Not a comfortable game for EG at all.
Yeah, Entity did manage to get the draft from themselves that they really like. This is their bread and butter, having this Visage. Wyvern did manage to reset after what happened in game 1, because they definitely didn't have what it takes to play Wyvern and what was it? Into Storm Spirit and Night Stalker. It was very, very difficult, but this time around, some good adjustments being made very quickly from Entity. Toby having a free time on Enigma. Like, we didn't see Black Hole for a very long time, but he did go for the right items, getting that Blink plus BKB, because there is no real cancel from the EG.
Yeah, and this Night Stalker, right? Real hot hero in this series. We saw Nightfall.
It looks really good.
Perfection from him. Now Saberlight showing how great he can perform on it as we head back to the panel to break down game 2 as we head into game 3.
Thank you guys so much. I mean, we may as well just start with it, right? That Night Stalker for you guys. How impactful was it? Was this what you were talking about for Entity with their drafting, leaving things a little bit open and then having a setup hero that is just going to win you the game? Is your win condition and isn't going to really struggle?
I think the Night Stalker definitely became the hero of the series. EG picked it in the first game. They ended up winning it. And in the second game, Entity stole it from them, and they ended up winning it. So I think this hero is going to be super high priority in this series and might even get first pick or first phase, depending on how the teams are feeling. So I think this series has become super meta about Night Stalker, and we'll see what happens.
Is that how you would react to it, Howie?
Yeah, I think the Night Stalker had really high impact. Honestly, what surprised me the most about that match was how well Visage did. Honestly, I didn't really understand the matchup mid, because I'm not a very good mid player. But the Visage, he did pretty well versus Puck, and he even took his tower. What I sort of expected this match was for them to like rotate on the coil and drop some Tombstone, and Visage would suffer, but instead it's the complete opposite.
EG is a team that focuses a lot on their lane, and that's what you guys have been telling me. And for this draft, did you feel like that's what they were setting themselves up for, but just really couldn't execute it that way?
I think they really wanted to focus super hard on the lanes, but then they got caught off guard a bit by this Enigma pick, because they had the Undying. They thought they will just match it wherever they want, wherever the NS goes, they'll put it as pulse 5 and play it against the NS. But then, I don't know, this Enigma got picked, which is really good against the Undying in lane. And they felt like they cannot actually handle this Enigma. They felt like they have to pick a new hero to lane against Enigma. And Ench is probably the best counter to Enigma in lane, because you can just take the Eidolon and, you know, it becomes super strong, so the Enigma can't really kill it. But they ended up like too focused on the lanes, and you know, if you focus too much on the lanes, you end up having Crit playing Undying. The hero he cannot really roam on, he cannot really rotate.
Just didn't really fit that playstyle for him, unfortunately. But looking at this scoreboard now, we see the damage, the experience, the gold, but also the items. Is there a certain build that took you by surprise, was more effective than you thought, or less effective even on either side?
I think the Night Stalker Axe was the surprising item for me. This build on Night Stalker has been kind of upcoming before this tournament. Both Entity and TSM, it was Saberlight in TSM, they played this Night Stalker with Axe, first item. And I wasn't really sure how good it is, to be honest. I kind of prefer the armlet build, like the Blink armlet or Midas BKB. But it seemed to do a lot of work this game. It gave him a really big impact on the team fights.
Yeah.
So I think it was an interesting build. Yeah.
All right. And if you guys had to give an MVP, Ali, do you have one that comes to mind looking at this?
Yeah, I really liked how Storm performed this game. I feel like everywhere his team needed to be, like even had to sacrifice a bit to defend the tower or like do whatever, he did better in lane than I expected. He took mid tower. I think he played really well this game.
And when it comes down to how they did play, right, that initiation and that map pressure, was it purely that Visage, or were there some other elements, like when it comes to the support having that Bane and that Wyvern?
I think Katomi was a machine this game. Honestly, maybe I should have given him, because like every time I saw Curse, like there was a dead puck or like there's just one Curse, one hero dead, and usually that's really hard to pull off as Wyvern. I think his itemization was really smart this game. He got the Shadow Blade and the Blink, so he could easily play with the Night Stalker ulti. He played really well as well.
Is that the same for you, Snaking?
Absolutely. I think this Wyvern was definitely a star in this game, and I really like the fact that they had the front line, this Night Stalker just running in, and then they had the proper backline to kind of back it up. It made a lot more sense than their first game draft.
Was there a way for EG to come into this? Because it felt like around the 22 to 24 minute mark is when it felt like it was just running away from them. Before that, were there certain things that they could have done to get in?
I think for them to win, they needed Abbott to have like to snowball a bit, to have way more of a flashy game, because he was the only one who could actually kill this Wyvern. And in hindsight, it was actually a really hard game for him, because there's the NS vision on him all the time. So even if the NS itself is not catching him, like there can be like just a random grip, a random Enigma pressing Q on him before he blinks in, or the NS itself, obviously. So it was actually a really hard game for Abed, and if he wasn't snowballing, they had nobody to solve this Winter Wyvern. So they, yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm interested to see how EG readjust, because they got that win in Game 1. Unfortunately, they don't get the win here in Game 2. It means that Game 3 is happening after this break.
Must be dreaming. Dire's top tower is under attack.
can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Fresh meat.
It's a game number 3 between Entity and EG. And joining me is still snaking Netta and Owie. I have to ask though, for you guys as players and even now if you as coach, is it harder to come back from a game 1 loss or a game 2 loss in a best of 3 series?
I think I'll speak for myself. I think everyone's kind of recency bias. So I think it's harder to come back if you lost the second game. People are just a little bit more emotional. You just lost recently, and like the negative thoughts can definitely get into your head.
Yeah. Is that same for you, Netta?
Yeah, I agree. I think, I mean, obviously you just won a game, you have the momentum, you can tell yourself, oh, game 1 we just, did this and this and that, didn't count, now we play the real game and we owned them. So like, you just tell yourself that and it's really easy. And of course the EG should be telling themselves kind of the same thing, like, oh, we just fucked up this one small thing, don't even worry about it, guys, let's go next. We already beat them in game 1, we know how we can do it easily. So that's what they'll be telling themselves, and they should be fine, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with Ned. I think it's a lot about the momentum swing. I think the big thing is like EG have Fly now, and he's very experienced. I think they should be able to hopefully turn around and provide us a good game 3.
Yeah, I am looking forward to game 3. Now we're going to be jumping into draft a little bit soon. Do you guys want to see a Wyvern, a Visage, a Night Stalker band? Like, should these bands be adapting and changing up to what we just saw in game 2?
Definitely. I think Entity adapted well. They banned the Dazzle and gave the puck. They wanted to play a new game. And I think EG should have the same mentality. After losing to this Wyvern Visage opener, they should try to switch it up. They should not run the game back if the draft order is the same. Because I think game 3 is going to be a new coin flip. It's kind of, they have an opportunity to pick second pick rather than Dire this time if they were to win the coin flip. So I think it's very important to kind of not run it back exactly the same game. Because you're just going to play into the enemy's hand.
And Entity actually, they won the coin toss. They chose Dire. I can't see what EG chose on the monitors, but I'm sort of assuming second pick. I don't really know.
Yeah, we can ask production. They'll tell us in our ears very soon. But what would you place the most importance on Owie for drafting in this game 3? Would it be that Night Stalker or the Visage that really surprised you?
I think EG should ban Visage. I feel like Night Stalker, it's looked really powerful, but both games I think it was sort of second phase. Like it was picked on 15 and 16, 17. I feel like if you pick Night Stalker, like I'm not too sure. This hero might just be Imba. But from my point of view, like if you pick Night Stalker really early and he has sort of a harder lane, you play for some Lone Druid or something, and like it's not as good in-game matchups, I feel like the hero can fall off. So.
Now, Netta, have you been surprised by the last picks coming out from both teams in both games? I mean, like getting the Ench and the Bane as final picks for these teams in that last game.
Yeah, it's the Entity picks are for sure a bit unexpected. I was saying in the game 2, I want them to keep a core for last pick and keep the flex so they can have more freedom in their last pick. And they decided instead to just pick the Enigma on 18 and just last pick a support, which I think it's not the ideal drafting strategy, but it is fine to do if you think that the hero you're picking on 18 is that important for you. Like they thought that the Enigma is so important against what they see that they just want to get it now and they don't even care about counter picks. If they get this Enigma, they'll win the game. And it worked out for them. So.
Do you feel like that's going to continue into game 3 having that importance?
It depends. We're going to see who gets first pick. We are waiting for EG to choose right now, I believe.
They are having a little bit of a...
What I'm expecting is I think EG right now is talking about this Night Stalker. They're talking about how good they think it is. They wanted to pick it in the game 2. Obviously, like it just seems to be really good against the Entity heroes. And they're probably debating right now if they can pick the Night Stalker as second pick, like a combo pick, or if they might even want to take first pick. If they take first pick, I expect them to look into picking the Night Stalker on 8.
I mean, part of the reason why this Night Stalker is kind of important in this series is because how much Katomi likes his Winter Wyvern. Because like there's so few heroes in this patch that actually can reach the backline. We talked about the Night Stalker, talked about the Storm, talked about the Puck, but it's only a handful of heroes. So I think if they were EG to adjust their bans, maybe like they don't have to worry about this NS as much. If they were to ban this Vicious Wyvern, for example, and play against maybe the Bat Rider or some of the other NDD strategies, like the importance of this backline jump can definitely go down a lot.
We know now that EG is going to have first picks. How would that be?
They chose first pick then?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think maybe their plan is what you're saying. Because the thing about EG's Night Stalker is they don't flex it, right?
No.
So it's like it's very committed. If you're going to pick this Night Stalker, they sort of need to protect it with 3 bans. So they can pick on 8, they can use the next 3 bans, get the NS best 3 counters out of the way, and maybe like they can have a good strategy with that.
Yeah. And now the question is going to be, because Entity is probably realizing that the Night Stalker is kind of the name of the game in this draft.
I think they should 6-7 it, right?
They might pick it on 6-7.
How confident would you feel in doing 6-7 if you guys were Entity or EG?
I would not be confident.
Yeah.
I think if they do it on 6-7, they can flex it until the last pick, like they did last game, or they had the option at least. But I think EG would not. I think EG should not be scared of it. They will probably think they can pick Bloodseeker, Lone Droid, Monkey King. They can pick those heroes on 8 for TZ, and he's going to have a really good time against the Night Stalker.
It's just sort of about the read on the game. Like this 6-7 pick on Night Stalker is sort of like an extra ban. And if you end up in your draft where you're feeling like, oh, we have to pick this just so they can't pick it, maybe you should have just banned it. This time they end up, what did they ban instead of Visage?
Tiny. They banned Tiny last time instead.
So.
Okay, so now Entity have the choice to get the Night Stalker against the Puck, but then have the Night Stalker countered. Or they basically need to pick heroes that are decent against Night Stalker, because they know EG might pick the Night Stalker on 8.
What is a good opening that might dissuade from the Night Stalker being picked up on EG if Entity decide not to pick it up themselves?
Are any Stormstormers heroes other than Visage even good versus NS still? That's my question.
I think Tiny. Tiny is actually the best one.
Yeah, and they need a support with it, probably.
I mean, they'll probably still pick up Wyvern. They're debating whether they want to pick the Wyvern right now. Here we go. It's a classic.
Honestly, if I was Katomi and this is like a game 3, some elimination series, I'd for sure ask for the Wyvern, you know? Like, it's his best hero. He felt like he played it really well last game, and it was even against this Puck already. I would feel really confident for him.
Yeah, it just still will be the Night Stalker now.
Yeah.
How much do you guys place importance on comfort rather than like direct counters when it comes to drafting?
It's a bit of a read thing. Like,
yeah.
If the player's really feeling it, like, guys, like, this hero is Imba, I will carry on this hero. It's not that bad to just trust it and draft around it. Honestly, having purpose like that in the draft also makes drafting a lot easier, because you already have like a specific goal, like enable this hero. I'm really surprised it didn't in the Night Stalker.
I also am very surprised.
But it is a good DP game, right? Versus these 3 heroes?
Is it?
I think so. No?
Don't feel like it's that good against Wyvern, and now they're going to need to ban the Night Stalker themselves, right?
Why do you feel that DP is a good matchup or a good count?
I thought it was sort of good versus Wyvern because the curse doesn't do that much, and I don't really think the save helps. Like, when you have overwhelming team fight and you save in place, sometimes like you still get run over. But I guess like, what do you like the Wyvern against DP for?
I mean, I just don't feel like they interact that much, to be honest.
I see.
Like, the DP is going to be... Yeah, he's not going to do that much damage in the curse, but he's always going to be in there. And if EG is going to have some right-click carry, you know, like the DP might end up getting... you know, he's kind of always going to be in the
And
center.
they already have a combo after the curse, right? What do you think, Snay?
I think DP is completely fine versus Wyvern one-on-one, but the fact that if Wyvern enables Entity to kite the BKB out on the DP, and then Tiny gets his Aghanim Scepter timing, he can just blow up this DP right after he BKBs. So I think EG is kind of on a timer in the team fights. If Entity has enough damage and EG gets kited out, I think Entity will end up winning the fight.
I see the Tusk being banned out by Entity. We saw Crit end up on the Undying last game, and he wasn't able to do those rotations, right? That's what you guys said, and that's why they really struggled. Do you feel it is possible to shut down his hero pool, and that's what Entity is going for? That's what enables EG, and now Entity are capitalizing on that?
EG picked 2 cores, so Entity are just going to ban 3 position forests that could lane with the DP and roam. I think it's pretty good. They also have they have the pick out of phase, so they're probably going to take the Clockwork if it's there, I think. Like, honestly, Entity's picks have surprised me a bit, and I'm not saying it's bad, it's just different than what I expected. And obviously it's working for them. Like, last game I didn't expect the 24 Bane to really work out that well, but they really played it well, honestly. Like, as soon as the Enchantress left, they killed the Razor twice, and that swung the momentum of the game a lot. But I think here they should ban. Do you know what other melee force crit would play here?
That's what I'm thinking.
Earth Spirit is very good. Like the Vessel versus both of these heroes can be very strong.
Do you like the Earth Spirit ban Clockwork pick or?
They could play Earthshaker as well. Like the Earthshaker DP was kind of the
Yeah, but if you're
upcoming
playing
lane.
Clockwork, I think you're okay versus it, right?
Yeah.
I think you're sort of good.
Clockwork is good versus Shaker.
So this is confirmed mid tiny, right?
I think it has to be, right?
Yeah.
I think it's most likely, but we will see, right?
Yeah, but it should be.
I think they don't mind just because they've already reviewed the puck. Like this tiny 1-4 flex doesn't. Sorry, 2-4 flex doesn't matter that much.
I guess that's why they picked the DP then, right? Because they knew it's a core tiny.
Yeah, I see.
It wouldn't really make much sense if this tiny is still like up in the air.
Yeah.
Well, the Aster is also going to get banned out there by EG. They do the Enigma, the Night Stalker, things they don't want to come up against from last game, but also the Lycan.
Yeah, they just don't want to deal with the Zoo. Like you see, they banned the Wizard, the Chen, the Enigma, and the Lycan. Like Entity have been really dependent on the Zoo. It's usually coming either from Toby or from the Fishman on the Chen.
There's still a Beastmaster though. I haven't seen this hero that much this tournament, to be honest.
There is a bit. I think Toby has not played Beastmaster in a long time. Saberlight might play it. It actually might be a good hero for Saberlight this game.
Oh, Bane.
They liked it. They go back to it.
I wonder what's making them favor Bane more than Clockwork, because this team used to like first pick Clockwork overall, and like they were really happy with this year. Like they opened Clockwork Visage like 3 games or something, and they're maybe it's like some lockdown thing. Like they versus Puck, they want like a harder lockdown, I guess, with Wyvern and Tiny.
Maybe. I will say I'm very worried about the 18 Beastmaster for Entity.
I also think it might be because of Saberlight's hero pool. He likes to play a lot of melee heroes, and then I think they think that the Bane would enable it more rather than some position 5 Clockwork.
Yeah, because Pure's playing some like random ODs, left tracks. Like, he always plays like these range carries, even some Drow Ranger, right?
Exactly.
That's true.
Okay. Any ideas for EG, what they're thinking they might want now that they see the Tiny is most likely going to be a call?
I mean, they might pick the Clock themselves, right? They just need a kit hero to go with the DP. Like this is kind of the most important game, obviously. Like the game for TI.
Yeah, I was gonna say we're gonna put more importance on this, you know.
The next one, right?
Yeah, and I just think EG, like they really want Crit to play a hero that he feels like he can make plays on, right? Like he wants to be in control. I don't think he wants to kind of have the same scenario as last game, where he's like too focused on the lanes and he cannot make plays.
Although I would like them to focus on Nightfall's lane a lot, to be honest. Like if crits roll me, I think it's because like the lane's already in a good position and Nightfall's like okay in the lane, right?
No, of course. I think they will always focus on giving him a good lane, but they still need like the heroes that lane with DP are also the heroes that would allow Crit to make plays.
And Marcy Tusk banned. So there's Clock.
There's the Clock.
Yeah.
Well, a Warlock coming out. Do you feel like it's just one of those comfort things, the healing helping with that laning phase?
Yeah, definitely. I think Warlock is just a very stable position 5. How EG's been drafting this this major has been picking a stable support and then just kind of late picking RTZ's hero and to give him a lot of flexibility. And I think Warlock definitely enables that.
Yeah, I think they banned a lot of the Zoo heroes. I mean, they might still pick this Beastmaster. It's looking really good to me, to be honest. But I feel like the Warlock value goes up when the Zoo heroes aren't really there to run at you. Like this hero, he has a really long cooldown. But I think in this patch, like you see a lot of carries, like they're buying Midas because I think it's sort of hard to push the tempo of the game unless you have the Zoo heroes. So
I am very worried.
Do you like the Beast though?
I'm very worried from this Beastmaster. I think EG might not be able to deal with it. Like, Saberlight is a level 30 Beastmaster. He could play it, and Toby of course could play it. He also plays it a lot.
There it is.
It is not looking good.
So you feel like EG only really have this last pick to deal with the Beast? Is that even possible?
I think Beast is probably good versus all 4 of those heroes, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you play a lot of Beast.
I think it is.
I think this is really...
He needs to really... They really need to fuck him in the lane.
they can though. Like Warlock is not bad versus him in the lane. And the problem is they're gonna have 2 more bans. What's left? Like some Bloodseeker? Like it doesn't look like the best Bloodseeker game to me, to be honest.
I feel like if Entity put the Bane with the Beast, it will be really easy for him to secure the lane for him. Like he can always pull waves, he can secure the camps just by nightmaring the Warlock on the side. If they put the Wyvern there, I could see them potentially having a hard lane.
Has Saberlight played the safe lane at all, or does he go to the off lane with it? Do you know?
I think he played it 1 game, maybe. Honestly, I'm not sure. But
honestly, they have enough scale. Like they don't need to carry this game, right? Like Tiny Beast, Wyvern.
They don't need
Wyvern,
a carry.
like, he's actually a full core.
I mean, they don't need a carry at all. When you have Beast, you can play whatever you want.
So if they're not really looking for this quote-unquote typical and traditional carry for Entity, what hole needs to be filled? Like, what are they missing there that this last pick is going to really enable?
I think their lineup is really well-rounded, so they sort of just needed to do well on the lane. What do you think, Sneh?
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Toby can play Razor last pick and lane with the Wyvern as safe lane against the DP Clock, which is a really good matchup, I think, in the lane and in the game. And then this will enable the Saberlight Beastmaster to go off lane with the Bane. I think that's like the most optimal lane setup.
Alright.
So what are they going to pick up for EG?
Right, and EG, I feel like they start banning... I mean, Bloodseeker, the lane's really good for speeds, the in-game's also good, so maybe they thought
it is not good in-game, just the lane. But what are they going to pick?
They have to make this beast suffer in lane.
This is
It feels like we need the hero list.
it is a bit worrisome.
Dota players without the hero list on our screens, sort of DX, you know? Can't see anything.
Yeah. What are they going to pick?
If you guys want, I can give you a list of what we have seen RTZ play already at the Major. We've got Nature's Prophet, Bloodseeker, Lone Druid, Ursa, Jug, Alk, Spec, Medusa, TA. That's what we've seen him play.
They could pick the Alchemist. I can see the Alchemist working.
Yeah, if the Alk gets a farm on the lane and then when the beast pressures, you just keep going jungle. You can keep scaling.
I kind of like the Alchemist.
You feel like it has that solution to the current beast problem and anything else when it comes to later game?
I mean, it can be hard later on against the Wyvern and the Bane. It's 2 BKB controls, but he might just be like tanky enough because, like we talked about the front line, and they have the Clock who can go in, but DP and Park, like DP kind of goes in, but still he would like someone else to be in front of him to give him some more vision, and Park is obviously just gonna jump the backlines. So, is there a Bristol back in the pool?
There
is.
Warlock Bristol's actually not bad.
I think they should go for the Alchemist or the Bristol back. I'm surprised the Bristol is still in the pool. They banned Spectre instead of the Bristol. I mean, the Beast does pretty well in lane against the Bristol, but in the game, you know, it can go both ways. The Bristol for sure can be good against Beast.
There's the Alchemist. And I think Razor is actually like the perfect pick because I think Razor actually scales pretty well against all of EG's hero into the mid-late game, and it gives them the good ideal lane setup. And I think their players actually play these heroes as well.
Do you think it's going to be a new hero for Toby or for Saberlight?
I mean, what did I tell you?
Like, we don't know what lane the heroes are going to too, right? Like, it's very flexible.
I mean, I hope they put the... I think Entity should put the Beastmaster against the Alchemist. I don't think the Razor will have a good time at all in that lane.
I agree as well. It's a tough lane for Razor. You can just keep getting harassed by the Warlock and the Alchemist spells.
Saberlight Beastmaster?
Yeah, Saberlight Beastmaster, which means game 3 for you guys. How are you liking these matchups? Are we a little bit worried for EG and their hopes for TI?
This Beastmaster pick definitely worried me a bit. I like the Alchemist response to it, but honestly, I think these drafts are a lot more balanced than the last two.
Are you feeling the same way, Owie?
I think it depends a lot about this Puck vs Tiny matchup. Like, I've seen this matchup sort of go both ways this tournament and like swing pretty hard. I feel like Abbott has the potential to pop off this game, which I think is really good for EG, but overall, I sort of like Entity's draft a bit better.
All right, and final thoughts from you, Snaking?
I agree with AUI. I think if this Abed puck doesn't pop off, the backline support on Vinities, the teamfight spells are just too strong. They have 2 BKB controls and saves, and it's just going to be too hard for EG to teamfight if Abed will not be able to reach the backlines.
Well, look, that's a lot of pressure for Abed. It is the hopes and dreams of EG for not only this major, but TI as we head into Game 3 with Gareth and Lacoste.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on them. It's effectively now a best of 1 riding on the line here. Their qualifications towards TI, while Entity playing their hearts out in this series. Lacoste, that Beastmaster pick, pretty good for them, isn't it?
It looks really good. If he hits the timing with the Helm of the Overlord, then they did swap things around a bit, putting Saberlight, even though he's supposed to be the carry, but he's going to be playing Beastmaster because panel did mention it that Toby doesn't really play Beastmaster. And I also want to give a shout out to our panel because they're pretty good at guessing these picks, right?
Well, they should be professional players. It's great to hear the insights of the Team Tundra boys. I'm talking about all these picks, counter picks, and the call out from Snaking there, the Razor. What did he tell you? The Razor, pretty good at scaling into these EG heroes. He gives Entity a great shot here in game 3 of this best of 3. And Saberlight giving a shout out as well to Moon Meander, the one TSM player that's not at the LAN playing.
Yeah, he's the only one who didn't make it in the end. They did manage to poach 3 players from TSM, play for Fnatic, and Saberlight also found his spot in Entity, even though he is not a carry player. Stormer on a mid lane, looking for a ward. EG, they want to make something happen with this Clockwork, with Puck, Alchemist, potentially Fatal Bonds connecting on multiple heroes. If you see that, you better run away.
Yeah, they're all there. In behind that tier 1 mid on the Radiant side. Evil Geniuses with 2 wards kind of in the same place. One on the high ground in that mid lane, and one up on top of the pillar. Watching out that top rune. Stormer is still wandering around, but he can't find that ward because he can't aggro his own tower.
The battle begins.
Hawk will scout crit near the outpost, so it's going to be 2-for-2 trade.
Yeah, so Balls at level 1, we've seen this kind of switch up sometimes from Beastmasters going for Axe's level 1, but in this kind of game, he's against, what, a Warlock and an Alk? Much more difficult
on paper,
for these heroes.
he was supposed to be against those 2 heroes on paper, so for now, it seems like EG is going to be potentially running an aggressive tri-lane for now. They want to secure Alchemist farm. Especially if you bring an extra hero. I like this a lot from EG, because Acid Spray is an AoE ability. It does connect with 3 heroes, Fatal Bond, the more the merrier.
And look at Nightfall. There is nobody down at bottom. It's going to come down to Fly's Warlock to TP there and get what experience he can, because DP, she's, well, in between tier 1, tier 2 mid, figuring out where exactly she needs to be. Getting ahead of the curve in terms of lane swapping.
EG wants to dodge a Razor matchup for Alchemist. They want to have Alk against the Beastmaster, potentially kill these boars, deal with them with Acid Spray. So losing a lot of gold. Right now, Arteezy sitting at 2 CS, rotating bottom. It's going to be a long way until he connects with the bottom lane. Saving the TP for now.
That's the thing, right? The advantage you have if you're the second one to move, the Reactor's advantage in terms of lane swaps, so not wanting to waste those TPs early on.
Fly did pull Creep Wave back to bottom lane, so Arteezy will still manage to get some XP and potentially one last hit from it.
One last hit, punch the creep. Didn't level anything up just yet, though. Might want to go for that Acid Spray early to contend with the boars. And Fly already level 2 on the Warlock. Having the best game of his life so far. It's only 2 minutes in. And Nightfall will come up towards the top against that Razor and Bane. Anyway, crit can cause some problems for them.
This is a very strong lane for EG once they hit the level 3. Like even level 2, if Fishman's out of position and Clockwork connects with Cogs plus a Spirit Siphon. Unfortunately, Nightfall does not have a Spirit Siphon available right now. But this bottom lane, Fatal Bonds and Acid Spray, it's very annoying to deal with because you naturally push in the wave, and this, like, Beastmaster doesn't have a way to deal with it, especially because he started with Boar level 1.
Yeah, true. And look at this from Arteezy, level 2.
Denies.
Gets the concoction, gets a couple of denies in there. Playing pretty aggro with this Alchemist, not leveling up his greed just yet. And then we see the stats overall through the tournament for Alk. A little bit better on the Radiant side, so maybe good signs there from EG. But not necessarily a winning hero this tournament. And this top lane, Bane, usually a hero that's very good at trading, but we see Crit plant his body in front, and Nightfall pretty speedy to get away from the link, while down at bottom, Arteezy, he's being battered by the Arctic Burn and the hits from the Beastmaster, but with the Shadow Word there, it's Fly who's the one in trouble. Pops his wand, had some charges, but dies to Saberlight.
A lot of slow. Boar plus Splinter Blast and also Arctic Burn. Very difficult for Warlock to survive in this lane, especially if he's caught on the side. They try to play a bit too aggressive, pushed in the wave at half HP, half mana. Crit, one more time, being very annoying with Battery Assault.
Super irritating to deal with. Nightfall, Spirit Siphon, healing him up a touch. But that Warlock, usually position 5, a kill like that, you know, yes, it's first blood, but not massively meaningful. The fact that he got level 2 and a lot of experience early on means he's kind of handed over a lot more resources to Entity in that bot lane than maybe you'd expect. A Nightmare on Crit up top, goes for the TP, knowing that now the Nightmare's gone, there are no stuns to cancel it. And Nightfall, some effective little item dropping there to pop his stick, as he's grabbed his urn already.
Abed and Stormstormer high-fiving on the mid lane, even CS. Dead even in terms of CS. Tiny does have a couple more denies, but yeah. This is the matchup that can go potentially both ways. Before, I thought it was Tiny favored, but then I saw Puck's also taking over. And the panel did mention that Puck needs to be taking over this matchup, being very active and making stuff done. Especially like after 10 minutes when Alchemist is very vulnerable, he wants to be able to farm his Radiance. Splinter Blast not gonna connect.
Close to killing Fly, not quite close enough. Once those bonds come out, you don't want to dive towers, so a nice deterrent from EG. Crit and Nightfall going to try and deal with this small stack, which was built up by Fishman. Not going to drag the wave. Oh, yeah, we are. Nightfall goes back in for it. Pull that dire creep wave across, but Toby is reacting and keeps it held in place for a few seconds longer. Aggressive move, though. Thinking about going on Nightfall, but with the wave under the tower, no real reason to give chase. Arteezy having some troubles though, 18-6 against the 15-13 from Saberlight. A huge amount of denies coming from not only Tiny, but the Beastmaster as well.
He's been on point, and this is why his Beastmaster is feared when he plays off lane, but you know, he's playing the off lane right now.
And Arteezy pretty much out of mana.
A lot of pressure on Arteezy. He does have a Soul Ring to work with. Fly trying to stabilize the lane with putting more points in Shadow Word. And here they go, playing aggressive. Concoction. A lot of slow. They see Concoction and run away.
Charges it up, chucks it out. And you're right, Entity just calmly resetting, dragging that wave back in towards their own tier 1. 6 minutes in, Rune is about to spawn, and it's an illusion that Abed barely bottles. Stormstormer silenced by the Waning Rift. On his way out, the Puck will get to the high ground safely. And they did have Bane rotate into top, so it's an attempt from both teams to really safeguard these early active runes for their mid laners. But look at bottom. Arteezy dead, left alone. And Entity find the kill on the Alk.
Entity started playing aggressively immediately because that Observer Ward on the mid lane did scout out rotation from Fly, who did try to help out Abed picking up that active rune. And Saberlight will be level 6 after this creep wave, or very close to it. So that means that Roar will be available, a little low on mana.
He's got raindrops, 1 charges to play around with. He might have it, as long as he doesn't spam out too many axes. And closing in on that helm as well. The big timing there, 700 gold away for Saberlight to finish it off. Fly, where are you headed? What are you up to? Courier dies. The high ground Observer Ward, it's going to stay alive. Sentry wards, they'll be traded out, but these boars, very irritating. And Fly is going to get chased back by the both of them.
These are level 3 boars. Usually, as you mentioned, we do see Beastmasters going for more points in access, but if it's a good game, and he's being scouted by Double Hawk.
Yeah, they've got all the vision in the world. Arteezy wants to kill the boar. Come on, give me that boar, give me the bonus gold. But he's actually dragging the wave all the way across with that summoned unit. And EG have given up on bot lane. Full-time jungling now. It looks like Arteezy's made the call to ditch. And this means it's freedom for Entity to push tier 1, while EG unable to really make the same kind of waves in the top lane. DP's bottom of the net worth of the cores. Crit has struggled to get in on top of this Bane, while Razor doing pretty well for himself. We're very soon going to have top 3 cores of that net worth board all be Entities. Good avalanche from Stormstormer, bottles the Arcane Rune. A coil comes in onto him as Nightfall's Exo, focusing the Tiny. EG bring numbers. Crit will die, but the big kill onto Stormstormer will be claimed up by the Death Prophet.
I like that Arteezy is going back to bottom lane, or at least he tried to go bottom and pick up an extra wave. Good sleep from Fishman will keep him alive.
Yeah, he wanted the courier though, didn't he?
Arteezy wants to get any farm that he can, because a lot of heroes did show near the Roshan, so he thought, you know what, Beastmaster can't really solo kill me. Fishman, in the end, he dies.
Hey, he drags them away from any kind of tower push or any core kill. So Exorcism kills the Tiny, kills the Bane. Decent maneuver there from Nightfall. But you look at these side lanes, and that time being expended by EG has allowed Entity to completely free farm for a solid minute or so. Saberlight is about to break this tier 1 tower.
With no real commitment. He didn't use anything, didn't waste his mana, does have that Ring of Bassi, does have a Raindrop that you mentioned, and being very annoying. This Hawk will cause a lot of issues for EG, scouting things out, especially where Arteezy is farming, because Beastmaster now controls the bottom part of the map. It gets very difficult. They need Clockwork plus Puck to be able to kill him.
Completely. Yeah, you're right. The Hawk allowed Stormstormer to come in, steal some creeps from Arteezy. Grabs the Bounty Rune. That bottom portion of the map all belongs to Entity. Up at top, EG trying to make moves into the Dire jungle. There's some stacks here that have been built up, but Toby with that static link will aim towards crit.
Neutral creep gets him. Fishman try to go with the Brain Sap to secure the kill, and Abed comes in, steals a couple of those CSs.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, no real fear, it looks like. Just going to jaunt and orb away, while Semi-Polite, he's trading onto Fly, has the Dark Troll summoned.
Boars have almost 100 damage with rally from Skeletons.
This is going to be some good damage onto tier 1 mid. Okay, they've got Fatal Bonds, Acid Spray, and...
Gotta be careful with the Skelly Bros. You are playing against Alchemist.
Yes.
You do not want to give away extra gold.
That's a lot of bonus money. 1,300 saved up by Arteezy.
Arteezy really struggling to find any kind of farm right now.
It's a long way to go towards that Radiance. 4,000 net worth is what he's hit now. But with the Catapult arriving mid, Entity really making a concerted effort to push tier 1. They've forced the Glyph and 4 members of EG to come in and defend it.
They also did drag the creep wave, so Arteezy is getting some farm. And also Crit, finding something on the bottom lane. 2 supports did have a bit of a rough time for EG. Will hit level 6. 10, 11 minutes into the game, not too bad. Fishman was level 4 as well. Did buy a book, needs an extra creep wave for level 6.
They've caught Crit. Avalanche tops back in to Saberlight. He's trapped inside the cogs with the Beastmaster. And a few more swipes here. The Boar, in fact, the last one to take down the Clockwork.
And Saberlight managing to get the last hit there with the Beastmaster.
Saberlight, yes. Production. Any more words for this man?
They fake fired me last game.
In we go.
Coil on Stormstormer.
Find the Tiny. Exo used as well. A lot expended here to bring down the Tiny. And what's next for EG? Can they push mid with Exorcism? Can they find another kill? Feels like a lot used up.
Might be a bit too difficult. They do have Vibrant Tinies respawning in 20 seconds. We didn't mention the build on Nightfall, going for that Spirit Vessel. A lot of value in this game, reducing healing from Vibrant and also percentage base damage against the Tiny, who's very tanky.
Super strong. As we get ourselves Alchemist in a good position here. 5,000 net worth. He's been given room by EG with all of this noise being made on the other side of the map. And what did production just say into our ears?
They try to punish me. Yeah, I need to cast saying player's name backwards for 2 minutes.
Oh dear, well, Deba is chasing this Beastmaster. I'll start it off for you there, a little bit of help, but he's been roared up. Saberlight holds the puck back, the grip comes in, cancelled by the Golem though. Fly looking to continue this battle with Fishman, who will nightmare back the Death Prophet, but Crit's got his number. Battery Assault and a couple of touches takes him down, and lots of ultimates expended for 1 kill on a position 5 support.
It doesn't matter for EG. They will invest anything they can to take the pressure off Arteezy, who's getting very close to his Sacred Relic. It's all about buying time.
Space and time, that's all Arteezy needs. Takes the triangle for himself. Even stacking for himself. Build up bank. And these large camps. EG, well, they've managed to stem the flow of bleeding for a little bit. 2,000 net worth lead for Entity. Still got to be worried about this Beastmaster, the Winter Wyvern, the Bane, lots of abilities to catch and kill members of EG with that single target focus. Especially since we're closing in pretty quickly on Helm of the Overlord.
This is big timing for Entity, because these heroes, they don't deal well with that Helm creep. Maybe Dead Prophet with the ulti, but you don't want to use that because it's going to be soaking a lot of damage. Crit getting caught.
Yeah. Clockwork, nightmared up. Tiny's also arriving. Will blink and a debut of that initiation out of the dagger. Takes down the Clockwork. I guess that they also have fatal bonds, right? So if they bond up that big helm creep to some other squishier targets like the Bane or the Wyvern, maybe they can do enough damage through the summon to take the kills.
Still gonna have a hard time focusing it down. So whether he decides to go for the Dragon or Dino, these two definitely the best ones you can get to that point. A lot of damage. And another smoke from Entity.
Yeah, get some use out of this blink on Tiny, right? He's bought it, so use it. Find initiations, look for pickoffs. Get this tier 1 in the mid lane. As EG also smoking up. 3 heroes gather in their own triangle. They're heading up north. Toby's there alone. He's under his own vision. But it looks like he feels something coming. He doesn't finish the Centaur. And he's back to his tier 2. A great read from the Razor, understanding that EG are
And he's going to come back. You cursed him. Just kidding. A very nice read from Toby, going the full circle. Still feeling something is off. And Abed's not going to commit. Rest of the team not ready to connect.
Yeah, Abed going to jaunt back down to low ground.
Stormstormer, he's chasing. Does have that haste rune activated.
Chasing creeps, yeah?
He was trying to chase, okay? But then saw big stack, and he's like, yeah, taking that one.
Chasing money. Get the gold. He's got a clarity to keep himself topped up. Sage's Mask heading into that Echo Saber. Tiny looking to scale, but here comes the Zoo. As the panel was saying, 3-3 mentioning, you know, and 3-3 probably one of the kings of the Zoo meta, right? You know,
he's the Zoo himself.
He's the Zoo himself.
He's the zookeeper.
He's talking about how well Entity do with their Chens, their Beastmasters, their Lycans themselves, and no different here, as they'll take down a tower, claim yet another portion of land on the map, as EG being hemmed into that top left corner.
Nightfall is alone top. Relatively, there is Abed behind him, so that was a lie. It's Toby who's potentially getting caught. They're not killing Toby. Oh, I just said that, but he walks in.
Hey,
they need a good curse.
Trying to turn back onto them, but that Spirit Vessel doing wonders. Nightfall grabbing a killing spree, but in comes Stormstormer until Crit cancels the initiation with a nice hook shot. Sick little turn with a golem drop. They'll fatal bonds up onto Entity. Spirit Vessel still taking on Stormstormer, but they've slipped away. The grasp of EG not tight enough.
What a beautiful angle there from Crit, finding the right target and also not allowing Stormstormer to get the toss back into the tower, because that would definitely be a kill. Underneath the tower, rest of the team would be able to get the damage done.
So they're one and done. Kill the Razor, delay his BKB, while in the meantime, Arteezy has got his Radiance. So things going to plan here for EG in terms of making space for their big old Alk.
Now there's not that much pressure. Like whenever you are trying to farm the Radiance, this is where the stress level is over 9,000, but right now they can breathe it in and breathe it out relatively easy. Also, I love the itemization on Nightfall, not just the Spirit Vessel, but also going for the Lotus Orb. If he precasts that on either himself, mostly going to be on Alchemist against Razor, Link, Beastmaster, Roar Curse, anything from Bane.
Yeah.
It's the best item you can buy in this game.
There are so many single target spells, you're absolutely right. Nice adaptation there from the Death Prophet. No Yules, no BKB rush, which we've seen from Zai and the likes on this offlane Death Prophet.
We see the camp stack. Fishman doing a lot of work on that Bane 9 camp stack.
Huge work. And they're into Roshan. Saberlight here with his ancient granite golem, tanking up and allowing Stormstormer to wail away at the big man in the pit. Evil Geniuses, they're not smoked, they're trying to prep themselves, it looks like. It's too late to contest, so they'll just de-ward and find themselves a little bit of space elsewhere on the map. What does this first Aegis give Entity? Is this just a tower taking Aegis?
Who's going to be the one picking it up? Okay, they're going to give it to Stormstormer. Toby will have his BKB available, so this is their timing to strike. Like, they need to get some damage done to tier 2 towers, because as the longer they wait, the game gets more difficult. Like we all seen throughout this tournament, previous DPC tours, what Pucks can do once they get to their 5th, potentially 6th items, and you also do have Alchemist, so you always feel like you're on the clock.
Do you fear that Abed is too far behind? 7,000 net worth, bottom of the cores. He's given a lot of room to Arteezy to pick things up, right? As the hook shot, hang on a second, Crit. He's found the Wyvern, a key target. Gets up to the high ground, but burnt alive as Arteezy stuns himself. In the back, they're focusing down Nightfall, though. The coil there as the roar from Saberlight catches Warlock. Doesn't have Golem or anything like that, so picked off in a 2-for-1. The buyback from Wyvern allowing Entity to continue fighting, and Arteezy, he's being burst down by the Stormer Tiny. Crit inside his own cogs, killed off. The Saberlight Hawk comes in and snipes him.
They didn't have Rock available to reinitiate, still on cooldown for 15 seconds. I'd say a bit too greedy there from EG, fighting into this Aegis, and this is the big timing for Entity that we did mention, because Tiny does have 2 items. Echo Saber will start to scale, Beastmaster with the Helm of the Overlord, and also Razor with his BKB.
Yeah, Katomi's Wyvern, he buys back, didn't even get to use the curse though. Buys back TPs, and by the time he got back in, the fight was over. A lot of focus there on him. As Nightfall getting gripped up, perfect execution from Entity, finding exactly the spellcasting they needed, stopping EG in their tracks. And over on this dark side of the map, Arteezy, trapped in the trees, no way to escape. And you can see on the minimap, Kataomi, he bought back, he's walking back to the fight. Everyone's already dead.
He thought the team might need help, underestimating how strong the rest of the team is without him. It also says, I can understand that, saying that, you know, the team needs me, so you buy back, like they need your presence.
He's got that aura, the champion's aura. Another little Hawk dive bomb maybe opens things up for Toby to kill off Fly. Artesian crit, toying with the Razor, but a good BKB. Gets away from the concoction. The Golem defensively dropped on top of them. Kataomi does still have that curse to play around with as crit blown up by Saberlight. They've killed the Golem. A 3-man coil comes. Roar cancelled out a little bit by the phase shift. They can't get the target in onto the puck, but Stormer's in the back. Blows up the DP. EG are crumbling. Crit is brought back to try and continue this fight, but there's no way back in. Entity so strong as this 5-man unit. Abed, he's hiding behind the tree line. They're going to find the puck here, potentially no. They shift away, look for Crit instead. Focus the Clockwork as the easier target, and the Granite Golem pummels him down.
Nicely done by Entity. A bit of a savior butt assist syndrome there from EG, because they could have let Warlock die and not take that fight. Instead, the Clockwork initiates, gets the pushback. Nicely done by him, but then Razor commits with the BKB, which means that the rest of the Entity squad will be able to back him up. They're like, oh, Razor's in. This is our real carry. You know, Saberlight's playing Beastmaster, so we better save that Razor.
A Stormer finds an easy pick on the Warlock, while Arteezy, oh, this is dangerous. He doesn't have TP.
Oh, he found him.
They find him inside the tree line. Dive bomb there. Will catch him with a stun. Concoction launched out, but too little too late. EG just don't seem synchronized. They're all over the place, not playing together, dropping ultis when, you know, like you say, they should be backing up potentially. While Entity are so tight-knit, they are together, holding hands, and finding every fight they need.
Also defending their tower, so they can't easily connect with the rest of the team. Tier 1 tower on mid, still alive. Same goes for the bottom tower. So these buybacks are going to be even more worth it for them. Keeping them. Kataomi did use one in the previous fight. Oh, he found him again.
Abed. Can we get another touch in here from Stormer? Illusion's going to keep him at bay.
Needed a bit of extra damage, like one spell, one Splinter Blast or Brain Sap to be able to lock him down. Once he has that Shadow Blade, Puck is going to be in one-shot territory.
Yeah, even like a dive bomb from a Beastmaster Hawk could have made the difference. Speaking of Beastmaster, BKB done for Saberlight. Incredibly difficult to kill this man now as the dive bomb there. We'll see it in action onto Nightfall. Razor arrives. The roar from Saberlight, trying to secure this kill. Even through the Shadow Word, they have enough damage.
Saberlight having a perfect game, 8-0 in 4, taking that early tier 1 tower, rotating to mid, securing that one, and then being all over the place, getting the pickoffs. And I heard you saying dive bomb like 6 times in the last couple of minutes. So this shard, extremely powerful, does allow you to have like initiation into a follow-up stun, and also providing a lot of vision. Like his control of the units have been amazing.
Yeah, it just feels like every time you look at an EG hero, they're being dive bombed by this Hawk. It's got to be so irritating. Yeah, you're trying to ward as Fly, dive bomb. You're trying to farm as Arteezy, dive bomb. You're a DP defending a tier 2 mid lane, dive bomb.
I think you need to add dive as your voice chat wheel line to your allies every single time you cast it.
Yeah, just dive. Okay, EG. Let's see what you can do. Alchemist is, what, 2,000 net worth behind the Beastmaster at this point, and that is not a good sign. The smoke breaks, the hookshot misses. Toby even BKB'd preemptively. Looking for an opening now to maybe fight into EG's line, but realizing it's not worth going up high ground. You're ahead, you got a 10k lead. Don't play into EG's hands.
That's a bit premature BKB there from Toby, knowing that he has potentially 2 saves, 1 Nightmare, and also Curse. Even heal from Wyvern should be enough, but he bought it for the stats. Getting some extra tankiness, getting extra damage. Wait for the next Roach potentially, which is going to spawn in a minute and 30 seconds.
We'll see when the big man returns. Nightfall's courier taken out. Is that the last part of his... Yeah, that was the last part of his Lotus Orb. The energy booster gone. So he would have had it done.
That's big. 2 minutes without it. They also need BKB on Arteezy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's not too far away. 500 gold. He'll have that in a matter of seconds on the Alchemist.
Like, you need a BKB, but in this game, it's going to give you false sense of security, I would say. Playing into 4 BKB piercing abilities.
It's like the same as last game, right? They had Black Hole, they had Curse, they had Grip.
They found him. Stormstormer.
They go on the wall.
He's going to go for an easy one.
Arteezy going to TP back to his own tier 3. Crit. TPing. Can Stormstormer get there? No, not quite. He did ping it out. Unable to make the jump. Oh, look at Kataomi. Hawk and Observer Ward. Oh, they see Abed. He's got Blink Curse. He can just make the jump here. Straight onto Abed. Catches out the puck. Fishman has the grip as well. The hook shot in is decent. Abed gets away from danger. Toby going to turn onto Nightfall. Maybe thinking about diving high ground, but Crit has offered himself to the gods of Entity. The sacrifice from
These
EG.
like sacrificial hook shots have been on point because they could not get the core kill. Right on time, stopping the Fiend's grip and also not allowing Beastmaster to close the gap. He needed like half a second to be able to get the roar, and then Puck is definitely dead.
And Roshan alive in 15 seconds. Arcane Rune has spawned up top.
One thing to notice is also Tiny controlling all the runes and also picking up the shard a bit earlier than usual. We don't usually see that often coming out from the mid lane, but you have Beastmaster as your off lane, like Razor safe lane. He wants to be able to scale, so wants to keep up with potentially Alchemist farm, and he's doing a very good job at it.
Yeah, you see the Arteezy Island in a sea of red on that net worth board. 14,800. Second placed Alchemist always feels really rough as well. You want to be up at the top. You need that inflation of your Alchemist to be playing into your opponent's
Synderen
hands.
once said, when it's an Alchemist game, it's an Alchemist game. But I'm going to rephrase that. When it's a Beastmaster game, it really is a Beastmaster game because he's sitting at the 16,000 net worth on this Beast. It's pretty ridiculous.
Bonkers stuff, especially in the hands of Saberlight. Stormstormer, oh, he's hunting. Saberlight's down here as well. Can they find him? Vision is there. Sentry and Ob spots Stormstormer. They've got Ancients coming across as well. Concoction in. Fatal Bonds as well as Crit. And he's trying to get himself out of here. The focus in towards Abed, though. They just killed the puck. No escape for Abed, and the Plasma Field slows them down. Nightfall, and Crit jet packing up to the high ground. And Toby's diving.
He does have another Plasma Field.
He can go in for the kill. He'll find the Warlock too. They've roared Nightfall. What can Arteezy even do? They'll lose the Death Prophet inside their own base.
And he's
getting
grip.
is there as well. They've killed them all off. EG are dead. Entity are going to break the Radiant base. And EG was
That's
so
a full
close.
steam wipe with the Beastmaster's aura. This is one set of barracks. There's no tier 2 tower on the mid lane, so that's potentially an extra set. And they didn't even use the Aegis on Tiny.
So close to TI. And in comes Entity. The upstarts. First major land for some of these players. And with a stand-in as well, showing what they're made of. Bot lane Arak's gone.
Forcing a buyback. Stormstormer is going to be ready to go in one more time. With the Shadow Walk, do they have vision from Hawk? They do not, but look at the 3 Observer Wards, scouting any kind of rotation when EG tries to make a move out of the base. I like that Toby did just say, whatever, I'm going to go in. I don't care. I'm not the one who's holding the Aegis, but my team will back me up.
What can kill him? He's got BKB, Sanjin Yasha, Plate Mail. There's no amount of magical or physical damage.
This is also a
through the
fight
razor.
without using curse. Look at him. It's like I didn't even pop it.
Incredibly happy the way this game's going. And Stormer, he's just been on Abed's tail every time the puck shows up on the map. The Tiny is there, ready and waiting to strike. EG need to hold high ground. Buyback status not looking too hot for them. Alk and Puck without. DP just spent hers. Warlock has it, and Clock is about 100 gold away. So they have this defender's advantage in some regards, but they don't have the money or the cooldowns to really use it. So they'll watch their barracks crumble. The buildings in their base no longer exist. As Entity clear through a second lane of barracks, and they're pinging top tier 2. They've got 2 minutes of this Aegis still left to play with.
Stormer has been hunting with his Shadow Blade. It's very difficult for EG to get out of the base, and now with the 2 barracks down, like 2 sets of barracks down, they're gonna have even harder time. So what Entity can do is hold this high ground, always kill the mid wave, always kill the top wave until the top connects, kill the tier 2 tower, and potentially get a toss back.
Moonshard on the Tiny now. Abed, he used his phase shift. Dive bomb in, catch the puck. Silence comes, so no toss back. Crit being whacked around by the big bone sword of Tiny while they grip Arteezy. They found the Alchemist, the big kill for Entity, and they'll take him down. No buyback for him. 2 heroes gone on EG, and that's got to be the end of their run. Entity aim for buildings, look for the finish, and focus down this final lane of barracks. Nightfall cleared through, they get the golem from Fly, crit jetpacks in, but there's nothing he can do.
And this is it, EG calls it. They are eliminated from this Arlington Major. Entity showing some really good stuff, not just in this series, but also throughout the tournament, with a stand-in, playing Saberlight as their carry, but now putting him in his favorite position, putting him on the Beastmaster. I don't think he even died that game. What a performance.
Oh man, spectacular stuff across the board from draft to finish. Entity here in the last couple of games have been superb. You know, Metrum, their coach and their draft are showing what they're really made of in these last couple of games. And the Night Stalker, then back into the Beastmaster, getting some incredible assassination and pick-off potential. And unfortunately for EG, commiseration for them as they do drop out of the Major and do not secure themselves enough points yet for TI.
Because it's not in their hands anymore. There is still a chance for EG to get qualification to TI.
I think last time we looked, it was 13%.
It was 13%. Like, the numbers are very low.
Yeah. Pretty difficult for them, but things still up in the air as we do head towards TI, but we've got a long road ahead of us still here at the Arlington Major, and Entity showing that they maybe have the legs to run that road, because seriously, even without a hard carry, they're able to play this double off-lane style and dominate a team of the caliber of EG.
One of the teams that has the lowest hero pool at this tournament, so you would assume that you know what's coming. You might think that you will be able to counter it, but seems like that's not happening.
No, they're unreadable in some regards. As we head over to the panel to talk about what just happened and what we just saw.
Sometimes you can prepare for the unpredictable, but often, more times than not, it's just not going to work out in your favor. But panel has changed up a little bit. Do have Sheep now replacing Snaking. I know you're an absolute support expert, so it'll be like no difference, right?
Yeah, 100%. So I'll do my best Snaking impression.
All right, perfect. The main things, though, that I do want to talk about aren't actually the support. It is the Beast and the Alk. The Beast on the side of Entity played out exactly how you guys thought, in the sense that EG weren't actually able to shut it down, but did it have a better game overall than you did originally expect? Did lanes just not work out for EG?
I mean, he obviously had a pretty flawless game on Beast. I expected it to be something similar to that, but of course Saberlight had an amazing performance. So it was, he just completely took over the game. Like, the lane went way better than I expected. I thought he might struggle a bit at the start, but he just had an amazing lane and he snowballed the game, and he basically took the game on his shoulders. So
yeah, Saberlight stood up in the moments that it mattered most. The Alk, though, EG were trying to do some, movements, make some space for this Alk, but he just wasn't really able to do the impact that we thought he might have been able to do, Aoi.
Yeah, it was sort of hard. I mean, I feel like EG's moves, they didn't really secure the Elk that much farm, to be honest. Like, usually when you play this hero, like, all he needs is like a bunch of jungle camps because he gets so much gold from them. But instead, it felt like... I mean, honestly, I didn't really watch... I haven't been to watch a replay or anything. But he was just so poor. And, like, he didn't have impact on lane. Like, he didn't stay in lane so that Puck could TP and gank. Like, after a certain point, he sort of just left, and then Beastmaster was free to do whatever he want. And then Puck, it didn't seem like had that many, like, ways to attack this beast at all.
All right. Well, we'll give you a little bit more time to think about some more ways that this game could have gone a different result. But we are going to jump over to this stage. We have a winner's interview with Banks and Stormstormer.
Oh, yes, I've grabbed him once again, and, well, we'll just say your other teammates didn't really want to do it, did they? They just left you with me again, so you get double with this time. But you got a smile on your face after a win here, and you did get a good win here, but it was a different EG this time. They managed to take a game off you. What did you notice different with these guys?
I mean, they just played incredibly well in the early game. Like, they just rolled us over. I think they just had an edge on the draft on us, and also gameplay-wise, it's really a combination of both. Like, Abed Stormspirit, for example, like, just really rolled over my bat, basically. So, yeah, I guess they came in with better preparation. Of course, they maybe also had a bit more input on our draft, because we played one match before them too already. But, I mean, honestly, they were already a strong team in the group stage, and not too much changed, really. This time, they just really basically got the ball rolling in a full game.
Now, you also kind of not fully denied it. There's a very small chance they can make the TI, but you have hurt their TI chances here. Does that feel good? Is that like a little like extra win for you guys in that sense?
Like extra win that we deny them the TI?
Yeah, like a little positive for you. Do you like to be that mean?
No, not at all. Like, no. Like, honestly, like, it's a bit sad, of course, as well. Like, it makes our TI qualifiers in some way a bit easier, because Gaming Gladiators is now going to go to TI directly, I guess. Did they? Are they directly?
They'll nearly on points. When I refreshed it last, they were very close up there, so there could be a chance there.
Okay, so Tofu and Ace are my ex-teammates, so for you boys. No, but of course, no. Like, I honestly, like, seeing that you deny somebody else the TI feels a bit bad, to be honest. But honestly, you can't say that you feel bad for winning in the end. Like, we just played our hearts out, and just glad that we made it, honestly.
Well, you seem kind of conflicted if you like it or not, but I'm going to take it that you like it, because you still got the win.
I mean, I like winning. I don't like the fact that another team does not go to TI because of it.
Okay, there we go. That's a nice way of putting it. That's good manners overall. But you spoke to me right about being on this stage, you know, getting used to that as well. You kind of put that down to why it might have been more of a struggle for you the other day. How are you feeling on this now? Do you feel like more comfortable, or is there still some nerves?
Honestly, just really, like, it's less nerves maybe because there's no crowd here yet as well. So right now the games are just insanely enjoyable, honestly. Like, you have this extra noise in the background, and suddenly, like, I think when I play Badge Rider and I use Napalm, I can hear like freaking bass from the speakers, which is really funny. No, like, the nerves today were good. Like, basically we are here, we have the, we don't really have too much to lose, obviously. Like, we can't get to TI no matter what, even if we go to, like, if we get enough points. So there's really, like, this nice feeling of you can't really lose anything. We just play our games and have some fun. And basically, yeah, it's pretty chill, actually.
Pretty chill, but the next game's going to be up against Boom. What do you make of those guys?
I mean, Boom, they're a really fun team to play against. I really respect Jopash, their mid laner. He's a really good, like, has some really good mechanics. So, yeah, looking forward to play against him. I think we played against him 2-0 in the groups, or 1-1. I actually don't remember myself, to be honest. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Like, we're gonna prepare our best, and hopefully we'll keep going.
And can you keep going and doing it with a sub? Because you guys seem to be smiling a lot on there. How far do you think you can go?
Grand finals, obviously. We can if everything goes fine. Like, why would we expect to, like, oh, we can do one more round, but then we probably lose? Like, no. Like, we can probably go all the way, honestly. Like, if we keep it up, then we have good momentum.
I love you. That's the confidence I want to hear. That's the way it goes. They've made it through one more step forward. We got no crowd, but we got the desk giving it all the roars and cheers, so let's get back over there.
Oh, absolutely fantastic to hear from Stormstormer like that. He thinks they can go all the way to grand finals. Do you guys feel after this series performance they could make it all the way there?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They played really well, and if the momentum gets going, everything is possible.
Sheep?
Yes, 100%. I mean, I for one thought that their like strategy of having Saberlight as this like second offlaner would be figured out by now, but clearly not. Like they have a good momentum going. I really love their team. Like when you see them on the cameras, you know, Fishman's giving Storm a little back rub. Like they seem like a really great chill team, good vibes. I think that's really important, especially when you are online because it gets stressful, right?
Yeah. Do you feel like there is that no pressure aspect for them because they don't have TI on the line? They have no expectations about their past performances, Aoi?
I mean, I think it always helps to have whatever makes you feel good. Like if it works for them, like guys, we're just gonna have fun this tournament, then it's a good thing. Honestly, like I've gone to some tournaments just as a stand-in and you sort of don't expect anything and you end up doing way better than what you think you should do with this team, so it probably helps.
That could be a little bit of what's happening with Saberlight right now, but going back to this Game 3, we get to talk about it a little bit more, and ultimately I want to know where it all sort of fell apart for this fell apart for EG, because there seemed to be some potential timings or moments for them to be able to have impact or take a team fight or even pickoffs.
I think that they had to win the Alchemist lane. I think, especially when you play Radiant, the jungle is just really bad. The Dire jungle is way better. On Dire, if you lose your lane, you can go jungle. The camps are just so close to each other that you can assist play both of them at the same time. You can farm pretty much twice as fast on Dire as you can on Radiant.
Okay.
On Radiant out, you kind of have to do well in your lane. Otherwise, you just have nowhere to farm. Like the farming jungle on Radiant as Alchemist is kind of miserable. it just feels so bad. Like. So you need to either do good in the safe lane so you can hold it for a long time, or you need to do good enough that you have like some good level 6 timing so you can go to the offlane and try to kind of park yourself in the enemy jungle, in the dire jungle.
Why do you feel like Entity were able to always keep that pressure as well? Was it just this thing that they knew that the Alc wasn't able to get that farm, or was it more towards how they were playing in the map movements that were coming out?
Honestly, I feel like if you have Beastmaster this fat, the game sort of just plays itself.
Okay.
Everywhere you go, a tower will die, any objective dies. No one can really contest you because you just roar and kill them. So they were just able to play around their strong heroes, and you know, if the enemy's just farming some slow camps and you're actually pressuring towers and taking over the map, the game's going to feel very smooth.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you guys about Beastmaster, because when we were covering Europe East DPC, it was a hero that was getting like first picked and banned like quite often, and I feel like going into like this tournament, the Riyadh, it's not really as prevalent. Do you know why teams aren't favoring him so much anymore?
I can say. I think the thing about this Beastmaster, if you win your lane, you're almost certainly going to win the game. The hero just snowballs so fast, and like you just take over the whole map. It puts more pressure than any other hero in the game, but you just have to do well in your lane. So the hero was always like you pick it in lanes, you can get the boss. You know they cannot kill the boss, and then people realized the counters to it. They realized, okay, you have to pick heroes that can kill the boss, and the moment you summon it, they jump on it, they kill it together, and you know they can have a good time. And then. We started playing the Beast. I started doing the build with the Axes, and I felt like all these lanes that counter the Beast with the ball, like suddenly I don't care about them anymore. Like I just get to free farm. Like against PA, against Bristleback, like the Axes just feel so strong because you can pretty much either draw or win any lane that used to counter you. So that's why we felt like the hero can just be first picked and played against anything. But then obviously more people started doing this build with the Axes and kind of figured out the new heroes that counter Beast.
Yeah.
And then, you know, if the hero doesn't win the lane, of course it can still do a lot, but it's not the same Beastmaster that we just saw in this game.
Of course. Now, even though we don't have Snaking here, I do want to quickly ask about this Bane. You guys didn't really know why they favored it over the potential Clockwork that was still in the pool, but now seeing it Game 2, Game 3, getting the win, do you see why they're favoring it?
I mean, I really liked what Snaking said about the fact that they have Saberlight up here, because I think they just want to match up their lanes well. Like Saberlight, I think he plays a lot more of these melee heroes because, you know, he's natural offlaner. He's going to play some Night Stalker, some Beastmaster, and the Bane pairs with that a lot better than a Clockwork would.
Alrighty, well that is our second series. Unfortunately, EG are eliminated from the Arlington Major, but our day is not over. There is a third and final series coming up, and it's going to be Outsiders versus RNG.
tower. Radiant's top tower is falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire victory.
Coming up next, Outsiders versus Royal Never Give Up.
It is time for us to draw another Dota 2 hero. This time, I've got Sheep with me, who is going to be giving her amazing artistic talent. Now, you said you can draw, where the previous contestants, they were not very good at drawing. So I have higher expectations for you here. Have you thought about your hero?
Yes, I have a great idea in mind.
Oh, you prepared as well.
Beautiful. It's been unseen in Dota before.
Unseen in Dota before. I feel like you're trolling me, but I'm just going to wait and see what happens.
No,
You've got multiple colors to choose from. Where are we starting?
I want to start with purple. I was actually planning on drawing Meepo, but I'm going to come up with something new.
So you were going to draw an existing hero. That is not part of the plan.
Yeah, but the problem is he's dead, so I need to bring him back to life. Anyway.
Your favorite? You want back to life?
So we're really missing like a goblin hero in Dota, so I'm just going to draw that. I'm going to give him a...
Is it harder to draw one of these things than how you would normally draw?
Yeah, I mean, I use digital, so I can just control Z all the time. I'm going to give him some angry eyes.
Angry eyes, okay.
Yeah. He's going to have like...
Okay, this is already miles better than what everyone else has drawn.
Thick eyebrows, because I have thick eyebrows.
Strong eyebrows,
I want him to represent me. I'm gonna
strong, evil eyebrows.
Yeah, I'm going to give him like a mouth like this with like some razor sharp teeth.
Curvy mouth, but with teeth.
Yeah, because
like this.
The thing is that he's gonna bite people's ankles. So.
He's gonna bite. So is he small? Yeah.
Yeah, he's just gonna be like a dude that's just like on all fours, like a disgusting creature.
Whoa!
He's had some...
See, where have we gone with this now?
He's been eating beans.
Is this a tail or is this gas?
This is gas.
Okay.
He's got a... So if I just give him a
hair... I was worried about like a lot of hair sprouting from his butt.
Am I allowed to put brands on things?
No.
Okay.
We got time for that last time.
We're gonna call it Binds Beans.
Binds Beans, that's fine. So,
yep.
Is this the details? We're adding some more to it. You happy with this in terms of what he looks like? We're accepting the sheep?
Yeah, he's beautiful. He's perfect.
Okay, so what is his name? I need a name.
Lil Tim.
Give me the name.
All right now.
Give Lil Tim the name.
His name is
Lil Tim. So now he needs his moves.
All right. So his first one, ankle bite.
Ankle bite. And does that have any like effects when they bite the ankles? Does it slow them down maybe?
And just straight up it makes you start bleeding.
They start bleeding out.
You just keep bleeding, getting slower and slower over time until eventually you die.
Okay, next move.
All right, next up, Corpse Eater.
Corpse Eater, okay, so he's like a vampire?
He just eats your whole body after you've died. And he regains health. It's like Night Stalker, but instead of eating alive things, it's just dead things.
Okay, so he's looking for the dead body, so your team has to be winning team fights in order for him to regenerate.
Yep.
I like this.
Kind of like Bloodseeker, but let's not talk about that.
Next one.
Next. Just tootin'.
Tootin'? Tootin', I like that because rootin' and tootin' fun with his cowboy hat on as well.
He has
the binds making an appearance.
He has a passive where he just regenerates beans every 1 minute. The more beans he has, the more
tootin' he can do. I like it. The more beans, the more tootin'.
Thank you. And his ult?
Ult, oh god, yeah. What is the ultimate gonna be?
It's inspired by techies. He just explodes.
Explodes. So Lil Tim has ankle bite, corpse eater, tooting, and explode.
He's beautiful.
He is beautiful. I think this is the best one we've had so far. I would love to see this in the game. Sheep, anything you want to add to this?
I love him.
I love him.
Valve, add this and please and give me one. Thank you.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Fresh meat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final series of the day here at the Arlington Major. It is going to be a lower bracket run between RNG and Outsiders. But before we break that down for you, I'd love to introduce my panel for the night here. We've got Sheepstick, God's over on the other end, and a monolith of sorts showing up in the middle.
Please don't say that.
Monolith.
Please don't say that.
Mr. Charlie Yang, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm excited to be here. I'm also sorry to all the viewers, but I'm here.
Sorry for the viewers for that atrocity they just saw.
Yes, yes.
Wait, you talking about Lil Tim?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean,
Little Tim.
Rootin' tootin' Little Tim.
Look, okay, like, here's the thing. Before I drew that, I had a roughly 10 to hour-long conversation with Jenkins, and, like, I can't really help his influence on my life in that way. I regret it. I would disown Lil Tim if given the chance. I'm ready to move on.
That's kind of messed up. Like, you made Little Tim.
You brought him into this world.
It's your child. It's your brainchild. You gotta love and support.
I'm quite upset with him.
No, petition to put him in the game.
I'm sorry to everyone.
Email. No, you gotta.
It's okay. From one dumpster fire to another, we have Charlie Yang. Way! Woo!
So, how'd you manage to finagle your way up here?
Dude, I don't know. I'm just here. I don't know. Caster Cabal, Nepotism, whatever you want. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Hello.
You'll provide the insight and the knowledge, right? Like, I believe.
Yeah, because obviously, like, he knows nothing about EG, which is why we didn't put him on the EG series.
That's true.
He knows a lot about RNG, so that's why we have him here.
Yeah, I saw Ramsey's backstage. It's not on RNG. It's on Outsiders, but you know he's in this.
Wow.
We talked a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How was that?
It was good, actually. It's actually really good to see everybody again. He's doing well. I think he's like, got to get some points here. So.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Let's get I love this. Let's get Charlie up to speed. Pull up that bracket here, and this has been quite heartbreaking of a day. It is the lower bracket stuff, but let's take a peek at the upper bracket first. No surprising, we're seeing PSG.LGD and OG facing each other off. Spirit and Aster. I mean,
what do you think, Charlie? Are you surprised by any of these results? Come on.
Honestly, not really. I actually, I mean, LGD looks amazing, so not really surprised by that. I think EG's been on a downturn for quite a while, so, and I think like when I saw the Entity guys backstage were super loose, pretty confident. I think they were easily able to shake off the first game, and then there's like a good amount of pressure on EG always to do well, to represent the region, represent their big names, and so. I think it got to them here.
Yeah.
Very heartbreaking. I mean, same can be said for the Liquid matchup that started off the day. Both series pretty much going the distance, just very unfortunate. I was really hoping that we'd get to see EG with the crowd, but you have to be able to play and close that out, but unfortunately that was not the case here. So I suppose, like, as we get ourselves ready for RNG versus Outsiders, is there anything in particular that, I guess I'll start with you, Sheep, like,
wonderful,
and just go down the line here.
Don't let Charlie speak.
Yeah. Like,
I'm very excited about this upcoming matchup. If you were watching the stream yesterday, Spirit vs Outsiders was probably like one of the best series I think we're going to get in this entire tournament. It was two extremely high-skilled teams playing very mechanically skilled Dota. And I want to see how they pair up here against RNG. Obviously, they have their stand-in, but they are a very talented team. Like, this is like the old LGD players. They're extremely like veteran. Like, I think it was Xnova that was saying it's just, one of these players. It was nice to play with a bunch of experienced players. It was Kaka. Because in the past, he's played on teams that were like a few newer players. In the post-game, he had to like explain things to them. Now it's like, yeah, everyone knows what we're doing. It's really easy to like grow and learn together and just get good.
Right. So I'm going to pause right there, save Charlie a little bit of a momentum here to try to gather his thoughts. As I'm going to throw to the stage here because we do have Banks with a couple of the players here to give us an introduction to RNG and Outsiders.
It's time for our final game of the day, and I've got our two players stood here ready for their pre-match interview. Ramses, I'm going to start with you out here because when I'm looking at this Outsiders lineup, right, I want you to tell me what makes you guys so special. What makes you one of the best teams in the world?
I'm not sure. I am joined like already roster, like with 4 players. I think they are like have own strategies for them, but I just like join alone. I don't know who made it special. Maybe GPK, he's a beast, you know.
Okay. And in terms of you, right, you just mentioned it. Okay, yes, you're the young one joining in, but you've been playing at a high level from a very young age as well. In terms of your development as a player, how much do you think you've improved since being on this team?
I'm oldest player in this team, you know.
Oh.
Yeah. And
you started playing as a young player?
Yeah, well, I don't know, like...
You don't want to talk too positively about yourself. All right, well, we can focus on the game when it comes to this one. When you're going up against these guys, though, when it comes into this game right now, do you consider yourselves to be the favorites, considering they have a stand-in?
We're ready to play by a good Dota. I don't know like who we're gonna win, but we're gonna show like our best.
That's what it's all about, showing your best. Do you have the confidence, though?
Yeah, for sure.
Good, that's more like it. That's what we want to make sure you have. Now, Anna, when it comes to you, right, I just want to start by asking just how you're fitting into this team right now, because you stand in for a different team, then you come in here and you're standing in for another team now. You're changing up. You're a very experienced player, but it must be quite hard.
It's a little hard, but it's easy to like fit in with the teams I've played with, so.
And how's it work communication-wise, you know, with the language barrier? Are you fluent enough to just talk straight in the same language as them, or are you having to throw some English in as well?
It's a mix of both. I would say when we play, sometimes I speak English because they understand some of the basic, like, Dota terms in English, so, yeah.
So that's working out for sure. But with you subbing so much, right, coming in here now, are we going to see you come out of retirement? Are you going to make a return? I think the fans would want that.
I'm not sure yet.
Oh, okay, not sure yet. We'll take that. That's a positive. Now, obviously, you had 1-1 when it comes to your group stage games against Outsiders. What did you learn from that game, and how's it going to be different?
Well, I was just, for me, it's just like, just want to play, and, you know, I try to, well, so I'm just trying to, like, play my own game, and, basically, I'm just trying to improve game by game.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you feel like your personal experience is benefiting the other players on your team as well?
I'm not sure. I actually don't know, so.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope so you can get that done and get the win. We'll get ourselves back to the desk and we'll see how this game's about to go down.
Thank you so much, guys. So, I mean, there's a lot of unsureness, I suppose, coming off of that stage, but...
Yeah, Anna, he's a superstar.
Yeah.
He is not a leader. He is not a mind leading the team, coming up with stuff. That's not what he is. So when it comes to, I think, him playing for RNG this turn, his job is just to play carry. He needs to hit his creeps, hit his timings, and, you know, communicate the basics with this team, but he's known for being that, you know, quiet player. So, you know, I hope we get to see him back in that, you know, TI8 form, but so far the Anna we've seen this tournament has not quite been the same Anna, which is probably why what he's saying is like, you know, I need to focus on myself.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point too with it was brought up there. They went 1-1 in their matchup in their groups. So what do you actually like learn and bring into the table now that it's a best of 3?
you're meant to focus more on the draft when it comes to playoffs. I think when players have come up and talked about it, they say that they focus more on like their fundamentals and just trying to play their own Dota in the groups. Because you can't, there's too many games in such a short amount of time. It's hard to prepare for all of them properly. Whereas now you've had like 2 days, you could probably sit down and look at what they pick, what you want in response, have actual openings prepared.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think coming into an actual playoff match, it's really going to be about like looking at their openings and then checking your responses. I think players in the past and still now, they do a lot of like draft preparation versus each other, and somebody on the team pretends to be somebody on their team and draft in the same style. Like, I think they're going to do this, and so we should open with this or counter with this.
Actually, since I have you on the desk here, Charlie, and from your managerial and agent experience in the past, I'm curious, like, how do you, being on that side, help prepare the team like with their mental fortitude after like a whatever performance into groups coming into the main event?
I don't think there's actually a sort of one-size-fits-all rule. It really depends on the player, the team, what kind of team they are, what kind of vibes they enjoy. Some players really just need to go back into a dark room and just be by themselves for a bit. And some some players just they want to be with other people and talk it out immediately.
Yeah.
Everyone's different.
When it comes to RNG as a team, though, looking at them, I was Somnus spoke about how you build a team, because they had God King as their carry, right, and then they switched to Ghost. And Somnus mentioned that usually teams will, or at least they do, build their lineups and drafts around their POS 1 players. So they said that they made big changes when they went from God King to Ghost. So now they've lost Ghost and they have Ana, it's like he's not a natural fit for their team, right? Are they going to draft around him, or like how does that work now? You don't have Ghost to play around. Obviously, you do have like a massive talented player in Somnus still, and the rest of the team even. So they'll still be able to carry, but they're in lower bracket right now. It is kind of scary. They're not doing as dominating as Aster and LGD.
I mean, I think when you're faced with a situation like this on a team, and you gather around and you're like, okay, what stand-in can we get? What stand-in fits? I think you're naturally going to pick somebody that fits your style, that is that sort of, I guess that as close to a slot in as you can. Yeah. I think Ana sort of fits that role. I mean, he's always been a carry that you play around, that you really want to invest a lot of resources into.
Yeah, like I hope it goes well, because I've heard like Talon, talking to Talon a bit, that they found it hard without Q, having Zephyr instead, even though he's still a talented player. Obviously, Entity seems to be having a great time, so I guess it can go either way, right?
It probably depends. Like for a team like RNG, it's like how important was Ghost in terms of like the communication and like basically vocalizing their strategy and movements around the map, because you can't bring in a stand-in and expect them to maybe lead the team. Particularly something that Ana's not known for, but if he's just the guy who, sits there while Kaka and Somnus call the shots, for example, then Ana can fit in just fine. And so far, at least for RNG, it's been, it's been up and down. They made it through the group stage with a decent result. They are in the low bracket, but they didn't, they were competitive in pretty much all their series.
Now, we do have a tiny opening here on the side of Outsiders, one of their favorite heroes to play. However, it is literally like a 50-50, I believe, right now for their win percentage. And the puck, obviously, locking in on the other side. You let it through the first phase bans, it is going to get picked up almost certainly. What are our thoughts on these two openings?
I love to see the confidence from RNG compared to an earlier series like the Liquid one. They saw a tiny opening and they weren't confident in just taking that puck, whereas RNG, they don't care. I think a lot of good teams and players and puck players don't care anymore about this tiny. You just take the puck and you have a Wyvern, which is meant to like kind of cover the matchup and help deal with the tiny.
A favorite that they have a potential here that they like to pair with Tiny is this Skywrath Mage as well on the side of Outsiders. Now, Gods, like, is that something that you like, especially with the Wyvern in play?
I think I like it a lot against the puck too. It's been like an Outsiders and Spirit, Eastern Europe, it's been a go-to. So great call, Nikki. It's just one of these solutions that it seems Eastern Europe thinks deals with puck best.
I love it. I think I am most surprised by the Tiny instead of the Marcy, because they loved it so much. We saw the like back and forth of taking and giving in the Spirit series. I guess they've kind of grown from that and thought, well, maybe we think Tiny's better at dealing with stuff?
Yeah, I guess they know by leaving Puck in the pool that most likely it's getting picked, so they'd rather have Tiny Sky versus Puck rather than Marcy Sky. That's my read on it, at least. If there was no Puck, I totally agree. I think they look better when they have Marcy on their side. It's just such a good playmaker.
Yeah.
So while we're going through the bans here, Charlie, I'm kind of curious. Like, you've sat in a lot of scrims and official plays. Like, as far as like the comms, it's usually what the captain and the coach doing the draft. How involved do they like to get their other players?
Really depends on the kind of player, but usually yes, it's between captain and coach, and they'll back and forth on certain ideas, and then when it comes to a specific core, they'll be like, hey, what do you want to play in this position? Or or they'll probably be like, Anna, you know, what do you feel comfortable on? What do you think you can carry the game on? Like, what feels good here? And then, you know, they'll usually have a list of anywhere from 3 to 5 heroes, and they'll be like, okay, this one slots in here. I feel like most cores are not super vocal, and so it'll just be like, you know.
Did your team ever have to do, because we did that at DC, where we had an assignment, give us a list in a Google Doc of all of your favorite comfort heroes?
Yeah, I feel like most teams have like have this. Yeah. If not, if it's not like the player themselves making it, it's like the captain or their coach or analyst being like, okay, this is what you can play, this is what we're gonna stick to, and then we're gonna, like, this is our starting point for how we're gonna approach this tournament.
Yeah, I think, you know, something that got a lot of recent attention was like with OG, like the Amara rule. If you want to play a new hero, what level you are. Something like that, that's basically always existed for every team in some form, just not like, oh, what's your Dota Plus level? It's just like your level of comfort on a hero has always been a deciding factor for any team when they pick your hero.
Yeah, so now as we're rounding out the Phase 2 bans here, Chen out of play, TA out of play. Juggernaut's been pretty hot commodity, surprisingly, right now. I know that I want to say Outsiders, they really like to prioritize oh gosh, I'm going to butcher his name, Hakoda's lineups like in the second phase here. Is that something that like RNG is going to be looking to ban out?
And potentially they're just banning heroes that deal with like their game plan and ideas. Like Jug, even though it's like Wyvern has a BKB piercing ult and like mitigates the physical damage. We've seen a lot of Jugs this tournament playing really around this like Maelstrom Shard build where they just go in with spin and they get like their blink and they're able to just kind of face tank the fog, go up, break smoke, go on someone, blink out, get out. It's like very nice. The move speed's a lot and it's, I don't know, just they assume it's just good for them. I think the biggest thing between these two teams to look out for is they can bring some cheese. You look at like Outsiders especially, and like DM is insane. Like you see the bands of Batrider and Timbershaw. Like these guys will just pick these types of cheesy heroes.
Yeah, he'll also play like the Lycans, the Zoo heroes. So I think Outsiders, their flexibility around DM, as well as Ramses, gives them a lot of options when it comes to these later picks here in the draft.
I mean, speaking of cheese and DM, I believe they ran an offlane anti-mage this event, and I'm like, what?
Oh yeah, Chalice did. Dude, Chalice is a really fun offlaner to watch. Like honestly, he's so aggressive. Like RNG in general is massively aggressive. I think it was like Xnova commenting on how like him and Somnus share this vision of like you have to be the aggressors to ever win a professional match. You always have to be the one going. And like Chalice fits that so perfectly as well. He's playing his DP. He's like diving towers as soon as he can and like pushing his hero to the limit. Like this team is not afraid at all to run at you, which is something that Outsiders also enjoy doing. So they are like quite matched in terms of playstyle, I'd say.
I love that different look that we're getting now. I think in the past China used to be, you know, they were pigeonholed as being passive, and I think lately, you know, this is not the case. And I like this idea of taking fights on your own terms, being the aggressors.
Yeah, you would say that, you boomer. It's been years since China was slow region. On God, what a thing to say.
So let's talk about someone that we haven't seen yet. Is this a potential pick here maybe for Outsiders? Is the Marcy?
Marcy. Oh, she's still in?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe, yeah. They have Tiny probably going on core.
Yeah, it really just depends what they want to. Basically, they probably commit to what they want to do with Tiny here. I guess they could pick their carry, and then because Tiny's going to flex between forward position or mid. Skyrath, for the most part, well, I guess it could be 4 position or 5 position. That's kind of the flex that you have with the Sky. But DM likely going to play the Death Prophet here, so that gives them some good tempo control, objective taking. You always want to have that hero that can, take easy objectives for you, contest Roshan, and when you get those advantage, make sure you secure Aegis shards for your team.
Yeah, and I just want to touch on... Oh yeah, there's Marcy. I just want to touch on this Earth Spirit. I love this hero. I think it's one of the coolest roamers. I was really sad we didn't get to see it in the EG series last. These players like Kaka and Baboka are just so friggin' good in China on roaming on Earth Spirit. Your ability to you're looking at Outsider's lineup. What does Skyroth want to do? He prefers to leave his offlaner and go to mid. Marcy, same kind of deal. Spirit can also then get involved. I think this game, especially with the puck on the mid lane, there's going to be a lot of movement to this mid lane for the runes, a lot of fighting, skirmishing. Spirit loves that. And he loves getting a Vessel, which is really, really good against DP, Tiny.
There is a Terrorblade now picked on the side of RNG. If you asked me a couple of days ago, I'd be like, oh no. But he's been struggling recently.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe they're in bad TV games. This is a great TV game in my opinion.
Yeah. TV is kind of that challenger where it's when you pick it, you're basically forcing your opponents what are you going to answer this with? Because you can't typically ignore a TB. You have to beat it with either your playstyle, trying to beat its item timings, or you need some kind of hero heavy magic damage, something that actually directly counters and addresses the TB in the game.
They sort of have that with Outsiders right now, the Sky, Death Prophet. But when before their match against Entity, Artur was TB always shows up in these elimination playoff games. Always. It's just, what do we go to? It's Terrorblade.
Comfort.
Yeah, comfort. You have to address it. It's like the new anti-mage, where it puts pressure on the other lineup. You have to do something.
Yeah. Because we saw, particularly for me, really Liquid Boom Game 3 really saw both teams were playing super conservative. Even when Boom got this massive lead, they want to take the high ground push incredibly safe. They second Roche, not enough. Third Roche, just enough. They just kept farming, getting bigger and bigger lead, and that's where I guess you want to make sure you have that hard carry.
Yeah, yeah. And then I guess this makes, given that Liquid Boom series, it makes the Juggernaut ban make sense. You don't want the Juggernaut pick against Terrorblade.
Or that Enigma as well. Would you call that Terrorblade pick by RNG also just a block just to stop Ramses from playing him?
Well, the RNG definitely have more tools than Outsiders to deal with the TV, in my opinion. But I just think it's really great because when you're playing into Tiny and DP cores, your Scotty timing on Terrorblade is really massive. They struggle to deal with it, right? And RNG are going to be able to take really great... when you're a Terrorblade, the one thing you don't really have is lockdown, right? You're playing with a Puck Coil, you're playing with a Earth Spirit who gets that talent for the role and has this unlimited range catch, basically. You have a Wyvern who's going to allow you to disengage too from fights, and I love that. This Bloodseeker, not that concerning to me in my opinion. TB likes to stand his ground and fight. He has a Sunder. He'll be able to just mantra off the silence and Sunder when he's ruptured. He doesn't care about just having to stand still.
Yeah, it feels kind of we just want to play with pace because we're up against a TB. They probably just don't feel they can out-carry it. And I think the smart thing RNG did is they saved this last pick for Chalice. They're actually just trying to give him a good lane matchup, so it forces Outsiders to pick a carry that's not going to have too many bad matchups. Bloodseeker's kind of this just safe carry pick where you don't get too many bad lanes, but as a result, yeah, this TB is kind of set up to have a great game now because there's nothing to pressure him with this Bloodseeker pick.
Yeah, I don't know if they want to go into lane winning. It's a bit greedy, but something like a Nature's Prophet could potentially just bully this lane with the tree ants. The only problem is I wouldn't want to leave him alone, and that's what Spirit wants to do. Usually when you think of leave alone heroes, you have the DP, the Timber, which are all picked and banned, and you're getting a little bit awkward in terms of hero pool when you leave it to the last phase.
It is still a pretty good matchup against Sky, right? Skywrath?
Yeah.
You just send the tree ants on him, and the spell spam from Sky doesn't bother you as much.
And usually you don't want double melee offlane, so you need to look at those ranged offlaners. Most of them have been banned out. Razor, Enigma, Viper, Death Prophet got picked up by Outsiders, so Nature's Prophet's I'm not seeing anything else that really fits there unless they want to go double melee offlane.
They have played Necrophosa.
Oh, against Sky Bloodseeker. Yeah, no. And I was like, oh, I like this hero with Earth Spirit. Wait a second.
Yeah. No, it's going to be the Coddle.
Oh, that's super hype. So, like, I don't know if Chalice intends on playing it, but Faith has been playing it, at least. And, yeah, it is an off-lane call. That's super good. I love it. I think it's really fun. I think it's a lot of damage. I think, like, you're going to be able to just go farm stacks or, like, camps if you want while Kaka leaves the lane. I think it's a nice pick.
So does it sound like a timing situation here? Like you said, a pace outsiders looking to maybe go balls to the wall and try to end this as soon as they can. Otherwise, Terrorblade comes online and it's going to be a big problem.
For sure, yeah. Like Tiny's going to get his Blink Dagger, and that's their like flag to go.
Yeah.
I think most of it is just on the supports.
Feels like they need to like run and gun a bit. Like they got a lot of kill potential with Skywrath, Tiny, Marcy kill combos. Whereas the other side, you're looking at Turtle. You've got Wyvern, Coddle. Like you can defend your high ground for days. Plus a TP to just out carry anyone in the other team. So it's just a matter of like how far ahead outsiders can get. Can they break that high ground? Because the longer this goes, the better it looks for RNG.
All right. Well, there we have it. It looks like the vote on the desk is going to be more in favor to RNG, but let's find out what our casters have to say. We have Sunsfan, Jenkins, and a special guest.
Thank you very much. Sunsfan here with Jenkins and AUI, the legendary TI champion, and more importantly, original member of Digital Chaos. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
That is one of my shining achievements.
You survived.
You're going to need to move this just a little bit. You haven't been on the panel.
Thank you.
There you go. That nice, just loud and clear. Last time you cast, I believe, was Sir Action Slacks. We're going to try to beat that, okay? How are you doing, Curtis?
Less good now.
Okay, is it because I'm touching your shoulder?
Yes.
How about now? Is this one better?
More good now.
Okay. Oh yeah. Let's get nice and deep, gentlemen. There you go.
Deep. Get us deep into the game. Can we get the camera shot off?
We have Outsiders versus RNG.
That's
right. This is a very important best of 3. It is a lower bracket match, which means the loser will be eliminated. What do you guys think about the draft from each side here? Please take your time.
That's you, Ali. I'm the idiot here.
I like RNG's draft. I thought for the last pick, they should pick something that sort of gives them sustain. I was thinking LC because it's a bit easy to leave him alone. I think the Coddle pick sort of accomplishes the same thing. This hero, even if his lane is... Oh, it might be a fight, though.
Yeah, we're going to see the concussive shot onto Chalice. He's stuck on the other side of Roche here, and that is going to be a super easy first blood for Ramsey. He's playing the Bloodseeker in game number 1.
That's a really big first blood. If you click on Ramses, he actually has the Blades of Attack build, which means he's going for really fast phase boots. I really like this build because he's not going to get pressured. He knows this against a Coddle or Spirit. The idea of RNG's lineup is like you want to take some long fights. Like you're going to have a Winter's Curse to disengage some BKB or Rupture. And if you look at Outsiders' lineup, they're very committal. They want to burst targets on some Rupture, some Tiny Toss with Skywrath. So this game will sort of come down to whether RNG can like sort of disconnect their team fight with some puck or disengage with some curse, and whether Outsiders will run them over in the fights.
You said you liked RNG's draft as we were watching it.
Yeah.
Does the Coddle change that for you?
No,
I don't know if I'm...
I think the Coddle idea is good. Like, it's some sustain, and honestly, he's sort of an offlaner that you can leave alone. Like, we had some experience playing versus, like, Zai's Coddle, and I feel like he sort of just runs around. Like, he's just really fast, and he's going to get some farm. Worst case, he stacks in camps and just farms in jungle camps, and it's pretty decent on Coddle. Also, having this extra sustain for his Bloodseeker is really good, because heals are just good versus the Thirst.
I guess also from mid lane, RNG, they've got a puck, they have Earth Spirit, they have Wyvern as a 5, so it's not like they really need any more disable. I think their disable's like already quite good. I mean, I feel like puck like almost always solves disable issues in general. It's just like such an OP hero.
Yeah, for sure. And Coddle is like, he's not the worst at catching heroes. Like, you just press your second spell on them, and you'll buy some Force Staff, you have a lot of cast range. I also like Force Staff is really good for Skywrath, so that's a thing.
And going back to the Keeper of the Light, since that was your bread and butter as a player, and I mean, not to give anything away for Tundra, although you guys aren't in the tournament. RIP on that, by the way. Apologies. Do you have a preferred position for Coddle these days? Like, if you were playing, I guess you'd be position 4, so that actually answers my own question. But do you have a position that you think he thrives in the most?
Honestly, I think how Liquid play him is actually really good. I guess they're not just
Are you serious?
They play it 3-4 flex. Okay. So it's just the hero's not that easy to deal with, and I feel like people have gotten pretty good against playing against a mid Coddle, which is why we haven't seen it that much this tournament. And the counters in the safe lane like aren't that robust yet.
As we see DM and Yamich taking a lot of damage from X-Nova's Arctic Burn in this early stage of the game. And how do you think the Ana Terrorblade will fare this game? Does it feel like a good TB game in general?
Yeah, I think it's overall a pretty good TB game. Like, he just has to worry about getting bursted by one tiny combo, and after that, I think it's sort of free. Like, a lot of people allow him to hit things, right? Like, honestly, the biggest thing with TB is, like, when you pop meta, you're committed to the fight. So if they can disengage for you or cut your meta a bit, then the hero can feel really bad. But in a game like this, you have, like, Puckho, Earth Spirit, Kato, even some Winter's Curse. And the other thing is, if they commit on Terrorblade this game, like, the Winter's Curse will allow him to get Sunder off, and I think he should feel pretty free for that. He's also, like, Outsiders, their map pressure is not that good, so I feel like the lanes for RNG should be very good, which should allow them to get whatever fights they want. Like, they have some TB and Kato.
Yeah, Bloodseeker is such a strong laner. I feel like I feel like Bloodseeker in general right now is very strong and underrated. And I think that we're like throughout the tournament we've seen more and more Bloodseeker, and where a lot of people think that Bloodseeker is strong is in the early game and playing fast, and obviously his laning is great because if you win the other lanes, then Bloodseeker wins his lane because he just runs super quickly. But man, late game Bloodseeker with the Shard and with Basher, Maelstrom, like he does so much damage. And then the 2 Rupture charges as well. Like before, you had to specifically choose to go for this like utility double Rupture build with like the Refresher and the Aghanim Scepter, and now you just get it. You go normal carry build, it's like, okay, well also now you're an off-lane Bloodseeker too. So I feel like in these late game scenarios where Bloodseeker would have previously not looked good, he looks amazing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think this hero's pretty strong right now. I think how they use it, like they picked on 23 and RNG have a counter pick, but there's not really a lot of heroes that beat him in lane, right? So you sort of get this 23 carry who, even though you don't have to counter pick, is going to win his lane. It's really valuable. I was thinking the hero scaling is good. Like this game, I think he should probably go for like some, like the items you said, you get the Maelstrom, you get the BKB, and then the Basher and the Shard, and I think he should get like some Blink Refresher. And he should just look to hunt this Kato and like just kill supports this game. I think if he does that, and I think he's going to have a really good game because of the first one and his build. Like I really like this phase with rush from him. It's going to look good for him.
As we are now unpaused.
Oh, Kaka missed the pull.
Kaka.
Blame the pause.
Blood right. He's going to get slowed a bit beforehand, so this might be a kill. He's going to attempt to TP out.
Oh,
they not have the damage, but I thought they
might have gotten him actually if they kept right-clicking. Ramses is underestimating how much his Blades of Attack is actually doing.
Yeah, I think they had him too, but it was pretty close to be honest.
Well, Ramses is playing and we're not, so give him the benefit of the doubt there perhaps.
This is still really good
head and shoulders as well, which I think
it's very important. Yeah, Aoi,
do extra damage.
Aoi, what do you have to say about head and shoulders?
No strong opinions, but
oh, Ana getting quite low. Is actually going to turn this around out to Yamich as he is in his meta form, but it's going to be a trade, and Yamich is the one with the XP coming out of that, so Ana only with the gold exchange. And he gets tipped right after.
That's meta down too. He popped it right before he died, which is probably why the tip is happening. I feel like Outsiders, their chance to win this game is actually the fact that both their side lanes are looking really good. Like this Terrorblade versus DP matchup, I feel like it's pretty volatile, and Marcy versus Wyvern, like if the Marcy does what just happened there and you like kill the Terrorblade when you use meta, then DM can actually take over this game. He already has 2 no talismans.
Yeah, he's sitting on almost 70 base damage. With meta being down too, I feel like DM can just run at him when he has 2 Spirit Siphon charges. They might even go
over here.
Oh yeah, here they go.
And a rebound. And X-Nova is their target right now. He's going to get disposed back into the creep wave with the Spirit Siphon from DM. He's getting chased by Ana. Just be a little bit careful. Cripstorm comes out as well as X-Nova just trying to limp away, but it's not going to happen. DM gets credit for that one. Now they can turn their sights to Ana. Probably no kill coming from this, but it's down to half HP just after TPing.
Yeah, and he has to buy his own tangles and more regen on Terrorblade. Terrorblade this game, he just really wants to get to treads and make sure he can farm fast this game. But the death and these trades are really delaying him. They even have some double wave pushing in. They're going to pressure him under tower here.
Also, because of how this lane is going, as they go on Ana again.
Yep. He's going to get disposed again. Cripstorm to follow. And he does have a couple tangos, but it's going to be a slow regen for him.
I feel like he really needed to buy a solve there instead of a tangle. Oh, he's actually going to solve by X-Nova.
Okay. So what are your thoughts? I mean, I haven't gotten to talk to you, Curtis, about the changes of the health salve, but from like a team perspective, How big of a change do you think that was? Like Jenkins was saying, it might be the biggest change in the last few years.
I mean, last few years we had like outposts and neutral items and stuff like this, right?
Since the neutral items patch,
okay.
It's like since those big patches.
It's definitely big. It affects how aggressive you can play on carry lane, but honestly, I don't think it's that big. Like when I play support, I just buy a lot of tangos, and you just constantly give your carry 2 tangos, and they're just gonna buy like 1 salve. Before you'll buy themselves, and they buy 1 tango. So
it's like flipped who goes for what regen, right?
Yeah,
like the supports go tangos and the core goes a salve.
I think it's generally a bit more painful for cores because holding a salve is sort of like annoying, but it's not so bad, I think.
As Chalice able to TP out here, do you think that it's kind of shifted the meta a bit into picking maybe some more healing type heroes, getting a little bit extra value, like see Warlock now,
bottom here though,
and Nova? It's a Spirit Siphon there, but Kaka with the roll, not able to connect on DM. He's just going to use this opportunity to TP. Yamich, on the other hand, will be brought down. So nice rotation from Kaka, at least getting 1 kill out of it.
Yeah, now nobody's bot lane, getting all of this XP. I suppose Marcy will be alive and able to TP, but he might go fill GPK's bottle. DM is walking there. Does have his boots, so he'll get there.
As for your earlier question, Sunsfan, I feel like, I don't know, I've heard a lot about this healer makes up for the solve, but I'm not too sure about it, to be honest. I feel like the heals keep you topped off, but if you were going to need a solve, like you still sort of need to have an emergency one anyways. I feel like these heroes are just sort of strong, and there's a lot of like long-range poke in the meta right now, and these healers help with that.
Okay, then I get my follow-up question is, what about the BKB change? Do you think that's had a huge impact? Oh, actually,
yeah, that one's big.
Toss, puck coil comes out. Kaka, he's going to get healed up a bit by X-Nova. And it looks like the target is going to be Yamich here. Illusory Orb is there. And it looks like Somnus and company will be able to get that kill.
Well, I like what Anna's doing bottom here. He stacked the camp for himself and he's pulling it. It's really good because he got left alone because they're trying to make these mid moves. And Anna, I think he's always been really good at like sort of maximizing what he can get out of the lane. Like he doesn't always win his lanes, but he always finds a way to get enough.
Yeah, and to be clear, he pulls, but he doesn't right-click the creeps. Like it's not a farming pull; it's to pull the lane back, right?
Yeah, like we see here, like after this camp, I mean, he's sort of tanking for his range creep, but the lane will sort of reset and it'll just be right in front of this tower.
Yeah.
So usually he would sort of get kicked out of lane now. Like DP's going to hit level 6, he's going to exo. But honestly, he can take this next wave, push it out really fast, and then go farm with illusions. And because of this lane position, they're even thinking of rotating here. This one pull, like sort of changes the dynamic of how the bot lane's going to be played.
Anna's still level 5. As you said, DM's Exorcism is available to use now if you want.
Gonna go.
Rebound initiation onto Ana. And he's going to get disposed and silenced and brought down easily as outsiders now going to pressure this tier 1 tower.
Even with the good lane position, still he's just too squishy to the magic damage that they have.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a mistake there. Like I feel like he should just use his illusions to push it out and stay in the EXP range. But it was a good move from outsiders. Like it's not easy to predict these moves because they also had a wagon on top that Radiant felt like they had to deal with because this Bloodseeker has so much pressure. So they're sort of like guessing where the enemy's going to make these moves, and they sort of predicted wrong, and Anna ends up dying there.
Somnus has his treads, looking for the Witchblade, so pretty standard build so far from the puck. As we're looking at his 3K net worth right now versus GPK's basically dead even.
Chalice is headed mid to get the rune for his as an offlaner. That's kind of cool. And Somnus, by the way, doing very well versus Tiny, which is supposed to be a counter.
I feel like Puck's okay in this lane, to be honest. Like Puck can even win this lane. And Chalice, like, he just made a good play there, right? Like, he's stacking the hard camp for himself at 8 minutes anyways. So instead of getting, like, one ancient stack, he's going to check the rune and secure that for Puck. And this is a really important rune, too. This illusion rune is huge because now you can play aggressive despite there being an enemy Skywrath.
Yeah, that little dispel action. One of the coolest changes they've made it to the runes.
Even against Marcy, just disjoining the dispose is pretty nice. You can get your silence off. Yeah, I think the illusion change was a really nice one for mid laners. There's not just like this useless rune on most heroes.
Yeah, I like it a lot too. This rune was way too weak before, right? And now you're sort of happy when you see it.
Yep, GPK on the other hand. I mean, you talked about how Puck and Tiny are basically even in net worth. I mean, how fast does he want to go Blink? He already has his treads, and he's already 1,400 into it, so...
He's rushing it, yeah.
Be pretty damn fast.
I think it's really good to rush. Like, if you look at his other cores, he has a lot of damage on DP and some damage on Bloodseeker, and he has a Skywrath, right? Like, he doesn't need a Cycle Saber for any purpose. All he needs to do is, like, toss him back or combo him on spot, and Skywrath will kill him. I like these moves, too. Like, GBK, he's rotating out a mid, so that Scar can take mid, and then he can get EXP.
Looking for Ramses, but not able to fully connect, so Ramses will be well aware of the rotation here from RNG.
Chalice is not exactly the best ganking partner with him.
Does have a horse, though, which does trample.
Yeah, that's right. What do you think about trampling, Aoi? What do you think about that?
It makes me think of the Centaur patch where his ulti stunned. Do you remember that one? Like,
That's when I was 6th in the world on Centaur.
Yep.
That must have been a really good patch then. Like,
Dude, I love it.
Suns fan he was out of Herald on that patch.
That's really impressive. I feel a bit weird that Outsiders, like, they won this top lane so hard, and then they sort of let the Bloodseeker get kicked out for free and lose their tower up there.
Yeah, that tier 1 tower did fall as Somnus able to get off the coil. It's going to snap pretty much right off the bat, and a kick to the high ground. And that's going to be a nice kill onto Yamich.
I guess my question is, if you think they gave it up for free, like, do they send somebody to hold the lane, or do you think they have to make a move up there? Because they don't really have a great hero to like sit and hold a lane, right? Their supports are Marcy Sky.
They definitely don't. What I was thinking is, like, instead of this second rotation to bottom to the DP where they sort of secured this tower, or even instead of the first one, like, they had the Wagon top, and they did end up killing the TB, so it's a really good move. But I was wondering if, like, instead of that, it might have been a better play to rotate to top with this Bloodseeker Rupture and Wagon. And I feel like this Kato would have lost his tower there, or they would have forced a lot, and DP could have pressured bottom alone anyways.
X-Nova does have Curse, but no backup here to try to get a little backstab action on DM and Outsiders.
Oh, there's the blink.
And this is going to be the blink reveal for GPK.
Yeah, no Skywrath level 6 though, so they're relying entirely on GPK's damage for this, which he's very high level, so depending on who they get.
Kaka, I don't know if this is luck or what, but he's going to be tanking the gank. It actually ends up being kind of fortunate for RNG that that's all they lose.
Yeah, I think Ana would have died to that.
Yeah, that was for sure on purpose by Kaka. That was a really good play. He's just sort of hanging around in between the Kato and Terrorblade and sort of stopping them from going for either hero. Ana's sticking around though.
He sure is.
They can't kill him.
I can't
not
quite
well.
close the gap here.
Hakoda did get level 6 from that play though, so now RNG has to be really careful. Like, pretty much any hero can die.
I really like the Scarith build as well.
Oh, they're going for it.
Ancient Seal.
No Avalanche toss yet.
It's not cool now.
Kaka TPing, filling up the bottle.
He's just rushing this Veil, and then they'll have damage to burst anyone, even if you combo in place or anything.
Oh, he's going to get tossed into the ult from Hakoda, and the silence to follow. Just a couple more right clicks will suffice, but he's going to live. Somnus does with very little HP, and instead Hakoda is the one that dies. Ramses gets off his Rupture with the Blood Right to follow. And Yamich looking to finish off Kaka in style here. And so that's going to be a 1-for-1. There's a nice toss back from GPK. Avalanche to follow as well. X-Nova on the other side of the river. Gets a curse off, but really to no avail. And even an Exorcism pop to try to pressure this tier 1 mid.
He's trying to defend it on Chalice. He actually does have Spirit Vessel on the Coddle. No charges yet, of course. That'd be very valuable against this DP right now.
Yeah, and you can sort of see, like, this Kato, he had sort of a rough lane, but he sort of just stacks up the jungle and does his thing. And he's still really strong right now. Like, you cannot run into this Kato. This is sort of one of the reasons why I like RNG's lineup, because I feel like the Kato can slow down the push. That being said, Outsiders up 3k, and like their position in the game is good. I think it's better than expected in this game.
And we're going to see a smoke here from RNG. As Somnus leading the way. Not quite done with his Witchblade. DM would be a very nice kill. Orb is coming, but he's going to spot it. Coil does connect. Now Chalice on the high ground, but you have Kaka coming in, gets the kickoff as well. And this looks to be an easy cleanup for RNG. And that's a valuable kill for sure.
Now, beautiful execution from RNG there.
And they're going to go to the enemy triangle now.
Oh, this is cool. Yeah, just running and invading. It's like we get this kill and... Did they block the camp? No, they're just sentrying. But still invading, just like pressuring us close to the enemy base as possible. I like this a lot.
So with Somnus going for the Witchblade, what do you guys want to see next? Because is this Ancient Seal, is that a big issue? I mean, the instant silence is not something Puck wants to really itemize with. We've seen Yules in the past. We've even seen BKB this tournament, actually.
I feel like there's nothing he can really itemize versus other than some Sanjakaya.
So just the status resist. Is Yamich able to TP out here in the top lane?
Because he's going to get tiny comboed anyways. Like, he should be playing to survive that.
Now, Ramses, a recipe away from BKB.
A Blood Rage Tiny. He's going to do a lot of damage.
Yep, but I believe RNG have an idea this is happening. The roll is successful onto the sky, and Koda is dead. This is his ult, but relatively low cooldown.
I think the smoke just timed out there, I'm pretty sure. Like, it just times out and they're standing directly on a ward. Very unfortunate for Outsiders.
I mean, we're only 14.5 minutes in, and Outsiders up, well, it was just 3K, went down to 2, so a high 2K net worth lead right now. And is this kind of what's needed against a Terrorblade to get off to a good start to try to prevent him from getting to that ultra late game, or?
Yeah, for sure. Against Terrorblade Puck Kato, like, you definitely want to win these lanes. I like how Outsiders have now positioned themselves on the map. I felt a bit before this that they weren't utilizing the enemy jungle that well, but now DP is down here, even with some Tiny and one support, and they're going to like farm all the enemy jungle and their Ancients, and they should be like trying to place a ward in their own jungle and looking for moves around there. I'm just sort of clicking on it. I'm not too sure. I think Aster are waiting for the BKBs on DP and Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker,
yeah. Once they get those, they can sort of actually invade the Terrorblade's jungle and triangle. Before that, it's sort of dangerous.
Yeah, they had like the one chance with the blink reveal on Tiny, but after that point, I feel like there's almost always going to be a support there breaking.
You can kill Somnus here?
Oh, we're going to see a silence. Somnus is in a lot of trouble, getting Spirit Siphoned as well. The Avalanche to follow. He gets off the coil and the phase shift, and it looks like he's going to Illusory Orb away and be just fine, but the same cannot be said for GPK, so completely punished from the side of RNG is... Doesn't look like they're going to get any more on top of that, but still, the fact that Somnus is able to live pretty big.
That's 2 times. If Somnus was not on strength treads, he's dead. 2 times. He just knows when he's in those dangerous positions. Stay on strength treads.
I feel like the Skyros should be with him there. Like, I'm not too sure what Zakoto is doing. He should want to play in the enemy jungle with his Tiny.
Yeah, Hakoda is Spirit Vesseled right now. And this tier 1 tower is going to take a bit of damage, but should be able to defend.
Hakoda even has max Ancient Seal too. So yeah, I think.
Oh wow.
I think you're totally right. Max Ancient Seal Veil, like this is entirely to set up for to make Tiny stronger, right? So you definitely want to play together.
Right, Ramses has his BKB now, and we'll see if that's going to be go time for Outsiders.
DM, yeah, he also has his.
They have a smoke on the Marcy. We'll probably see them push out one more wave and a smoke into the enemy triangle, try to kill this Terrorblade, who has just used meta.
Okay.
Yamich almost has his blink. Actually, he just picked it up on the...
Oh, wow. He's pretty farmed, actually.
Exo popped to take this tier 1 that's at half HP. So Outsiders obviously committing for this as GPK onto the high ground, trying to find somebody, but RNG ends up dodging him here. So the tier 1 tower looks to be Outsiders with no defense mounted from RNG. But the Roland Kaka, he's going to get the kick off, and GPK stuck on the cliff. That is the worst spot to be on the map, but the Mystic Flare might be able to trade Kaka, and they do, but again, GPK is the position 2 for Outsiders, and they're going to have to hightail the hell out of this fight.
That was amazing. What a play from Kaka. I think... Honestly, like, taking a mid tower is never bad, but I feel for like how strong Outsiders are. They have this double BKB Blink Marcy timing. They probably should have gone for a bigger play than just hitting the mid tower from the front.
You think they want Ana?
Yeah, I think so. Like, if they got any kill into the mid tower.
Somnus, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Like, when you have these big timings, I feel like it's a bit too casual, you know? Like, you get Blink Dagger 2 BKBs. This is probably your biggest power spike in the entire game. And if you're just walking into vision showing your BKBs, I feel like it's not justified.
Yep, Coil, GPK, he just TP'd in after dying, and if he dies again, this would be absolutely disastrous. Able to dodge the Illuminate, but he's going to get Blinding Lit back into the fray with that Spirit Vessel still applied. He's just going to go down again. Yamich a little bit late. He gets off the Dispose on a Somnus, but he's going to phase shift, be able to orb away, but looks like he is ruptured. Still has the orb to jaunt to again. Needs help from Chalice. Gets off on the Ramses, pops the BKB, another phase shift. And Ramses having to waste a BKB charge, and the Rupture now dissipating from Somnus, who's pursuing even further as Kaka leads the way. Gets off the vault. A DM with the silence. That might put this to an end, although Somnus was not silenced, so the orb coming out again. Obviously no coil quite up yet. So again, Outsiders punished. And GPK, that is 2 very costly deaths. You can see his net worth is just... I mean, it's below average based on just this game alone. Looks like Hakoda is going to get dropped too.
You took that jape too far.
Yeah, I feel like they sort of missed their timing on Outsiders. They need to find a way to take a really good fight in Vision and like burst a key hero now. It's a bit... I know they're like still at 1k gold, but I would feel a bit desperate if I were them.
Kaka looking for Ramses. He's going to get the successful stun and the kick back out. And like you said, no BKB, which spells the end for Ramses again. And now Somnus Still with that coil. It's actually going to get snapped here from Yamich, who's silenced. And he's just going to tick down ever so slowly. Double kill for Somnus. And
they're going to go Roche.
Yeah, the last 5 minutes, I want to say, have been all RNG, and into the pit they go. Anna finally making an appearance. I literally forgot there was a Terrorblade in this game.
I like
He's
that.
Powerful.
I like that combo, Chakra Magic with Earth Spirit. He's refreshing the roll, so he's rolling in and then chaining the stun himself. Pretty nice.
Is really good. I mean, you effectively have 5 actives, right? I think it gives you more stones too. I mean, it doesn't refresh your ulti, so four things that Chakra's refreshing. The Terrorblade Kato combo is also really nice. Like, you get the meta cooldown, you get more illusions on the map. It's a 3 Kato, so it's not quite the same as the support one. You can just follow this guy around. But it's still really strong. I think we'll see it as the game gets later. You just keep giving him more meta.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kaka already well into a BKB for himself. That is... that's going to be a really fast one. Is Hakoda? He's dead.
Yeah, I don't even think he needed help for that, but look at Chalice. He's building a sheep stick, and he's actually pretty damn close to it.
Yeah. 1,000 from the Mystic Staff, and then just the Void Stone afterwards.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning, Sunswan, Somnus has actually opted to go for the Eo Scepter. So okay. I thought he'd go for the Kaya Sanj, but he thinks that as long as he can't die to the Skywrath or DP Silence, then he's going to be in pretty good shape. Honestly, I think it might be a decent read, because a lot of the times when you buy Eos on Puck for silences, there's something that like catches you when you go on the ground, like some Mars Spear or Void Sphere Remnant that you can't phase shift after, but this game there's nothing like that. He can always phase shift and blink away after the Eos.
Yeah, it's just kind of Avalanche, but you can, I think...
Do you know how it works?
I think you can phase shift it, right?
I feel like you can phase shift it, but I feel like nothing you feel like in Dota is true. So
it's true. Well, it chain stuns you, but still on intervals, right? Now it does fully chain stun you, obviously barring BKB.
Avalanche is a dumb spell. Not affected by status resist randomly. Just chain stuns when I feel like it completely shouldn't, but sometimes not chain stun, because sometimes you can BKB in the first ticks.
What do you mean it's not?
Yeah, sometimes you can't. You're right. What is with that?
I don't know. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. When you initially cast it.
And rage
yes,
and stuff
exactly.
like that.
I don't know how the spell works. I've tested it so many times.
What do you mean by it doesn't, like, status resist doesn't affect it? What does that mean? Just because there's
like
so
if
many
you have a
stuns layered
Sanj,
on
no,
top?
it just doesn't do anything.
It literally doesn't do anything.
You know how the stun bar's going down? It's fake news. Like, it just doesn't do anything.
Really?
It's really annoying, because normally
I didn't know
you
that.
could get avalanched, and if you had a Sanj, you would, like, hypothetically, you'd be able to BKB.
Right.
During the but you can't. It just does nothing.
Bro, I've been building Sanj versus Tiny, thinking it's the counter.
We just gained a lot of MMR just now. As we're going to see, a little initiation here. Dispose into the Mystic Flare. Curse is coming out as well. And this looks to be the death of Kaka, although he gets saved temporarily. Diem with the BKB. Yamish looks to be the trade. So it's a 1-for-1 to start. There's a nice Sunder coming out from Anna, focusing on Diem, but the Avalanche keeping him in place. And Anna's getting extremely low. That's just the Aegis, but no more meta to work with. Ramses getting up a little pre-Blood Right action. Toss up. Silence onto Anna. This is going to be a nice kill for Outsiders, and they do get the position 1 Terrorblade. The question is, can they get this pesky puck? He's going to get his phase shift off and the orb. But getting chased by Ram, never mind. Ramsey sees some creeps.
He's chasing some ogres there.
Yeah, got to get those ogres.
He's chasing the grind. He's trying to
All right,
get
so
some gold.
Outsiders, feels like they... Were there any buybacks on that one?
No, that was just a really good fight. They killed the Terrorblade and the Aegis. I don't know how, but they managed to identify their win in the fight conditioning really well. Like, usually when you play versus these Pucks and the Katos, they're like, oh, we need to find Puck, we need to find Kato. But instead, they just found that they could kill the Terrorblade twice. It's really smart by them.
He is on the river. I feel like I expected a save to come out from Wyvern, but I guess he's kind of getting zoned out.
He used it on the Earth Spirit.
Oh, yeah, setting up for the Sky.
They sort of like baited this. Like, they did cast themselves on Earth Spirit, they did end up killing him, but the main focus of the fight was on Terrorblade. They saved enough to kill him.
And I guess if he metas and you kill him and he respawns, like, you still got the meta. He still doesn't have meta, so you're cool with that either way.
I like GPK's adjustment as well. Instead of going for an Aqua Saber, he went for the BKB, and now he's going for the Dagon, which I'm not too sure he'll finish, but the idea I think is really good. I was thinking he could just go for the Aghanim Scepter, but maybe he thinks his team already has a lot of physical damage between the DP and Bloodseeker.
So obviously Dagon really good against these illusions. I mean, how much is it for the illusions versus just trying to get a pick-off kill with the Avatos?
Honestly, I don't think he should really use on illusions. Like, the cooldown's so long now. They sort of nerfed
once
this
you get
item.
Dagon 5.
No, the cooldown's the same.
5, is it really?
Yeah, the cooldown doesn't decrease now on Dagon, which is why people don't upgrade it that much.
Interesting. Okay, learning a lot of things. You probably should read those cooldowns at some point.
But like, busy reading Aghanim shards.
Yeah, that's true.
The Dagon, it can push you over the edge versus like this Kato, Wyvern, and Puck. Like you just barely don't have enough damage, and especially with this Veil and Skyrask Silence, it's like a lot of damage if both are on him.
Honestly, late game Tiny with Ethereal Blade Dagon is like, it feels like it scales pretty well. It is one of the few heroes that like the Dagon Ethereal Blade thing is not. It's not as much of a meme. Even just in general. But yeah, in this game, I think it's definitely because of the damage types. Like, they do not need physical damage.
DM showing off some of that physical damage with the Exorcism. GPK looking for an Ava, but not finding anybody. Fortifications pop, but it doesn't look like RNG are looking to defend this in any capacity. There's a fort from outsiders now.
Trying to trade tier 2 for tier 2.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, looks like outsiders might have time to try to defend if they want, but the Exorcism's got to be getting low here. It might just be a trade, like you said. So outpost control likely to swap places, although RNG don't really fully commit for the tier 2.
Yeah. I mean, if outsiders wants to defend the tier 2, they have to like flip the entire map, which feels a little weird, but Roshan is on that side anyway, so maybe they will opt to do it.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, Roshan's a big boy in this game, actually. In most games, one would say.
I think they're pretty happy on RNG to just chip it down with Illusion, slowly push the wave in. They have this Hex on Kato. I don't think he showed it yet, so they're just planning on killing whoever comes here. If no one comes, the tower will just slowly die. So, ooh, Psalmist escapes here, but more importantly, he got to push a couple of waves bottom. It's a big deal when you're not supposed to have control of some area of the map and you can like sneak these waves. It gives you a lot of vision and sets up your next plays really well.
Well, very, very even game as Anna now has a Scotty to couple with his Manta Dragonlance, and BKB's next on the menu. Dota win, the Dota plus win probability, favoring RNG by a bit.
Raptors has a halberd.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
Right.
Wow. Okay. So another build that's kind of saying that he doesn't feel like he really needs damage, which I suppose when you have a Skywrath on your team, that is almost always true.
I think it's a lot of it is DP. Like, DM's having such a good game, and he's even getting to go for some Kaya Sanj. Like, DP can carry this game, I think. Honestly, I'm not too sure. I don't play this hero that much. But I feel like when this hero gets really farmed, he does way too much damage. Like, everything is just dying in the siphons. It's also a pretty good idea to have this halberd. I'm not too sure. Usually, when you buy this item, you buy it a bit earlier. But if you can keep your DP alive, she gets some siphons off, like, it can definitely win you a fight.
All right. I would assume that's the first one we've seen on a Bloodseeker this whole tournament, but...
The good news is, if it's a mistake, he can disassemble it and get a Sanj and Yasha.
Okay.
Well, yeah, he had that in his quick buy before, and I'm not too sure about the SMI this game.
And what do you make from the other components? A butterfly?
Butterfly.
Radiance.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah.
That's
then you
really
get the
good
Ags,
this game.
right?
Yeah. And then you can get reflected and
really
give
good
Radiance
against
against your own team. That's really strong.
Extremely strong.
Yeah. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah,
With Titan Sliver. Nice item.
Yep. RNG would sure like to have that one on the side of TP.
Oh, good vision. They have a Hex here.
The illusions are there as the initiation onto Ramses, but instant GPK avalanche, and Kaka, he's just stuck in place thanks to the rupture. Toss onto the Cold Embrace target with the Mystic Flare there as well.
Man.
Curse is huge though, kind of buying time for the rest of their heroes to get out of dodge. Looks like RNG are doing just that, but Somnus, DM's actually the one doing the chasing on X-Nova, but looks like that Exorcism is not going to be put to great use as Roche still not quite up yet.
What if that's the play? If everybody does magic damage, then the curse does nothing.
That's really smart.
The Death Prophet spirits, they don't go through
All right.
the curse.
I like that.
He got cursed by two guys and nothing happened.
Yeah, it looked like a massive one, but...
Yeah, it did. It was pathetic.
It was. Does he have a shard on Ramses? No. Do you think that's something he's going to opt? I mean, we've been seeing this literally every game,
I think
feel
he'll
like.
buy it after Bash for this game. Honestly, this show's really weird because all your items are so good that you don't know when to purchase your also Imba shard.
Yeah.
Any order of them is good, yeah.
Yeah, you're going to have Mjolnir, you're going to have BKB, you're going to have Basher, and you're going to have shard, maybe Blink somewhere in there.
Dire are scanning.
Somnus. Gonna try to take out Yamich. Took it down pretty low, but will live. But the instant counter initiation from GPK leads to the kill onto X-Nova. And without that Wyvern, looks like RNG have to get the hell out of here. But Chalice is gonna fall. Big kill there for Outsiders and actually forced the buyback. from the Wyvern. So X-Nova now has Curse and the Blink available. So I'm not even sure Outsiders can go for Roche without this kill on the Wyvern.
Outsiders have played the last few minutes really well. They've just been camping their vision, entering the jungle, because they know that RNG want to play for this Roshan that can be spawning. I'm honestly a bit surprised by how RNG is playing the map, though. I feel like this first smoke was good. It's a bit on execution that they don't burst this Bloodseeker, but they have Kato and a Terrorblade. I feel like Kato could even think about picking up the Shard, and you can start recalling Terrorblade illusions all over the map. Like, I feel like this bottom tower should constantly be getting pressured. It shouldn't be easy for Outsiders to play the map at all.
Would you agree, Aoi, AUI, that's your real name, with the idea that the bottom side of the map is now just the wilderness? Nobody wants to be down there. The map is split around the middle lane and not the river. The river is a lie. Everything's about Roshan.
Yes.
Oh, we have a coil onto 2. Somnus, he's going to get instant Avatos. He's extremely low, but Kaka jumps in with that BKB, kicks away the Marcy, and he might be the sacrifice, although getting healed to a high degree thanks to the Cold Embrace and the Illuminate. He is ruptured. He's getting bashed by Ramses, but you can see Ana doing a ton of damage to Ramses in the meantime with that Scotty, keeping him in play, and he's actually going to go down to the Waning Rift as well as Ana pops the BKB, now turning his sights onto DM. Just man mode deluxe here. DP versus Terrorblade, but you can see the curse comes out of the last moment here. Double kill for Somnus. And DM is going to go down to the triple kill from Somnus, who's just continuing to absolutely destroy this fight. And GPK, he's going to get Yules, and the Waning Rift secures an ultra kill for the Puck, and a full team wipe for RNG. And would you look at that? Roche is now up.
That's like the ideal Terrorblade fight, right? Like you let your pop meta, and you just stand there and you hit them for 20 seconds. And RNG did a really good job in this fight. They sort of let the Terrorblade frontline. He's really tanky with the BKB and Scotty, and Somnus, he just went around picking everyone off. They just didn't have enough to deal with the Puck.
Yeah, he's 10-0 this game against Tiny plus Skywrath. I feel like that's pretty damn hard as a Puck.
Yeah, honestly, I don't even feel like the Yules has saved him from a silence. Like, he's just so hard to get a hold of.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it seems good in this game, but for regular Yules reasons. Like, it's just delaying the fight.
Which is, now that you say that, I really like that point, because if RNG can sort of delay the burst from Outsiders, then the fights sort of look like this, where someone's just picking them apart. So getting it for the silence, of course it's good, you know? You don't want to die to some random silence and lose the game. But just being able to delay the fight like that, setting up for Terrorblade to hit for so long, it's really smart as well.
Yeah, Ramses trying to defend this tier 2 tower, which is basically dead at this point. The Rupture comes out onto Chalice, who's going to get Cold Embrace. GPK with the BKB, but they're just going to leave him to the Mystic Flare. So nice pick off here from Outsiders to see if they can get some more, even despite going against this Aegis, but doesn't look like that is what their goal is right now. But the Shard, if I'm not mistaken, the Shard went to Ana. So he has Demon Zeal.
He for sure did not buy that one.
What are your thoughts on it? Because Somnus had it originally in his inventory, didn't consume it, obviously.
The Puck Shard is not good. The Wyvern Shard's okay. It's pretty good, but I don't think you want to give it to your 5. And
I thought,
personally, I think
if anything,
they should give it to Kato. The Earth Spirit one used to be sort of good because it would give you more stones. But now it doesn't give you more stones, and the stones recharge sort of fast.
No.
Yeah, I should probably read.
Yeah, well, that's a bug, I think. That's
you cannot read this stuff. This stuff just gets added into the game randomly. So there's nothing you can do.
Okay.
But I think the Terrorblade one actually is pretty good. I would prefer the Kato one because I think how they can play the map's really good. The problem is that he doesn't have a Satanic, and he's not going for one. So when you press this item, when you press this spell, I feel like you just miss a lot of HP.
So is it more for... I mean, if you were to get it in normal capacity, is it more for farming than fighting?
No, it's good because you can fight without meta, right? Like, you can just pop in, you run max move speed, and you just start hitting people. You're very tanky with Scotty and sometimes with Satanic. The thing is, I'm not too sure who can buy it, but I'd really like them to have a Vlads. Like, I think instead of this eggs, maybe Kaka could have gone for the Vlads to synergize with this TV.
He could still build it into a Wraith Pact.
That is true, actually, and Wraith Pact would be... I mean, the item is very good versus DP and Skywrath and stuff. He's upgrading to Dagon on GPK.
Yeah, he is.
He's
going Earthblade Dagon. That's the build, dude. That's a great build. I love that one.
So
it's just a double down on the idea that they need to like win the fights by bursting someone, right? I think if this is the idea, it's pretty good. Like, it goes with his game plan, and
I like it when players itemize to solve problems or like go along with the game plan. So it's just saying like, oh, this is my build.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think there's a tiny build that you usually do in your pubs.
No. Well, soon enough.
I mean, you know, people might build the deck.
Some of us.
But those people would also not have a BKB, so.
That is very accurate. I mean, how many times have we seen Somnus on low HP at the beginning of a fight, and he lives? So having a Dagon 5 could be the answer.
Doesn't seem to be working so far, but
No,
I also feel like there's been a bit of a disconnect between Hakoda and GPK in this game, where Hakoda gets the ult off on like on a cold embrace rather than on the avalanche toss, and I feel like if they combo together, they can kill almost anybody, even still.
I mean, I think sort of the problem for outsiders is that the fights they've taken that they've won, they've sort of been able to find a core from RNG and burst them. But a lot of these fights, like how the outsiders heroes work is they want to have these bursty fights, but they don't have anyone who can really sit on the front line. Like DP can sort of, especially with this 2 plate mails, one for the low sword, one just in the inventory, but you don't really want him in the front line because he can die. So that means that they're not able to wait and pick their target because they won't have vision because no one's front lining.
Well, Anna's Aegis will be expiring in just over a minute, as we have a smoke from RNG.
They saw 2 TPs back, so they're just going to find anyone they can here.
Kaka actually does hit Yamage, kicks him away. Anna in the area does get the reflection off, but it's not going to connect, it looks like. So
that was underwhelming.
Outsider, I mean, the rebound is global, remember?
I should have remembered that was Marcy that got caught.
Yep.
How would you nerf Marcy?
That's a great question.
How would you nerf Marcy?
Her first spell should not stun.
So slow.
Yeah, like Earth Spirit, you know?
Okay.
That's
a
it?
pretty big nerf.
That's a big nerf, yeah. Is that it?
I mean, they should do something. Like, I feel like all her spells have something that if they weren't on the spell at all, it would still be a good spell. Like the W doesn't have to give this move sweeper boost, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
The E doesn't have to apply to 2 heroes when you use it on someone else. But, you know, it just sort of does.
Yeah, that is true.
That could be a 1 unit target, yeah.
Like it could, like LCW, right? Like compare that to Marcy's.
Mm-hmm. No, don't get me started on LCW. That thing needs to be in.
Oh my god, what is wrong with you? He hates it.
Yeah, that's just me though.
She's not a support hero, that's a support ability.
That's right.
Not if you only cast on yourself.
That's true. Outsiders.
That's right.
Trying to get some map control back. And Ramses, he's actually not going
Still
for the
no
Abyssal
shard.
Blade. Yeah, he's going for the old refresher, so. And you're right, yeah, no shard yet. So he has the 2 ruptures at level 25. Got there pretty damn fast, I have to say. The New Age Dota just, do you ever pinch yourself, AUI? Like, when you were playing at TI5, what level would you be in this game? Well, then again, you played COD. You get so many levels, actually.
I mean, not this high level, but there is a lot of farm on the map now.
Yeah.
He would steal kills, too. All the time.
It's true. That's why I got kicked.
That's the... It's the only reason that Visage was remotely viable for you. So the kill steals.
Now, RNG, despite not much fighting happening in the last few minutes, is still growing their lead. 7K advantage. They could just wait for the second Roche, which could be the game winner for them if they're able to secure it, but GPK, is that the Dagon 5?
That's the Dagon 5, boys. We got a full Dagon 5 on Tiny.
Is that still the most expensive item in the game?
Yes.
Probably. Is it more Wind Waker?
It's more than Wind Waker.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't really know why you would upgrade to Dagon 5. I feel like...
What do you mean?
Do you see the scaling on this item? Like, maybe the cooldown went down, but it's so long. Like, I feel like you could have E-Blade plus Dagon 1, and you would do way more damage and have utility.
Yeah, but it makes a much louder noise when you
use
it. Yeah, it does.
So the noise gets louder.
The noise is louder, the particles are bigger, and the
that's really
icon
important.
changes
So
with
now I
each
understand.
level.
Yeah, that's really big.
It's just personal gratification.
You gotta think about this.
That's what these guys think about. They're like, how cool can my Dagon sound while I'm playing for this major to allow me to play at TI for $40 million.
That's what GPK stands for. Gratification personal.
What's K?
K.
No, that's why you're on this panel. Make god-awful jokes. Kaka, though, we can click on the Earth Spirit. He is only 1,000 from Ags. This is like the most terrifying Ags in the game. If you can just jump in, get close to anybody, turn them to stone, and kick them a ridiculous distance away, that's better than Walrus Kick if you're able to pull it off.
Yeah, but it's got such a small cast range. That's the only issue with it. It's hard to pull off, but I mean, he's been He's been hitting the rolls this game, so if anybody can do it, it's Kaka.
I didn't notice this, but the TB also picked up the Paladin sword, which allows him to use the shard pretty well.
Oh.
I like what RNG are doing here. Like, they could run into enemy jungle, you know, take a fight, look at Outsiders, but instead they're just pressuring the map. They're always going to make Outsiders respond to them. Now Outsiders have to spend all these TPs. The moment they see this Blood Circuit TP, they're going to go into enemy jungle, D-ward, and have full map control. Or they can take a fight here. Like, they get all the options.
They're raxing with these TP illusions.
Yep, they are doing quite a bit of damage. The melee rack's essentially at half HP.
Ramsey's really needs a shard, I feel like.
Yeah.
Those... Oh, he bought the Skadi, actually, instead of the thing.
I mean, he is pretty damn farmed. There's the jump in from Kaka, but the instant avalanche into the BKB was going to get ruptured. They do find Kokoda in the end, as the buyback now comes out from Kokoda himself. Yamich taken out very quickly, but Ramsey's focusing on Chalice. Will be successful in taking him out. And of course, Wyvern is a huge kill. The bash is there, so no curse comes out, but the buybacks do come through for basically everybody in this game, it feels like. And Ana, very low on HP. Doesn't have his Sunder up. He's just going to get Avatos and no Ana available for RNG. As Ramsey's very annoyed with this puck, and he's actually going to go down to the overwhelming blink from Somnus, but GPK does get revenge, and that turns into a double kill for him. And I believe that's the first death for Somnus in this game, if I'm not mistaken. But a very back and forth fight that's apparently not over. The curse finally comes out after the buyback, just to slow down the rest of Outsiders.
That was an insane fight.
Yeah, I'm super impressed by Outsiders. I feel like the map is hard for them to play. Honestly, the scale sort of, in my opinion, favors RNG, but they're just finding these fights that end up really good for them. They're playing the map really well. Even though they TP bottom, they like run right back to their rewards, and even though they're like losing a hero at the start of the fight, they still win these fights. I mean, honestly, I'm not too sure who won that fight in the end, but I think Outsiders did. They got like a 12 streak on puck, right? It's probably in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they were also getting pressured right before,
Right,
too.
they were down like 10k, and if you look at the live, it is 5k.
Yeah, actually, that was a huge fight for them, you're right. I didn't even notice, but Wyvern bought back in that fight, so
yeah.
It's big.
And Kaka TP'd out. He got ruptured and just TP. I thought he would TP a little closer. He TP'd back to the fountain, so he just wanted to disengage completely.
Yeah.
So he wasn't available until this moment now.
And he comes back without BKB, too.
I think in that fight, the Kato used his Linken's on the Earth Sphere seeping out as well, and then he died because he didn't have a Linken Sphere up.
For the Skyrat, did they go? What are the talents they picked? The Ancient Seal feels like a super low cooldown.
Yeah,
he took that one. That one's really strong.
100% uptime on that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's insane. Does that work against status resistance? Is that one of the ones?
No, I think status resist affects Skyrat's sounds.
I don't know. Just checking now. Just checking.
I mean,
question everything in life now.
You cannot be certain of anything in Dota. Even when the tool says something, you still cannot be certain. So
that's right.
You have to check everything, and then you have to do it again every time there's a patch.
Even a hot fix, you just got to double check. That's Exorcism in the pit. This is the third Roche with Aghanim Scepter available.
It's always the Ags now.
Yes, thank God for that. As RNG, they're going to scout it out with the Orb. This is a really important Roche, as there's the coil. It's only going to hit one, though. And there's the BKB from Ana in the meta, focusing on Ramses. Not able to take him out quite yet. He's just limping away, but finally drops on the backside. Will buy back instantly, though. And Ana getting quite low. He's going to get Cold Embrace, but they have enough magic damage to rip right through him. He does have buyback, but again, no meta to work with, as Yamich gets a nice dispose onto the Wyvern to that low ground. X-Nova is mega dead. And Outsiders now outnumbering RNG. Another beautiful Avatos back into the river. And a second toss to follow it up with. And that is another death on RNG, which means Outsiders should be able to snag themselves this Aghanim Scepter and third Roche. Of course, Somnus is still up, and I want to make sure that he doesn't have any crazy shenanigans to get in the pit, but this is going to be a freebie for Outsiders now. Huge fight.
I'm not sure about these TPs from Kaka. He keeps getting ruptured.
What? Why did they give Ags to Death Prophet? What?
What?
No one else can really take it.
Skywrath Ags. Come on, guys. Come on.
Don't give your 5 eggs.
Come on now.
Supports might not even be humans, you know? Like, just let them be.
Don't you want to see Bloodseeker Ags, Chris?
Yeah,
the Bloodseeker eggs.
What about the Marcy Ags?
Yeah.
Unleash.
I don't even know what Marcy eggs does.
There is one. It does exist.
It does.
I mean, I think that one's good when you have the 25. If you take that 25. That's how I've been told. But again, Outsiders, just find these really good fights. I think how Ramses is talking these fights has to be really good. Like, he dies in this fight, but he's baiting them really far in. He's probably talking about his buyback for this Roshan fight.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, if you trade me for Terrorblade, I can buy back. And if he buys back, he doesn't have meta. And they are able to secure the Roshan for it. And even though he had to use buyback, getting this Aegis and Eggs is more than worth it. They're up 8k now. Yeah. It was like 10k, not like, what, like 6 minutes ago?
This is a 20k turnaround in the last few minutes. And like you said, any transformation hero buyback just feels awful. Even though he did have it, no point in expending. And now 73% win probability for Outsiders, who still have that Aegis on Ramses. Question is, how good is the high ground defense from RNG? Or are we even at that point yet? I mean, it's 10k, but it's 45 minutes in the game, so I feel like they still have a lot of room to grow.
Terrorblade's actually going for the MKB now. Their high ground defense is pretty good. They have like, they will have this Earth Spirit Eggs. I
thought he had this.
He had the MKB.
Yeah, he had it like 5.
Terrorblade had the MKB.
Why was it on the courier? Was he going to sell it for a Satanic?
He just bought an MKB.
No, he definitely got this.
No,
like
he
5
had an
minutes
MKB.
ago. Yeah.
Well, he has bought an MKB.
What?
Wait, can MKB be disassembled?
No.
Are you sure he had
so
an MKB?
confused.
I'm
I saw
positive
it on the
he
screen.
had it. It was on the screen.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have an MKB? Because if we both...
Did he sell his MKB before?
I
wish.
don't know.
Is that what happened to the gold? Like
I feel like because...
Okay.
So Alm said he has it. Yeah. Because he just bought it. I swear, I watched his courier go and buy it.
Yeah,
I saw
it was you're right. It was on his courier. I think maybe he was considering selling the MKB for a Satanic or something like that.
No, like
up the rolling Kaka with the BKB, and he's gonna get ruptured immediately. See if he tries to actually TP out, but the curse comes out, and the right clicks from Ana doing quite a bit of damage on the outskirts of this fight as GPK is his target. It's a 1v1. This is going to be an easy one for Ana. And all they get in retribution is Kaka. He's going to buy back into the game instantly. But Ana getting completely focused now in that cold embrace. Do they have enough magic damage to go through him? They do. Double kill for Ramses with still the Aegis intact. And DM, he's got the cheese available if he wants to use it. This will be a dieback on the Kaka, and indeed it is. 110 seconds without your Earth Spirit. Pretty big deal. Somnus able to dispel that silence. The fight might end here, although he's going to use the Overwhelming Blink to go back on top of Ramses, who's slowed to a crawl. Yamich, his arms aren't long enough to get that dispose off this time. He's going to be solar bound.
Oh, Somnus is in.
Yep. He's trying to do the puck things here. But I don't know if it's going to lead to anything more than just wasting time.
He's doing it successfully. Wasting time is
exactly what he wants.
The name of the game for Puck. Yeah, he does not have a TP, though, and they're going to see that on the next wave if they click. So he's kind of stuck out here.
So he has that flicker to be able to dispel too. What's that?
You're still trying to figure out the MKB?
Because I feel like Terrorblade's really suffering from not having lifesteal. Like, I think a lot of these fights, if he had Vlad's, or he was able to go for Satanic or something, like, he would have sustained through these fights. They're very close, and it feels like because he has these items, at the end of his life, he just sort of has to run. He could have been, like, sort of manning up at the end of a lot of these. I'm not sure.
Well, DM about to buy a refresher. Ramses has one now, as DM is being poked a bit by Somnus, but nothing will come of it.
So Rams just doesn't want to buy the shard then, right? Like, he's had a lot of gold.
I think he's forgotten.
I think he thinks that the shard will appear on the 5th Roshan. He's just playing for that. I've never seen a 5th Roshan, but
I don't
surely
know if
the
he forgot,
shard.
but he might have some idea. Like, there's not that many tanky heroes on Radiant. I mean, I would buy the shard. I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely odd.
All right, let's go back to this
MKB
MKB thing. Let's go back to this MKB. So he sold something. What do you have there before? Was it a Hurricane
He sold a
Pike?
Hurricane Pike now.
Yeah, just now.
And he
sold
sold
a Pike for Satanic. I feel like
not the most efficient.
I think it's
gold.
correct to have the Satanic instead of the Dragonlance, and I feel like he shouldn't have upgraded to Hurricane Pike, but I'm not too sure if you're supposed to sell it. Like, he could just sell the boots instead.
Yeah, I was thinking he would get rid of the boots instead of the Hurricane Pike. That's... No.
I mean, Ana is an item selling god, so... What do we
Two-time
know?
TI winner, so can't really question
Yeah, you've only won one, Curtis. Idiot.
Noob.
Yeah, it's pathetic.
And you picked techies, for God's sake.
Yeah, come on. You won with techies. Doesn't even count.
Actually, I don't even know. Did you play techies in that finals, or was it banned
No, it got
every game?
banned.
Yeah, that's too
We
bad.
played We played it versus Cedec in scrims before the tournament, and we thought they sucked because they would just run into my mines and die.
Yeah, that's
Apparently
what
they were
happened,
really good, but they couldn't play versus tech.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
That's a lot of people, to be honest. I feel like nobody can play into techies.
Well, 12k lead now for Outsiders, and the question remains, do we Are we waiting for another Roche? This will be Roche number 4. We won't know for a couple minutes, but it feels like fighting around that time might be beneficial.
Somehow I feel like this Terrorblade just does no damage. Like, he doesn't have a crit, and he's versus... I feel like DM's itemization was really good. He got a lot of armor really fast, which is bug for me, so it just looks like he has 14 armor for some reason, but it's higher than that.
On the production, it looks correctly, though.
Okay.
14
so he's like 40
25.
armor or whatever, and he just is not dying in these fights. I think Ana's itemization might have needed to be a bit more like Titanic plus damage items. The Hurricane Pike plus Manta combo ends up being like 10k damage for not anything. Like 10k net worth for no damage at all.
He's going for a refresher next, so opting to just have higher uptime on Metamorphosis, because I do feel like they're getting punished by not having meta. At least earlier they were, but I don't know. He's kind of dying with meta now. Like his supports are just dying in the fights. He's using his BKB, and then after the BKB, it just seems like Ana's just dying.
So I know you brought this up as a joke, but do you think not going the shard on purpose because of Curse is actually a thing?
Does it affect allies?
I would assume it would. Pure damage against allies sounds pretty good, especially
I have
Tiny.
no idea.
But then wouldn't you not get, with the same logic, wouldn't you not want to get Basher? Because you bash your allies too, right?
What if you just buy no damage items, and then the curse doesn't do anything?
That's what I was saying.
That's what we're going for, right?
That's what I was saying with the Heaven's Halberd.
Yeah.
You know the cool thing about the Halberd is that, well, obviously TB, you can disarm him, so the MKB doesn't...
That's really good.
Yeah. There's that, but he can disassemble it. Let me go back to this for a second here.
Yeah, okay.
So that's why Ana's having this identity crisis. He's like, should I sell this MKB? Should I buy a second one? Because he could just disassemble and build Sanjin Yasha, which would be awful at this point.
What's your point?
I stopped listening when he said buy 2 MKBs.
I don't know what he said. I was listening.
Yeah, you'll get used to it, Curtis. Appreciate you coming on here. But yeah, Ana, like you said, working on the late game refresher just to make sure his meta is always up. And I mean, this next Roche is going to be a big deal. That's going to be a refresher shard and another Ags. And pretty soon we're going to have more of the lobby here with Aghanim Scepters. DM trying to defend there. We're going to see the coil, actually. Kaka breaking GPK out of the coil. Nicely done. Pops the BKB, but that's physical damage coming from Ana. Very nice pick off from RNG, but obviously GPK at this stage of the game does have buyback. Yamich, he gets off the dispose. There's the buyback from GPK, but Ana turns into meta form. Yamich, wait, did he get sundered? That was the Sunder reflect from the Lotus Orb. Very unfortunate for Ana. He's ruptured now, has that Satanic, but he's going to get bursted down to the ground. 100 seconds, but he does have buyback. But again, we've talked about the transformation heroes not wanting to expend it. That Lotus Orb completely won the fight for Outsiders.
He still has Sunder. Just 6-second cooldown, so I'm not actually sure exactly what happened. This game has been quite confusing, I have to say.
Oh, he doesn't have the... Okay, good attempt there.
Outsiders,
yeah, what the hell was that? That was like a
did he use
reflective something.
I think that was him using Demon Zeal, right? The sound?
No,
or did something get reflected?
I think he Demon Zealed.
All right, we can
get to watch it again. Yeah, because this was... Okay, this is much earlier.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. I know the Rupture got reflected. So he's stunned.
Yeah, right here.
Rupture reflected.
Lotus. Okay.
Feared. Okay, so no.
Absolutely not.
So he has not used Sunder, right?
He's not used Sunder.
Hitting the cursed target.
Yeah, that will be a Suns fan aneurysm there. You'll get used to it, Howie.
Yeah, it happens. It's all good. That's what happens when you get old.
Yeah. Oh, there's the 4th Roshan. There he is. And it is being taken.
They might give this Aghanim to the Skyrath now. That's your dream,
Zombus
right?
is getting Rax, though. I'm not sure how much this matters, but they're going to TP back GPK. And the BKB from Kaka to roll away, but a nice block off. Do they have the stun through BKB? Oh, yes, they do! The BKB ends early, and Kaka is dead for 90. And Outsiders still securing the 4th Roche.
I don't think this Rax would have even mattered that much either if they do get it. At this point in the game, 53 minutes, like we're 7 minutes away from tier 5 neutral items, you know? 1 lane of Rax, whatever.
Why did you have to say that?
I'm sorry, I jinxed it. I did jinx it.
All right, who gets this Ags? I doubt it's going to be Bloodseeker.
Tiny or Skyrath? I feel like Tiny doesn't really use it. Right?
Tiny's
did he give it to DP or did he buy
DP had his. Yeah, he had his. He got the other one.
DP. DM is so farmed. It's 40k net worth this game.
Yeah, that counts towards his net worth, I think, if it's in his backpack.
Oh, does it really?
Yeah, but
okay.
Surely he's walking to Skywrath.
I would hope so. I mean, I don't know.
Looking for GPK, maybe. Did he give it up? No.
He's still holding it in the backpack.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Okay, so...
It is a very good egg. Are you sure? It doesn't count. Like, it's still 40k net worth.
Oh, you're right.
It's just lying to me now.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's okay. I'm
Okay, well, let's see.
Another aneurysm here.
Let's see when he consumes it. I know it does when you consume
yeah,
it.
it does when you consume it. I think the Raxes sort of matter this game because the wave shove is... Like, if the situations were reversed, like RNG was up 16k and Outsiders took a Rax, they have like terribly called a puck, these heroes that can shove these waves. I think the only way RNG can... Or the way RNG wants to play this game is off these waves, so the Raxes are important for that.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. They don't really have an equivalent hero to push out.
Yeah, Somnus is getting racks. It's going to be fortified. See how much they care about just one set of racks at, like you said, the 55-minute mark.
Maybe Outsiders just goes down mid.
Oh,
nope,
it's going to get sheeped, actually, and this is going to be the death of Somnus. Great reaction from Outsiders. He does have buyback, of course, but the lead is growing. And not just Aegis, Refresher Shard, Ags, and all that garbage, but 20k on top in terms of just the pure farm discrepancy.
They're going to force the puck buyback here.
It's down to a 60-40, though, even though the lead has grown in the last few minutes for Outsiders. Exorcism now onto the high ground. Level 29 Death Prophet.
Yeah, he has 3 Exos, 3 BKBs.
Yep, he's getting right-clicked by Ana, though. Rupture comes out onto Ana. She's going to sidestep the blood right. So DM eating up these illusions pretty nicely. And this is going to be the death of the tower. But Kaka, he's going to kick DM back into the base. The BKB pop from him instantly. Trying to focus down Ana. He's dead! 100 seconds, no Terrorblade. It was a nice curse, but again, not a whole lot of damage to follow it up with. And GPK dies, or sorry, the Earth Spirit dies. Kaka buys back into the game. And Outsiders are more than healthy. Now in a 5v4, and that's not including
Terrorblade
the cheese
one
and
bounty
Aegis.
rune for buyback. I think someone needs to TP to the shrine right now. Yeah, here's Baby's going.
Yeah, so getting the bounty rune so he can get his buyback, but no meta. Unless he has that finished refresher.
He bottled the Daedalus there. He felt like he lacked damage, but now he doesn't have meta, so I think they're giving up this Rax as well. They'll fight the third one.
Yeah, so first set of Rax is down. Trying to find Somnus. That would be a game winner if they can get him. He's in the trees, just trying to delay this as much as possible. Oh, they might find the Wyvern instead. The silence with the Mystic Flare, and down goes X-Nova. Buys back, though, with Ana in addition. So Outsiders, let's see if they want to stick around. Melee Rax is in their favor, attempting to disengage, but Ramsey's just slow to a crawl. A nice coil onto 2, but again, this is just the Aegis.
Oh,
Ana? Onto Ana. This will be a dieback for him. He's going to get demolished. 125 seconds. The Daggons just ripped him a new one. DM and company looking to take game 1 in style. After being down about 10k, they have flipped this upside down. Although, you can see, Somnus has a lot to say about this. He has a Dagon of his own, and DM getting quite low. So Outsiders might need to reset a bit, but you can see the Mystic Flare with the Aghanim Scepter not doing much because that was on a creep as well as a hero, but they get the kill nonetheless as GGs are called. So Outsiders take game 1 in very damn entertaining game, I have to say, gentlemen.
That's right, boys. Like to see the Ethereal Blade Dagon build coming out of the Tiny.
Yeah, that's the best build.
Yeah, that
do
was
it every game.
That was the best part. Do that in your pubs tonight. That was a lot of damage that Outsiders had. I feel like they had some problems shoving the lanes out. That was a big issue for them, but when they did engage in the fights, like Ana couldn't do anything. He was just getting melted.
Yeah, maybe with hindsight, I guess Bloodthorn, I don't even know if it would have saved him. The GPK plus Scarth was way too much magical damage, just bursting everyone. Really well played by Outsiders, I think. I don't think this game was supposed to be easy for them at all, but they just took every opportunity they could get, and they always executed well.
And RNG, I mean, I have to say, they got off some nice winter curses, but do you remember at any point where, when it went off on 3 to 4 heroes, which I feel like there was 4 or 5 times it's happened, that anybody died?
It felt useless.
In the curse.
It felt kind of useless. Who's doing the damage? The Heaven's Halberd Bloodseeker was probably the best target to do damage.
No shard. I mean, not buying stuff actually worked out for Outsiders.
I think it's also, they don't have any AoE follow-up on the curse, right? Like, usually after this curse, you might have some Lina stun into a lot of damage or some Earthshaker.
Yeah.
They didn't have any of that this game.
All right, well, with that, that's just game one of this best of 3 in this lower bracket for the Arlington Major. Let's see what the panel has to say about this game number 1.
Thank you so much, guys. There we go. We had a Terrorblade that was supposed to be taking this game. It was a good game for them, but a lot of things went wrong along the way here, and the win is swinging to the favor of Outsiders. Panel.
Oh, it looked really good for RNG for a hot second there. I was like really feeling this lineup. Obviously, they had a bit of a rough laning stage in some places, like they're off lane the Coddle, but then they came together, like Chalice getting involved, using the Chakra, and like Puck and Spirit both together being able to just chase and chase and chase and chase and chase with these lower cooldowns was like so inspired. They get that Aegis, and then, oh man, Outsiders team fighting.
It was impressive.
Yeah.
Like the way they beat a TB late game in team fight after team fight. It wasn't even late game. Like even in this mid game when he's got Aegis and stuff, they had almost the most deaths in the entire game. He had 9 deaths. The highest is 10. He was just getting pummeled in every single fight. And it just felt like even the cold embraces weren't keeping him alive as well. Like there were numerous fights early on where he would just get almost bursted from full to nothing.
Do you think this comes down to an itemization problem on the TB? It felt like in a lot of fights, you know, he pops his Manta, he pops his BKB, you know, he hits someone for like that BKB duration, but after that, like nobody dies in that duration. Like they just either run away from him, or like he's hitting the death. You know, he's hitting DM who itemized, you know, for a lot of armor.
I completely agree. I actually also was looking at the itemization of the heroes around him. When I look at this team, you need to survive this Rupture, and they didn't get any Glimmers, they didn't have any Forces. I know you don't want to force against Rupture, but sometimes TV was dying without even being Ruptured. There was no save. Your Wyvern has rushed a Blink Dagger, your Earth Spirit has rushed a BKB, and then tried to go for an Ags. Like, no one is saving your life.
Okay, here's the question. Does TB suck? Does
No.
TB just suck?
No, he doesn't suck.
I don't know. We've seen him lose, what was it, twice now?
Yeah, but like I don't think that is indicative of a hero's strength overall. I think he's looked really amazing in other games on other teams too. Like the problem I just had was whenever he did get Ruptured or whenever he did get gone on, he might pop like his Manta and BKB at the start of a fight and then have nothing to kind of protect himself after. His team hasn't itemized to save him. It's just kind of awful.
Yeah, I don't think the blame is entirely on TB this game, but Anna did not play well. I don't think he had a good game, and it wasn't like, maybe, I don't think his teammates are faultless themselves, but he played poorly. He was badly positioned. I think he got the Satanic way too late. That's saying the casters were really kind of harping on a bit where like he'd get low and he can't like, you know, turn the fight around with any kind of lifesteal. So he seemed to just be out of place and just unable to impact any of the team fights when he had all the farm in the world. Like that's the kind of game where you look at your camera like, isn't this the kind of stage of game where you're meant to carry us? Like I'm sure Somnus is just like, what more can I do at some point? Because he felt like he was the only one actually like winning these fights and securing these kills for RNG.
So something to be looked at here that we talked about during the draft is this combination of the Skywrath Mage Tiny that Outsiders like to favor. That in combination with the constant pressure that they've put on RNG in this draft, is this perhaps something that if they want to take this into game 2, RNG, they need to consider if they're feeling that constant pressure?
Yes. Sorry, like no, I didn't know who wanted to speak. I think it's, the Skywrath was really amazing. The Magic Burst was fantastic. I think the itemization on Outsiders to contrast versus RNG was amazing. Ramses did not go for damage. He went for like his BKB. He got Halberd even. They knew that everything was all on this TB. Like if you look at how RNG itemized, your Coddle offlane's going for a Hex. Your Earth Spirit is going for a BKB so he can like stun more for you. They basically kind of piled everything on like, we want to just lock down as much as possible so TB can have a good game. Meanwhile, Outsiders are like, how can we best just destroy this TB and not let him have a game? We got the E-Blades, the Dagons, the Skywrath burst damage. You have the Halberd, like he is just getting controlled and controlled and controlled and he cannot do anything about it.
Okay, so, oh yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No.
No?
Not at all.
You're agreeing with me?
I am, for once.
Oh god, this is the best day of my life.
Well, okay, so Charlie agrees. So I guess like if we're gonna look at how this is gonna play out for game number 2, if RNG wants to tie this up, I feel like maybe there's a bit of a concern as far as being able to control that early game tempo, perhaps, if they want to enable Ana, especially in the late game here.
Honestly, I feel like Ana got enabled this game.
Yeah?
Despite being a little bit behind in the early game, you saw that they hit that mid-game point where I think the game normally would have turned around. Somnus got away on 10 HP twice after Outsiders invested a lot of resources to going in on him, and then you got to that point where I think Somnus killed 3 or 4 people in a fight.
Yeah,
and then
they team wiped them.
Yeah, ultra kill.
Yeah, and then that's when, okay, your TB should be online now, he's got enough space, but he didn't do any damage.
Well, there you have it. I suppose we'll find out what RNG has cooking for game number 2 after this break.
Dire's top tower is gone. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's victory under attack.
Yeehaw. Ha ha ho ho.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back, everyone. It is game number 2 between RNG and Outsiders. A lot on the line for this particular matchup. Not only are they fighting for their tournament life right now, they are fighting for a spot at TI because Outsiders, they need to have a very deep run, and RNG a little bit on the same boat here. Now, let's start with RNG here, Sheep. I know you have a lot to say about them as a team, and we talked about Ana not playing well, how perhaps they've already tried to enable him. What else can they do coming into this? I mean maybe be the new analyst here.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe you could change up your win condition. Like, it's kind of hard because Somnus really tried to take that on as the puck. His item build was like insane. You had the Octarine, like you had an overwhelming blink. He was trying so hard to just be as disruptive as possible. It's hard, right? Maybe they just need to pick an easier carry to run? That sounds really mean to say, but like TV's, I don't know. It's kind of like maybe you could pick something that gets more involved.
Anna, you washed.
Sorry, Anna, I like you a lot actually. No, seriously, like look at Ramses. He had like one kind of mission in that game. You rupture this TV and you can get involved with your team really early. Like there's no like heavy burden on you to just like AFK farm for 10 years. I liked the fact that Outsiders had a lot of different like win conditions in like the DP. Like DM played out of his mind. I liked that GPK was playing this absolute massive magic burst that synergized with Skyroth. It felt like RNG were just playing 4 heroes that had to try and like control as many heroes as possible for Ana to just solo carry. And when he's your stand-in, that just seems really hard, like as a win condition.
Yeah, that's a good point to remember that he is a stand-in. And I think if you like, just to kind of point out, I think some of the other flaws is like it didn't feel like they got value out of other roles too. Like the offlane Coddle, I didn't really feel the impact later on in the game at all. It wasn't bringing typical offlane things to the table. The Wyvern, there weren't any curses killing people, which is more testament to I think how well Outsiders played and drafted, and like you know, they were never really getting caught in these huge curses. No one had right-click damage to kill anybody, so it wasn't really just a TB problem. It was more, it felt like, hey, TB's, you know, he's been enabled, he should carry this game, but one hero can't just carry a game in late game if nobody else is able to contribute, which maybe is exaggerating, but there were other problems with their draft.
Yeah, I agree. I think what, you know, TB really wants is, I think it's been said before, is like a really good damage environment. You want to be able to just sit there for a long time, be able to hit 2 or 3 heroes over, you know, not just the length of a BKB, but, you know, 15 seconds at least.
That's a long time, bro. Oh, God.
You also want to feel like safe outside of your BKB, which it felt like as soon as his BKB were off, it was like fight's over for him.
Yeah.
So as the bans are coming in on their way here, the thing that I'm curious about, as we still talk about this Terrorblade, he's had a rough day today. Would you feel comfortable as RNG giving that Terrorblade up, perhaps, for outsiders, or to just leave him in the pool and...
5 seconds remaining.
I don't think either of these teams like hard prefer TB. It's not like a hero of the patch that needs to be like super contested. Like you look at both these teams. What is he? What is that?
It's a hand snake. Like this.
Oh, he can do it too.
Are they telling us that it's a Viper pick incoming? Or ban?
Oh yeah, the signs are there.
I mean, this could be a lot of things. Like I've seen.
That looks like a Veno.
It's like a Veno. Could be a dog. Could be Lycan.
It doesn't look like a dog.
Dude, look. Okay. Look. What if I do this?
Now it looks like a bunny.
Yeah, I was gonna say a rabbit.
No one can see this on the stream, by the way. So let's just move on. But yeah, like I look at outsiders. They're really good with their like TAs and stuff, and so is Ana. Like Ana's been playing TA, Bristle, Jug. These are the kind of like easier carry, win execution games that I was sort of referring to before. Maybe they could swing more on that side in terms of playstyle. I think like obviously the way a draft plays out, you get to a point where you have to pick your carry and you just look at what you think is best for the game. And if it's a TB, it's a TB.
Yeah, as far as the carry role goes, it's the most, I think, versatile when it comes to heroes and player pool. It feels like usually carries picked up 4th, 5th in your draft, and you look at the carry players, they're the ones who have the widest hero pools. A lot of carry players are playing like 15 to 20 heroes throughout this tournament.
Yeah.
Now we see that, let's see, Marcy is banned out and RNG grabs the Tiny for themselves. So outsiders, they're going to be having their double pick here. They're starting things off with a Doom.
Oh, that hero is done very poorly.
Yeah, that does not inspire hope.
So why Doom then? Why
DM really likes his Doom, as far as I know. I don't think they even flex it to support that often. I can double check, but
I mean,
it's not.
I think what they might be thinking is the way that RNG has played so far is they put everything on Ana, right? I think this is a team that's so dependent on 1 or 2 cores, either Somnus or Ana. And, you know, Doom essentially takes somebody out of the fight.
Yeah, I love that point. I think it's really good and it works a lot here. In general, like they seem to just prefer the Doom anyway. I don't even think it's had like massive success on this team, but I know that they just like it. The hero is like good armor in lane, can sustain really well. I know that they, in the past, we've had interviews with DM where he said that he's okay with like his pause for leaving him alone because he knows that on Doom, he can always recover. Like DM's like, yeah, it's fine. Like I get sacked, fine. I just go to the jungle, I eat some creeps, I buy a Midas, I have my game impact. And he's really confident in that win condition idea. So he doesn't mind, and I think that's like an important thing this patch, being able to leave your offlane.
Yeah. And I would kind of contrast RNG's play style. Like I agree with what Charlie said, where they're going for more like all in on Ana, like pseudo 4 protect 1, versus like what we saw earlier from other teams. Like, you know, Boom, they're running a Tricore, for example. I like the direction RNG's draft has gone, like an offlane Death Prophet, like getting scaling from all 3 of your cores almost seems like pretty essential on this patch. You can't like just pick these Marses in the offlane and just go blink stun people anymore.
Yeah, even Boom, who like were the like definition of that playstyle, have started to move on and are learning how to play the current patch. So yeah, that's dead.
And no surprising here, it's a Chen and Terrorblade banned out. Terrorblade being banned out by RNG themselves, so I suppose that sort of answers that question to start here. Now, on the side of outsiders, as they're looking at this, it's got like a tiny Death Prophet. what do you think they're going to be looking for as far as their Ramses hero, so to speak?
5 seconds remaining.
They could pick I just want to see like damage, but basically like Outsiders, they have it in the Skyroth. Doom is a little bit more of like, it can be a slow death where you have to run them down, but you're still taking them out of a fight. DP and Tiny are just like tanks. I think like fights can be very hard where you want to go in and burst someone with like a Skyroth and you fail to do so because maybe the DP gets like, she has her early BKB and she gets it off. We've seen like Lotus Orbs coming out. They can build either into armor or magic immunity to deal with whatever. So more damage, something that takes objectives. Doom's not going to do it. Skyroth's not going to do it. Like I said earlier, the TA on Outsiders is amazing. GPK and Ramses are both fantastic at it. Ways as well to give vision, because when you have a Sky and a Doom, you really are looking for your targets. So stuff like TA works well in the traps, or supports like that can give vision with like creeps like the Ench, so on.
Yeah, I like these tempo heroes too. Like it just seems like you can't go for these greedy carries much. TB's like being the one exception when it comes to greedier carries, but even then you typically see the TB getting involved pushing towers early. CK was an answer that we saw earlier today for the Death Prophet that looked pretty decent when Boom played it, so that's another maybe consideration, but I think generally speaking just nothing that's too greedy.
I know you called me a boomer earlier, but I feel like this never goes out of style. Like I feel like Outsiders need teamfight control. I want to see stuns. They have none.
Yeah, you're right. Like the Doom can always get the blink and get the Centaur stun, and that's basically it.
But I don't think you can operate on that.
Yeah.
So you know, I want to see some teamfight control out of Outsiders, a way to lock down heroes, control the Death Prophet within an area.
Yeah, I've seen teams kind of experimenting with more pickoffs sometimes, where I keep going like, oh yeah, it'd be great to see like a Pango here, and then they never pick it, and they just like go even harder into just being able to kill across the map. Like we've seen these global pickoff strats with like Dawnbreaker and Nature's Prophet and whatever, but Clock, another great pickoff. Hero with the Skyroth, it means that they can just rotate onto mid anytime they want after level 6 on these runes. Get a kill. You hookshot, cogs, flare inside.
Yeah. A big fan of, like, I love support duos that can kill between the two of them. You know, you don't need a core to come with you.
Yeah, the support duos on both these teams, like I talked last game about how important it was for them to both play, and I was surprised to see Outsiders. I mean, I guess I'm not super surprised. They are very high skill, but they kind of just were more effective than RNGs. Like in the Chinese region, like PYW, Extreme Gaming Support, he said that RNG's support duo is the best. Like he considers them to be the best. And I saw it a little bit that last game, but Outsiders seemed more effective to me.
Did you like the Kaka Earth Spirit? Do you think that's something that was effective?
I liked it. I didn't like his item build. He went for that Ags, got into a point booster, and realized that this was too greedy, and went back for a Lotus Orb. And yeah, I think he realized he kind of messed up, and like their TB was struggling. But his catches were insane that game.
So RNG is going to be locking in that, I'm guessing, Somnus and the Snapfire as well, most likely for what, X-Nova? How do we feel about that for phase 2?
I mean, you've picked up two heroes with a lot of damage output. That's kind of the first thing that stands out to me. I think they maybe look at last game and they're like, hey, we were kind of all in on TB, kind of carrying the game, dishing out damage, and nobody else could really, you know, they had two kind of more teamfight-centric supports with Earthspirit and Wyvern. This time around, they're getting supports that actually have kill threat, can make plays, can go around the map looking for kills with their mid laner, the Ember. So it just seems like they want to have more playmaking options, more firepower.
I'm a big fan of the Snapfire. I think it does so many different things. Great lane support. You have some teamfight control, and I think it just feels good when you see the kisses go over you, and you're like, oh, that's on my team.
They're gonna run away now.
Yeah. The Ember feels a little different. They're picking Ember into Doom Skywrath. That's scary.
I wonder if there's even a mid-Viper. Is that even a thing anymore?
That is the hand signals that they sent to us, and they locked it.
Oh, she's right.
True.
Yeah, they did do that. Europe East, I can't, oh god, my brain is like not, it's either GPK or no one that was playing an absolutely amazing Viper mid for a while.
No one definitely did, yeah.
Yeah, so like, it's come out in majors in the past and looked really good. this Doom, though, at the start of today, right, we talked about the versatility of it and how it's been played on multiple roles, including carry. So whilst I think it's going to DM, potentially we see it on Ramses. He's played it once this tournament already. So this Viper could easily go offlane.
He used to play offlane Doom on EG.
Oh, the EG
I don't think that's gonna happen though. I don't think that's gonna happen. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is probably mid Viper.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. They can leave it open. They have overall last pick, so their lanes. They decide their lanes. Yeah, at the end. The one thing as well, I can't remember if you highlighted, this cookie is going to be really important to just help disengage this combo from the Clock and Skywrath, because right now, outside, like, I don't know, I think Charlie's point has a lot of merit. They don't have any real control now. You've solved the issue of getting hooked cogs. So where is your control coming from to really kill? One cookie seems to kind of disjoint the whole thing. As well, like, if this Snap gets a lot of goals, she can buy the Ags and like gobble up whoever gets doomed and just like send them away. Although, you know, on support, she's probably not going to get that much.
That's probably a 5 Snap, right?
That's probably a 5. This is going to be really poor. But
I mean, unless the games go the distance and we see those Roshan gifts coming into play, that has been, I feel like, the MO, for at least for outsiders for a while now. They are playing the dire side once again. Is that potentially possible here, David?
I mean, they had 3 games yesterday that all went like 50 minutes.
Yeah.
So even that game 1 was a bit of a long way. It does feel like they're going, you know, a bit more tempo. And I even think those games against Spirit, it was never their game plan going in to try and like go late game. It was just so competitive and close between the two teams. Typically, outsiders drafts are designed to come online fast and to put their opponents on the back foot.
Now, to be fair, I don't think any team goes in and says, yeah, let's play a 60-minute game.
Yeah.
Eternal Envy retired. That's gone now.
Yeah. You're not drafting heroes around their level 25 talents or something.
So I look at RNG's lineup now, and I do feel like they are kind of complete. They have damage, they have objective taking, they have pick off, and maybe lacking a little more team fight control, but otherwise, like, I don't know, I'm pretty happy with it. I think mostly now you just need to focus on having like really good lanes. It's something that RNG have like talked about in the past and say they feel is really important. Nature's Prophet, fantastic laner.
No.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That's so good. Like,
oh no, for who? I was like,
right.
Is that an Ana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is great. I really like this Nature's Prophet.
You have to
feel
sell
the
me
opposite?
on this.
Okay.
He's watched too many RTZ games.
I have watched too many RTZ
This isn't
games.
EG.
Bro, relax,
this is
relax.
not EG. It's RNG.
This is I really love it. I think like we talked about, right now outsiders don't have like more than one real form of catch. Like Viper's really slow. The lane is amazing. I just hyped up the laning for RNG, and Nature's Prophet doesn't have any problem dealing with these heroes so far. As long as his support with him is like strong, which I think it should be the Snapfire, because Outsider's best bet is like bringing both supports to his lane and just like trying to kill him.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, these treants are going to deal really well in lane. His team can fight really, really well and give him the space to like take Ancients, take whatever part of the map he wants and farm up. And yeah, like Outsiders need to deal with this. Something... Spectre's gone. I was just like, yeah, Spectre would be nice. Banned.
I mean, you're not going to get me to call out a last pick, so...
Oh, yeah.
Monkey King, maybe? Beastmaster.
The Beastmaster. So wait, is that
Carry Doom?
Ramses Doom, yeah?
Yeah, Ramses Doom.
Oh my goodness.
It's the triple offlaner strat. They're embracing the entity meta.
There we go.
Viper, Doom, and Beastmaster course. I mean, they get some jungle, some zoo in there. The lane itself should be okay for Nature's Prophet, but like later on, you've got like Nature's Prophet isn't the best hero for defending your towers and kind of playing against those zoo heroes.
Yeah, it feels like the drops are a little bit swapped though. Like RNG have the triple 3 core now, and they're gonna go like way nicer into late game. I think the problem though is just outsiders are playing with a GBK Viper, a Beastmaster. These can come online probably much faster.
Yeah, and I think the way outsiders played last game just inspires a lot of hope from me with them to execute a draft like this, because there is little room for error. If you mess up some fights and the game drags on, I said this last game with the TB, it shouldn't be in your favor. Your heroes just don't scale the same way that RNGs do.
Well, while we try to attempt to continuously break this down, it's a bit hard to call, but we're going to find out if RNG can tie these games up with the boys from up above, Sunsfan, Jenkins, and AUI.
Thank you very much. Game number 2 is coming, and we did find out some information.
That's not good information.
About that game 1, and I don't want to. I know there's some bullying going around on like Reddit and Twitter. I'm not trying to add flames to this, or fuel to the flames, as it were. But
we were just curious.
We were curious what happened with the MKB, and we did look back. And you can tell us what happened.
It got sold.
It got sold
And then rebought.
And then rebought. So accidentally sold and rebought.
Or maybe not accidentally. We don't know.
It is on. You never know with him. He could.
That's true. But we did talk about it, and we don't think the MKB being sold and rebought actually affected the game in any way. It was more you thought the MKB should have been a different item entirely.
Yeah, I don't think MKB versus just one halberd is good. I think he just bought Daedalus. Like, you got Scotty, Daedalus, BKB, and just killed a DP. So I don't think it really had an effect on the game.
Now, the effect it may have on this game is
That's different.
The reason
That's different.
The reason
That's a different story.
Do you think his team knows? Because I feel like Anna might do it, but not say anything. Not like maliciously. He just, you know.
He just doesn't
That's
speak.
true.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting point. Obviously, the coach might have some better ideas, but do you think, like, just even if it's not his team, himself, knowing that this happened, surely that has some sort
I
of
feel like Anna's like a super stable rock from what I've heard of him. Never played with the guy. But, I think. I don't know.
Yeah,
It'll probably have some effect.
Shannon, I think it's going to absolutely crush him, and they're going to get 2-0 shellacked in this game.
Okay.
Oh, one other thing is, I said Dagon's cooldown doesn't go down, but it does, and I was very wrong about
All right,
that.
everybody had an
Very
aneurysm
silly.
that time
That
around.
was a bit of a
I feel like
hidden
it's the old
aneurysm.
age.
Yeah. It's true.
It's the
AUI
age,
got the cooldown wrong. I called a Sunder Reflect, which didn't even remotely happen.
We
And
watched that.
Jenkins just talked in general, so that's just a general aneurysm that he usually brings to the table. We appreciate that as always.
Read that, yeah.
Ooh, I like this ward from RNG. It's usually you check the whether they place on the bottom side, but they place it in a way where it sort of sees. Oh, maybe not quite sees Yamich. I guess they do know where the sentry, the ward is now.
All right. Well, if we try to break down these lineups a bit, do you guys have any preference on lineups? Because outsiders, they're like the panel kind of talked about, taking a page out of Entity's book. I mean, we've seen Ramsey's Doom once, I think, in this. I think we cast that game. If I'm not mistaken.
He was popping off on Doom, I think. Even in, I think he's played Doom quite a bit. I don't know what tournament. I don't know if they played Malaysia qualifiers or what they did, but I've seen him play Doom. Also, I like this lane switch from RNG. They put in the Fear on mid against the Viper, and they're not giving Ember the worst lane of his life, so he's actually going bottom.
Okay.
Wow,
Very good.
That's really cool.
I think he has a decent lane for Beast, to be honest.
And I think Outsiders is maybe looking to swap as well. Ramses is running. I don't know where he's running, but he's mid.
I'm sort of confused what lanes they want on.
Okay. I think they want Doom versus Natures. You eat the tree. He looks like he's rushing a chainmail too, although if he's mid now, I'm not sure what Ramses will be getting.
I don't think Viper's going to have a good time in top is the problem. And I was thinking, like, honestly, GBK might do pretty well versus Ana mid, because Ana's not a mid player. And GBK is a really good laner. But now instead, you have GBK in an uncomfortable lane instead of the other way around.
All right, so overall, you don't like this for outsiders.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But getting back to the original conversation, we might have some slight harass coming out here, but what do you think of Entity's kind of impact on this tournament? Like, from your guys' perspective, obviously I'm sure you've paid attention to a lot of these strats that have gone on, even if it's a different group, but like this, basically having 3 offlaners a lot of the time, and it's been working out like pretty successfully for a lot of these teams.
I think having 3 semi-cores has been really good this patch in general. There's just so much farm on the map that it doesn't feel like you need one hero to sort of soak up all the... Like, it's not that. It's even if you have one hero soaking up as much farm as he can, there's still enough farm for more heroes to scale. So that lends itself to having, like... It's not like they're playing offlaners that don't get anything, you know? Like, they're sort of greedy offlaners too.
Top lane. Well, that's going to be technically first blood split there. But it's going to be a trade as GPK eventually goes down, so Hakoda and GPK actually... Like, Chalice is going to go down as well, so Hakoda getting a lot out of this. Almost level 3 already. And that is a very good start for... I mean, second game in a row on the same hero for him.
And they lost a couple of creeps in tower. They lost the lane position here. They were even out of EXP for like 3 creeps in the lane. This is huge for outsiders.
Yeah, he TB's back in on GPK, and he's got the full wave of creeps. He's more than happy here. I think another thing that makes, by the way, the Tri-Core so strong is the fact that like every hero has some insane late game too, between like Aghanim Scepters, Ag Shards, and 25s. It kind of feels like a lot of heroes scale like carries do these days. Like we saw the Sky last game, super effective late game, obviously doing a ton of damage as a position 5.
Did get a free Aghanim Scepter.
He did, but the Roshan also helps with that too. Is that heroes get these like gifted Ags that they would never get to.
Yeah. I mean, I will say though, even though Outsiders are on Dire, they can take Rosh, of course, but RNG's lineup is, I would assume, much more effective at kind of Exorcism with the Treants and then the minus armor coming from...
I think pretty much as soon as Furion hits 15 minutes, you can tank Roshan for free. You just keep using Sprout and he won't do any damage to heroes. So you just need a bit of damage and Exo is enough for that. Especially with the Snapfire 3rd spell.
And Kaka getting slowed to a crawl, but the Avalanche comes out. Able to get out just fine. So GPK very early on. Obviously that death hurt a bit. His CS, as a result, kind of lowered here. 9 and 3 only on this safe lane, technically, Viper. But mid lane is really what I want to talk about. 25 and 3 for Ramses versus the 17 and 4 Ana mid. As Kaka, he's going to try to get another Avalanche, but GPK with that poison attack, able to tick him out. So they're winning this lane in terms of the kills. CS will eventually catch up, I would assume.
Yeah, DP doesn't really have any CS either. Honestly, I thought the lane would be better for RNG, but that trade they took early was just really good from Outsiders. I feel like that's sort of a theme of the series. Like, Outsiders, they're sort of... I don't know if it's my expectations are wrong, but I feel like they're just getting more than they should out of a lot of situations, just because they're playing really well.
We've not paid too much attention to the bot lane here.
Yep, Courier. See a lot of... All right, Curtis, you have to tell me about this. A lot of Couriers die in very obvious ways. I know that pro players are just getting distracted doing their own thing. What do you think the reasoning is behind that? Because do you think
they're lazy?
It's just that, because I was going to say that, I mean, maybe in a different way, but it happens so often. I'm actually surprised.
It's just, like, you're supposed to just use shift queuing, right? Like, you can click your courier to near your tower and shift queue to yourself, so it doesn't run randomly.
Yeah.
But laning is... Oh, there's a big fight here? Little fight?
He's going to get cookied to safety. Yamish doing a lot of damage with that battery assault. Don't think he can pursue much further after this, though.
Somnus went for a bottle, even.
Yeah,
playing in a side lane.
You need it anyways on Ember, because once you have level 6, this hero has so many mana issues. Anyways, back to the courier. I feel like laning has also become incredibly tight, because it's always like these dual lanes and you have to focus every single CS and contest everything, that it's easy to just get distracted.
How impactful would you say, this is something I've never asked anybody, losing a courier? Obviously with the items being there, but just from a gold perspective.
It's a lot of gold.
So, say that again?
It's a lot of gold.
Yeah. Ana, he's going to TP in. Yamich! Oh, he's going to be spotted thanks to the battery assault, but he still gets away. And the forced rotation from Ana is going to hurt his XP a bit.
That's
he's
really
CSing
big.
quite well.
The first Nature's Prophet ulti when you have a mid Furion is basically this hero's like biggest timing in the game. And them not getting a kill is a huge swing in favor of Outsiders. I felt like this Nature Prophet ulti was going to kill the Viper this game, like almost for sure. But since they're winning the lane and they have no pressure there, they're not getting anything, and they can't even kill a support with ulti.
Yeah, level 1 Nature's ult does like 780 damage or something on the last bounce at level 1.
780?
It's something like that.
Probably just
That's a lot of damage.
It's some number around 700. It's big.
GPK harassing Chalice. He got the concussive shot there as well, but here comes the Avalanche trying to counter-initiate from Kaka, but they're already going to lose Chalice on the side of RNG. And Viper Strike on top of that, so GPK... Oh, looks like Hakoda does die to the tower as GPK trying to run away now with that health salve as Ana is going to get the Sprout, but it's not in range of the tower, so GPK able to eat his way out of that relatively easily. But he's kind of stuck in a man fight right now. Actually, okay, pops the wand after dropping his treads. Very nicely done with Yamich coming in as well. Just an amazing turnaround from Outsiders.
He dropped his bracer in the middle of that fight to wand and survives at 50 HP.
That's crazy.
That's wild. That was insane. I was questioning why he was going back in there, but he made the calculations.
Imagine if he dies while it's on the ground. How big of a deal that could have been.
That was risky. That was flashy. That was cool.
Yeah.
It's really good play from him. This is something I've seen Abbott do a lot in mid. Like, he would always drop his Wraith Band over to Fairy Fire. It makes a big difference, honestly.
Oh, Chalice, he just TP'd back here, and he's stuck inside the cogs. You can see the Nature's Prophet ult comes out, but Chalice, he will die. Anna trying to get some sort of a response kill, and Yamich will finally drop to the Kaka's tree. But still, not an even trade, as Outsiders will take that every single time. And we're going to see this replay of the dropped item. What? That is disgusting.
How do you do that so quickly?
I don't know.
Is this man mortal?
Well, pro players do have a little habit of breaking their items, so they have a little bit of practice putting that.
That's right. That's
drop
true.
it, and then your mouse is in the same spot, and you right-click it, though, right?
That's true.
That's true.
You just drop, press the hotkey, and right-click.
Yeah, it's actually quite
I mean, it's
easy.
really good what he did, but...
but don't you have to move the mouse to continue moving?
No. You just drop, press
you move
one,
away,
and
you run away from the item.
Well, he wasn't.
No, you drag on the ground, so you go to put it down, right? And then the item drops, you stop because you dropped the item.
There should be item drop hotkeys.
Maybe,
so that this is not a discussion.
No. We have Ancient Seal on Kaka with the Viper Strike. He's ticking away slowly. Another right click comes with the Arcane Bolt. He should be... Well, he's actually going to live somehow. And GPK getting turned around on now, as we have the Avalanche coming out. 2 dead for RNG. And X-Nova getting chased by Ramses.
Have you guys seen the net worth, by the way?
Oh my god, double kill for Yamich. So they do lose GPK, but it costs 3 members of RNG. It's 2K, but it is with a Doom, so tell me how impactful that is, like a little mini Alchemist.
I feel like Doom is way too fat right now. Like, what is this net worth? He's 6K at minute 9. I've never seen a hero... I feel like I haven't seen a hero at 6K minute 9 ever. He free farmed?
Oh, we have the roar and the right clicks from GPK, and that is another death for RNG. And Somnus is going to have to put a remnant into the trees, gets a sleight of fist to get some space, but GPK is going to continue the pressure.
Yeah, they can take the tower.
Yep, another remnant attempting to TP out.
No stuns.
They'll be fine, but like you said, the tier 1 tower is going to be potentially taking a lot of damage now.
When the troll lived there with 10 HP, that's a dead tower. This Dark Troll Summoner does a lot of damage to towers. They are getting some compensation in mid with Ana pressuring out Treants, but I feel like the mid tower dying to a Furon is sort of expected.
Yeah.
Whereas this Beastmaster and these rotations, like, you sort of want to contest these, and he's just getting it for free.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, 3K lead for Outsiders now with that tier 1 tower going down. You can see the smoke from RNG. It's going to be popped thanks to Hakoda. That's such a hard name to say, actually.
You don't have to.
But that's
it's the fun part, is what you were going to say.
I do like that. But it's really hard to say.
Yeah, you're very good at pronouncing names.
Thank you. Found out today that Costabile is actually pronounced Costabile.
That's right, we were lied to.
We were lied to.
Somebody got us.
Exorcism popped by Chalice. Ancient Seal on the Kaka. He might just drop before he can get any spells off. Finally, the Avalanche comes, and GPK tumbles as a result. And Hakoda will go down as well. And Yamish wanting to save his teammate, but that's just a feed. Ends up being a 3-for-1 in favor of RNG. So Exorcism used to full effect from Chalice, and it might not be done yet. DM. He gets Searing Chain. And he is definitely going to drop here. Double kill for Somnus. And that certainly helps the rough start that RNG has had thus far.
Yeah, I think these last couple of moves from RNG have been really good. I mean, obviously they got kills and everything, but I think the concept behind them is that they're sort of not happy with the way the lanes are going, so they're going to break the laning phase. Obviously this one's a bit later, but even the one top, even though that didn't go well enough, it sort of shows that RNG are sort of like on the ball about thinking of the strategy. If their lanes aren't going right, then you don't add more heroes somewhere and change what's happening in status quo.
The question is, like, for Outsiders, when does Ramsey start getting involved? I suppose it's the BKB.
He's going to have a 12-minute Midas BKB.
Yes, he is.
That is that is something else.
We'll see the impact of it. It is a
takes
Doom.
a Centaur. That's my boy right there. Enough with this mana creep. It's time to go back to your
12
roots.
minutes. He's going to have like a 15-minute Blink BKB or something.
Yeah. I wonder if they wait for the Blink too, because he's farming so quickly anyway.
I think it would actually be a good idea. They don't... I mean, you can sort of do whatever you want with this farm. It's not like... It's like these alchemists, when they get BKB, if the map's looking bad, you can take a fight with it. Oh, Somnus.
He's going to get hook shot, and the cogs push him back. Nice pick off from GPK and company.
Like, he can do something with this this BKB, but he shouldn't feel like he's forced
like
to.
casually. He can like casually do something with it. Okay.
You don't have to feel like, oh my god, I have BKB, I'm going to run out of smoke everywhere.
Yeah.
You can just have it, and it will be there.
Yeah.
And it takes the tier 1 top, but tier 1 mid, a very important tower as outsiders already get it to half HP. And like you said, that BKB, they can see it now. So RNG, I'm not sure if they even want to try to fight against this.
He's got a haste too with the BKB reveal. I mean, that's very impactful. Scorched Earth.
We have the cookie. Yamich takes the Searing Chain. Silence onto 2. Kisses are there, so Yamich is dead at the start of this. Gets a couple more off as well to hit Hakoda on the back line, but Ramses is going to get the Hoof Stomp off into the Mystic Flare. That's a combo. Anna's going to take a Viper Strike in the meantime, but the roar comes out of the Snapfire. The focus now on Anna. He takes the Doom, and that's going to be the death of him as well, just right-clicking to try to get something out of this, but double kill for GPK. And Kaka, he's going to get the toss off, but Ramses with the Hoof Stomp. At the very least, RNG able to find some kills out of this. Somnus drops, though. Double kill for him, with the buyback onto the Snapfire. Not going to be able to find anything after the fact, so a lot of trades, but the fact that Ramsey's able to stay alive, and he's almost done with that Blink Dagger.
And they actually didn't get the tower for outsiders there.
Yeah, that's true.
It's a good defense, but the tower's sort of forfeit now. Like, this low tower versus all these Zoo heroes, you're just going to sort of throw some summons on it. I think there might be something going wrong with the comms or the mental side of RNG. Maybe the MKB cell affect them, you know? But I feel like the Snapfire buyback was very, like, late. It became like a, yo, why aren't you buying back sort of thing, instead of I'm going to buy back as this fight.
BKB's on cooldown. Ramsey's got Avatos, but his teammates come to help. Spirit Vessel already applied, so he is dead, and that kill is worth a lot. GPK gets off his Viper Strike, a nice hook shot with the cogs onto 3. GPK ticking away ever so slowly as a Spirit Siphon comes out from Chalice. Yamish looks to be dead now. Another Spirit Siphon applied to the Viper, though, so GPK ends up dropping anyway. Triple kill for Chalice is a beautiful cookie from X-Nova. This might be an ultra kill for Chalice, but no. Somnus takes it for himself, and RNG showing some much needed life here, despite losing Anna early in that fight.
Right, remember what I said about the mental part? It doesn't exist anymore. Completely wrong. RNG, they see one opening where this Ultra Farm Doom doesn't have this BKB. You were asking before, like, has this BKB change done anything? And that's one example where he just didn't have BKB because of the change, and they win a fight because of it.
Yeah, Ramses want to try to contest this tower. Probably will deny it.
I don't know. Do you deny it?
The tier 2? No, don't deny it.
You lose the outpost if you do that.
I mean, you are against a Furion, but I don't think Furion can back through this tower. I'm not sure. He can probably do a shard, right?
Probably.
Like, just go there, Sprout, and press E on it?
I think he can, yeah. If they're not like set up to defend it, then...
You probably still don't deny it, though.
Yamich with the hook shot into the Mystic Flare. You talked about this early game, that combo between the two supports pretty damn deadly. As Ramses, I believe, Blink Dagger being delivered now. So he can start off initiations with the Blink Hoof Stomp. I think it's called War Stomp, actually. I will not be calling it that, by the way. Just shout out to my boy Centaur. But the 73% Dota plus win probably. Does this surprise you guys at all? Because RNG has felt like they've come back.
4K at 50 minutes is pretty large, though.
Against it, okay, if there wasn't a Doom, what would it be? Like, if Doom didn't have Devour, what would it be?
I'm not sure it works like that, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I feel like Doom is pretty strong with his net worth. Maybe like 2K because you're buying a Midas.
Okay. Chalice gets off the Spirit Siphon. He's going to get silenced now, and with that Battery Assault and right clicks from Ramses, should net outsiders a very valuable kill.
Yeah, no Sky Ult doesn't even use the Doom either. They just knew they had the damage between the Sky Silence and the Battery Assault for that. So they still have abilities up for outsiders.
And you're seeing the Rat Dota come from Ana. It's exactly what you do on Nature's Prophet. The filth.
Yeah, this is the
incarnate.
This is the good stuff.
Yeah, he's got his, I believe that is the shard, right? So, those annoying greater tree ants. You can see outsiders looking to potentially set something up. There's the War Stomp. I actually did call it correctly by accident. Hakoda gets credit for that with the Mystic Flame. You can just see how fast these heroes die. Just with any combo. But it'll be a trade as Yamich does go high ground to make sure that RNG feels like they can still kill people. But the lead is growing for Outsiders. 5K right now. And yeah, Helm of the Overlord finished for DM. This is a disgusting item as well.
Dude, Chalice went for a Mithril Hammer first.
We have the Exorcism tossed back from Kaka, so obviously DM used all his gold, so won't be losing anything of that, but still, very nice kill from RNG.
I think these kills on Beastmaster mean a lot. This hero, we saw in the last series with Entity versus EG, but the hero snowballs out of control a lot of the time, and his lane wasn't the best, but he was ready to start killing these tier 2 towers and opening up the map.
Ramses misses the hoof stomp, but they still get Chalice despite it. My goodness, and Kaka looks to be next on the list. Gracious me, oh my, even without a stun, they just blow that Death Prophet out the water.
I gotta say, this series is like selling Sky as a hero.
Yeah, that's true.
He's looking so good. You don't need to hit abilities. Like, as long as somebody's stunned, Skywrath will kill them.
Yeah, I like how they're itemizing too. I think going Atos on this hero is sort of a meme. Like, you should just have someone else stun them and you
Ramses initiates. But the cookie keeps him safe for now. Scatterblast, he's still ticking away to the Scorched Earth, but...
Ooh, Pigbull actually gets him away.
Pigbull helps him live. DM forced to use his roar to try to retreat, but he looks to be dead. Last Maelstrom proc from Ana.
Used it on a Treant there. And he was just kind of desperately trying to get away with the move speed, it looks like.
I think these teams, they're playing in really good form right now. I think both the kill and the Clockwork, where after they got the pick off onto the Ember, and this last fight, where even though Beastmaster was... Oh, something happening? No, just Avalanche mid.
Yep, just the old Avalanche. Kaka was trying to get the toss back, but just too many creeps.
I think it's a mark of a team playing well when you're down heroes, but you still hold your areas and take like some good pick-off fights. Like, you understand that even though you're down some resources, in this case a hero, you can still control the area. Giving up stuff for free is really bad in Dota right now.
And Somnus apparently wanting to go for a refresher already. Is that right for the Ember Spirit?
He has Linken's queued up.
Oh, sorry, Linken's. Okay. Yeah, got excited there for a second.
That would have been insane.
That would be crazy. Maelstrom refresher. You just double slight.
He has level 1 fire. Yeah, it's just, you know, he's
We've seen crazier things.
We have.
We've seen Lifestealer. What did he buy?
0
rage.
Yeah.
And he went Midas, and then they lost before he could get 4 in rage.
Unlucky.
Who was that, actually? That's a good question. Oh, GPK pops the BKB. Viper Strike onto Ana. Kaka. Knight will hit the Avalanche as a result of the magic immunity. So Ana punished, and now they might be able to get Kaka as well inside the cogs. Not even bothering with the Mystic Flare. Just too much damage from GPK, who's now level 16, and they can just go into the pit, where Roche #1 has been waiting. Well, Ramses would be a pretty damn big kill, though, for RNG. But the BKB and the Doom Infernal Blade combo gets off the War Stomp, but he's just going to try to TP out. Exorcism doing a decent amount. Not enough, though, to find themselves Ramses. So either way, Doom expended, but you can look at it as a trade for the old Aegis.
And they got the Exalt too, right? So it's not so bad.
All right, Aoi.
Spell side.
I got a question for you. Click on Viper. Click on GPK.
Yes.
My man's building a Manta style on Viper. I know Mar does this. I don't understand.
Listen, we have asked ATF about this. Okay?
Okay.
And what he said was, 1 Viper is so strong. How about 3 Vipers? And he's right. 3 Vipers is super strong. Like, 3 Vipers is stronger than 1 Viper.
I can't lie. That math does work out.
So, you know, it must be good. 3 Vipers.
Well, Kaka, he's going to break the smoke here, but he'll blink out as well. So potentially no sacrifice. Although Yamish looking for the hook shot. He'll find it. Mystic Flare inside the cogs. And goodbye, Kaka. X-Nova also drops, though, so both supports dead. Let's see if Outsiders can get a little bit more out of this with the Aegis still up.
Dude, Clock Sky is such a strong combo. No, Remnant's away.
Usually, this combo, like, it is strong. Sorry, let's see if they get Chalice here. They have a ward on him.
Yeah, they pop the drums, but
nothing to catch.
Usually, some of these combos with Sky are sort of hard to execute. And what Katomi from Entity would do, they would play a lot of Skyra Sanking, is he would buy a Blink. So you could ulti during the Sanking Blink. I think it's the same with Clockwork. Like you are usually not in range to cast your ulti when he hooks in. But this game, instead of going for the Veil like last game, he opted for a Force Staff first, which I really like. As we saw in that play, when Clockwork hooks in, he's able to force and get in range to cast all his spells. I think it's really good itemization. I mean, this guy's a Skyra spammer, so... I think usually the people that spam specific heroes always have the most varied item builds.
And you can see Ramses with a 3K lead all by his lonesome. Anna's done a nice job, though, of staying on the top net worth. That's another hero that does get a lot of farm quite easily across the map.
Honestly, I'm surprised how fast Anna's farming. Like, it's really good play for him, because he doesn't even have a Midas. Like, we've seen a lot of Nature's Prophet buy Midas this tournament.
Seen a lot of carries in general by Midas, as we're going to see. The Doom applied to Ember. Ramses can pop the BKB to try to finish him off, and he'll do so very easily. Infernal Blade now into the Tiny, as Yamich stuck inside his own cogs. The trade right now is just for the Skywrath Mage, as Ramses continuing his pressure, but there comes the Sprout. Nice roar to keep Ramses safe for now. Trying to get away from these disgusting-looking mutant tree ants, and he will be successful, but Anna, will he die? Able to TP out himself. Chalice has that BKB off, and no mana on GPK to get these poison attacks, but it's not going to matter, because 3 Vipers is greater than 1. Anna actually TPs in to finish off Ramses after going back to base, it looked like. Very nice play from him, but now he does not have a teleport.
8 seconds.
DM is going to get sprouted, but he can get himself out of there, but of course the Shard, very annoying to deal with. Gets out the Hawk. Anna TPing out, and he will be fine. So really nice play from Anna.
That was a really well played fight from Anna, and even at the end there, he doesn't even TP back to base to heal, right? He just wants to get out on the map as fast as possible.
Yeah, the cookie is a nice solution to Skywrath Mage. It's the same idea behind the Force Staff. You just reposition them out of the ult.
Yeah, now X-Nova has even finished that Force Staff as his own, right?
Yeah.
Such a good Force Staff game versus, honestly, all 5 of Outsiders' heroes. That was a fight where Somnus sort of died without doing any damage. And even in Aegis on Outsiders, where RNG were able to pull, like, sort of the max that they could get out of that fight. Anna's going for an EC now. I've been liking his itemization on Pure in this game. Like, I feel like he has a good mixture of like farming and fighting, and he didn't like overcommit for a Midas or anything. He's so active with these items.
I mean, something I haven't asked you yet, but what do you think of Nature's Prophet as a hero right now? Because I don't know what the win rate is, but it feels like a lot of the games we've watched, I mean, maybe it was a lot of Artesia games, but too soon on that one maybe, but a lot of the Nature's Prophet games have not been victories this tournament at least.
I think the hero's fine. I like the idea of picking this game versus Viper.
42% win, 12% win rate on Radiant.
12% win rate.
That's everybody's win rate on Radiant.
And Dire is a lot stronger, I think.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Like, explain, because I tried to explain it, and when you told me, it made a lot of sense. But then when it comes
the camps are closer. Oh, tall.
Yeah, Anna, the hook shot's not going to hit. It's going to hit Ramses instead. Nice avalanche to try to slow them out. Anna TPing out, and you can see mobility is. Wait, he gets doomed, and he's going to die. Mystic Flare, good pickoff again from Outsiders as X-Nova looks to be next with the Infernal Blade. I believe that's the Shard for Ramses, so.
He got his teleport interrupted by his snapper. Oh, they're still taking this fight?
Yeah, Chalice pops the Exorcism. They still want to fight, it looks like. But if they can just disengage and just trade that for the Exorcism, or even just Yamich, I think Outsiders will be more than fine with it.
Glimmer up soon.
Avalanche, now he's invis.
See, do you see that? He could Glimmer during the Avalanche there.
That's true.
But sometimes, I swear, I cannot press BKB.
They're
it might
still
just
scanning.
because I'm old.
Well, we're all quite old. That is a fact. So they do get him, but it costs an Exorcism. I mean, and the tier 2 tower now for Outsiders. This lead just doubled in the last couple minutes. All right, back to the Dire Radiant discussion.
Yeah, let's.
Okay,
I want to hear
so a lot of this meta, you sort of hold your own jungle. So the Dire jungle is really strong because the camps are close together.
Why do you hold your own jungle?
Because there's so much farm in there. Like, you just can't give up stuff for free. You have to make it. If you don't hold your own jungle, then the enemy will take it with like one hero, and then you'll lose a lot of map position. You need to make them come in there with like 3 to 4 to even 5 heroes, and then you can give it up. But because teams realize that they don't want to bring 5 heroes there, you end up just sort of holding this area and farming it. And Dire, also the other thing was Radiant used to have a really good offlane because you could pull around the tower, but now Dire can do that as well. So that was like sort of the laning advantage Radiant had. On your safe lane, they wouldn't be able to pull as well, and on your off lane, you could do that. They sort of eliminated that and didn't give any compensation for the jungle difference. So now Dire is just super strong.
Okay, and so also, because you hold your own jungle as Dire, when you're holding your own jungle, you're at Roshan as well.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I think Radiant is still slightly better for Roshan, but I think the biggest thing is honestly the side lanes.
Ramses, he gets the stomp. Chalice TP gets canceled. Infernal Blade to follow, and now the hook shot. This looks like a dead Death Prophet. Very nicely done from Outsiders. And I mean, they were going for the Tiny, which I think if RNG had the choice, they would have just given him up.
It's a good lane ward. That's how they caught him. They had this lane ward placed by Hakoda. I think even while he was TPing, he was visible. At least they saw him walk into there, so pretty free kill set up by the supports.
And in the next 30 seconds, we'll find out when the next Roche is, as GPK is working on the Scotty. Actually pretty deep into that, almost getting his second ult orb here.
I'm not too sure when RNG's fight condition is right now. I feel like they completed this AC, they have a DD on Ember, but I'm just
And an
sure.
Arcane, does that help? That's pretty good.
They should probably try for something here. I feel like they should pop the smoke on Next Nova, some 4 heroes, and try to kill something.
The attack speed, or the animation of Viper.
They have this bottom pressure, right? They could probably predict that a hero's going to deal with that and try to catch someone off guard in their own triangle.
Outsiders probably not wanting to fight until this Scotty is done at the very least for GPK. And only 900 away, so won't have to wait too long. But the next Roche, it's an early one.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much just waiting for Roshan at this point. When you have distance map control and it's this much of a lead, you're basically just waiting for ages. So there's no point in doing any risks.
For RNG, I do feel like it's kind of the opposite. Like you have to take a Hail Mary. Otherwise, you lose Roche, and the next high ground push is easy for Outsiders.
Yeah, I agree. It's just hard because you sort of want them to give you a buyback. Oh, look here.
Oh, we have the Avalanche, but DM gets the BKB off, and now Kaka kind of stuck in a horrible spot. That means a Roar, Mystic Flare, and that is the death of him. Does have buyback, though, if he wants to try to contest this. Roche number 2. Chalice with the Exorcism, so again, if Outsiders can just wait this out, then that's a pretty big ult down.
Just back off?
They do have this bottom pressure, but honest Outsiders shouldn't really care that much about this tier 2. Tier 2s don't mean that much once your other tier 2s are sort of already down, especially when you have a Doom with Travels already. And Ramses almost has Refresher.
Yeah, he has
He's
enough.
Basically going to be 6 slotted at 30 minutes.
Oh, Kaka, he gets a nice toss-off onto GPK, but that's a BKB instantly into the Viper Strike from Chalice, attempting the TP out, but the hook shot cancels it again, and Ramsey's coming in with a nice Doom onto Ana, who's just right-clicking. He's doing a lot of damage, but there's the Mystic Flare, deletes him from 100 to 0 just like that. And GPK getting pretty damn low, and they will find him at the very least, but it's going to cost them dearly. They're going to lose 1 and maybe even the Ember to follow. Somnus, not sure if he has any remnants left, but there's the Roar back up after it was used to initiate, it feels like, in this fight. So a 4-for-1 for Outsiders, and Hakoda trying to slow out Kaka as the rest of Outsiders come to get this full team wipe potentially. Ramses with the Shiva slows him down. Infernal Blade, and that is a full team wipe for Outsiders, and likely the second Roche as well. Huge fight for them.
Oh, Ramses is going to TP back, grab that Refresher. Soak up that juicy farm down there.
Oh, refresh it so you can Midas again? That's really important.
Oh my god, what a chat. What a chat.
And he can TP now, if he want to go for Roche.
Yeah, with 0 mana, that sounds really good.
He's got a bottle, some Refresher mana, you know?
Okay, all right.
That's very greedy.
It's extremely greedy.
I think it's probably good, right? Like, his Doom is on cooldown anyways. This way, and he feels like he doesn't need 2 Dooms to win fights right now. So he'd rather just have the 1 Doom up. Like, the worst case for him would be like his BKB is 10 seconds, and then he has to press Refresher. Then he has to wait the full Refresher cooldown.
Right.
This way he's already fight ready. Also, none of what I said matters because he got to Devour Midas.
Oh, okay, good. That's very nice. And looks like Overwhelming Blink is next for him. 1,000 away. So past that, what the hell do you buy on this hero? I mean, I guess
I think you can buy an Octarine Core over to Midas.
Oh, of
Arcane's
course.
really
You
good.
replace the Midas. And then after that...
Wait, he's giving the Arcane Rune to the Skyra.
The 5 Sky, by the way.
That's a good clean boy right there.
That's like a reward for playing so well this game.
GPK almost certainly is going to get... He might get the Aegis too, because he's going to high ground with the Shard.
Yeah, that sounds
Open
right.
up both slots. This Shard is crazy how good it is. Now with a 96% Dota plus win problem. 97 now. Gracious me. Gaben very happy with what Outsiders have done in this game too.
Ana does have this broken Sprout Leashes talent now, but it's playing into...
Doesn't really do anything this game, right?
Many 4 staffs and a spider leg
Honestly,
as well.
he maybe should have taken the other one this game. Like, it's very rare.
Yeah.
I guess he can cancel BKB TPs, which is always super insane.
Yeah, but now the high ground siege is there with Viper just flapping those wings. Minus armor to the tower, poison attack damage over time as well.
He even has the 8% poison attack magic reduction at 20. That one is really crazy. It doesn't sound like that much, but I think it does like double damage when you're 8 stacks compared to not having it. It's something insane.
Yeah. And Outsiders smoke up, looking for an opening. Ramses or the clock looking to initiate, and it's going to be Ramses, as that is a deletion of Kaka with the use of the Mystic Flare, and now GPK and just focus on these buildings. The question is, can RNG defend 4v5? Do they give up 2 sets of racks by the time this Tiny's back up? Of course, all the outer towers are down, so they could just go for the Megas. And we'll see what RNG can do to try and defend, but these towers are absolutely melting as the initiation back in for Ramses, gets off the Doom onto the Ember Spirit with the Roar on top. They really want to kill Somnus, and they do. No buyback for him as GG is called, and RNG eliminated from the tournament as Outsiders stay alive.
Yeah, that was a very clean match from Outsiders. I think they had like one mistake that you could maybe point at where like the 3 of them died in the jungle or whatever.
Maybe when Ramses had no BKB. Got caught out, but overall very well played by them.
Yeah, the Doom. I mean, Ramses got off to an incredible start on Doom. We've seen Doom in many different roles: the mid, the carry, the offlane, the 4. Yeah, some situations the 5. Maybe not at this tournament. That was maybe one of the best ones I've seen.
Yeah, the lane swaps worked out really well for them. They even won the not only the Doom lane where he was farming, but GPK got a huge amount of net worth out of the top lane as well.
Yeah, they won top lane, which in my opinion, it shouldn't be that easy for them to do, but they sort of just outplayed them. And most importantly, like they dodged this Fury on 6 timing and as like next 3 TPs. So really well played by Outsiders.
So Outsiders take this 2-0, and the second game a little bit more convincing than the first. Let's go to the panel so they can delve right into it.
2-0 indeed. It was an absolute clean sweep for the side of Outsiders, eliminating RNG from the Arlington Major. Now, there's a lot to talk about here with how great Outsiders played, but I think first thing we want to start off here, David, is the lane swaps at the start, right, with the surprise Ramses Doom.
Yeah, I think Outsiders played the lanes and set things up like really for success. Initially, it was going to be Ana playing the Nature's Prophet mid against the Viper, which is like a pretty good counter pick, even though Ana's not a mid laner. But very quickly, Outsiders like, no, we can't have this. We're going to send the Viper top. And as a result, they crush top lane, Doom free farms mid. And then I think the next thing they do that's really good in the lane stage is Clockwork starts getting active early. He just ditches DM in the offlane. He's like, you're fine on your own. He's going top because he's reacting to Anis, who's doing some early TPs top. And his early TPs on Prophet got counter-ginked. It wasn't like they were bad moves from Ana. It just felt like Outsiders were just one step ahead, and their early game moves were just so good.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, the other thing that I want to talk about as far as like the map movement here, Sheep, is I love that Skyreth Clock combo with just how they've been warding and such impactful supports, I would say, from Outsiders here.
Yeah, those 2 were really good. I think like in my mind of like the perfect ideal of a game, like the game is balanced, they're able to disengage pretty well on RNG. The reality is there's a lot of chaotic fighting and a lot to deal with, and it's too hard to just kind of always be in the right position with everything ready, you know? They just got a lot of really good initiations with like multiple things too. They had the roar into the Skywrath, they had the clock into the Skywrath. They even had Ramsey's got his blink, and then he had the blink stomp into the Skywrath. Like they had so many ways on any combination of heroes, whoever's around, they could always just keep going and fighting. And I really loved like this Viper being like on mid and just being able to kind of aggress wherever he feels like on the map, and like the team can just go with him.
Let's hear it from the winners themselves first. We do have Banks on the stage with DM.
That's right, we see Outsiders have got themselves the important win here. And DM, I want to start by asking you, when it comes to this one, right? You had 1-1 in your previous matchup against them. This time around, a 2-0. You guys feeling a lot more confident playing against them?
I feel like we prepared drafts much better because, as you remember, our first game on tournament was against RNG. Also, I can say that we basically have a secret coach, but he is not with us at the tournament. So the thing is, we're, absolutely improving by ourselves without our drafter. So it's kind of a hard tournament for us. We just lost our drafter before it started, and then Ramses takes this role. Yeah.
So you're playing it on hard mode, but you're getting it done. And the other thing, right, when you look at this, we've got to talk about your play style and your strategy, how you get into a game. Is there something specific you do? You mentioned drafting there. Do you maybe look at the team that you're playing against play style? Do you focus on some players? How does it work for you guys right now? What do you do to get ready?
Basically, we're playing against our good heroes, and we don't focus on enemy playstyle. I think if we do our gameplay, it's kind of easy to win. Okay. You just focus on it. I think every team does it.
Nice. That's the way to do it then. That's what's working out. Now also, TI Dream is still alive for you guys, but you need to have a very good placing here. Is this something that gets in the back of your minds when you're going into a game, or do you just try to block it out?
You mean against our Spirit TI block, or?
No, for to be qualified to get the TI, to get the points you need to have a good performance here, right? So is it in the back of your mind? Do you think about it?
To be honest, not for me as well. Because I'm always ready to play the qualifiers and prepare better for TI, as Spirit did. They basically play qualifiers, then they win TI, so it's not the bad strategy. As you remember, TI 8, OG play qualifiers, then they win TI. So it's okay, but I really hope we'll do better on the tournament. Not because I want to go to TI direct and wide, just because I don't want to lose too early, let's say.
You want to see that crowd in a couple of days as well, right? That when it fills out, so we're not just here in the empty arena. But another thing, when it comes to this tournament, do you feel like since group stage to this now, do you feel like you can see progression for you guys as a team? You're making improvements?
Yeah, obviously we're doing improvement, but we just need more time and be more focused at some situations, let's say. But yeah, obviously we're doing improve, because if we would play as we did, I think it wouldn't be such 2-0 into us. At least in drafts, we do a progression, for sure. Yeah.
So draft progression is there. We'll have to see how the games go as well, but you've done it another step forward. So congratulations to you on that one. We'll get ourselves back to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, James and DM. And there you have it, Outsiders. They take this series 2-0. Now, we do have more matches to come tomorrow before the crowd shows up here in the arena. It's going to be pretty hype.
Yeah, I can't wait. Like, there's so many seats,
I know.
I've been getting to sit on all of them so far.
I saw, like, some computer setups out there, too, so I'm curious to see, like, what's going to happen. But let's look at the bracket and the standings here as a bit of an update, because there are some teams that we said goodbye to today. If this is the first time you're tuning in, well, first of all, you're a little late, but it's okay. Yeah, so EG is gone, Liquid is gone, RNG is now gone as well. Beast Coast, though, that is a bit of a cope and copium for EG fans.
Why did you look at me?
I'm looking at you, Charlie.
Everyone look at Charlie.
As the NA Dota expert on the panel.
Charlie stopped believing in EG 3 years ago, at least.
That's why I left! No, I'm just kidding, please.
You quit while you're on top.
There you go. I mean, we do have the schedule tomorrow. That is the top of the series matches for tomorrow. It's going to be Fnatic versus Beast Coast. That's going to be a very interesting one. Fnatic kind of playing their own, meta as well. beastcoast, that's the beastcoast meta. So I'm curious, is there any favorites here? I'm gonna start with you, Gods.
It just feels like we haven't seen beastcoast in so long because it's been 2 days of playoffs and this is going to be their first playoff match. I personally slightly lean Fnatic despite the stand-in factor. I just think the way they've adjusted to having those stand-ins. I also have a lot of bias towards Fnatic as an SEA team and also hoping to see NA players in front of an NA crowd, you know. Fnatic's kind of the last hope there.
Bro, you're forgetting about the Beast Coast lower bracket buff. They will kill at least like 2 to 3 favorites of the crowd, and then they will get knocked out before they can reach top 3. That is the way it has always been.
So sad. Aren't you on Beast Coast?
Yes, I will be getting fired after this panel, but it's okay.
Oh my gosh. Well, I hope not. I hope not. We love sheep and
Speak for yourself.
Oh
whoa.
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 Battle duel. I think there's a content piece that involves 2 players dueling it out. Are you challenging?
You want me to shoot him?
I will kill you right here.
Oh boy.
Live on camera.
On camera?
Live on camera. Okay.
I'd like to.
I don't feel safe here anymore.
I'd like to see you try.
Now. We all play nice here. In reality, we obviously do all love each other, some more than others, but that's okay here. So let's wrap things up as far as aww. Yeah. But not on that side. It's all good. Oh, okay. All right. Final thoughts of the day here is that, yes, we do have some teams out, but not everybody yet, as we have more games coming at you tomorrow. It's going to be very fun and exciting, as TI spots are still on the line. Life on this tournament is on the line. But we want to give a big thanks, first of all, to our sponsors here. We got BitGet, InZone, GGBet, and Secret Labs. Much love to my panel, who do actually love each other.
He's just mad because he's short.
What are you, I'm taller than you.
Not on this panel. Look at that camera. No, don't sit up straight.
There you go. There we go. Okay, don't hurt yourselves. All right, I'm going to close this stream out now before anybody actually hurts themselves. Thank you so much, everybody. And to y'all, have a good night. See you tomorrow.
Dire's middle tower. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You've got to bite.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks are under attack.